Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Plus 3 admiral level powerhouses were destroyed. Even for the world government, which has a rich history of 800 years, this is a significant loss. What is even more unacceptable to the 5 elders is, why did this operation, which should have been foolproof, fail? The report said that it was the arrival of the Sea Emperor Liu Yu. But their intelligence showed that it was clearly in Wano Kuni. Could it be that the intelligence is wrong? That cunning B***** D knew our plan in advance. Have you been lurking in Dressrosa? 5 elders, who had aristocratic curly hair, gritted his teeth. Or, could that guy have mastered the ability to teleport? The bald old star guessed with a look of horror. If that's the case, any surprise attack will be ineffective. The only way to decide the outcome is on the front battlefield. 5 elders, dressed in a dark blue suit and with long white hair and beard, spoke in a deep voice. There was a long silence. Hasn't the Marines started the operation yet? The bald old star frowned in dissatisfaction. Snort. Ever since that guy Kuzan took office as marshal, Marine is becoming increasingly unreliable. Are you planning a rebellion? The curly-haired noble old star glared. In that case, then just issue a mandatory order. The old star in the dark blue suit gave the order coldly. Chapter 210 10 times Buster Call New World, former Marine G1 base, now Naval Headquarters. The shrill emergency call sirens echoed over the headquarters. The entire Naval Headquarters entered a wartime level 1 alert state. What happened? Kuzan, who was frowning in thought in the marshal's office, felt his heart sink as he had a bad feeling. Kuzan, former Marshal Sengoku, pushed the door open with a cane, his expression solemn. Mr. Sengoku, what on earth is this alarm about? I haven't given any instructions yet. Marshal Kuzan frowned in confusion. This is not an order from you, the marshal. It was a war order directly initiated by the world government. Sengoku also had a grim expression regarding the intention of the world government's move. He knows it best. They were planning to bypass the marshal and dominate the marine. World government, what do they want to do? Marshal Kuzan bites. Sengoku pursed his lips tightly. They're going to launch a tenfold buster call directly against Wano Kuni. Sengoku sighed. What did you say? Marshal Kuzan's pupils suddenly contracted. 10 times buster call? Has the world government gone mad? What does it matter if it's 10 times buster call here? Numbers mean nothing to the emperor who rules the sky and the sea. Our marine will be completely wiped out. Marshal Kuzan couldn't help but scream. Of course the world government knows about this. They want the Marines to go ahead and lay mines first, depleting the enemy's manpower. As for how much the Marine will lose, that's not even within their consideration. Former Marshal Sengoku's face also looked extremely ugly. Even if he is no longer a Marine Marshal, he also didn't want to watch the righteous men of Marine die for no reason. Mr. Sengoku, this kind of thing must be stopped. Marshal Kuzan's eyes turned red. Of course I know that. It will take some time before the tenfold buster call is called. I will do my best. Sengoku nodded heavily. Golden City. The big joint banquet is over. The Revolutionary Army, whose influence spread across the sea, officially joined Liu Yu. The day the banquet ended, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, sets out with his cadres including Sabo. Ace and others who had been delayed in the Golden City for many days also returned to the Sphinx. Prepare to convey Liu Yu's words to Dad Whitebeard. All actions are progressing in an orderly manner. With Liu Yu's return and taking charge, life returned to its usual calm. All the girls, even General Hiyori, decisively abandoned Wano Kuni and chose to stay in the Golden City. This is also natural, compared to the boring Wano Kuni. The Golden City, known as the world's #1 entertainment city, is naturally much more interesting. Liu Yu naturally had no objection to this. He had no intention of using Wano Kuni as his base camp. If I had to choose a base, even Dressrosa would be better than Wano Kuni, which was ravaged by the beast pirates. However, Liu Yu's real target is of course the Red Line, the center of the world. Right now, the top floor of the Golden City Central Tower. The Golden House was in a mess. Traces of cake smear can be seen everywhere. The 2 beauties in the Golden House were also in a very embarrassing state. For those who were unable to attend the party last night, Liu Yu naturally had to bring some compensation. However, Gion and Hina, who had gotten the cake, were so bold that they rushed directly towards Liu Yu. A provocation to the 2 marine goddesses Gion and Hina. Of course Liu Yu would not back down, win this game easily. It is worth mentioning, after so many days and so many rounds of games, Gion and Hina have already won back some of their clothes. Although not all, but it's also progress, especially Hina. In the first challenge, he won with his courage and carefulness. Gion, a Marine Admiral candidate, has also made some progress. After persistent and repeated efforts, she finally won a game with her own jade feet. 2 hours later, Liu Yu left leisurely, not long. Shaki came towards us. There was a subtle curve at the corner of his mouth. Captain Liu Yu is indeed worthy of his name. Even the stubborn Marine goddess was conquered by him. Shaki praised. It's okay, I was just playing games with them. Liu Yu grinned. So, how do you plan to play this next game, Captain? Shaki took out a data report. 10 times Buster Call? Lu Yu frowned slightly. It's not because of concerns about the exaggerated force mobilized by the Marine, but because of confusion and incomprehension. Obviously they both knew it, no matter how many times Buster Call it is. Under Lu Yu's absolute power that dominates nature, nothing matters. So what if there are 100 Marine War-class warships? Lu Yu has at least 10 ways to destroy it in an instant. For example, using the power of the Dragon King to create a tsunami. With the Thunder Dragon King's summons of world-destroying thunder. Devour the army with the power of the Iron Dragon King. Lu Yu doesn't even need to take action himself. Without any interference, Enel's ultimate move of Thunderface is enough to easily destroy dozens or even hundreds of warships. Not to mention the Golden Lion who has the ability of Lion Fruit. With a casual shot, the warship flipped over. With a huge wave of his hand, the island sank and everything was overturned. And Shirahoshi's Poseidon power. Dozens or even hundreds of super-large sea kings opened their mouths wide. All warships are dim sum. It's not even worthy of being used to fill the gaps between teeth. On this sea, no fleet could withstand Lu Yu's large scale. That guy Kuzan, has he gone crazy after being a marshal? If they could win with human wave tactics, they wouldn't have lost the Summit War. Lu Yu shook his head. That's not what Marine Marshal Kuzan meant. It was a direct order from the world government. Shaki rode. Oh, Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. I see, 5 elders, Yimu has gone mad. But aren't they afraid of pushing Marine too far and causing him to quit? Lu Yu teased. Shaki shrugged. So, what are we going to do? Since the other party has taken the initiative to send us the food, why shouldn't we eat it? As for how to eat it, I'll leave it to you and Zephyr to decide. I will leave enough of a deterrent. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Then I'll leave it to you from now on, Shaki. I'm counting on you. After saying that, Lu Yu laughed and waved away. Shaki was left alone, disheveled in the wind. She has made up her mind. Wait until everything is over. We must give Lu Yu, the irresponsible and hands-off boss, a good lesson. Boom. The 7-colored rainbow bridge connecting the sky and the earth starts from the Golden City and stretches across the sky. In response to the world government's repeated provocations, Lu Yu should respond. The naval headquarters of the 3 major agencies under the world government have sunk and disappeared from the map. There are 2 more places left. Take a walk. Chapter 211 Reconciliation. It was more than a day but less than 2 days after the Tokushima incident. With the concerted efforts of all departments, Dressrosa gradually regained her former composure. The scars inflicted by the world government's infiltration attack on this country are gradually healing. Whether it is Red Earl Redfield, Katakuri, Flame Disaster Jin and others. These 2 days have been extremely hard. After all, this time the world government was able to cause trouble right under their noses. They have no choice but to do their duty. This mistake needs to be remedied urgently. At dusk, suddenly, thunder roared in the clear sky of Dressrosa. A dazzling rainbow bridge appeared in an instant, landing in the sunflower field on the 2nd floor of the royal capital. This sudden vision immediately attracted the attention of all the powerful people at the palace construction site. It's Lord Lu Yu. Lord Lu Yu is back, Pregnant Violet exclaimed in surprise. Red Earl Reed, Katakuri, Flame Disaster Jin and others pursed their lips. The cadres dared not be negligent in the slightest. Put down the work at hand immediately. They gathered their troops immediately and escorted Violet to the sunflower field. At the same time, wow, Dressrosa, we really got here so quickly. Lord Lu Yu is so awesome, the girls' sweet cries echoed in the beautiful flower fields. More than a day ago, after resolving the Dressrosa rebellion, Lu Yu did not stay here for long. After agreeing with Violet to come back another day, he would go straight back to deal with the affairs of the Revolutionary Army. If the matter of subduing the Revolutionary Army is settled, before returning the gift to the world government, Lu Yu naturally would not forget to visit Dressrosa and fulfill his promise. And this time he wasn't alone. There were 2 young girls traveling with them. Rebecca, who came from Dressrosa, naturally had to come back. As for the other girl, she is still the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi, who possesses the power of Poseidon, is the top priority right now. For the world government, Poseidon Shirahoshi is the greatest threat. To prevent an assassination at any time, Lu Yu must keep Shirahoshi with him at all times. Master Lu Yu, this flower field is so big and beautiful. The normal-sized mermaid princess Shirahoshi cheered with joy. Supported by the wind, open your arms and embrace the flower fields. Shirahoshi-chan, our Dressrosa's specialty isn't just the flower fields. There are many interesting things in this country. Oh, and there are also little people. Rebecca, the host, giggled. Really? Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes lit up. Of course, please enjoy yourself from now on. Rebecca said. Shirahoshi nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Then she seemed to think of something. Mr. Lu Yu, can you let Shirahoshi stay here for 2 more days? Shirahoshi said weakly. Okay. Lu Yu shook his head. I had to postpone the trip for 2 days. That's great. The 2 little princesses of similar age who had received Lu Yu's permission cheered in unison. Kung fu during playtime. A huge burning bird and a blood-red cloak were rushing towards them in the sky. The vampire Red Earl Redfield and the Pteranodon Flame Ember were the first to reach the flower field. Kneel on one knee in front of Lu Yu. Get up, the recovery work this time is quite good. Just don't make such a stupid mistake next time. Lu Yu waved casually. Yes. The Red Earl and Flame Disaster Djinn, who were both frightened and broke out in cold sweats, breathed a sigh of relief. Another moment. Lord Lu Yu, with a cry of, okay, Queen Violet, dressed in a luxurious robe, pounced forward. Like a little bird returning to its nest, she fluttered into Lu Yu's arms. She breathed in the intoxicating masculine scent so close to her heartily and greedily. The stare from behind made Violet's beautiful back muscles tense. Looking back, but he saw that his niece Rebecca was staring at him who had taken possession of Lu Yu. Immediately, Violet couldn't help but think of the day when the evil Rebecca broke in with a sword. It brought her a huge psychological shadow. For a moment, Violet couldn't help but feel nervous. I'm sorry, Rebecca, Violet said weakly, puff. Rebecca chuckled and smiled brightly. It's okay, Aunt Violet. I should be the one to say sorry. Rebecca was too ignorant that day and frightened my aunt. I'm sorry. Rebecca apologized. This. Violet was stunned and looked at Lu Yu in confusion. Lu Yu just smiled slightly without further explanation. Violet breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Rebecca should have fully recovered from her yandere state. Rebecca, let's get along well from now on. Violet took Rebecca's hand. Rebecca nodded heavily. Dressrosa, the ruined royal palace. The reconstruction of the royal palace is still in full swing. A grand celebratory banquet is also underway. Inside and outside the palace, and even the entire capital, were brightly lit. Celebrate Lu Yu's arrival and the end of the chaos. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. It was late at night. Red Earl, Katakuri and others all returned to their respective posts. Lu Yu was hurriedly pulled away by the impatient Violet. Even though we just met 2 days ago, but it was just a meeting. It's rare for Lu Yu to come back. Violet, who has been staying in Tokushima, must seize every opportunity to make up for the unbearable feeling of being alone in my empty room these days. To this, Rebecca also knew it very well, and he was rarely jealous. I didn't bother her, after reuniting with his father Cyrus and grandfather Rakudald. Becca immediately fulfilled her promise. Take Shirahoshi to meet the princess of the dwarf tribe, Monshiri. The 3 girls, big, medium and small, quickly became friends. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, it was the afternoon of the next day. Supplemented with adequate nutrition and water, Violet's spirits gradually recovered. After leaving Violet to continue resting, Lu Yu went straight to the temporary prison deep in the palace. Said it was a prison, it's actually the confinement room. In the past, Violet had to stay here for a day or 2 because she had played pranks or done bad things. Squeak. The rusty iron makes a corresponding sound when pushed. The sudden noise startled the blonde girl in the confinement room. The beautiful eyes behind the silk glasses looked out the door in panic. After seeing the figure that was no different from a devil to her. The expression on Khalifa's pretty face, the only female superhero of the original CP9, suddenly became extremely panicked. Ahem. Khalifa was so angry that he couldn't help but cough violently. Bloodline is flowing down from the corner of his mouth. 2 days ago. The damage caused by Lu Yu's casual kick to her has not yet recovered. Ms. Khalifa, don't be so scared. After all, I'm not some man-eating demon. Lu Yu grinned and squatted down in front of Khalifa. Chapter 212 Impelled down looking at Lu Yu's outstretched big hand. Khalifa's delicate body couldn't stop shaking, his face was filled with ultimate fear. But the next second, unexpected, the imagined pain did not appear. Instead, there was an extremely comfortable and cool feeling. A blue light spread out from Lu Yu's hand, integrate into her body. Like a clear spring, it flows through her limbs and bones. Bring the healing power of the sky, under the shroud of this mysterious light. The wounds inside and outside her body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Broken ribs were reattached, the damaged internal organs gradually healed. The scrapes on the arms, the scars on the long legs under the broken silk. Everything is getting better, it took less than a minute. She fully recovered. Lu Yu nodded and sat down on the chair in the confinement room. With his arms folded and his legs crossed, he looked at Khalifa calmly. What do you want to do? Khalifa spoke in a panic, her eyes evasive. Do you know why I kept you alive? Lu Yu asked calmly. Khalifa shook her head. Nico Robin, you won't forget it, will you? Lu Yu said. Khalifa's expression, which had just calmed down, suddenly became turbulent again. It was natural for them to be unaware of the Summit War event reports. Naturally, they already knew it. Nico Robin, who was bullied and tortured by them in Water City in Eni's lobby, is now completely different. The woman has now clung to the thickest thigh of the ocean. Khalifa and others originally thought that they would never have anything to do with it again. I never thought that now. In the first place, even if I let you die 100 times, it wouldn't be enough. But thank you. Robin is a kind girl and didn't make a fuss with you. But we can't just let the trouble that has brought chaos to this country go unpunished. Lu Yu made a series of twists and turns. Khalifa's heart was like a roller coaster. You, Lord Lu Yu, what do you want me to do? Khalifa said weakly. I'll ask you again, do you want to continue being the world government's dog or be my dog? Lu Yu smiled. Khalifa parted her red lips slightly. Khalifa is willing to serve Master Lu Yu. Khalifa bowed his head respectfully. Then prove it, Lu Yu said. Yes. Khalifa knelt in front of Lu Yu. A moment later, just like Violet before. Khalifa also grasps the future. At dusk, night is coming. Woof woof, from now on, Khalifa belongs to Master Lu Yu. Khalifa can no longer live without Master Lu Yu, woof woof. Hearing Khalifa's submissive cry, Lu Yu's eyelids twitched slightly. Sure enough, I still need to change it, not long. Meow meow, Lord Lu Yu, please love Khalifa more, meow. 3 days passed in a flash. Lord Lu Yu, little Shirahoshi, have a safe journey. Violet waved. Even though I was reluctant, I still forced myself to smile. Wow, Master Lu Yu, Rebecca can't bear to leave you. Young Rebecca said whatever she thought and did not deliberately hide her inner feelings. Master Lu Yu, Khalifa will always be waiting, meow. The girls waved reluctantly. The dazzling rainbow bridge is back. He instantly soared into the sky with Lu Yu and Shirahoshi in it. Woo woo woo. Violet hugged her niece Rebecca, who was sobbing softly. Alright, Becca, let's wait here together for Master Lu Yu to come back. When everything is settled, we can stay with adults forever and never be separated again. Violet whispered soothingly. Rebecca sniffed and nodded heavily. What a good kid, Violet's eyebrows curved, after comforting my niece Rebecca. She turned and came to Khalifa. What can I do for you, Sister Violet, meow. Khalifa smiled sweetly. Violet. It is obvious that Khalifa's first impression on her is that of a cold-blooded, strong and domineering queen. How come we haven't seen each other for just a few days? Will it turn into a docile little kitty? What on earth did Lord Lu Yu do? I feel a little envious when I think about it. She also wants to be Lu Yu's exclusive kitten. Sister Violet? Khalifa tilted her head in confusion. Nothing, you can live here from now on, Khalifa. Violet shook her head, clearing away the unnecessary thoughts from her mind. Yes, meow, right now. The first half of the Grand Line ends at Sabodi Island. Boom. A bolt from the blue. The dazzling rainbow bridge descends. Countless colorful bubbles were burst. This sudden scene immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the island. For a while, the island is in turmoil. Hurry, that beam of light appears again. After several months, here we go again. This time we must find out what that thing is. If it's a treasure, we must not let it go. The pirates and criminals of Sabodi Islands are in high spirits. Everyone rushed towards the rainbow bridge. I'm afraid that if I go too late, I won't get anything. But, just like the time a few months ago, waiting for people from Sabodi Islands to arrive. The beams of light from the 7-color rainbow bridge had long since dissipated. Only a mysterious magic circle mark was left on the ground. Damn it, I'm a step too late again. The treasure always escapes before me. I'm so unwilling. All the pirates were heartbroken. But little did they know, for them, not catching up was already a great fortune. After all, if I really encounter Lu Yu, now it's a question whether I can still stand. Right now. Teleport from Dressrosa to Sabodi Islands. Lu Yu directly hugged Shirahoshi and soared into the sky. Take Shirahoshi to experience the bubble culture of Sabodi Islands from the sky. After agreeing to have a good time together in the future, Lu Yu took Shirahoshi directly and boarded the Snow White Dragon. As the dragon's wings spread, a violent gust of wind was stirred up. Lu Yu did not delay any further. Drive straight to the calm belt where the South Blue and Grand Line meet. This went on for about a few hours. An abnormal sea area with no wind, no waves appeared in the sight of Lu Yu and Shirahoshi. No sulphone brought, Princess, I feel it. The princess seems to be flying in the sky, beneath the calm surface of the calm belt, countless sound waves that cannot be detected by human ears are transmitted. That is the language of the Sea Kings, Lord Lu Yu. Everyone seems to be calling me, Shirahoshi said weakly. Then let's meet next time. Lu Yu smiled slightly. My heart was moved slightly. Tianlong swooped down. Turned suddenly before hitting the sea surface, then it glides rapidly above the sea. Chapter 213. Surrounding the prison at the same time. The calm surface of the calm belt sea suddenly began to surge. It's all because of Tianlong's flying wind. It is also because of the undercurrent surging beneath the sea. One hill after another rises from the calm sea surface. Those were large sea kings emerging from the sea one after another. Bringing up wave after wave. Lu Yu and Shirahoshi, riding on Tianlong, passed between the sea kings. Accept the worship of thousands of sea kings. Sea kings, follow me. Lu Yu waved his hand. He is the first to take the lead. Following behind are thousands of sea kings, heading straight in the direction indicated by the permanent pointer. Another 2 hours. Impel down, we're here. The endless blue sea is calm and peaceful. In the middle of it stood a solitary, magnificent building. There are more than a dozen large warships from the naval headquarters parked outside the building, surrounding it like an impregnable fortress. This is Impel Down, a deep-sea prison known for its impenetrable walls. However, the myth of this deep-sea prison has now been shattered. Golden Lion Shiki's successful prison escape over 20 years ago was certainly astonishing. But it is still a low probability event after all. Besides, considering that the other party is the legendary Flying Pirates, being able to successfully jailbreak is not something difficult to accept. Half a year ago, the day of the Summit War event, the vicious jailbreak that occurred in Impel Down completely ruined the reputation of this deep-sea prison. The world witnessed the escape of over 200 prisoners, led by Straw Hat Luffy. Not to mention the thugs from Eternal Hell, the 6th floor of Impel Down, who later escaped because of Blackbeard. Thick. Today is the day. This deep-sea prison is destined to have a major event that will go down in history. The world's #1 prison, Impel Down holds countless of the world's most vicious criminals. Every day, the main theme lingering in the prison is screams and blood. However, today is an exception. Right now, there was something clearly wrong with the atmosphere in this deep-sea prison. Drip 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 drip, the piercing sound of red sirens echoed through the prison. This is the high alert siren at Impel Down prison. Listening to the alarm that represents the highest level of alert, all the jailers and guards in the entire prison couldn't help but look horrified. Under the command of the commander, the highest level of security interception network was deployed. A large number of Blue Ape jailers dived into the sea from the outlet to build a defense network. However, in front of that dense and terrifying army, the blue chimpanzees who usually regard sea kings as food can't help but feel their scalps tingling. Infinite fear arises from the heart. At the same time, Impel Down 4 underground floors, blazing hell. This is the core office area in Impel Down. Impel Down Director Magellan, who is dressed in a white windbreaker with small black wings and looks like a devil. Snap! The door of the director's office was violently pushed open from the outside. The person who walked in was a tall man with a big belly and a face like Prajna. The visitor was naturally the deputy director of this deep-sea prison, Hanayabal. Magellan, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly making such a fuss? This deputy director's sweet dreams have been disturbed by you. As soon as Deputy Director Hanayabal entered the room, he began to accuse and question people in a domineering manner. There was no awe or respect for Director Magellan, because the instructions from above have been issued. It took a few days to wait for the official handover documents to be issued. His long-cherished wish was about to be fulfilled. He is about to take over as the official director of Impel Down. And Magellan, who had oppressed him for most of his life, was finally going to work under him obediently. Just thinking about it made him excited. Ahem. Hanayabal coughed twice, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and regained his composure. If anything goes wrong with the prison at this point, it's your responsibility, Magellan. It has nothing to do with me, the future director. Hanayabal thought happily in his heart. He let out a loose mouth unconsciously, and blurted out his true thoughts. Hanayabal, I'm already busy enough here. If you really have nothing to do, why not go around and do some patrolling? Magellan rubbed his forehead helplessly. Suddenly, his buttocks tightened and a stream of purple poison gas bombs spurted out, spreading in the room, poisoning Hanayabal so much that his face turned green immediately. Oh no, I was careless, cunning Magellan, but I won't give up just like that. I want to be the director of Impel Down. Hanayabal said this and walked out of the wall with his strong will. Director Magellan soon after Hanayabal went out for some fresh air. A tall and beautiful girl wearing a tight brown guard skirt and with long, bright golden wavy hair. Domino, who was promoted to Impel Down warden, rushed over and reported to Magellan the various changes in the prison. Well, let's put everyone on standby. Magellan nodded. But Director Magellan, what's going on today? Why did we suddenly enter the first level alert state? Domino asked. A moment of silence. Impel Down is surrounded by sea kings. Calm belt, undercurrent is surging. A huge dark shadow surged and swirled in the sea. That's countless sea kings, serpentine, connected end to end. Interwoven into an impenetrable black net, surround Impel Down, the deep sea prison. We are surrounded by sea kings. Magellan took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. He told his subordinates this shocking fact. Gudong. What? Warden Domino's voice rose more than an octave. An expression of extreme shock and horror suddenly appeared on her beautiful face. Sea kings? Surrounded? Why, this hasn't happened in hundreds of years? Besides, normally the sea kings never dared approach us Impel Down. Domino couldn't help but scream. She was horrified by the shocking news. The details are not yet known. Currently, the sea kings are only gathering and moving around in an area a few hundred meters away. Magellan spoke with authority. Wait, Director Magellan, are the sea kings just surrounding them? None of them entered the Impel Down waters. Domino's is aware of this problem. Yes. Magellan nodded. Domino's expression was dull. How can the sea kings be so smart? Besides, they are usually enemies of each other. How could a large gathering not lead to a bloody fight? Could it be? Domino seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that behind those sea kings, there's a commander? Tick-tock, a little bit of venom dripped from Magellan onto the floor. Waves of pungent purple smoke rose. Be prepared to deal with it. This time, Impel Down will usher in an even more terrifying impact than 6 months ago. This may be the strongest impact in history. We can only rely on our own strength to face this crisis. It's too late for the world government and the Marines. Magellan spoke softly. Chapter 214, Reduced to Food. Director Magellan, the Blue Apes are ready to go into battle. Sarades, the warden of Impel Down Prison, who is as short as a child, arrives. With a charming nasal voice, the sexy and beautiful girl Sadie Chan in a pink restraint suit walked over with a cat-like walk. Director, my babies, the 4 jailermen are always in top condition. They are not afraid of any enemy, The head jailer Sadie Chan said. Magellan was silent. The truth that the threat came from the Sea Kings was not further disclosed. Bulu bulu bulu. Just then, the telephone bug on the desk suddenly rang. Hello, this is Magellan, what's going on? Magellan answered the Den Den Mushi. My. Director Magellan, the enemy has appeared. The jailers on the newly renovated first floor screamed in horror. That's a dragon, that man, he is. Another jailer screamed in shock, as if he had seen the most incredible person or thing in the world. Jailer, calm down. Who is the enemy? Magellan shouted. Director Magellan, that person is the Emperor. The King of the Sea is coming. Impel down 4 underground floors. The huge director's office fell into absolute silence. Led by Magellan, Domino, Sadie Chan, Sarudes and other senior officials including Deputy Director Hanayabal who had been informed earlier gathered together. No one spoke. The entire office was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone just stared at the images transmitted from the ground floor without blinking. Look at the giant dragon soaring and circling in the sky, controlling thousands of Sea Kings. Unprecedented fear was like a tide, instantly engulfing everyone, including Magellan. Look at the giant dragon that stirs up the wind and clouds of heaven and earth with its wings spread. Looking at the figure above the dragon's head that looked like both a god and a demon. Magellan and the others all had pale faces and cold bodies. The extremely cold air rushed from the soles of their feet all the way to the top of their heads. Emperor, I don't know how much time has passed. Deputy Director Hanayabal opened and closed his mouth, and finally spoke, breaking the dead silence. Why does that man appear here? Hanayabal was speechless with horror. A pair of eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. I couldn't accept the horrific reality I was seeing. Obviously, it was obvious that in just a few days, he would be able to fulfill his long-cherished dream. Officially became the new director of Impel Down. Command the entire prison, however, at this critical juncture. The most terrifying Emperor of the Sea has arrived. Not a single person. Instead, he brought a giant dragon and countless Sea Kings. What is he going to do? No matter how you think about it, the result won't be good. Worst case scenario. This huge deep-sea prison, Impel Down, will disappear from the map and be erased. My dream of becoming director is over. Hanayabal's face was filled with despair and resentment. Director Magellan Domino and Sadie Chan both looked at Magellan in panic. Magellan took a deep breath. The expression on his face gradually became firm. Gentlemen, follow me to meet the enemy. The endless calm belt sea. A huge prison like an ancient wild beast lies alone in the middle of the ocean. The sky was covered with dark clouds, as if they were the pent-up resentment of the prisoners who had died here over the past 800 years. The smoke never dissipates throughout the year, making this prison look even more eerie and spooky. Just looking at it from a distance can give you goosebumps. Is that the legendary deep-sea prison, Impel Down? Shirahoshi hugged Lu Yu's arm nervously and spoke weakly. Looking at the huge prison below that was emitting a cold and chilly air, I couldn't help but feel a palpitation in my heart. Are you scared, little Shirahoshi? Lu Yu took advantage of the situation and put his arm around Shirahoshi's slender waist and asked with a smile. Under the influence of Lu Yu's spring-like smile, Shirahoshi's inner palpitations disappeared in an instant. With Lord Lu Yu here, Shirahoshi is not afraid. Shirahoshi shook his head with a determined look. Then go down. Lu Yu touched Shirahoshi's little head. One step down. The atmosphere suddenly began to ripple in circles visible to the naked eye. With Lu Yu as the center, it spread in all directions. The power of the sky is boiling. Boom, it seemed as if an invisible giant hand was stirring up the situation. The cold, dark clouds that had always hung over the Impel Down prison were stirred up as if by an invisible hand in the sky, causing a violent wave. Eventually it tore apart and collapsed. The sky was bright from then on. I don't know how many years have passed. The warm sunshine once again shines on the cold deep-sea prison. It dispelled some of the gloom in this place, feeling a terrifying aura coming from the sky and the sudden sunlight shining down. The Marines on the Marine fleet responsible for guarding the area surrounding the prison all had expressions of shock on their faces and subconsciously looked up at the sky. The sky is clearing. It's been years since something like this happened. This cloud formed by the resentment of the undead has actually dispersed. What on earth is going on? The Marines on the warship screamed in shock. Hey, look, there seems to be something in the sky? A Marine on the lookout suddenly shouted, hearing this. The Marines on the warship all looked in the direction indicated by the lookout Marine. The glaring sun made it impossible for people to open their eyes. But they still vaguely saw the giant dragon descending from the sky. Then, emotions of shock and excitement quickly spread among the crowd and eventually spread to the entire prison. That is, a dragon, and that man, he. No, there will be no mistake. That's exactly. Emperor of the Sea. The terrified screams of tens of thousands of Marines on the warships resounded through the sky and the sea. The calm belt was now rippled with waves. However, what shocked and terrified the Marines was yet to come. The waves caused by their shouts were suddenly swallowed up and reversed by even more violent counterwaves. It transformed into terrifying waves, sweeping and hitting the warships around impelled down. Huge bubbles rose one after another above the sea surface. The seawater crashed down like a waterfall, revealing the hideous figures one after another underneath. There were huge sea kings one after another. Ah. Sea kings. It's sea kings. Why are there so many sea kings? Is this the sea kings group? If this is a nightmare, please wake me up quickly. Completion. The Marines on the surrounding warships were all speechless with horror at this moment. The fear of being surrounded by the army of sea kings is unprecedented. In front of that terrifying army of sea kings. Whether it is a warship or an iron wall, it will be destroyed in an instant. Completely erased and disappeared. Crash. The white dragon spreads its wings. He stood on the connecting bridge on the upper level of impelled down under the shocked and awed gaze of the Marines. 7 Seconds Chapter 215 Acquisition. Impelled down. Lu Yu held Shirahoshi's hand and landed in front of the entrance of impelled down and stood still. Director Magellan, the enemy is the Emperor. The Sea Emperor Lu Yu is here. The liaison officers on the first floor suppressed their inner shock. This horrific news was reported immediately to Magellan, the director of the 4th underground floor. An unspeakable silence. Nani. Then came the uproar of people shocked by ultimate from Den Mushi. This was followed by a chaotic sound of footsteps. That was Magellan and other prison brass taking action. Oh. Seeing Lu Yu walking towards them, the jailers who had never had such an experience were suddenly shocked. The atmosphere on the first floor of the sea was solemn. In front of the king of the sea, the jailers who were once so ferocious did not even dare to breathe. There was only horror and awe in the eyes looking at Lu Yu. Kalala, from the elevator shaft in the center of the first floor came the clattering sound of moving chains. It means that the elevator that can go directly to any floor is rising rapidly. Click, 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 the elevator door opened. The high-ranking officials of the prison, led by Director Magellan, stepped out together. The poison fruit ability looks delicious. Kalala. In the elevator shaft, the elevator rises at the fastest speed. It only took a minute. The elevator went from blazing hell on the 4th underground floor to the first floor above ground. Click, 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 the elevator door opened. Impelled down senior managers, led by Director Magellan, filed out one after another. Just happened to meet Lu Yu and Shirahoshi who were marching straight in. Ah. Hee. DDD. Emperor, Hanayabal, the deputy director of the prison who looked like a demon and resembled Prajna, saw Lu Yu coming towards him. The emotion called horror quickly took over his whole body. Hanayabal was so frightened that he became a stutterer and couldn't even utter a complete sentence. See Emperor Lu Yu, Deputy Warden Domino, a tall, curvaceous blonde beauty, couldn't help but tremble. I had already convinced myself that I was mentally prepared enough when I came here. However, when you actually see it, actually coming face to face with the most terrifying man in this sea, she finally knew. No matter how profound the enlightenment is, it is not enough. This is the Emperor himself. The head jailer Sati-chan, wearing a pink leather jacket, twisted her slender waist and bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. Her fair little face was filled with shock and horror, completely devoid of her usual charm. This man's aura. Is he a demon? The prison warden Sarude, who was short and looked like a child, looked up at Lu Yu not far away and was shocked. Ignoring Hanayabal and others, Lu Yu's gaze fell on the tall man in the lead, who was wearing a windbreaker with colorful small wings. The curve of his mouth unconsciously widened a little. This trip came to impel down. Lu Yu has two main purposes. The first thing is naturally to give some return to the world government regarding the Dressrosa incident. For example, using the army of sea kings to flood impel down and sink this deep-sea prison. Besides, Magellan, the director of this large prison, is also the purpose of Lu Yu's trip. Magellan, who possesses the ability of the Paramecia poison fruit, is Lu Yu's food, just like Ace, Enel, and Kizaru. In Lu Yu's guess, after fighting Magellan, his poison dragon slaying magic should have improved. Noticed Lu Yu's subtle and strange gaze. Magellan's muscles unconsciously tensed to the ultimate level, and he felt uncomfortable everywhere. I just felt as if I was being pushed up by some superior creature and being treated as blood food. This feeling is terrible. At the same time, it also made Magellan have some absurd thoughts in his mind. He is the user of the Paramecia poison fruit. His existence represents poison and death. Even his subordinates were reluctant to get too close to him on weekdays. But now, he actually felt that there was someone, and that people actually regarded him as food and wanted to eat him. This is simply courting death. If it were anyone else, Magellan would definitely think so. But now it's different. The most terrifying man in the ocean he had ever faced. It cannot be inferred by common sense, after a long and unspeakable silence. Emperor of the Sea, what is your purpose in coming here today? Magellan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. It's nothing serious. I just think your impel down area is a good place for feng shui. So I came here specifically to check it out. If I can, I want to buy it. Lu Yu smiled and spoke. The words fell. On the spot, everyone's eyes and jaws dropped in shock. This. Why is this so weird? It's as if some local rich man or tycoon wants to acquire someone else's company. Is this just a private sale? This is Impel Down, the deep-sea prison. One of the 3 major institutions under the world government. Normally, anyone who comes here will be tortured, let alone just to scout the place. It's because you are the emperor of the sea that we dare not. Haha, what do you think? Magellan, think about it. If you agree, please sign the agreement now. Lu Yu smiled and spoke again. Magellan finally woke up. The blue face couldn't help but turn red at this moment. Because he knows. The so-called agreement was nothing more than surrender and a letter of allegiance. The person who comes today has bad intentions. The other party is determined to attack Impel Down. Think of this. Magellan's heart was filled with alarm bells. He took a dozen deep breaths in succession. Only then did I finally calm down the throbbing and fear in my heart for a short time. See, Emperor, I am still the director of Impel Down for now, and I will never let you do whatever you want. If you want to take Impel Down, you must first step over our corpses. Magellan roared. Ooh, Magellan, you're killing yourself. Don't drag me along if you don't want to die, Deputy Director Hanayabal screamed. But soon, Hanayabal's strange cries suddenly stopped. His tall body twitched suddenly and he fell straight to the ground. Call, Magellan exhaled. One after another, poisonous blue clouds flew out from it. Poison, cloud. Clouds shimmering with a deep blue hue deeper than the ocean gradually spread and stretched across the Impel Downs. The floating clouds and mist make this place look like a paradise on Earth. However, within this cloud and mist lies a terrifying murderous intent. Because of these gorgeous blue clouds. In fact, it is a poisonous cloud field created by Impel Down Director Magellan using his own poison fruit ability. Just touch on it a little, it will completely paralyze people's perception. Just like Deputy Director Hanayabal, who accidentally fell to the ground and was then hurriedly dragged away by his subordinates. Chapter 216 Poison Dragon. It won't take a moment. The ground floor of the huge Impel Down was completely occupied by poisonous clouds. Domino, Sadi-chan and others retreated to the basement level immediately. Because they know, a battle with Magellan present. It is impossible for others to intervene, their presence would only be in the way. Not only does it not provide any help at all, instead, it will restrict Magellan's capabilities and affect its performance. Ah. Magellan sighed with a sad face. A high concentration of poisonous breath emerged. This further increased the concentration of the poisonous cloud here. By the time we got there, it was pitch dark. On the vast ground, only the 3-inch area where Lu Yu was located was not invaded by the poisonous cloud. It's like a sacred pure land. Lord Lu Yu. Shirahoshi leaned into Lu Yu's arms with a frightened look on his face. Don't be afraid. Lu Yu patted Shirahoshi's little head. SS level 4 magic is activated again. Shirahoshi, which had already shrunk nearly 10 times, shrank even further. Ah, I've become the same size as Monshiri. Shirahoshi lay in Lu Yu's palm, crying out in surprise. Shirahoshi, just take a nap for now. Everything will be over when you wake up. Lu Yu smiled and poked Shirahoshi's little face, then put it in your shirt pocket. Immediately following, the 3-foot square sacred domain of the white dragon that originally surrounded Lu Yu gradually shrank. In the end, it only enveloped the little Shirahoshi in his shirt pocket. Lu Yu himself was completely exposed to the blue paralyzing poison. He opened his arms and took a deep breath. The poisonous cloud in the space above the ground seemed to be pulled by some force. Like a river that found an outlet, it immediately gathered and rushed into Lu Yu's body. It won't take long. The originally extremely concentrated poisonous cloud became thinner. Only a few light clouds were left, swaying and floating in the wind. Watching this horrifying scene, an expression of extreme horror, shock and disbelief unconsciously appeared on Magellan's pale face. For what happened previously, as a person with special abilities, he knows this best. He knows. Lu Yu did not use any means to disperse the poisonous cloud. Instead, it absorbed all the poison in the air. This man actually has the power to control and purify toxins. The ominous premonition came true. Magellan couldn't help but feel a little desperate. This battle with Lu Yu, he never thought he would win. After all, Lu Yu is the strongest in history who has defeated Admiral, Hero and Marshal one after another. All Magellan wanted was to delay as much time as possible. If his poison could cause some damage to Lu Yu, it would be considered a success. However, according to the previous situation, even his most powerful and vicious methods were restrained, and it was impossible for him to pose even the slightest threat to Lu Yu. Why, Magellan, are you giving up already? How far can your poison reach? Let me see it for myself. Lu Yu spread his hands and grinned, stimulated by Lu Yu's words. Magellan's sluggish expression gradually hardened. Poison cloud is only my weakest weapon. The battle has just begun, see Emperor. Magellan clapped his hands. Paramisha's poison fruit is fully activated. Deep blue poison emanated from his entire body, spreading in all directions like magma. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ground covered with poison made a hissing sound as it was corroded. Wisps of poisonous green smoke rose up. Poison dragon. Magellan's eyes widened in anger. A thought came to my mind. The starfish venom behind him surged wildly. Finally, it transformed into 3 poisonous dragons dancing wildly into the sky. Magellan waved his hand. The eyes of the poisonous dragon on the far left are shining. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed away with terror that corroded the atmosphere. He wanted to swallow Lu Yu in one gulp, facing the aggressive poisonous dragon. Lu Yu just calmly stretched out his right hand. An invisible Uzumaki gradually surged. Like a black hole that swallows everything, the surging poisonous dragon instantly sank into Lu Yu's palm the moment it touched it, becoming the best nutrient for the poisonous dragon-killing magic. In an instant, the big poisonous dragon was swallowed by Lu Yu. The Magellan body connected to it was almost pulled and absorbed. Magellan, aware of this situation, decisively cut off the connection with the first poisonous dragon. An expression of extreme horror appeared on his face uncontrollably. In front of Lu Yu, the strongest Paramecia poison fruit ability that he was proud of looked fake at first glance. Magellan is now confirmed. Lu Yu did not purify the toxins by some means. Instead, it absorbs and devours it directly. Magellan, let me return the favor now. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Poison dragon. Treat others the way they have treated you. Lu Yu, who absorbed Magellan, the poisonous dragon, must of course return one. After all, if you borrow and repay, it will not be difficult to borrow again. In Lu Yu's plan, his deal with Magellan was not a one-time deal. As Lu Yu's light rebuke fell, from behind him, a fierce poison also rose into the sky. Hiss, 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 the ground evaporated under Lu Yu's red poison. The atmosphere ripples under the power of the poisonous dragon. Looking at the unusual and terrifying poison behind Lu Yu, Magellan's eyelids couldn't help but twitch, as if tapping. You, why do you have my abilities? Why do you also have the ability of the poison fruit? Magellan finally couldn't keep his composure anymore. I couldn't help but scream in horror. The poison fruit ability. Make no mistake, Magellan. Lu Yu sneered. This power of mine is used to slay dragons. Before the power of my poison dragon, your poison fruit ability is just food. Lu Yu said faintly, without waiting for Magellan to say anything else. Next second, his expression changed again, accompanied by a loud bang. A huge hole was blown open again in the ground dome that had just been repaired not long ago. A blood-red poisonous dragon rose into the sky from behind Lu Yu. Crash. The blood-red wings then spread out, covering the sky and the sun. The streamlined body of the Eastern Dragon, coupled with its outstretched wings. The poisonous dragon transformed by Lu Yu's will was not a traditional Oriental dragon. Not to mention Fang Long. That figure was exactly the common ancestor of birds in ancient mythology and legends, Yinglong. Be careful, or you'll die, Lu Yu grinned. Wave your right hand lightly. The poisonous Yinglong with wings covering the sky roared and devoured Magellan's body. Damn it. Even the transformed poisonous dragon is so exaggerated. What kind of dragon is that? Magellan was shocked. Dare not be negligent in the slightest. The deep blue poison in Magellan's body surged like crazy. The number of poisonous dragons behind him also increased rapidly. 9 poisonous dragons spun into the sky, facing the terrifying blood-red Yinglong. Chapter 217 Countdown to collapse. Just a moment's stalemate. Under Yinglong's unparalleled power, Magellan's 9 poisonous dragons cracked into pieces and shattered into nothingness. Puff. Magellan spat out a mouthful of blue, poisonous blood. He staggered back more than 10 meters and stopped. With no way out, he decided to take the final step. The blue poison around Magellan suddenly began to pulse as if it had life. This was followed by a poisonous color shift. It gradually changed from the original dark blue to a blood-red color. It means that the toxicity has risen to a new level. Gudong, like magma boiling. The blue poison surrounding prison director Magellan exploded into poisonous bubbles one after another. Immediately afterwards, the color of the venom also changed. Poisonous giant soldier. Judgment of hell. As Magellan's dull words fell, a venomous skeleton giant over 10 meters in size took shape. The moment it appeared, the atmosphere made a hissing sound as if it was corroded. The air seemed to be polluted, causing people to feel a burning sensation in their throats every time they breathed. A large blood-red skull majestically hung around Magellan, making him look like a messenger from hell. This is the hidden power of Magellan, the user of the poison fruit. Poison giant soldier, this is your final resort. Then it's almost time to end. Lu Yu smiled and spoke, his expression still relaxed. Don't underestimate me, I am also the director of the prison. Magellan, his body brimming with venom like lava, roared. The skeleton giant, tens of meters tall, waved his big hands and grabbed Lu Yu. Let's end it. Lu Yu's mind moved. The Yinglong behind him spread its wings and pounced towards the terrifying poisonous giant soldier with incredible force. Boom. Rumble. Blood-red venom splattered everywhere. Exploded the basement level of Impel Down. The poisonous blood-red mist spread, making everything invisible. The warships that were originally stationed around Impel Down and waiting anxiously also evacuated urgently under the instructions of their commander. Because the poisonous mist wafting out from Impel Down easily corroded the warship. The warship was as vulnerable as tofu in front of the poisonous fog. If they continue to stay there, they will surely be wiped out. I don't know how much time has passed. The terrifying poisonous gas fluctuations gradually subsided. In the center of the poisonous area where no one could see, there were soft footsteps. Lu Yu walked straight to the side of Magellan, who was seriously injured and unconscious. Then let's get started. Lu Yu took out a red leaf from his pocket. The transformed leaf of the mythical beast, the raccoon dog. With a wave of the hand, a lifelike poisonous dragon then appeared. Following Lu Yu's instructions, he swallowed Magellan in one gulp. However, the blood-splattering scene did not happen. The Duran simply swallowed Magellan into its body. It is stored in its own poison sac as a refill of venom. With the endless supply of venom from Magellan, the user of the poison fruit. The current poison dragon is the true ultimate poisonous giant soldier. Defeat Magellan, the user of the poison fruit, and receive poison dragon slayer magic plus 10 levels, dragon power plus 20 levels. Just barely. Then let's go too. Lu Yu muttered to himself softly, then turned and went straight to the entrance to the underground floor. Right now. Impel down, underground level 1, near the entrance to Crimson Hell. Headed by Deputy Director Hanayabal. In addition, there are the Warden Domino, the Jailer Sadi Chan, and the Jailer Beasts of Immune to Death. There is also the Blue Gorilla Beast Army led by the Prison Chief Saradez. Plus thousands of jailers. Almost all the useful combat power of Impel Down was gathered here. The prison's tightest defense formation has been deployed. Even so, the atmosphere in the venue was still full of tension, anxiety, and fear. Everyone in Impel Down, including Hanayabal, knew about it. Even if all of them were added together, Magellan, who possessed admiral strength, would still be more reliable. If Magellan is breached, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Maybe just a moment. After all, this time they are facing the terrifying and boundless Sea Emperor. Magellan, please don't be in any trouble. We must hold on until reinforcements from the Marines and the world government arrive. At worst, I won't be the warden, I'll just let you do your job. Deputy Director Hanayabal was as nervous as an ant on a hot pan, running around in circles and muttering to himself. Director Magellan's words will definitely be fine. That's right, that's Director Magellan. No one can resist the director's venom. Even the King of the Sea. The Impel Down jailers, whose nerves were stretched to the limit, were all shouting and yelling. Use words to cheer yourself up, calm your mind, and dispel your inner anxiety and fear. Boom. There was a loud bang. The entrance door to the underground floor exploded. Fragments flew everywhere. The jailers near the entrance flew backwards in large numbers. Here, Hanayabal let out the most terrifying scream of his life. He hurriedly hid behind the crowd, in front of the terrifying and boundless Sea Emperor. He no longer had the slightest desire to fight. Haha, this is truly a grand welcome ceremony. Lu Yu walked in calmly and looked at the Impel Down guards with a smile. You. The short prison chief, Saradez, opened his eyes wide, so shocked that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Where's Director Magellan? What on earth have you done to the director? Domino, the beautiful warden with big waves, mustered up all her courage and shouted. The vast justice before her fluctuated, just like her nervous mood at the moment. Your director has worked hard enough. Lu Yu nodded affirmatively. The words fell. Domino and the others all had expressions of extreme horror on their faces. The most pessimistic thoughts arose in my mind. Director Magellan has it already. Sadi Chan staggered and was in a state of dismay. Don't get me wrong. Your director is still of some use to me. I didn't kill him. But I won't give it back to you, Lu Yu explained with a smile. Real? Sadi Chan's eyes, hidden under her thick blonde hair, lit up. Very good, Director Magellan is fine. The director is still alive. Domino and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Is this the time to be thankful for this? Hanayabal, who was hiding far away, suddenly shouted loudly, waking up the jailers who were immersed in surprise. People shuddered. Only then did they finally come to their senses. It's certainly a cause for celebration that Director Magellan is still alive. But it has no effect on their current situation. Their situation facing the Emperor of the Sea is still extremely serious. Sea Emperor Lu Yu. What on earth do you intend to do to us Impel Down? Domino still asked questions on behalf of everyone. Originally, I wanted to see if this place could be useful after I take control of the world. But now that I think about it, this product of the old times is actually not that interesting. The culprit who committed the heinous crime was killed immediately and put an end to it all. So, I've made up my mind. Lu Yusi nodded with his elbow, then grinned. What was decided? Domino had a bad feeling in his heart. You have about 2 hours. In 1 hour, this huge prison will be completely wiped off the map. Impel Down Collapse Countdown 1 hour 0 minutes and 0 seconds, Chapter 218 Savior and Terminator. Impel Down Collapse Countdown 0 hours 50 minutes and 0 seconds, Wild Beast Hell, the second underground floor of the Grand Prison. Oh, great, guys, another chance to escape from prison? I don't know what happened, but the jailers and the beasts have left. Now is the perfect time for us to escape from prison. We must not miss this time. The prisoners who were released from Wild Beast Hell all shouted excitedly. They rioted and fled to the upper levels, hoping to take advantage of this prison escape. Impel Down Collapse Countdown 0 to 4, 0 100. The fourth underground floor is the Magma Hell. This was originally the most secure floor of the prison where the director was stationed. But at this moment, it has fallen into the most extreme chaos. You. Thank you, Savior, we are free again. I don't know who you are, but thank you anyway. The prisoners all shouted excitedly. Hey, you really don't know? That man from before? A pirates who had been imprisoned recently suddenly screamed. What's wrong? Do you know who the man who liberated us is? An elderly prisoner asked in confusion. That person, that man, he. He is Lu Yu, the Sea Emperor after the Summit War. The strongest one, surpassing the 4 emperors. Another prisoner who had just been imprisoned screamed in shock. What did you say? The Sea Emperor? Is he the man you mentioned who single-handedly pierced through the naval headquarters? Not only Admiral, but even that hero Garp and Marine Marshal Sengoku were all defeated by him? It's actually him. We actually met such a powerful being up close. In the magma hell, the prisoners erupted in uproar filled with shock and disbelief. So, did the Emperor liberate us this time in order to recruit manpower? One prisoner speculated excitedly. Yes, that must be it. He is preparing for the final battle with the world government. The other person spoke with certainty. In that case, let's hurry up and catch up. If we can work under such a terrifying existence, we will have a share in this world in the future. By then, whether it's treasure or women, won't you be able to do whatever you want? The greedy and brutal pirates all shouted excitedly. Rumble. Just then, the huge impel down suddenly shook violently. It was as if some huge monster was hitting the rock wall. This sudden situation caused all the prisoners to scream in shock. I dare not think of anything else. They just rushed to escape to the upper class. Impel down collapse countdown 0 hours 30 minutes and 0 seconds 5th floor underground, freezing hell. Savior. Haha, Lu Yu sneered and walked slowly among the snowy ice fields. For what the prisoners called him, of course he had heard it too. But in Lu Yu's opinion, he has never been the savior of evil people. On the contrary, this does not advance or hinder the Indra's plans. He never thought of recruiting these thugs from Impel down. After all, not everyone is qualified to be his subordinate. The scum in the first 3 levels of hell are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. In the last 3 floors, Lu Yu has never been impressed by thugs without any bottom line. What Lu Yu needs to do now is to take a good look at this place before Impel down collapses. After all, the wonders of this prison will soon cease to be visible. Releasing the prisoners was just a matter of convenience during the inspection. Even if he is a heinous criminal, you also have the right to struggle to survive. Lu Yu liberated them from prison. As for whether they can escape in the end, that depends on their own luck and fate. But there's a high probability that you can't escape. After all, the underground floor is still shrouded in the most terrifying poisonous fog. Impel down managers like Domino can simply find another way out. Ordinary prisoners cannot do this, not to mention. Even if I could get out, calm belt, be among the Sea Kings. Since they didn't have any warships, they naturally had no way to escape. From hope to despair? Yeah, I am such a kind person. Lu Yu grinned. Without delay, he headed straight for the final 6th underground level, Eternal Hell. Compared with the previous 5 floors, he still had a different expectation for the 6th underground floor. I wonder if killing all the criminals on the 6th underground floor will trigger any mission? Lu Yu grinned cruelly. Impel down collapse countdown 0 hours 20 minutes and 0 seconds. Impel down, the deep sea prison, the 6th underground level, Eternal Hell. This is the bottom floor of the world's largest prison. It is also a top secret place hidden away. Ordinary people on the sea only know that Impel down has 5 layers of hell, each one more terrifying than the last. But he didn't know that Impel down had a top secret 6th underground floor. Imprisoned in this lowest level of hell are all the great figures in the sea. The lowest bounty is over 100 million. This is a real monster concentration camp. The atmosphere in Eternal Hell, which gathers the most vicious criminals in the world, is naturally not very harmonious. Even if they are unable to fight because of the chains and cages. There is always noise at any time. Today's Eternal Hell is just as noisy as ever. Just then, the entrance to Eternal Hell suddenly shook. Accompanied by a loud bang, the massive door, made of fine iron and weighing an unknown amount, collapsed without any warning. The fragments were scattered along with the molten iron. A sudden noise. The noisy Eternal Hell suddenly fell silent. Whether it is near the exit or in the deep cage, the prisoners were all attracted by the loud noise. His sharp gaze, filled with cruelty, was fixed firmly on the direction of the gate. A moment later, the prisoners in the cage not far from the gate were the first to widen their eyes in shock. Looking at the outsider who walked towards him calmly. The prisoners' faces were shocked at first, and then they couldn't help but show extreme excitement. Judging from Lu Yu's clothes and the violent way he opened the door, they have reason to believe there is absolutely no way that Lu Yu is the jailer of Impel Down. Then there is only one answer, following half a year ago. Someone has invaded Impel Down again, and this time, it is very likely that he is here to recruit partners, just like Blackbeard. Think of this. The Eternal Hell criminals were all excited. I just felt the blood in my body boiling. Last time they were in this and that situation. He was defeated in the struggle and ultimately failed to escape. But this time it's different. They will definitely seize this once in a lifetime second chance. Chapter 219. He is the king of the sea. Hey, 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 little brother over there, if you don't mind, please let me out too. A bearded pirate greeted him amiably, but his narrowed eyes were filled with bloodthirstiness. Hey, little brother over there, if you only open my cell door, I will give you all the mountain of gold hidden on some island out there. There are pirates making promises and testing the waters. Brother, no, master, let me out. I will follow you and obey your orders for the rest of my life. There are bald scarred pirates kneeling devoutly. Let me go, and I'll just be your woman. The middle-aged female pirates with a horrible appearance said, temptation. Let me out, you little brat, otherwise, Lousy will tear you to pieces. And the pirate's vicious roar, let me out now. Young man over there, you must be here to recruit partners. Come find me, I'm very capable, I'll definitely be of use. Yeah, as long as you let me out, I can do anything. As time went on, more and more prisoners became aware of the existence of Lu Yu, a free man. The already noisy eternal hell suddenly became even more lively. To the pirates' cries or prayers, from beginning to end. Lu Yu acted as if he didn't hear anything, just walking calmly between the cages of eternal hell. See if there are any missing pieces that might be useful. For example, the legend of Roger pirates is similar to Bullet. Or perhaps they are the remnants of the Rock's pirates from even longer ago. Or other legends with strength that is not inferior to Admiral. Only, it is a pity, after spending 10 minutes walking around, Lu Yu did not find any strong man worth conquering. 2. Some of the powerful ones took advantage of the chaos during the last war to escape. The rest are just a bunch of idiots. Lu Yu chuckled and shook his head. Strong ones like Red Earl and Bullet, he had already escaped. It's impossible to stay until now. Those who are still imprisoned here and did not seize the opportunity 6 months ago are all stupid idiots. What did you say? Who are you calling an idiot? An idiot criminal in a cage next to Lu Yu was furious, and his muscles suddenly bulged, showing his strength. He stretched out his big hand and was about to reach through the cage to grab Lu Yu. But the next second, the fierceness and cruelty on the murderer's face disappeared completely. What emerged instead was extreme fear and horror. Ah, what's this? Could it be poison? Hey. Amidst the shrill screams, the thug with strong limbs and simple mind was devoured by the ferocious red venom. In an instant, it turned into a pile of dry bones. Impelled down, 6th floor underground, eternal hell. When Lu Yu strolled here freely, he felt like he was strolling in a garden. Wherever it goes, it inevitably causes a sensation. Except for the jailers in the big prison, the prisoners here have never seen outsiders entering and leaving eternal hell at will. And after confirming that Lu Yu was not a prison guard, the prisoners' minds became active. He desperately wanted to use Lu Yu's hand to escape from this damn prison. All kinds of temptations, promises and even death threats came one after another. The already noisy eternal hell became even more lively. However, at some point, all the noise and bustle suddenly stopped. There was a moment of dead silence. Ah! A shrill scream exploded in a corner of eternal hell. Hey, over there, what's going on? The prisoner in a cell a little further away shouted. Die, dead, someone's dead, someone shouted. What? A dead person? Ha 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 ha. What's the big deal about a mere death? What a loser, it's just an insignificant person who died. The prisoners in the distance who were unaware of the truth laughed and sneered. In comparison, at this moment, the prisoners in the cells around Lu Yu could no longer laugh. Because they had just witnessed the provocateur's fate. Lu Yuming was just standing there motionless. The magma-like liquid that flowed out from under his feet turned a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million into a pile of charred bones. What a horrible scene. First, what happened before? A hole. What the hell did you do? Is that lava? Or venom? Red venom. How is that possible? The user of the poison fruit is clearly that B***** D. Magellan. All the prisoners screamed in disbelief. Next second, the shock on the prisoners' faces was complete terror. Ah, don't come over here. What the hell is this? Please, I won't dare to talk nonsense again. Please let me go. Please spare me. The prisoners' screams were mixed with pleas for mercy. However, it was unable to slow down the spreading red of death. Who among those imprisoned in eternal hell is not a vicious thug with hundreds or thousands of ordinary lives on his hands? Lu Yu will not show any mercy when it comes to slaughtering these hopeless evildoers. Ah! The screams suddenly stopped. The terrifying blood-red color surged in all directions like the waves of the sea. Hiss, 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 in an instant, dozens of nearby fine iron cells mixed with sea stone shattered and turned into debris on the ground. Dozens of vicious thugs in the cell were also shattered. Hissing, when the area within a radius of dozens of meters was cleared. The prisoners in the cages far away finally knew what had happened before. Looking at the devastation and horror on the ground, the pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million all gasped unconsciously. Every face was filled with shock and fear. Even though they had killed countless people, they had never seen such a horrific and brutal massacre. What is that red thing? Venom or lava? No matter which one it is, it's not good. Besides, where on earth is this guy from? You came here without permission and destroyed and killed without reason. Where is Magellan? Where did Magellan go? Come quickly, impel down guards, take that dangerous man away. At worst, I won't go out, don't come over here, Lousy doesn't want to die. The prisoners had been clamoring and eager to escape from prison. At this moment, after seeing such a horrifying scene, everyone changed their minds. Not only do I not want to go out, instead, he was obsessed with Director Magellan and the guards, whom he hated the most in the past. I desperately hope that they can come and take away this terrifying killer. Otherwise, life would be unbearable with all the fear. Who can be sure that the terrifying blood-red wave will not fall upon them in the next second? Ah! At this moment, the shocking screams suddenly arose again. Damn it! What the hell are you yelling about all of a sudden? Hurry up, Lousy, shut up! What if you disturb that man and attract that killer? The prisoners in the same cell were furious, but, I know, that man's identity. The prisoner screamed, he, that man, he is. There was also a shocking scream from another cell. This represents the pirates who have also been imprisoned in the past 6 months. That man. He single-handedly broke through naval headquarters and became an emperor above the 4 emperors. Wow. Chapter 219 Eternal Hell. That man was the one who single-handedly broke through the naval headquarters during the Summit War. He defeated the admiral, the hero, and the marshal one after another. Lu Yu, the sea emperor who stands above the 4 emperors. The New World. No, it's the strongest man in history. In the past 6 months, the screams of the hundreds of millions of pirates in prison have been heard one after another. The identity and history of the terrifying killing god were revealed to all the prisoners in eternal hell. So, the next moment, all the criminals on the entire 6th underground floor couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Those who are imprisoned here have no idea about the current situation in the outside world. But every once in a while, new people join, from the new population. They also learned about many ocean events. For example, the Summit War between 4 emperors Whitebeard and naval headquarters half a year ago. And the unprecedented major events that took place during that war. In that big event, the central figure that cannot be avoided in any way is 4 emperors Whitebeard. But it was the Sea Emperor who suddenly appeared, a man named Lu Yu. Even though he has never been seen, Lu Yu's reputation has spread throughout eternal hell. Summit War, turning the tide with the power of one person. Public execution of celestial dragons, the world's nobles, at naval headquarters, the Marines headquarters. Defeat Admiral Aokiji, Marine legendary hero Garp. It even more powerfully defeated the combined forces of Marine Marshal and Admiral. Seriously wounded Marshal Sengoku, killed Admiral Akainu. Afterwards, even the 5 elders, the world's highest authority with equally impressive strength, were killed head-on by him. Each of these events would have been big news that would have shocked the world in any previous era. However, it has become commonplace in this era, and compared to these brilliant achievements. Lu Yu also has another title that can shake the world, Lord of the Underworld. In that war that will go down in history, Rox, the Overlord of the Sea, Roger, the Pirate King of the new Great Pirates era. Heroes who once disappeared into history have returned from hell and obey the orders of one man. This is the real horror. There are many legends about the sudden emergence of the Sea Emperor. Just what they had heard was shocking and unbelievable enough. Plus the previous horrifying scene. The prisoners who had originally scoffed at the so-called Sea Emperor because they had never seen him with their own eyes, now dared not have any doubt or disrespect. This moment, in the hearts of these vicious thugs. Lu Yu is simply the epitome of terror. He is the real god of killing. After a long period of shock, Emperor of the Sea, please take me with you. I am willing to follow you for the rest of my life. One of the prisoners rolled his eyes and mustered up the courage to speak again. Upon hearing this, all the prisoners were stunned. I don't know whether that guy is looking for death or not. Didn't you see that those who spoke earlier have been eliminated without leaving even a trace? Even now, she still dared to take the initiative to talk to that man. You are really risking your life, just when many people were thinking so. Emperor of the Sea, you are the Supreme Lord, please allow me to follow you. Another, not afraid of death, prisoner prostrated himself on the ground and spoke devoutly. But the next second, this situation made the smart people dumbfounded. In cages everywhere, the vicious prisoners knelt on the ground one after another. Emperor Adult, Lord Lu Yu, you are the master of this world. You are the one who is going to be the king of the world. If I can be of any use in your journey to becoming king, I will die without regrets. Please allow me to pledge my allegiance. I will work like a slave, at your command. In the past, these were the most unruly prisoners who refused to obey anyone. At this moment, everyone was extremely pious, saying all kinds of corny words of loyalty. Such an action has dumbfounded those clever prisoners who thought they would never provoke anyone. Hey, what are you guys doing? Aren't you usually so unruly? Why are you kneeling down now? You dare to talk to that terrifying god of death without permission? Are you guys trying to kill yourself? Didn't you see what happened to those guys earlier? The smart prisoners couldn't help asking. You're an idiot, just shut up and get down on your knees. You're looking for death, don't drag us down with you. Someone scolded. Why do you think those people died earlier? That's because they were too arrogant in front of that man. That emperor is using this to demonstrate his strength and intimidate us. His main purpose for coming here must be the same as Blackbeard's, to recruit allies. Do you understand, idiots? someone couldn't help but explain in a low voice. The stubborn prisoners who thought they were smart were all stunned when they heard this. It turns out that I am the idiot. Realizing this, the prisoners immediately followed the crowd in kneeling and swearing submission. It only took a few minutes. Of the thousands of prisoners and thugs in eternal hell, more than 80% were kneeling on the ground, hoping to survive. Watch the prisoners' attitudes change. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. If it was like this at the beginning, perhaps these simple-minded and strong-limbed guys would really have a chance to survive. But now that the system task is triggered, they woke up a little late. Since you all said so, how can I not put you to some use? Lu Yu grinned cruelly. Impelled down to the 6th underground floor, eternal hell, and the commotion suddenly intensified. Emperor of the Sea, please allow me to follow you, please. When the first evil pirate's prisoner's pleading voice fell, just like a stone that stirs up 1,000 ripples, the huge eternal hell, the 6th underground level of Impel Down, suddenly became restless. Emperor of the Sea, I will definitely be able to serve you. Please allow me to use your power to become king. In the war against the world government, I will follow the lead of Emperor Lu Yu. Please let me lead the way. I will definitely kill the world government once and for all. The prisoners' pleas echoed throughout eternal hell. The prisoners in eternal hell guessed that Lu Yu's purpose of this trip must be the same as Blackbeard's half a year ago. Prepare for the final battle with the world government. Want to recruit as many subordinates as possible. They are the best fighters in eternal hell. If you can really go out, who wouldn't be tempted? So at this moment, no matter how violent and cruel the pirates were before, at this moment, everyone keeps their posture as low as possible. He pretended to be harmless and spoke sincerely. She wanted to persuade Lu Yuxiao with emotion and reason in exchange for her freedom. But to Lu Yu, who has the ability to read minds, their confident and perfect disguise is like someone running naked in the sun. Plutonium has no blocking effect at all, to the end. When all the good things have been said, there are even many weird reasons for 8 Gate. For example, Lord Sea Emperor, please, I have an 80-year-old mother waiting for me to return home. I want to serve her well before she dies. This kind of unconventional reason is so bizarre that even ghosts wouldn't believe it. Under Lu Yu's mind-reading detection, he saw from the memory of the pirates who said he would take care of his mother until her death that he had killed his old mother with his own hands. This is the real pirates. Pirates, especially this stupid and evil villain from eternal hell, are the least trustworthy. But Lu Yu had no intention of believing it, not long ago. Lu Yu successfully triggered the system's random killing task. Kill 500 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Mission progress, 124 500ths. Since they are so eager to become their own strength, then Lu Yu had no choice but to reluctantly let them become part of the 500 hunting mission list. Amid the prisoners' screams of fear, the terrifying red of death spread out from under Lu Yu's feet again. As Lu Yu's thoughts split into dozens or hundreds of tentacle-like objects. Hiss, 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 snap. In an instant, the many cages in eternal hell are corroded and fall off by the poison. One after another, auras filled with bloodthirstiness and murderous intent rushed up from the depths of the prison. It was like one ferocious beast after another was released from the cage. The chaotic sound of footsteps, the sound of chains dragging on the ground, and the prisoners' triumphant and ostentatious laughter formed a cruel melody. In the dim eternal hell, shadowy figures are everywhere. A terrifying and murderous aura spread. An oppressive and dangerous atmosphere enveloped the entire venue. It makes one's heart palpitate unconsciously. Ha 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 ha. Lousy is finally free, just as Lousy expected. Now I can finally be free. Tat-tat-tat, clatter. Ha 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 ha. Hee hee. After spending so many years in this godforsaken place, I'm finally free. The new era that follows belongs to me. Oh, see, just wait. Those who caused me to be arrested, clean your necks and wait. The vicious criminals who escaped from the cage began to yearn for a free life where fish could jump in the vast sea and birds could fly in the sky. Now that they've escaped from their cells, the pirates' true nature is revealed. They believe that no one can threaten or control them. Even Lu Yu, to whom they had previously bowed down, was the same. After all, no matter how strong Lu Yu is, he is just one person. And now they have hundreds or even thousands of people. The minimum bounty for those who are eligible to be imprisoned in this eternal hell is over 100 million. Now hundreds and thousands of people gather together. So what if the so-called Sea Emperor is so powerful? Is it possible to suppress all of them at the same time? I'm afraid only God can do such a thing. It's a pity that there is no God in this world. 5 minutes later, hundreds of thugs with ulterior motives spontaneously gathered at the staircase exit of eternal hell. Despair, a light sound of footsteps came from Lu Yu's feet at the exit. But it sounds so clear and loud in people's ears. It was like a thunder exploding in their ears. This made the army of prisoners who had escaped from the cage shudder in silence. So, are you ready to die for me? Lu Yu spread his hands and asked with a smile. Chapter 221. River of Blood, I have given you freedom. Now is the time for you to fulfill your promise. Are you ready to die for me? Lu Yu glanced at the murderous army of eternal hell criminals and asked with a smile. He sensed the hint of murderous intent and terrifying oppression in Lu Yu's words. The expressions on the faces of the eternal hell criminals froze. Cold sweat oozed from their foreheads. No, no. What king of the sea? After all, it's just one person. We have hundreds of people now. The eyes of hundreds of vicious criminals in eternal hell all fell on Lu Yu. There were inexplicable and subtle expressions on the ferocious faces. There was no longer the humble look of begging for help as before. All they feel is complacency after achieving their goals and plans. How miserable they looked when they begged Lu Yu to release them not long ago. How proud they are now. The moment they regained their freedom, all the promises they had made to Lu Yu became invalid. This is pirates. These are the evil criminals in eternal hell, the 6th floor below impelled down. You can't believe a single word that comes out of their mouths. It is very common to break one's promise right after one has said it. It is not uncommon for someone to have a good time with you beforehand and then stab you in the back afterwards. Not to mention it's a matter of life and death. It was difficult to be reborn. They naturally don't want to die. Of course, if you follow Lu Yu, you can eat meat, play with women, and enjoy endless wealth and glory. They don't mind joining in the fun. Emperor of the Sea, if you want us to fight for you, you should at least show some sincerity first. That's right, you control so much territory now, it's okay for you to give some to us. I'm not greedy. All I want is a city to rule over as I please. I want women, lots of women. I've been playing with men here for more than 10 years, it's really boring. I want one too. The eternal hell criminals all put forward their demands one after another. Emperor Lu Yu, if you can't meet our requirements. I'm sorry, but we have to part ways here, all the prisoners nodded. Trying to force Lu Yu with the power of the crowd. Tisk tisk, this is pirates, Lu Yu shook his head. If you're a pirate, you should know this very well. After all, you are still too young. If there's nothing else, let's go. By the way, I still want to thank you for letting Lousy come here. The pirates' prisoners grinned, their expressions full of mockery. Did you make a mistake? I never said I would help you escape from prison? Lu Yu spread his hands and spoke with a smile. Huh? What do you mean? When you opened the cage, you helped us escape. Are you still thinking of locking us all up at this point? Stop being ridiculous. Instead of sending you back to your cells, I'm sending you straight to hell. Lu Yu nodded calmly. Confidence and assertiveness are evident in his words and actions. The words fell. There was silence at first. The prisoners looked at each other, and then laughed even more exaggeratedly than before. Hey, do you know what you were talking about? Send us to hell. Are you going to kill us all? Who do you think we are? And how many people do you think are here? Your mistake was releasing so many of us at the same time. What use are the ants, no matter how many there are, in front of the mighty dragon that overlooks the world? Lu Yu spoke indifferently. The terrifying dragon might emanated from Lu Yu's body. The prisoners couldn't help but tense up, and a sense of alarm suddenly arose in their hearts. It was as if he was really facing a terrifying dragon. Emperor Lu Yu, what do you want to do? A prisoner asked in a terrified stammer. Forget it, stop talking nonsense with him. Everyone come together and kill them. A prisoner hiding far behind shouted loudly. Ha 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 ha. What Emperor Lu Yu? I've never heard of him. Let me test you to see how much you weigh. He's just a little brat, but he's been acting so pretentiously since just now. It's really infuriating. Don't get too carried away, kid. The pirates' prisoners, who were already violent and brutal, shouted. The dozen or so people walking in the front rushed out together and attacked Lu Yu without mercy. A strong wind suddenly blew in my face. However, the expression on Lu Yu's face remained indifferent from beginning to end. Just raise your hand. White wings spread out from behind it. Countless black and white rays flashed. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant. Eternal hell, rivers of blood, ha 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 ha. What sea emperor? He's clearly just a little devil, go to hell. Lousy is the ocean of berry with a bounty of 240 million. To die at my hands is enough for you. You little pretentious brat, you're the one who's going to die. The dozen or so pirates prisoners standing in the front were the first to rise up. The bloodthirsty factors in the body boiled over, and each of them mercilessly unleashed their strongest power. She rushed towards Lu Yu to kill the general. The noise was accompanied by the wild shouts of the pirates. Look at the eternal hell thugs coming at you with all their might. There was no expression on Lu Yu's face, indifferent as water. With a slight lift of the arm, white wings spread out from behind him. Those are the fused wings of the White Dragon King and the Shadow Dragon King. With white, darkness and light, two completely opposite forces are boiling. Darkness and bright white light burst out, it looks extremely dazzling. At the same time, it exudes the most ultimate murderous intent in the world. This made the extremely vicious criminals, who were naturally violent and cruel, feel extremely cold in their hearts. Shua. The white light flashed across the dozen or so vicious prisoners who were charging forward. Next second. Without warning, the laughter and shouting of the pirates' prisoners, whose momentum could barely be considered strong, suddenly stopped. At the same time, their bodies, which were charging forward with great momentum, also froze. Hey, what's up? What's wrong with you? I've already given you the chance. Kill that B***** D quickly. A group of prisoners who were hiding far away and didn't know how powerful they were all shouting and urging them forward in dissatisfaction. However, there was no response at all. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, the blood is gushing and gushing. It splashes and sprays like a big river, under the shocked and horrified gaze of the people. The bodies of the dozen or so pirates prisoners who were swept by the light had translucent blood holes appearing one after another. The bright red blood splashed, sprayed, and flowed all over the ground like it was free, turning into a small river. This isn't the end yet. Next second, under the horrified gaze of the prisoners of eternal hell. Suddenly, darkness and light illuminated the bodies of the dozen or so dead people. All I heard was a series of explosions. The dozen or so corpses exploded. It turned into a bloody rain, pouring down in eternal hell. Ah, ah! Screams of terror erupted from the prisoners at the front. Even the criminals who were used to seeing cruel and bloody scenes of killing. Looking at this extremely terrifying scene in front of me, I couldn't help but feel cold all over. A chill rushed from the soles of my feet all the way up to the top of my head. Cold sweat instantly soaked their entire bodies, after witnessing Lu Yu's ruthless and cruel methods with his own eyes. Even the most brutal prisoners could not remain indifferent. The sea. Emperor, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. That's right, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Your Majesty, I didn't say anything before, it was those idiots who acted on their own. The wind direction of eternal hell changes again. The prisoners were already terrified and kept silent. No longer as proud and rebellious as before, once again, he began to grovel and lick. Hoping to gain Lu Yu's forgiveness. Your Majesty, Lord Lu Yu, I have been loyal to you from the beginning to the end. Please make sure I am of use to you. A cunning-looking prisoner thought it was clever enough to pay homage with great respect. Lu Yu just glanced at him indifferently. It was this guy who had previously instigated the people in the front to break through from the rear. For this kind of villain who keeps jumping around, Lu Yu can only. Really? In that case, let me put you to use now. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Hearing this, the cunning man couldn't help but be overjoyed. When I looked up, I saw a red of death looming, without waiting for him to react at all. Death came immediately. The blood-red poison corrodes everything and completely evaporates it. Sizzle. The prisoners who witnessed this scene couldn't help but gasp again and again. For a moment, I didn't know whether to resist or surrender. Resisting the attack means death, and surrendering and pledging allegiance also means death. They have no third way. Emperor Lu Yu, what exactly do you want us to do in order to let us go? One of the prisoners mustered up the courage to drink. I've said it before, I never thought of letting you go. Lu Yu spread his hands. Then why did you free us from our cells again? Another person asked. Because it's more fun to kill like this. Lu Yu grinned. Struggle with all your might, you scum of eternal hell, so I can enjoy the fight more. Ah, madman. This is a madman. He really wants to kill us all. How can such a thing be allowed? Faced with death, some of the 4 prisoners who were mentally weak were on the verge of collapse. 5 minutes left until the scheduled time. That's enough. The dark and quiet 6th floor of Impel Down, eternal hell. For the first time in hundreds of years since its construction, it has entered a hot atmosphere. The prisoners' blood was spurting. The ground melted under the high temperature of ultimate and turned into a land of magma. There is also blood-red venom bubbling up and down, competing with the melting earth. Chapter 222 Impel Down Complete Collapse. Countless fine iron cages were highly compressed and solidified, turning into a giant steel hammer. One hammer blow turned into a pool of meat paste. Dark light shot out as the wings flapped. Each stroke brought up a splatter of white brain matter and blood. And there is the deafening thunder everywhere. It echoes in this enclosed space, deafening. Just hearing the terrifying thunder made many prisoners bleed from all 7 orifices. The head is buzzing and dizzy. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The vast eternal hell is filled with rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Under Lu Yu's overwhelming strength, even the pirates, with a bounty of over 100 million, were powerless to fight back. Just like chopping vegetables and melons, in eternal hell, which houses nearly 1,000 prisoners, less than 30% of them are still alive. 70% of the murderers died on the spot. The rest are crippled if not already. Looking at the man standing on the sea of corpses and blood, their whole bodies and minds were trembling. In their eyes, that is the killer god of hell. That is the real devil. Lu Yu's gaze swept indifferently across the empty eternal hell. There was no expression on his face, neither sad nor happy. Bite the system's friendly reminder sound rang out. Kill 500 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, and receive Poison Dragon Slayer magic plus 10 levels, Dragon Power plus 20 levels. That's only a small amount. What a bunch of useless people. Lu Yu shook his head. Originally, he was thinking of raising the level of Poison Dragon Slayer magic to the maximum in one go. At the same time, the dragon's power was also maximized, and he became the Poison Dragon King on the spot. The result was still a little worse. Forget it, let's just go there next time. Let's complete the Shichibukai mission. Lu Yu nodded. There is only one person left to defeat Shichibukai. In Lu Yu's estimation, this mission should allow him to become the Poison Dragon King instantly. Then the scheduled time of collapse has arrived. Lu Yu grinned. Behind him, the wings of the Black and White Dragon King retracted. What emerged instead was the most powerful power of thunder. Thunder Flame Dragon King mode, now available. He. What else does that man want to do? His aura is even more terrifying than before. What on earth is he going to do?
Not good. It feels very bad. The surviving prisoners of eternal hell all screamed in anxiety.
Pairs of eyes filled with fear stared at the Thunderflame Dragon King Lu Yu without blinking. Under the horrified gaze of the prisoners, Lu Yu spread his wings behind him, causing a terrifying storm of thunder and fire to sweep across. In the storm, Lu Yu clenched his fist. The atmosphere began to boil. The most powerful thunder and fire gathered and merged on his fist. Release a terrifying aura that is like destroying the world. Lu Yu was hanging upside down on the top of eternal hell. His feet crushed the ceiling, passed through the barriers between the 5th, 5.5 and 6th underground floors. By that terrifying reaction force, Lu Yu's figure suddenly rushed towards the bottom of Impel Down. Thunder, flame, dragon, king, collapse, fist. The strongest punch belonging to the Thunderflame Dragon King mode exploded here. Boom. Boom. An unprecedentedly dazzling light exploded in eternal hell. Endless and terrifying shockwaves spread and spread here. The specially made ground and walls that even the lava had not been able to completely destroy before finally collapsed completely at this moment. Large cracks crisscrossing each other are densely distributed on the walls and the ground. Phew. The blue seawater flows back. At first it was just a small cluster. Soon it turned into streams and rivers. Finally, the seawater rushed like a big river. The cracked prison could no longer withstand the water pressure from the deep sea. Starting from eternal hell, Impel Down, the deep sea prison that has stood in the calm belt for centuries, is entering its collapse phase. When Impel Down shows signs of collapse, the Sea Kings waiting overseas also took action. Apply huge impact pressure from the outside, right now. Impel Down the upper level, Crimson Hell houses tens of thousands of prisoners. People gradually became panic-stricken. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Impel Down is shaking. What on earth is going on?
This is Impel Down. Is it going to collapse? Look at the wall. Seawater is pouring in.
Oh, not good, really not good. Impel Down is really going to collapse completely. The prisoners screamed in despair. Boom. The seawater completely flooded in. The terrifying impact of the deep sea and the gaping mouths of the Sea Kings swallowed up tens of thousands of prisoners in an instant. Rumble. The deep sea prison, Impel Down, collapsed completely with a roar. It has since disappeared from the map and ceased to exist. Boom. The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, and the water flowed backwards. The calm belt, which has been calm for many years, is now experiencing huge waves. All this happened because of the collapse of the ancient prison that had stood on the sea for hundreds of years. The deep sea prison, Impel Down, comes to an end at this moment. Under the mighty power of the Sea Emperor, under the impact of the endless army of Sea Kings. From now on, it will be wiped off the map of the world and will no longer exist. Impel Down. Our Impel Down, really, sunk. On the deck of the warship, the tall and beautiful jailer Sadie Chan with long golden wavy hair had a dazed look in her eyes. Is this the power of the Sea King? So strong, this kind of power is simply impossible to resist? The face of the prison chief, Sarades, was filled with despair. It's over, it's all over. Deputy Director Haniabal, who was about to be promoted to Director of Impel Down, fell to his knees on the deck with a grim expression. My Impel Down is gone, and my dream of becoming Director is gone too. Everything is gone. Even that Magellan guy is gone. Ah. Haniabal held his head in his hands and screamed in despair and pain. Lord Haniabal, ah. Impel Down the jailers and marines screamed in fear one after another. Now is not the time for that, Haniabal. The most urgent thing is to get out of this Sea King's riot. We're not completely safe yet, Warden Domino shouted solemnly. Even if you successfully evacuate from Impel Down and board the escort warship, it does not mean that the crisis has been resolved. They are still on the verge of death in the Sea King's riot circle. The time it takes to speak, several warships not far away were targeted by the Sea Kings. Between a few bites, the huge warship was devoured by the Sea Kings without leaving a trace. In such a terrifying tide of Sea Kings, of the more than 20 warships, less than one was able to escape safely. At the same time, just as Domino and others were struggling to survive. In the deep sea, Lu Yu stood above the Sea Kings. He calmly watched Impel Down gradually crumble under his hands. At some point, Lu Yu seemed to have thought of something. He raised his hand and reached into his shirt pocket. The incident is over, it's time to restore the little Shirahoshi in it. However, after this test, he found nothing. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and was shocked in his heart. Next second, the expression on Lu Yu's face gradually became strange. Because he already felt it, I didn't lose little Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi was still on top of him, it's just that the sleeping place chosen by little Shirahoshi is a little. Lu Yu raised his hand and grabbed Shirahoshi who was holding him. Form magic is activated. Shirahoshi, who was originally the size of a palm, returned to normal size. Ah, Master Lu Yu, is it over? Shirahoshi rubbed his hazy eyes and asked drowsily. Little Shirahoshi, how did you end up there? Lu Yu shook his head helplessly. Ah, little Shirahoshi tilted his head cutely, because when I sleep, I really need to hold something to feel more secure, so. Woo. Sorry, Master Lu Yu, it's Mrs. Shirahoshi, Mrs. As Shirahoshi spoke, he thought Lu Yu was just blaming himself. Her little mouth pouted and she was about to burst into tears on the spot. Princess, 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 what's wrong with you? Did this human bully the princess? The surrounding sea kings suddenly rioted and stared at Lu Yu with murderous eyes. Then they were frightened by Lu Yu's look and fled in all directions. Human, don't get carried away. The sea kings spoke tough, but their bodies were honestly retreating. I'm sorry, Master Lu Yu, they are all Shirahoshi. What are you talking about, Shirahoshi-chan? Lu Yu smiled slightly, raised his hand and touched Shirahoshi's little head. I never meant to blame you. Besides, the feeling before was not bad. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Real? Shirahoshi blinked his eyes. Certainly, Lu Yu smiled slightly. Hey hey hey. Shirahoshi smiled innocently, hugged Lu Yu and gave him a big peck on the face. Let's go, the second stage is next, Lu Yu said. Taking Shirahoshi aboard Sea Kings, he headed straight for the last World Government Representative Agency. 3 hours later, the Gate of Justice has arrived. What a huge door. Lord Lu Yu, why don't we take a detour? Shirahoshi suggested. No need, Lu Yu waved his hand and smiled slightly. It's just the Gate of Justice, just blow it up. Chapter 223 The Collapse of Three Major Institutions. The Gate of Justice is huge and magnificent. It rises into the clouds, and I don't know how high it is. To open such a huge machine, one must rely on the switch device in the control tower. If the individual's power is strong enough, how can even the Gate of Justice, as heavy as a mountain, be blocked? Lord Lu Yu, are you serious? Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise and shock. When did I ever joke? Wait a moment. Lu Yu smiled slightly. While soaring into the sky, he transformed himself. The wings of the Thunder Flame Dragon King, covering the sky and the sun, then appeared. Hold head high. A loud and resounding dragon roar exploded in the sky. Two huge dragon shadows roared and soared into the sky. Blend with each other. Finally, all of them gathered on Lu Yu's fist. The Thunder Flame Dragon King's most powerful punch. A few hours ago, the impel down punch reappears. Now, the one who will bear this blow is the Gate of Justice, which has also stood on the sea for hundreds or even 800 years. The moment Lu Yu's palm fell on the Gate of Justice, the endless Gate of Justice trembled and roared, oh my god. On the control tower of the Gate of Justice, a thin marine who was in charge of operating the switch suddenly widened his eyes and screamed, holy shit. What's wrong? You're so startled, another marine who was taking a nap said dissatisfiedly. Justice. The Gate of Justice is shaking. The skinny marine still had a look of astonishment on his face and stammered. Ha 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 ha, are you an idiot? Newbie, this is the Gate of Justice. The only way to open it is through this. The veteran who had been guarding the door of Eni's lobby for 10 years patted the control console in front of him. The moment the veteran finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. Boom! The wind and clouds of heaven and earth are moving. The sea is surging. What happened? I'm at hash level, what the hell is going on? The 10-year-old gatekeeper shuddered and instantly woke up. Forward, forward, forward. Senior, look over there, the Gate of Justice. The gate has exploded. The gatekeeper recruit pointed in the direction of the Gate of Justice with a trembling finger and screamed in shock. Nani? The veteran gatekeeper widened his eyes in fear and shock, and looked in the direction the recruit had pointed. The huge Gate of Justice, which was originally closed tightly, suddenly lit up with bright lines crisscrossing each other. That's a crack, next second, accompanied by earth-shaking explosions. The sky brightened. The clouds and fog surrounding the Gate of Justice dissipated completely. A large hole with a radius of several hundred meters appeared. The Gate of Righteousness was really blown up. Boom. Huge fragments of the Gate of Righteousness fell into the sea. There were huge waves on the sea. Senior, look, someone is about to pass through the Gate of Justice. Then, that man is the Sea Emperor Lu Yu. Behind the Gate of Justice, Eni's lobby Ace Lobby. Bridge of Hesitation. Responsible for managing the gatekeeper colonel who guards the Gate of Justice, his marines, and world government officials. At this moment, every face was filled with extreme shock and disbelief. An emotion called shock arose from their hearts and quickly occupied their entire bodies. All the people were like petrified, standing still and not moving. Bang! Explode! Explode! The Gate of Justice exploded. The marines screamed. That man is the king of the sea. Hurry up and report to the world government. Hurry and report to the 5 elders. The world government officials stationed there were speechless with shock. The words fell, but suddenly 2 huge shadows appeared and covered the area. Everyone on the Bridge of Hesitation looked up subconsciously. Wait until you see the huge creature flying across the sky. An expression of horror instantly covered their dazed faces. Dragon, the dragon is coming. Why does this legendary creature really exist? Everyone, prepare for defense. No, that's not right, those 2 dragons are targeting the Eni Ace Hall. Eni's lobby, it's over, the Thunder Dragon King's roar. A pillar of lightning that stretched from heaven to earth descended from the sky. It fell on the Tower of Justice. In an instant, the judicial tower, which was filled with dozens or even hundreds of world government officials, disappeared along with the floating sky island below. Falling into the abyss of the sea, it ceased to exist. At the same time, people's screams of fear came one after another. The Marines and ordinary workers stationed on the main island of Enies Lobby fled for their lives. The Enies Lobby incident more than half a year ago. The island was in tatters after the Straw Hat Crew's rampage and Buster Call. It is now under intensive reconstruction, but it is not necessary now. An hour later, when the ordinary people on the main island of Enies Lobby had almost evacuated, the giant dragon that had been hovering in the sky for a long time descended. Enies Lobby Ace Hall was destroyed, wipe off the map, ceased to exist. So far, the three major institutions of the world government, Naval Headquarters Marineford, the Deep Sea Prison Impel Down, and Enies Lobby Ace Hall were completely destroyed. Right above the red line, Holy Land, Marijoy. Deep inside, there's the White Jade Palace. The three highest powers in the world are either sitting or standing. They were all silent. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely solemn. Just recently, Lu Yu and thousands of Sea Kings descended upon Impel Down. Eventually, the news of the complete collapse of the Deep Sea Prison Impel Down, which no longer exists, has been reported. For them to know, the moment I learned the news. The 3-5 elders' faces first showed astonishment and dullness. What followed was uncontrollable anger and fear, quick. Too fast. By the time they received the news and sent reinforcements, it was already too late. The collapse of Impel Down is an established fact and cannot be reversed. Damn it, what a despicable B*******d. The curly-haired nobleman, Old Star, shouted angrily. One palm falls. The marble table in front of him shattered. Too unexpectedly. At this critical moment, you are no longer in your own territory. How dare you go wild and Impel Down? Is this really revenge for the Dressrosa incident? The bald 5 elders' eyes widened in anger. What made him even more shocked and angry was that their plan to collapse Tokushima had failed. Lu Yu is still acting wildly. The entire Impel Down was flattened by him alone. That is Impel Down, the only deep-sea prison in the world. Compared to the naval headquarters, which can be rebuilt at any time, Impel Down is of great strategic significance to the world government. It's not just a prison for the evildoers from all over the world. It is also the world government's guinea pig breeding base. A blessing in disguise, according to the news sent back by the survivors. That B*******D didn't recruit the prisoners from Impel Down. Otherwise, 5 elders, with white hair and beard, dressed in dark blue suits, had a gloomy expression. This is certainly something to be thankful for, but our losses this time are also huge. Without Impel Down's supply, many human experiments cannot continue. Clone soldier technology still needs a lot of experimentation, adjustment, and stabilization. Those clone troopers nowadays are not even 1,000th of the original strength. The curly-haired nobleman Lao Xing said with great sorrow. For now, we can only use the remaining samples sparingly. We can't just use it and throw it away like before. The old star in the dark blue suit shook his head. 5 elders adults. Just then, a world government official stumbled in and hurried over. Looking at the official who was rolling and crawling with a look of fear on his face. The 3-5 elders felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Nothing good will come of this behavior. What's wrong again? Tell me quickly. The bald 5 elders shouted in a deep voice. Master 5 elders, something terrible has happened. The Gate of Justice. The Gate of Justice was blown up by that Sea Emperor. World government officials screamed in report. What did you say? The curly-haired nobleman, Lao Xing, suddenly stood up and roared. That's the Gate of Justice. What on earth does that guy want to do? For a long while, the 3-5 elders' fluctuating emotions gradually calmed down. Compared to the loss of Impel Down, to be honest, a mere door of justice is not a big deal. Let it explode, so be it. Anyway, naval headquarters and Impel Down no longer exist. The existence of the Gate of Justice is just a beautiful facade. Just as they were comforting themselves in this way. 5 elders are adults. Another world government official came crawling over. What happened again? This moment, even the calmest 5 elders in dark blue suits couldn't suppress the anger in their hearts. 5 elders, something terrible has happened again. That Sea King. He rode his dragon to Enies Lobby. Enies Lobby. Any Ace Lobby can't hold on any longer. World government officials reported with trepidation. The 3-5 elders finally went crazy. Right now, New World Naval Headquarters. Marshal Kuzan, green-haired Commodore Branu shouted anxiously, knocking on the door of the marshal's office. Come in. Marshal Aokiji responded weakly. His dark circles were deep and his face looked more haggard than ever before. These days, because of the mindless instructions of the world government. He is already worried to death. Marshal Kuzan, news from not long ago. The Deep Sea Prison, Impel Down, and Enies Lobby, Ace Hall, have both fallen. The one who made the move was none other than the Sea Emperor Lu Yu. Commodore Branu said with a look of horror. What did you say? Marshal Kuzan's eyes widened and he stood up suddenly. After a moment, he fell back down weakly. The war is about to begin. Marshal Kuzan smiled bitterly and sighed softly. Chapter 224 Whitebeard's Righteousness. Deep Sea Prison impelled down. Enies Lobby Enies Ace Hall. The collapse of two major world government organizations is naturally a major event. Just half a day following Naval Headquarters Marineford, impelled down and Enies Lobby were also destroyed. The news of the annihilation of the Sea Emperor Liu Yu spread throughout the world. So people knew. The war is really about to begin. There's no mistake. This is a signal for war. This man declared the beginning of the greatest war in history. In a town in New World, the newspaper king spoke with certainty. Boss, what should we do next? The bald monk with a large one tattooed on his chest asked in a deep voice. Don't panic, this is our chance. That man's goal is the world. He has no interest in the throne of the pirate king. So we still have a chance. Coincidentally, I got some interesting news not long ago. Ha, 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 the former Shichibukai crocodile gave a sinister grin. Don't miss the permanent pointer pointing directly to the final island, Raftel. Grand Line, some giant island ship. Baralololo, you're really brave, a new age kid. The big pirates who escaped from impelled down prison half a year ago. Burndy World, known as World Destroyer, laughed. World, this man is the Emperor of the Sea, Biojak, a frail old man on an IV drip, said tremblingly. Emperor of the Sea. So what? Compared to me, you're just a new age brat. Burndy World's arrogant way. Jack. But, Rayleigh and Golden Lion, they all. That's because they're too weak, I won't be as useless as them. Baralololo, my body has almost recovered, and now it's time to start destroying it. A look of madness appeared on Burndy World's face. It's been half a year, underground of an island in New World. The tall and strong man with muscles bulging like a dragon shook his body. The opening and closing of those ferocious eyes, like copper bells, were enough to cause a real burst of terrifying aura. The ground beneath his feet and the wall behind him all cracked slightly as his aura was released. The pitch-black armament hockey, mixed with ghostly energy, emerged from its surface, transforming into ghostly light and shadow. Captain Roger, I'm coming to see you, Douglas Bullet, the Devil's Heir, grinned. New World, Island, Sphinx. The big smiling whale ship is still quietly anchored in the harbor today. This is the headquarters of the Four Emperors Whitebeard pirates. It is also the cherished homeland of Four Emperors Whitebeard. Kulalalalal. After 6 months of silence, the former world's strongest, Four Emperors Whitebeard, has finally risen again. You've really made a big fuss in the past 6 months since I was away from the sea, Liu Yu. Kulalalalal. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Dad, what do you want to do? Hurry up and sit down and rest. Marco, the captain of the White Guard's 1st Division, gave the command sternly. Even when facing Captain Whitebeard, he did not show any restraint. Because he is not only the captain of the 1st Squadron, but also a ship's doctor. Kulalalalal. Don't be so serious, Marco. I'm almost well now. Whitebeard clenched his fist to show off his muscles. Dami, Dad, your body is far from being able to fight. Marco shook his head firmly. Marco Whitebeard's voice suddenly gained authority. Even if you're a pirate, living on this ocean, the most important thing you can't forget is righteousness. Whitebeard's shouting commanded Ace, Vista and the others who were busy not far away to come over. I was ready to lose my life in the battle, Whitebeard spoke. Ace's expression dimmed slightly. I am still alive today, and my family can still live here in peace. If I don't repay this favor now, when will I? Whitebeard shouted. My little ones, get ready and send our ally to the throne of the king of the world. Oh, let's do it in a grand way. Wherever Dad goes, we will follow him. Let's witness, participate, and assist the birth of the king of the world. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group shouted in unison. Come on, Marco, you've tried hard enough. Flower Sword Vista patted Marco's shoulder. Marco, I actually said it a long time ago. Joes from the 3rd Squad seem to have thought of something. Do you remember our first meeting with Liu Yu? Joes looked at the captains. How could I not remember? We suffered a lot back then. All the captains smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Wait a moment. Marco seemed to react. That's right, Marco, we have been neglecting it all along. In addition to his unparalleled combat prowess, Lord Liu Yu is also a miraculous doctor. Joe's reminded with a look of emotion. Then Vista and others all reacted. I'll make preparations for sailing now, Marco said anxiously. Grand Line, Gloomy Island, Kraikana Island. This is the site of the former kingdom of Sizguhar. 100 years ago, this island nation was involved in a brutal civil war. The ultimate outcome of war is total annihilation. The king's army and the rebel army were almost destroyed together. The country was flooded with blood, the bodies piled up like mountains. The resentment of countless dead people gathered into dark clouds. It hangs over the island all year round. Over time, the survivors of this island also fled this gloomy island one after another. The only animals still active on the island are baboons known as human imitators. Until 10 years ago, Mahawk, known as the world's greatest swordsman, occupies the gloomy castle in the center of the island. From then on, he officially became the owner of the island. Live alongside the island's mimic baboons, life is pretty comfortable. The most important thing is to be quiet enough. Without the complicated sounds of the world, Hawkeye can fully comprehend and improve his swordsmanship. However, this quiet life changed after he returned here half a year ago. After he returned from the Summit War, Mihawk was surprised to find out his own base was actually occupied by two outsiders. One of them was Roronoa Zoro, the three-sword pirates hunter he had crossed paths with before and had a slight liking for. Although Hawkeye did not recognize the other girl, he knew that she was following Moria. Later, when I learned from the two people that they were all shot by the Tyrant Bear's ability. Mihawk, the Hawkeye, looked calm, but he had already greeted the bear in his heart. But since we are here, we should make the best of it. The people have been sent here, there was nothing he could do. I figured Zoro would leave soon and reunite with his companions. Before that, just let them do it. Hawkeye Mihawk continues to live life at his own pace. Although he lives under the same roof with Perona and Zoro, he usually treats them as if they were heir. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. Just when Hawkeye thought these two annoying little devils were about to leave, Zoro from the Straw Hats 3D2Y order changed his mind. After dragging his seriously injured body to dress up as a baboon imitator on the island, Zoro, who once clamored to defeat him and become the world's greatest swordsman, lowered his proud head. He became a disciple of Hawkeye, who was supposed to be his rival. After feeling Zoro's enlightenment, with the idea of training an opponent for himself, Hawkeye accepted Zoro as his cheap apprentice. He began to teach him the art of swordsmanship and the use of haki, as well as the key to sword forging. Half a year passed in a flash. Hawkeye Mihawk, Roronoa Zoro, and Perona. The three members of this family get along very harmoniously. Just like this moment, in the fields in front of the central castle. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, wears a straw hat, casual clothes, and a sweat wiper around his neck. He is the image of an ordinary old farmer in the countryside. If people saw the world's most majestic swordsman acting like this, they would be shocked beyond words, with their jaws and eyes dropping to the ground. Of course, Hawkeye himself doesn't care about the secular gaze. Right now, he held the rice ball prepared by Perona in one hand. Holding the latest major event reports in one hand, he ate and read them with relish. Has anything big happened again? Behind Hawkeye, the cute lowly girl Perona, who was wearing a sailor uniform and miniskirt and a lowly crown on her straw hat, asked curiously. Seeing that Hawkeye ignored her, Perona's face puffed up slightly and she moved closer. Wait until you see the report on the news, wah. Perona couldn't help but scream, her face pale with fear. Eat white rice, be quiet. Hawkeye frowned slightly. But it's a dragon has appeared. Perona said in panic, it's not a dragon, it's the Sea Emperor Liu Yu. Mihawk had a complicated expression. I see, so that's how it is. Isn't this scarier than a dragon? How can you say I'm just eating for free? I obviously work too. Perona retorted, clenching her little pink fist. You don't do as much work as those baboons. Hawkeye said mercilessly. Ah. The imitating baboons each waved their hose and danced to show that they were working. Boo boo boo. Perona's face became more and more puffed up, but she was dissatisfied but could not refute it. Is it time for dinner already? Today it's rice balls, they look good. Chapter 225 The Dragon Falling from the Sky. Today's food is rice balls, they look delicious. The sweaty young man with green algae hair wiped his hands casually and reached for the rice ball. Before he could get it, the unhappy Perona slammed it away. What you do? Zoro glared at Perona, his brows raised. Have you washed your hands yet? You should wash your hands before eating, didn't your mother teach you that? Perona decisively transferred the anger he received from Hawkeye to Zoro. I'm eating it myself, not feeding it to you, and are you my mother? Why do you care so much? Zoro said unhappily. After practicing sword for a whole morning, his stomach was already full of hunger. What did you say? You're just a green-haired person, yet you dare to speak to the princess like that. Perona, anger. Baffling. Zoro gave Perona a strange look. Decided to ignore this unreasonable woman. This is the rice ball I made. Those who don't work don't have the right to eat it. If you want to eat it, you must apologize to this princess right now. Perona said arrogantly. What a troublesome woman. Zoro shook his head. What did you say? How dare you call me troublesome? Don't you even think about who you relied on for your success? Who bandaged you so that you could survive? Perona was bullied by Hawkeye and Zoro and laughed at by the baboons and couldn't help but get angry. The broad justice before him rose and fell with his breathing. All right, stop making trouble, be good, Aang. Zoro soothed in an elder's tone, however, this only made Perona more angry. He raised his hand and grabbed it. What was caught was not a delicious rice ball. But it's a ghost without any entity. Hey. Perona suddenly laughed. What do you want to do? Zoro's brows twitched as he realized something was wrong. The horror of Perona's ghost fruit ability. No one knows better than him. I was treated many times when I was in Thriller Bark. Half a year ago, before Hawkeye came back, Perona even attacked him in the first round. It wasn't until Hawkeye came back that things got better. Hey, he's just a little brother with green algae hair. You actually spoke to me, an elder, in that tone. You are so disrespectful, it seems I really need to let you know the status between us. Perona decided to take it out on Zoro, negative ghost. Perona Sudekufui. The white ghost waiting beside him suddenly shot out and pierced Zoro's body. Zoro stiffened. After engraving, he prostrated himself. Incomparable depression and negativity took over his whole body and mind. I'm sorry, but I'm worse than a maggot when I get angry at the princess. I might as well die. Zoro had a negative, confession, look on his face. Hey 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 hey, Perona laughed happily. A-hole, how dare you. The negative ghost effect wore off, and Zoro recovered, instantly becoming furious. Ghost. However, before Zoro could get angry, Perona immediately became a negative ghost again, repeating this over and over again, never getting tired of it. Who would have thought that the pirate's hunter Roronoa Zoro, a supernova with a bounty of over 100 million, would be killed by a little girl? After several times, Zoro's bad temper was also worn away. Completely out of temper, in the fields beside. The imitating baboons just kept dancing and clapping. I really like this performance between Perona and Zoro. As for Hawkeye Mihawk, still just immersed in my own world and rhythm. Start. Regarding Zoro's miserable experience, he was also a little sad and wanted to help. But over time, after getting used to it, I no longer pay attention to it. After all, this is also a kind of training and trial for Zoro. Wait until Zoro can withstand the effects of negative ghosts like him. At that time, Zoro was truly at the pinnacle of kendo in this world. A swordsman who is truly on par with him, the world's greatest swordsman. Hey 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 hey, after teasing Zoro thoroughly, Perona, feeling relieved, smiled smugly. Then he placed the rice ball in front of Zoro. Eat, that's all for today's training. Perona said seriously. A-hole, Zoro bites, do you want a second round? Perona squinted. The baboons watching the show on the side started to make noises. Zoro immediately wilted. Hey hey. Perona was halfway through laughing when she suddenly stopped. A strong wind suddenly blew up between heaven and earth without any warning. At the same time, it was accompanied by an extremely terrifying pressure. The baboons who imitated him couldn't help but tremble and bow down to him. It's coming. Mihawk stood up suddenly and looked up at the sky. An astonishing look flashed in his sharp eagle eyes. What's coming? Zoro squinted his eyes and looked at the sky but saw nothing. Dragon, dragon, dragon. The dragon is coming. Perona screamed. Gloomy island, Kraikana, crash. Above the dark sky, a strong wind suddenly blew. The power of the sky seemed to be boiling. Under that restless sky, the dark clouds of resentment that had been hanging over the island for years suddenly gathered and swirled. Transformed into a huge dark cloud Uzumaki, there were constant lightning and thunder, and the scene was terrifying. At some point, snap, lightning flashed across the sky. The dark clouds that had existed for hundreds of years instantly dissipated under the extremely strong and masculine thunder and lightning. The light shines brightly here. After decades, bright sunshine once again descends on the island. The sudden cold light made the baboons and people in the center of the island subconsciously narrow their eyes. But they still tilted their heads back, squinted their eyes, and tried hard to look at the sky. In the dazzling sunlight, a huge white monster gradually became clear and apparent. That's a giant dragon, the dragon that rules the sky. After a moment of dead silence, the little ghost princess Perona suddenly screamed. Oh oh oh. The little ghost princess Perona suddenly screamed. Oh oh oh. The imitating baboons also jumped up and down and screamed strangely. There are actually creatures like dragons in this world. The Three Swords Pirate's hunter Roronoa Zoro opened his mouth so wide that his chin almost touched the ground. Is this the time to talk about this? I'm going to die, I'm really going to die this time? The dragon that destroyed Impel Down and Eni's lobby is coming this way. It's definitely our turn this time, we can't stay on this island any longer. Princess Mononoke Perona was panicked and anxious like an ant on a hot pan. You who eats free rice, be quiet. Mihawk glanced at Perona with eagle eyes. Under his sharp eagle eyes, Perona was indeed comforted. Woo woo woo, why are you so fierce? I'm just thinking about everyone else. Perona whimpered in grievance. He squatted aside, drawing circles and cursing Hawkeye. Mr. Mihawk, that dragon. Zoro seemed to have thought of something. Mihawk nodded solemnly. How could I not guess the identity of the person coming? Since the Summit War, Mihawk, the hawk-eyed man, was feeling uneasy. I feel like something bad is going to happen to me. To be precise, it happened to Dao Yi, who had been practicing for decades. To this end, he has been staying safely on the island for the past 6 months and has never gone out. Never thought. What is coming will eventually come. In the end, his knife couldn't escape being targeted. But it's okay. Hawkeye looked at the weapon in his hand. Oh, fortunately, I left the knife in the castle today. I can find an excuse later. Just pick up a new knife and fight with the opponent. For example, the 3 swords in Zoro's hand are all pretty good. Especially Dao Kiushui, who was once the Wanokuni sword god. In terms of quality, the great sword Chu Shui is certainly not as good as his supreme great sword. However, in terms of the degree of refinement of the black knife, the black knife Chu Shui, which has a history of 400 years, is superior to his knife Yi. The time of thinking. A strong wind came down on the fields. The giant dragon in the sky flapped its wings and landed on the earth. Hey, Hawkeye, haven't seen you for a while. Your outfit is really trendy. Lu Yu jumped off the dragon head. Face off against the world's greatest swordsman, Mahawk. I didn't expect that the world's greatest swordsman could actually farm. Wow, he's really versatile. Looking at Hawkeye's old farmer's outfit, Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel at it. But it was just a surprise, he didn't mean to laugh at all. People who make a living by their own hands should never be laughed at. Farming has never been something shameful, it's all for the sake of living. Mr. Lu Yu, it's been a long time since we last met. I wonder what you can do for me today. Mahawk nodded calmly. I remember that during the last Summit War, our fight seemed to be still ongoing. Lu Yu spoke after thinking. It seems like you came to me on your own initiative, but got delayed along the way, so I came here today. Lu Yu smiled brightly. Mahawk, although he really didn't want to fight with Lu Yu who didn't have the sword virtue. After all, he just opened his mouth and ate the sword you had worked hard to sharpen for decades during the battle. No one can stand this. If Dao Yi was really bitten off and eaten by Lu Yu, Hawkeye felt that his mentality would collapse. But on the other hand, he also knew Lu Yu came to visit him specially this time, and it would definitely not be in vain. There is no way to avoid this battle. Besides, the way of sword has always been to move forward courageously. Come on then, Chapter 226 Zoro's wife. Come on, then. Hawkeye agreed to the continuation of the fight. He walked leisurely. From the fence made of swords, he casually pulled out an old sword that was in decent condition. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. Mahawk, teacher? Zoro also looked confused. I am puzzled by Hawkeye's behavior. Facing the strongest of the sea like the Sea Emperor, Hawkeye actually used such a broken sword to deal with it. Is this a provocation? Impossible. Zoro, who is also a kendo practitioner, knows his chief teacher Hawkeye best. He is definitely not someone who can fool people. Hawkeye, are you looking down on me? Hurry up and take out your black knife. Lu Yu spoke calmly. There was an unquestionable command in his words. No, I didn't bring. Hawkeye's eyelids twitched suddenly, and he said stubbornly. Lu Yu, are you still the world's greatest swordsman? He didn't even bring a sword when he went out. The expression on Zoro's face became increasingly confused. I was completely confused, but I think that I will be able to see a world-class showdown later. Zoro couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his heart. He volunteered. Mr. Mahawk, I'll go get you the knife. Zoro spoke attentively, however, what he received was not Hawkeye's praise. But, a sharp stare. Are you meddling in other people's business? The corners of Hawkeye Mahawk's mouth twitched. The sharp eagle eyes then fell on Zoro's waist. Zoro, please lend me your black sword temporarily. Mahawk, the hawk-eyed man who originally didn't want to pit his disciples, now decisively set a trap. Black blade Chu Shui. Zoro was stunned. Subconsciously, he untied the belt around his waist. Just as it was about to be handed to Hawkeye, Zoro's little brain raced. He realized something was wrong, and quickly retracted his hand. Mr. Mahawk, Chu Shui is still a little bit behind. Why don't you go get your knife? It's not far anyway and you'll be back soon. Zoro said wittily. Mahawk glared and asked, how can this be? A tug of war between master and apprentice ensued. Lu Yu folded his arms and smiled. He watched calmly this amusing drama of the master and the apprentice playing tricks on each other. He really didn't expect it. Mahawk, the world's most straightforward swordsman and the greatest swordsman, actually has such a moment. In order not to risk his own knife. A black knife that would not hesitate to harm its own cheap disciples. It just so happened that this time, his cheap disciple, whose talents were all focused on swordsmanship and chanting techniques, was exceptionally smart. Or maybe it was because of the reminder from the sword in the dark. This is indeed the case. Reminded by Hawkeye's abnormal behavior. Zoro also reacted. He thought of a side report from the Summit War. In addition to being a great swordsman, Lu Yu, he also has a special habit of swallowing the swords of the defeated. As early as half a year ago, Zoro had already noticed the neat teeth marks of Hawkeye Blackblade Knight. That was exactly the mark left by someone's bite. Who exactly did it? Who on earth could have left teeth marks on the knife? The answer is self-evident. Zoro has figured everything out. He knew the real reason why his cheap master was so reluctant to take his black knife. It's not because of laziness, nor because of underestimating or provoking Lu Yu. He simply didn't want to put his wife at risk, for a pure swordsman who is obsessed with kendo. Almost their wife, especially someone like Dao Yi who accompanies Hawkeye day and night and caresses him day and night. It has become the most important thing in his life. Mahawk the Hawkeye naturally didn't want to hand his wife over to someone else to be ravaged. Only, you wouldn't take your own wife, but you can't cheat your disciples' wife, either. Although I have only known Chu Shui for less than a year. However, Zoro has already treated Chu Shui as his concubine. Her importance is second only to that of his wife, Wado Ichimonji. The unusual tug of war between master and disciple lasted for quite a while. The cries of the human imitators, the baboons, attracted everyone's attention. Led by the baboon leader, the imitator baboons came forward in a proud and heroic manner. Behind the baboon leader who was carrying a huge white sword of the same type as the one on Blackblade Knight. Two baboons raised their hands solemnly, holding a knife. That is the supreme and fast sword knight, The baboon leader patted his chest, looking as if he was asking for credit. Hawkeye. I star you big star. Ha ha ha. Zoro was amused. Then he shrank his head again after being glared at by Hawkeye. Mihawk, you're possessed. Lu Yu suppressed his smile and said seriously. The gloomy island has regained its light after decades. A strange scene like an indigenous sacrifice is taking place. One after another, the baboons, wearing weapons and armor and behaving very similarly to humans, were led by their leader to take out the holy objects from the castle and hurried to the fields. These baboons are also known as human imitators, a special species known for its high degree of mimicry of human behavior. On this island, this group of human imitating baboons witnessed years of civil war in the kingdom. Therefore, imitations become a group of militant people. After Hawkeye came to the island, these baboons, whose behaviors were exactly the same as humans except that they could not speak, learned powerful swordsmanship from Hawkeye's daily training. Its leader even forged a white sword that was exactly the same style as the supreme great sword 12 One-Night Sword. These human imitators live on this uninhabited island. Gradually he became a kind of follower of Hawkeye Mihawk, providing Hawkeye with a helping hand in his life. In return, Hawkeye would not deliberately avoid their training and let them imitate his sword. Over time, this group of human imitators have come to regard Hawkeye as their king. Even though Hawkeye never cared about such things. When he learned that Hawkeye was about to fight the challenger, the clever baboon leader suddenly had an idea and decided to get weapons for his king to cheer him up. And then there is now, when I saw the baboons appear at night with their black knives. Zoro was amused. Hawkeye was dumbfounded. The baboons were still cheering under the leadership of their leader. Those meaningless baboon calls, if interpreted in human language, would mean something like 666. Hawkeye. I'm at hash level. Sensing the glare from the king, the human imitators 666 stopped abruptly. The faces of the baboons were either confused or aggrieved, as if they didn't know what they had done wrong. Hawkeye took a deep breath. I forced myself to suppress the dissatisfaction in my heart. After all, he couldn't really fight a group of baboons. Mahakio. Lu Yu spoke, breaking the awkward atmosphere. You're obsessed. He shook his head. Mihawk raised his eyebrows. In the way of sword, the strongest is yourself. Your ability to be the world's greatest swordsman is determined by your own sword skills, not by relying on just a sword. Lu Yu spoke seriously. If you take the knife too seriously, your path will be deviated. Hawkeye frowned slightly, after a moment of silence. Hawkeye's frown relaxed again. Teachable, Mihawk nodded first. But my sword is me, one and the same. Lu Yu did not comment. After all, he was just saying it casually. After all, Mihawk the Hawkeye is the best at kendo. But now that things have come to this, it seems there's no escape, so let's do it. The worry and hesitation on Mihawk's face disappeared. He did it alone. The baboon leader not far away understood and threw out the black knife. Hawkeye took it casually and made a few knife flowers in the air, which were dazzling and brilliant. Bring it on. There is no more delay. Mihawk, the eagle eye who got the knife, attacked decisively and aggressively first. Shua. The knife passed through the air and the whole world seemed to be still for a moment. A bright green arc appeared in the sky. The next moment, sand and stones were flying, and grass and trees were scattered. The surging sword force, with a heavy oppressive force as heavy as a mountain, pressed down towards Lu Yu. Under Hawkeye's angry full-strength attack, the surrounding human imitators of the giant baboons began to shout joyfully again. 666 inches, 666, however, soon, a surging sword wind came and oppressed the atmosphere. The big baboons with strong bodies flew backwards under the pressure of the sword wind. Perona, who was floating in the air as if weightless, screamed and quickly stepped back. Zoro plunged the black knife Chu Shui into the ground, holding the hilt tightly with both hands. He half knelt on the ground, barely managing to hold himself back. Watching Hawkeye's full-strength slash up close made Zoro feel deeply moved. I deeply realized how heavy the title of the world's greatest swordsman is. But instead of discouraging Zoro, this only fueled his competitive spirit. It aroused his determination to become the world's #1. The other side, facing the highly aggressive and vigorous sword momentum of Hawkeye Mihawk. Lu Yu did not dodge or evade, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Full of fighting spirit. The battle between the world's greatest swordsman and the Iron Dragon King. Officially launched, Chapter 227 Hawkeye defeats. Whoosh, when the sword light that was like a full moon completely flew out from Dao Yi, its speed suddenly increased dramatically. Like a strong wind sweeping away fallen leaves, a force 10 gale blew across the fields and dense forests within a radius of hundreds of meters. Countless fallen leaves and gravel were chopped into pieces by the tiny green sword energy that overflowed during the flying process. The emerald green blade light instantly crossed dozens of meters, leaving a huge gully more than 10 meters deep on the ground between the two people. Bring it on. Lu Yu crossed his arms, and his skin gradually turned iron gray, emitting a metallic luster. Even the blood in the body has a metallic luster. It was like a roaring torrent of steel. Finally, the green knife light approached. Lu Yu took off his glasses without dodging or avoiding. He allowed the terrifying blow that was powerful enough to split mountains and rocks to fall on him. Clang! Accompanied by a dull sound of metal clashing, Zhang's body shook slightly. The clothes on his upper body were instantly torn into pieces under his outward aura, revealing his iron-like body underneath. Showing wildness. Wow, Perona, who was watching the game from afar, had her beautiful eyes lit up. She stared intently and swallowed hard. Zoro also stared with wide eyes. Lu Yu, who took the full force of the sword attack from the world's greatest swordsman head-on, never retreated a single step. He easily withstood Hawkeye's slash with his own body. Of course, there are people in this world who can directly withstand the slashes of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, with their bodies. Not too far away, two of them appeared in the Summit War a week ago. One of them is Diamond Joes, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division. He took on Hawkeye head-on with his diamond hard body. After all, diamond is the only substance in the world that can compete with pure seastone in hardness, and even Hawkeye's slash cannot cut it. The other is Buggy, the clown known as the swordsman's nemesis, thanks to his ability of the chop-chop fruit. Even if Hawkeye cut him into dozens or hundreds of pieces with the Black Sword Knight equipped with armament hockey, he could still recover in an instant. But there is no doubt that both Jozu and Buggy rely on their respective devil fruit abilities. Only with his fragile body could he withstand Hawkeye's slash. In this world, the slash of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, is definitely one of the sharpest. Almost unstoppable. There was once a world critic who worshipped Hawkeye and asserted that even the 4 emperors Kaido of the beasts, the strongest creatures on land, sea, and air, and with powerful bodies, would not be unscathed if struck by Hawkeye's sword. In this world, there is no creature that can be struck by Hawkeye's sword and remain unharmed. Kendo is the most powerful way of attacking. As the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye is worthy of being ranked as the Emperor of the Sea. Such comments may contain some exaggeration. For example, 4 Emperor's Big Mom's steel balloon with Conqueror's hockey attached might be able to withstand 1 or 2 attacks. But it also shows from the side that Hawkeye's slash is powerful and unstoppable. Zoro becomes a swordsman, determined to become the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk was naturally familiar with these rumors about Hawkeye, and even regarded them as his goal at one point. However, now, seeing Lu Yu with his own body, after taking Hawkeye's full-strength blow with ease and without any injury, Zoro felt completely stunned. Not only Zoro, but also the human imitators baboons in the distance who were ready to shout, 666. All froze in their places, their eyes filled with horror, unable to believe it. You truly are worthy of being the world's greatest swordsman. Lu Yu grinned, looking at the green knife light that was still exerting force. He finally took action, his fists were clenched. The atmosphere ripbles gently, boom, accompanied by an extremely dull sound. Lu Yu clashed his fists, falling on the unparalleled green sword light. Kaka, there was a sound like a mirror breaking. Cracks appeared on the materialized sword energy, extending upward like tree branches. Densely packed, crisscrossing horizontally and vertically. Final. Accompanied by a soft bang, the slash of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, was shattered by Lu Yu's fists. It turned into countless green spots of light and disappeared. Such a resilient body is something I have never seen before. You are truly worthy of being called the King of the Sea. Mihawk, the hawk-eyed man, spoke solemnly, enunciating each word. Your physical strength surpasses even that of the 4 Emperors Big Mom. I, Hawkeye, would like to call you the strongest. Mihawk, the Hawkeye, paused for a word and spoke solemnly. Hawkeye Mihawk has great confidence in his own slashing skills. So when Lu Yu did not use any ability, but only relied on his strong body to resist and succeeded. Even Hawkeye, who is always as cold as an iceberg and not interested in the changes in the world, could not help but be shocked. Listening to Hawkeye's serious praise, Lu Yu couldn't help but be stunned. I have an impression that it seems somewhat familiar. But never mind. The slashing blow of the world's greatest swordsman is indeed well deserved. Lu Yu was generous with his praise. Of course, the two world's top powers would not flatter each other like ordinary people, but were stating a simple fact. It's really a pity to have missed the Summit War half a year ago. Today is the opportunity. Hawkeye swung his sword forward. A rare hint of joyful smile appeared on the cold and stiff face. He has already entered the state, just what I want. Lu Yu agreed without hesitation, then go ahead. Mihawk hawked. At the same time, the shape suddenly swept forward. With both hands, he stretched out the knife diagonally to the back. The emerald green blade light was added to the blade of Haidao Yi. The blade was originally nearly 1.5 meters long, but now it looked even more slender with the help of the emerald green blade light. Drink, Mihawk, the hawk-eyed man, swung his hands and slashed down from the upper right to the lower left. When Lu Yu's left arm muscles were like a dragon, he raised his hand to block, once again demonstrating his world-leading physical strength as the king of iron dragons. Hawkeye Mihawk's direct slash also failed to break Lu Yu's physical defense. The force of the sword, which was like a mountain pressing down on one's head, only caused the ground under Lu Yu's feet to sink. While blocking Hawkeye's slash with his left hand, Lu Yu raised his right hand. A brilliant light then bloomed. In that brilliance, there seemed to be an indestructible sword. That is the Iron Dragon King's sword. Mihawk's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was overjoyed. This was exactly the move he wanted to fight against half a year ago. Now, I can finally get what I want. How could a pure swordsman like Hawkeye Mihawk be missed? Hawkeye used his powerful observation haki to catch Lu Yu's move in advance, and the knife in his hand also drew a large smooth arc. At the moment of Kaijun's attack, he blocked it in front of him with great difficulty. He wanted to use his own knife to test the weight of Lu Yu's sword. When the crisp sound of metal clashing was heard first. Boom. What followed was the roar of the earth. Boom. The island was shaken violently. The ground was lifted up several layers by the impact of the ultimate's power. Woo yu 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 yu, Hawkeye defeated amid the terrified cries of the human imitators, the baboons. Mihawk Company, the Hawkeyes, the men with the swords suddenly flew backwards. It dragged a deep mark dozens of meters long on the ground. Even so, it is still impossible to completely reduce the absolute power of Lu Yu's Iron Dragon King sword. Amidst the loud rumbling sound, the ground 100 feet away was covered with smoke and dust. Mihawk teacher Hawkeye Lost Zoro couldn't help but scream in worry. Although Hawkeye Mihawk almost stole his black knife Chu Shui before. But Hawkeye is still his chief master after all. Your teacher is not so weak that you, a disciple, need to worry about him. Roronoa Hawkeye defeated Lu Yu smiled. Mr. Lu Yu, Eagle Eyes defeated. Zoro Yi Lang. Next second, but then I saw the dazzling sword light flashing. Swish, 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 the smoke and dust were like a dragon, covering the area. Countless powerful sword energies pierced through the smoke and dust, cutting everything apart. Then turned a corner. It shot towards Lu Yu like a precision-guided missile. That's exactly how it should be. It would be too boring if it were too easy to lose. There seemed to be a burning desire to fight in Lu Yu's eyes, and a wild aura emanated from his body. He did not dodge or evade, but walked straight forward towards the green sword energy that filled the sky, passing through it domineeringly and forcefully. All extremely aggressive sword energy. Under Lu Yu's indestructible body of the Iron Dragon King, it could only explode and had no effect at all. This scene deeply shocked Zoro. He thought that if he were in his place, he would have to use all his strength to face just one of them, and might not be able to stop it in the end. But at this moment, Lu Yu seemed to have turned into a wild beast in human form. Powerful and unmatched, like an iron sword-like fist that destroys all fancy things. Boom! Finally, the swords of the two world's top masters collided again, causing a huge change in the situation. This battle between top swordsmen lasted for 3 hours. During this hour, the earth suffered the most severe destruction. Countless trees sprang up from the ground in the aftermath of their battle. Then it was crushed to pieces by the powerful sword energy shockwave. Even the lifeless fog that shrouds this gloomy island all year round. In the earth-shaking battle between the two, all the light was dispersed. Discussing the realm of Kendo. Lu Yu is just a layman and cannot compare with the world's #1 Hawkeye Mihawk. But relying on the pure power of the Iron Dragon King. The power of his iron sword is not inferior to Hawkeye's in any way. It even surpasses the fusion of Hawkeye Mihawk's sword intent and sword realm. Lu Yu didn't understand any fancy sword skills. In this battle, he simply took the path of breaking all obstacles with one force. Great effort can always make miracles happen. Chapter 228 7 Dragons complete. Under the gorgeous sunset, Hawkeye stood on a pile of ruins, holding the black knife in both hands. The clothes on his upper body were completely torn into pieces, just like Lu Yu's. There were obvious bruises on his muscular body. This was the result of Lu Yu showing mercy. If Lu Yu had not turned his sword into a fist at those critical moments, Hawkeye Mihawk's body will not only be covered with bruises from the fist marks, but also with transparent blood holes from front to back. Even if he is the greatest swordsman in the world, he is still flesh and blood. It's not a monster body like Big Mom Charlotte Linlin or Lu Yu. The most deadly of them is Hawkeye's right eye. He was also hit by Lu Yu, and his eyes were now turning into panda eyes. The swelling was so severe that only a crack remained, which formed a huge contrast with his former stern appearance, making people laugh. I lost this battle, Hawkeye said calmly. As expected of the world's greatest swordsman, he's truly amazing. Lu Yu put his hands behind his back. Standing more than 20 meters away from Hawkeye, there was not a single scar on his body. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Hawkeye staggered, his intact left eye rolled up. Lu Yu smiled. I was just about to say a polite acknowledgement. Just then, bite the familiar and pleasant system mechanical prompt sound rang out as Hawkeye admitted defeat. What followed was a massive amount of reward reminders, which made Lu Yu pause for a moment. Pay full attention to receiving reward reminders from system tasks. Defeat Shichibukai Dracula Mihawk Shichibukai Defeat Mission Progress 7/7. Mission completed. Congratulations on obtaining the Radiance of the Super Magic Fairy. Reward. Poison Dragon Slayer Magic Level plus 30, a total of 100 levels of perfection. Reward Dragon Power plus 60 levels, total 100 levels. Conditions for opening the new Dragon King mode are met. Please select whether to enable. Lu Yu answered without any hesitation. A moment later, Poison Dragon King mode is activated. Listen to the system's pleasant reminders. The corners of Lu Yu's mouth couldn't help but raise a happy arc. Mihawk, the eagle-eyed man standing next to him, couldn't help but widen his left eye, feeling terrified. Regarding Hawkeye's strange expression, Lu Yu was too lazy to pay attention. A thought came to my mind. The system's personal panel appeared before his eyes after a long absence. Host. Lu Yu, Fire Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Flame Dragon King Mode. Sky Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 One Day Dragon King Mode. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 to 1 Right Pointing Arrow Thunder Dragon King Mode. White Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 to 1 Right Pointing Arrow White Dragon King Mode. Shadow Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 Shadow Dragon King Mode. Poison Dragon Slayer Magic Level 100 to 1 Right Pointing Arrow Poison Dragon King Mode. Skills. Mind Talk Magic, Instant Teleportation, SSS Level Corpse History, SS Level Divine Hull, SS Level Form Magic. Super Magic. Absolute Defense, Fairy Ball, Super Judgment Magic, Fairy Law, Super Killing Magic, Fairy Glory. That's it. Lu Yu has learned all 3 super magics of Fairy Tail. The final super magic Fairy Killing Brilliance is even more powerful than the Fairy Laws. This is super magic that collects and concentrates the light of the sun, moon, and stars. It is a merciless light that will never allow the enemy to survive and can destroy everything that the enemy has. But compared to the powerful super magic, what made Lu Yu most excited and happy was that all the 7 dragon slaying magic levels he possessed were maxed out. The Great Dragon King mode is fully activated, looking at the neatly arranged 100% Dragon King on the system panel. Lu Yu also felt a great sense of accomplishment in his heart. This is exactly the panel data he has been dreaming of. But I always feel like something is missing. Lu Yu frowned slightly and spoke suspiciously. Without waiting for him to think about it, next second, the system's friendly and pleasant prompt sound rang again. The massive reward quest triggered by defeating the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk, is not over yet. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment, but he reacted after a moment. Compared to the Shichibukai mission, on top of this there are also the quests to defeat the Admiral and the 4 Emperors. Summit War, defeat the Admiral, Hero, Marshal, and kill 5 Elders in succession. Lu Yu's Admiral 4 Emperors mission has reached 2/3. There are still 5 left. In the Sleeping Ancient Town incident, the Legend of the Last Era, Red Earl Barrow Clydefield was defeated. As a powerful figure on par with Roger and Whitebeard, the Red Earl's Admiral level strength is unquestionable. Then came the Dressrosa attack. The Twisted Old Man and the Rhythm Weirdo were easily suppressed and killed by Lu Yu. Although they were easily killed by Lu Yu, they also possessed Admiral level combat power. Then there was the Impel Down Poison Admiral Magellan 2 days ago. Finally, there's Mahawk, the Hawkeye. Mahawk, the eagle-eyed man known as the world's greatest swordsman. Its overall strength is not inferior to Admiral. At this point, the mission of defeating 15 Admirals, 4 Emperors is complete. Defeat a total of 15 Admiral, 4 Emperors, mission progress 15/15. Mission completed award, defeat 15 Admiral, 4 Emperors, 15/15. Congratulations on obtaining a new evolutionary direction. Please select 1. Dark Dragon King mode. 2. Chaos Dragon God mode. Listening to the system prompt sounds ringing in my mind. Lu Yu couldn't help but show excitement on his face. Even now, he couldn't remain calm. A mission to defeat 15 powerful beings standing at the pinnacle of this ocean. The reward is indeed huge. 1 second ago, Lu Yu was still wondering why no new dragon-slaying magic appeared this time. The result was unexpected. The real surprise is yet to come. The first option, Dark Dragon King mode. Lu Yu was able to roughly find the template and imagine it. This dark dragon is most likely the evolutionary path of Acnologia, the Black Dragon King in the fairy tale world. After destroying almost all the dragons in the fairy tale world, Acnologia became the true Black Dragon King. The demonic dragon slayer magic he mastered can devour and make one immune to all magical attacks in the world. Even if trapped in the cracks of time, one can break out by devouring time. This is naturally an extremely buggy and powerful force. The Black Dragon King Acnologia is already the ceiling of Fairy Tail's native world. In the end, he was defeated by the protagonist Halo and the buff of, because we are Fairy Tail. The Dark Dragon is indeed powerful, however, Lu Yu was not overwhelmed by this. His mind remained calm, compared to the Dark Dragon. The second option, Chaos Dragon God mode, is naturally unfamiliar to Lu Yu. But, since it can be considered as one of the options, on par with the Dark Dragon, it is definitely not inferior to it. Besides, Chaos is the beginning of all things, Dragon God and Dragon Emperor. Looks like there's no need to hesitate anymore. Lu Yu made a decision. The Dark Dragon King mode is indeed powerful. In the final analysis, it is still walking behind others. Besides, no matter what the reason, the Dragon King was defeated once in his native world, so he is not absolutely invincible. In other worlds, facing conflicting forces, his devouring power may also be affected. For example, the power of Haki from the pirate's world or pure physical attacks are unlikely to be absorbed. In comparison, Lu Yu is more optimistic about the Chaos Dragon God mode. When chaos emerges, everything collapses. This is absolute power. No frills. One force can break all laws. Great strength brings about miracles. This is the power that Lu Yu is pursuing. No more hesitation. Chaos Dragon God mode, activated, Chapter 229. Hawkeye joins the gang. A few minutes later, Lu Yu opened his closed eyes. Chaos exploded deep in his eyes. A wisp of chaotic mist emerged. With his breathing, the chaotic mist swirling around him then sank into his body. The strength is revealed in every gesture. Boom. With Lu Yu as the center, the island was shaken violently. Lu Yu had a feeling. In Chaos Dragon God mode, even a normal punch can penetrate Marijoy. And this is just the initial integration and opening. This powerful model still has huge room for growth. Lu Yu's gaze fell on Hawkeye Mahawk. Hawkeye's heart skipped a beat. His intuition told him, it only took a few minutes. Lu Yu has become stronger again. The pressure exerted on him was several times greater than before. Hawkeye, do you want to fight again? Lu Yu grinned. No, not today. Hawkeye Mahawk's face changed and he quickly refused. He turned to look at his own chief disciple. Zoro, have you memorized everything about the previous battle? Zoro nodded blankly. Yes, I remember everything clearly. Hawkeye nodded and said, okay, then write an 8,000-word review when you get back. Huh? Zoro's eyes. There are many little question marks floating in my head. Ignoring Zoro's odd gaze, Perona's gaze then fell on Perona, who was floating in the distance. Those who eat white rice, hurry up and prepare food to entertain the guests. Prepare the fine wines I have collected, Hawkeye greeted. Yes, yes. Perona quickly turned around and floated towards the castle not far away. Mr. Lu Yu. Hawkeye looked at Lu Yu again and made an inviting gesture. Lu Yu smiled and nodded, didn't refuse Hawkeye's kindness. Raise your hand and wave lightly. A gentle breeze brought Shirahoshi above Tianlong's head. Do you mind if I bring a companion? Lu Yu asked. Certainly, Hawkeye waved his hands repeatedly. Finally, he said, thank you. Lu Yu was stunned. After reading Hawkeye's thoughts with his mind-reading ability, Lu Yu was speechless. It seems that Hawkeye is thanking himself for not breaking his sword. The central castle of the gloomy island. After 3 rounds of drinking, the Lord is happy. Mahawk. What's the matter? Lu Yu. After a fight and a drink, Lu Yu and Hawkeye already called each other by name and were no longer strangers. Mahawk, do you want to come over to my side? Take over the world with me? Lu Yu grinned and extended his hand in invitation. Mahawk paused in his drinking. Zoro and Perona both widened their eyes in shock. Watching Lu Yu and Hawkeye nervously. Are we suddenly going to start something big while we're chatting? It was so sudden. Good moment. Gulp. Just when Zoro and Perona were about to be unable to bear this oppressive atmosphere. Hawkeye's calm expression finally relaxed. He smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. To be honest, I'm not interested in fame, power, or treasure, but it seems I can't escape this choice today. So let's do it. Bang. Hawkeye's big hand overlapped and tightly grasped Lu Yu's. Also, my intuition tells me that with you, I might be able to see many different landscapes. Hawkeye Mahawk added. Ha ha ha, good, that's refreshing. As expected of the world's greatest swordsman, Lu Yu laughed with some joy. Let's forget about being number 1 in the world. Mahawk smiled wryly and shook his head. Ha ha ha, Hawkeye, I can guarantee that you will see a wider world. Lu Yu said with a solemn vow. Then I'll wait. Hawkeye nodded expectantly. Then let's go now without further delay. Lu Yu directly pulled Hawkeye Mahawk up. Now, Hawkeye was stunned. Of course, there's no time to waste. Lu Yu smiled. This trip is to the gloomy island. Not only did he upgrade the final poisonous dragon slaying magic to the maximum level. A new Chaos Dragon God mode has also been opened. Finally, he successfully attracted the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk. For Lu Yu, this trip has been completed. The harvest was fruitful. Preparations are basically complete. Next comes the time for war. Lu Yu can't wait to fight with the world government and Yim again. Just when Hawkeye was stunned. Mr. Mahawk, the ceremony is ready, let's go quickly. Zoro was carrying a big bag and looked very impatient. Because he knows. Just follow Lu Yu and you will see your friends again soon. Then let's go. Mahawk the Hawkeye directly carried the supreme sword, Black Blade Knight, on his back. This was all his luggage. Ha ha ha. Amidst loud laughter, Shang, Hawkeye, and Zoro went out first. Ms. Perona, won't you come with me? Shirahoshi turned curiously and looked at Perona, who looked hesitant. Why don't I? Perona was conflicted. Princess Shirahoshi, just leave that troublesome woman alone and let her stay here. Zoro greeted. What did you say? Perona frowned. He looked at Zoro fiercely. Green algae head, who are you calling the troublesome woman? I think you want to taste the power of ghosts again. Perona shouted and hurried to catch up. Looking at the eerie ghost floating beside Perona, Zoro couldn't help but shrink his head. Then let's go together. Lu Yu waved his hand. The strong wind swept everyone up into the sky and onto the wings of the dragon. Set off back to New World. At the same time, New World, Wano-kuni Sea area. The great golden city stands on the sea, immovable as a mountain. The sky was gray and gloomy. A depressing atmosphere enveloped the entire sea area. On the sea about 10 miles away from the golden city, 50 marine warships were lined up in a row. They're like prehistoric wild beasts. This force is enough to engulf any country in the world. However, it was unable to shake the golden city in the distance that was shining with golden light. Boom! Rumbling thunder was heard from the dark sky. It was like the roar of Thor. A golden ship shining brightly disappeared among the clouds. Large clouds of thundercloud material rose from the chimney of the golden ship. A huge purple-black ball of lightning gradually took shape. It exudes an aura of destruction. That is the welcome from the thunder god, thunder welcome. Boom. Thick, dark clouds covered the sky. Deep blue lightning flashed across the sky and earth. The deafening thunder shook the heaven and earth. Awakening. This scene. It's like the end of the world. Under the sky, above the sea. Ah, what on earth is going on in this sea area? The sky. There seems to be something deep in those clouds. Then, I seem to have seen a huge ball of lightning. Not good, if that giant lightning ball falls. Marshal Kuzan, admirals, what are we going to do? Chapter 230. Mutual growth and mutual restraint. A rough sea with choppy waves. 50 Marine war-class warships, like prehistoric behemoths, were arrayed in a scattered formation. Led by Marine Marshal Kuzan himself, 2 admirals, Kizaru Borsellino and Fujitora, were in charge. There are also veterans such as Sengoku, the former Marshal of Marine, and Garp, a legendary hero who was defeated once. Add to that dozens of vice admirals, thousands of rear admirals, tens of thousands of officers, and hundreds of thousands of Marines. Marine's most elite main force is assembled here. Under the mandatory order of the world government, a horrific war 10 times more terrifying than Buster Call was launched. Such a large army should be invincible and victorious. Even the pirates group at the level of the Sea Emperor. Faced with such a terrifying force, they would be destroyed in an instant. Unless 3 or even 4 imperial groups gather their strength. Only then can we barely have the qualifications to compete with it. As a member of such a luxurious team, the Marines should be in high spirits and full of energy. But in fact, now the hundreds of thousands of ordinary Marines on the 50 warships are in a panic. Even the strong men at the level of officers and generals were gritting their teeth at this moment. His expression was filled with extreme shock and panic. All because of the rumbling thunder in the sky, the name of the user of the Logia Thunder Fruit ability. Marine's side would naturally know about this, but this is the first time I have actually come into contact with it. Same. Until now, I have witnessed that horrific scene with my own eyes. They finally understood why Logia Thunderfruit was called the strongest in Logia. Even if the strength of Thor Enel himself is average, the destructive power of the Thunderfruit alone is no less than that of the 4 emperors. Especially now there is Lei Ying, who is hiding in the clouds and is powerful enough to destroy the island with one blow. No doubt, if it is not stopped, let the ridiculously large ball of lightning fall completely. The impact on mariners at sea will be unprecedented. At least half of the warships were destroyed directly or indirectly. This is the horror of an island destroying, indiscriminate attack. Hey, Kuzan, I think I can find a way to deal with that Thunderboy and the lightning ball in the sky. At the lead warship, Admiral Kizaru, dressed in a yellow and white striped suit, put his hands in his pockets, pursed his lips, and spoke slowly. If there is a way, then go quickly. Garp, one of the disabled duo, said casually. Admiral Kizaru did not move. Even if I can deal with that thundering brat, what about the other threats? When the enemy has absolute air superiority, we are just targets on the sea. Admiral Kizaru's analysis was rare and serious. The senior marine officers on the warship were silent. Because what Admiral Kizaru said is indeed true, compared to Enel's ultimate move, Thunderfight, which requires charging. Their real threat is the giant flying pirates who dominate the skies, the Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki has not yet appeared, but the dozens of tiny black dots floating in the distant sky meant that he was fully prepared. Those little black dots are nothing else. These are islands that were floated by Golden Lion Shiki using the power of lion fruit. If any of them falls on their heads, it will be a real disaster. Speaking of which, Mr. Sengoku, how did you deal with that golden lion before? Marshal Kuzan looked at the disabled duo for help. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other. Before, he just took off with his own fleet. Sengoku shrugged. If the boat falls, just blow it up with one punch. Garp spoke casually and humorously. Kuzan, so what should we do if the island falls? As for the island, if I put in some extra effort, I should be able to shatter it with one punch, but I'm afraid I won't be able to shatter it completely. Garp shook his head. The fragments of large islands are not much different from meteorites. Newly recruited Marine Admiral Fujitora smiled and spoke. Unless we can shoot them all down before they get close. Yishao, your heavy fruit and Golden Lion's lion fruit complement and counteract each other. Can you do that? Marshal Kuzan asked hopefully. Maybe we can try. Fujitora smiled and nodded seriously. Ha 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 ha, you're so arrogant, Marine. The unruly laughter echoed under the sky. The flying pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, makes an appearance. Ha 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 ha. The unruly laughter echoed under the sky. Under the shocked and angry gazes of the Marines, the flying pirates Golden Lion Shiki came flying in the air. What a big tone you have, Yishao boy. With your abilities, do you think you can be compared with me? Golden Lion Shiki crossed his arms and sneered disdainfully. Golden Lion Shiki is naturally dissatisfied with the statement that the Chongchong fruit and lion fruit are mutually reinforcing and mutually exclusive and are equally matched. Ridicule and underestimation of Golden Lion, Admiral Fujitora chuckled. Nothing said. The staff sword in his hand slowly came out of its sheath half an inch. Buzz. A lavender gravity aura spread out, accurately enveloping Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki, who was confident in his lion fruit ability, did not dodge or avoid. He was caught in the lavender halo of movement. The Golden Lion, who was feeling smug, suddenly felt his body sink. Falling from the clouds to the sea, his feet stabbed into the sea like sharp knives. The body is still sinking little by little under the influence of the force. Feeling the terrifying weight, Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but show shock and anger on his old face. But I dare not underestimate it anymore. Lion fruit's full power. He forced himself to fly into the sky despite the terrifying weight. Break through Admiral Fujitora's heavy moving area. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Golden Lion Shiki gasped several times in fear. It took a while before I finally calmed down completely. Because of a moment of carelessness, this old lion almost fell over. Ultimately, it was because Golden Lion was too arrogant. I didn't expect that the new Marine Admiral Fujitora's ability of the numerous fruits is actually quite strong. But he managed to hold on in the end. No one was slapped in the face on the spot. That's good. Ha 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 ha, Golden Lion Shiki laughed again. The power of the Juju fruit is nothing more than that. Golden Lion waved his hand nonchalantly, feigning disdain. Next second, Golden Lion's eyes suddenly widened, and the hairs on his body stood up. Almost without hesitation, Golden Lion Shiki's body tilted, and he suddenly retreated dozens of meters. He just brushed the edge of the purple gravity halo and barely avoided it. All I heard was a loud bang. The area covered by the gravity halo sank by more than dozens of meters. Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this. I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. Obviously, the previous one was much more powerful. If it is hit head-on, he was afraid that he would really be sunk into the sea. Ha 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 ha, Shiki B ***** D, you look down on the Ichisho Juju fruit so much, if you have the guts, don't hide. Garp laughed. Shut up, B ***** D Garp, do you think Lousy is stupid? Golden Lion Shiki rages. Chapter 231 Garp goes mad. And you, Yishao boy, you young man have no martial ethics and openly attacked an old senior like me. It would have been fine if it happened once, but it happened a second time. That's outrageous. Fujitora smiled. Fujitora didn't want to talk. And once again sent a gravity oppression field to Golden Lion Shiki. Okay, you forced me to do this, you want to play, right? Come on. Golden Lion Shiki gnashed his teeth, already in rage. The distant islands are the last resort, and deterrence is still the main purpose now. But there are still dozens of warships here at the moment. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes rolled and a plan came to his mind. Decided to teach them a lesson just like they did when they caused a big disturbance at Naval Headquarters more than 20 years ago. Ha 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 ha. Golden Lion turned around and rushed straight towards a nearby warship. The closest to him was of course the warship where Marshal Aokiji was. Joke. There are quite a few admirals on it, of course, you should choose the softest persimmons to squeeze. The senior marine officers on the warship were naturally well aware of the Golden Lion Shiki's tricks. There was a flash of golden light. Admiral Kizaru's body shattered into countless golden photons. In an instant, he stood in front of Golden Lion Shiki. A kick at the speed of light exploded the atmosphere. The Golden Lion Shiki quickly soared into the sky. Narrowly avoided, without waiting for Golden Lion Shiki to catch his breath. The familiar danger in the underworld returns. That's Admiral Fujitora taking action. I'm at hash level. Golden Lion Shiki cursed and quickly dodged again. Shiki B ***** D, take this. A brilliant meteor streaked across the sky. It was the iron fist of the legendary marine hero Garp. I'm gonna bite you, Garp. Your hands are already broken, and you still won't behave. Golden Lion Shiki cursed. A whole Shiki, as long as I have breath left in me, these iron fists born for justice will never fall. Garp shouted. Damn it, are you guys here to negotiate? Golden Lion Shiki finally followed his heart. However, the pursuit from Kizaru, Fujitora and Garp continued unabated. It's like a cat playing with a mouse, and he has been bullied badly. Coolalalalala, old lion, you are in such a mess. A loud and heroic laugh came from far away. At the same time, there came the shattered atmosphere and the terrifying super tsunami. Click, 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 it was as if the sound of something shattering exploded under the sky. Every marine on the warship widened their eyes in horror. The atmosphere is cracked. This familiar scene, could it be? There's no mistake, this is a force that even the atmosphere can withstand. The elite marine officers who had participated in the Summit War were all shocked and horrified beyond words at this moment. Looking at this familiar scene, their minds unconsciously recalled the fear they had felt when they were dominated by this power. The king of the previous era, the strongest man in the world has arrived. Accompanied by the screams of horror of the marines. The sea was boiling and surging violently. Beneath the clear sky, the sea rumbled. The water level kept rising, almost reaching the sky. Sea shock. Another sea shock. Former Marshal Sengoku screamed in shock and anger. Alala, even Whitebeard. Marshal Kuzan opened his mouth. Now is not the time to talk about this. Sengoku didn't need to say much. Marshal Kuzan bent his knees slightly and suddenly soared into the sky. Ice Age. Marshal Kuzan pointed his hands at the approaching super tsunami. Logia Frozen Fruit's ultimate ability explodes. Click, 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 Ultimate's freezing air was released, freezing the entire sea. Just like the original Summit War, this time the spread is even wider. Ah, we're saved. It's Marshal Kuzan. The Marshal is mighty. The surviving Marines all shouted excitedly. At the top of the tsunami ice wall, the large whale ship that came riding on the tsunami was also frozen and could not move at all. Kulalalala, that frozen kid is still as annoying as ever. At the bow of the whale ship, the tall and burly Whitebeard laughed deeply and pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. Dad, please stop being so stubborn now. Marco and other captains hurried forward to support him. Leave it to them from now on. Crash, air currents surged in the sky. A huge shadow descended. It was a giant dragon with a fiery red body. The giant dragon's wings covered the sky and the sun, overwhelming the heaven and earth. The terrifying dragon's might spread. The Marines, who had not yet had time to breathe a sigh of relief, immediately became nervous again. Ha 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 ha. Reinforcements arrived one after another, and the Golden Lion Shiki, who had been passively beaten and fleeing in a panic, suddenly became proud again and even stood up straighter. You actually blocked all the escape routes yourself. How foolish of you, Marine. If this happens, you really will have no way to escape. Golden Lion Shiki laughed and shouted. However, it was collectively ignored by all the Marine executives. Golden Lion Shiki. Angry. Look, it looks like the person standing on that dragon's head is Teacher Zephyr. A Marine Rear Admiral yelled in surprise. Not only is Zephyr Sensei here, but Gion Vice Admiral and Ms. Hina are here too. Why are Mr. Zephyr and the others here? And the Gion Goddess and Hina, did they tame the dragon? The Marines who didn't know the truth couldn't help but ask questions one after another. The Marine brass, led by Marshal Kuzan, were not at all surprised. As early as a month ago, they already knew the shocking fact that Zephyr had left the Marine and joined the Emperor Dragon Banner. There are also Gion and Hina. The two of them volunteered to be undercover in the Golden City. However, there has been no news since that day's contact.
Now we see that both of them are safe and sound. Kuzan and the others finally put their minds at ease.
Wow! A giant red dragon descended from the sky. It fell heavily on the thick ice surface. Stirring up patches of icy fog, people led by former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr landed one after another. At the same time, on the Marine side, Kuzan, the Marshal, Garp, the disabled veteran, and Sengoku. There are also Vice Admiral Suru, Admiral Kazaru, and Admiral Fujidora. And a large number of Vice Admirals also landed one after another. This forced buster call was initiated by the world government. It began to develop in a direction that most people could not imagine. Kuzan, have you dealt with that? Blackarm Zephyr spoke first. Ah, it's all taken care of, Mr. Zephyr, Marshal Kuzan nodded. The world government officials who came with them had already been controlled by the major Marine masters half an hour ago. Gion, Hina, are you okay? Vice Admiral Crane, the Chief of Staff of the Marine Corps, was the first to greet his sisters. It's totally fine, don't worry, sister Gion smiled brightly and shook his head naturally. No, it's okay, probably. Hina couldn't help being lost in thought when she thought of the ridiculous games they had played with the Sea Emperor, who was supposed to be their enemy. Her fair and pretty face unconsciously showed a few alluring red clouds. The other one? Vice Admiral, he looked at Hina suspiciously. Being as experienced as she is, she naturally wouldn't notice anything unusual about her younger sisters. The sudden blush was enough to make her think of many things. Could it be? No way, Vice Admiral Crane's eyelids twitched. Without waiting for her to ask in detail, suddenly there was a violent commotion not far away. Long, you rebellious son, you actually have the nerve to appear before me. Marine legend Vice Admiral Hero Garp goes berserk. Chapter 232 Garp and the Dragon. Long, you rebellious son, how dare you appear before me? A powerful roar exploded in the sky, derived from the legendary Vice Admiral of Marines, the hero Garp, who was defeated only once in his life. Listen to his angry shout. Many people in the field were caught off guard and shuddered. Idiot Garp, why are you yelling so loud? Golden Lion Shiki Booman. Ahahaha, don't be afraid, Luffy. The old man probably isn't here to cause you any trouble today. Sabo smiled and patted the head of the frightened Straw Hat Luffy soothingly. You don't need to be afraid either, Shocky. Rayleigh manfully blocked Shocky behind him. Shocky. Of course she wasn't really frightened. But this feeling of being protected is not bad. Shocky's mouth curled up slightly. Immediately, his eyes immediately fell on the resolute middle-aged man in a green windbreaker who was traveling with him. He is Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He is also the son of Marine hero Garp, Monkey D. Dragon. The reason why Garp was angry before was naturally because of him. Right now, the expression on the face of the Revolutionary Army leader long remained calm. However, his hands under his sleeves clenched unconsciously. It revealed that he was also nervous at the moment. This is also natural. After all, this is the first time father and son have met again in more than 10 years. Vice Admiral Garp, is Vice Admiral angry? Why is Vice Admiral Garp suddenly angry? Dragon, rebellious son, what's going on? Oh, I remember now. Straw Hat is Mr. Garp's grandson, and Dragon is Straw Hat's father. That means Mr. Garp is the father of that revolutionary dragon. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. What's going on with this third-generation family? What will happen next, with the emergence of Garp? The ice negotiation scene gradually became chaotic. Some people who originally did not know the relationship between Garp and dragons now draw conclusions based on reverse calculations. A surprising conclusion was reached, so my heart was suddenly even more shocked. That old man is Naval Headquarters legendary Vice Admiral, Hero Garp. Our leader, Mr. Long's father. I noticed the Hero Garp's gnashing teeth and malicious look. The Demon King Ivankov, Lindbergh and other revolutionary soldiers who came with their leader Long Zan couldn't help but hold their breath subconsciously. Gudong, Gu, under the nervous gaze of the people. Garp strode forward. Finally, he stopped about 5 meters away from Dragon and Luffy. Oh, Garp's mouth curled up into a wide, malicious grin. Long, how many years has it been? Do you still remember? Garp asked in a deep voice. 17 years. Long's face twitched slightly, but he soon calmed down again. This is his composure as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Yes, it's been 17 years since we last met. Garp's eyes were dark and deep. 17 years ago, Dragon, who had defected from the Marine and disappeared for many years, suddenly appeared in Windmill Village, holding Luffy, who had just been born, in his arms. After handing Luffy over to Garp, who was on vacation at the time, Dragon left without saying a word and continued to devote himself to the great revolutionary cause. 17 years. Do you know how I have lived these 17 years? Garp changed the subject, his brows raised slightly. Sorry, Dad. Longyun's eyelids jumped suddenly. Is this something that can be solved with just an apology? For the past 17 years, I've been irritated by Luffy in Windmill Village, and at Naval Headquarters, I've been bullied by Sengoku because of you. Hey, no. Thinking about the humiliation he had endured over the years, Garp became more and more unhappy. So the look he gave his son Long became more and more unfriendly. Dad, calm down. Noticed Garp's murderous gaze. Leader Long lost his usual composure and his face twitched unconsciously. Shut up, I don't have a father like you, no, son. In the excitement and anxiety, Garp couldn't help but speak out of turn. When he realized what was happening, he became even more angry and embarrassed. No matter what. Garp took off his slippers, grabbed them in his hands, and was about to face Long. Dad, let's talk it over nicely. Put down your slippers. Long no longer cared about his image and hurriedly stopped him, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. This shows what kind of status Garp's slippers occupied in his previous life. If you have anything to say, just say it. First, let me spank you with my shoe to vent my anger. Garp didn't give Long any face and started hitting him with his slippers. This was a sudden and unexpected scene. The people in the square were all stunned. Snap. Marine Legend Vice Admiral, Hero Monkey D. Garp. Monkey D. Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army, the world's most evil organization. Plus this year's problematic newcomer, the Supernova Monkey D. Luffy. The world's most adorable third generation of grandparents and grandchildren are now gathered together. Just when people were fantasizing about a happy third generation family, the situation once again took a strange and uncontrollable direction. The Marine Hero Vice Admiral, who was originally talking in a good mood, suddenly took off his slippers. At the same time, originally calm and composed, with extraordinary bearing. Anyone who sees this powerful leader must praise him, but the face of the Revolutionary Army leader Long turned green. Dad, let's talk it over nicely. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, spoke repeatedly, no longer his usual calm and composed self. He is no longer calm. If you have any excuses, please wait until I have vented my anger. Marine Hero Garp has no intention of giving his son any face. The reason is of course not just because of Sengoku. In fact, Garp himself also has a deep resentment towards his rebellious son. Dad, you don't push me. The leader dragon's body suddenly tensed up, ready to run away at any time. Ha. After not seeing you for so many years, you've become a lot braver, Long. You actually dared to talk to your father like that. This is not something that can be solved with a slipper. Garp laughed and strode forward, under the stunned gaze of thousands of people on the ice square. Garp raised his right hand high, and the large slippers in his hand mercilessly hit the dragon's head. I'm at hash level. Long cursed inwardly, and his body suddenly turned into a gust of breeze. Flickering and dodging frantically. However, Garp's pursuit always follows him like a shadow, and he never gives up. The legendary Vice Admiral Hero Garp from Marine and the mysterious leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. The family farce between the legendary father and son begins. Watching the farce between the father and son, everyone on the ice was dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. You have to know that this farce is being performed by two important figures in the world. Laozi is a legendary Vice Admiral Hero of the Naval Headquarters, Garp, who holds a very high status. His son is Lien Long, the mysterious leader of the Revolutionary Army. But now, what did they see? These two great men, whose stomping of their feet could shake the ocean, were actually like children. Playful, chase. It's quite reasonable. After all, it is only natural for Laozi to teach his son a lesson. Chapter 233 Garp's shock and excitement. That's Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The Marines gathered on the ice couldn't help but marvel at it. Even that Chief Dragon is a son to Mr. Garp, said the smoker with a cigar in his mouth. Ha 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 ha, come on, Shiki, who loves to watch the fun, cheered. The result was that he almost got hit by a slipper from Garp. The jolly farce between the father and the daughter continues. Even a figure like Long has people he can't deal with. For this, right now, the people who were most deeply moved were naturally the revolutionary soldiers in the square. Watching his calm, wise, powerful, natural leader, Dragon, being chased and beaten by his father Garp, he fled in panic. The revolutionary soldiers felt that their worldview was about to be overturned or even collapsed. This was a scene they had never imagined. Our leader, Mr. Long. It's truly astonishing. This scene is too crazy. I can't help but wonder if there's something wrong with my eyes. That's our Mr. Long. The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army were all subconsciously shocked and shook their heads and murmured. This moment, after watching this, the image of their leader, Long, as a cool, wise and powerful leader, collapsed uncontrollably. Finally, a dragon like this no longer looks like a heartless machine. The energetic girl koala smiled. Ha 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 ha, yes, Mr. Long is also a human being with flesh and blood. Sabo echoed. Sabo boy is right. Long has never been a man standing on top of others, ha ha. Said the King Ivankov. No matter what kind of dragon it is our light and our leader. Bello Betty cheered. Well said. That's it. Mr. Long is the indispensable guiding light for the revolution. Oh, come on, Mr. Long. All the revolutionary soldiers were in high spirits, cheering for their leader Long. It's a pity that their cheering and encouragement couldn't increase their leader's speed at all. The time it takes to speak has been run over by old Father Garp. He was hit in the face with several slippers. The mark is obvious. Right now, even a person like Long couldn't help but curse in his heart. After all, he was helpless with a father like Garp who was unreasonable but extremely powerful. I can only pray secretly that Dad Garp can calm down soon. But, look at this posture. It seems that my dad is addicted to beating. It seems that they want to make up for the lost 10 years. Realizing this, Long's face turned a little green. Ha 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 ha, Grandpa and Dad, you guys, ha 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 ha. Watching his grandfather chasing and beating a strange old man, Straw Hat Luffy couldn't help but think of his own childhood. Thinking that he was not the one in trouble, Luffy laughed out loud with schadenfreude. But the next second, Straw Hat Luffy just couldn't laugh anymore. Don't get carried away, Luffy. Do you want to taste Grandpa's iron fist of love, too? Garp heard his grandson's gleeful laughter. He decisively changed his target, clenched his fist as big as a sandbag, and looked at his grandson with ill intentions. Wow. Feeling his grandfather's love approaching him, Straw Hat Luffy was startled. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced by deep panic and confusion. Wake up, Garp grinned. The iron fist of love falls. However, before it completely fell, it stopped abruptly in midair. Because a pitch-black dragon claw suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked Garp's fist. Old man, I wonder if you could spare Luffy today for my sake. Sabo looked at Garp with a smile on his face, as bright as the sun. Your face? You think you're a redhead? Hearing someone asking him to give face, Garp blurted out subconsciously, thinking of the red-haired Shanks, the user of the face fruit. But the words had just come out. When I turned around, I saw the face of the person who appeared. Garp's words and facial expression stopped abruptly. Looking at that youthful and sunny face and the bright curly hair under the gentleman's tall hat, an inexplicable sense of familiarity immediately came over Garp. Mr. Garp, long time no see, Sabo grinned and greeted familiarly. You, Sasasa, looking at the blonde boy who suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man who was known as a hero suddenly opened his eyes as wide as possible. An old face had an incredible expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Emotions of shock and disbelief instantly overwhelmed his body and mind. As a strong man standing at the top of the world, Garp's heart has not been so turbulent for a long time. Even though he was constantly fighting against powerful people from all sides in the New World, it did not cause any fluctuations in his heart. But now, old man, have you even forgotten my name? This is so heartbreaking. Sabo smiled and shook his head. Finally, Garp spoke the name of the blonde boy in front of him with his voice rising more than 18 degrees. This is to prove that I haven't forgotten. Sabo, it's really you, kid, you're not dead. Garp's eyes widened and he grabbed Sabo's shoulders involuntarily. Mr. Garp, there's no grudge between us. There's no need to curse me to death the moment we meet. Sabo rode. After a brief silence, ha 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 ha. Garp's hearty laugh echoed through the sky like thunder. The lingering sound lasts for a long time. Good, I'm still alive. It's really great. Garp excitedly said, yes, repeatedly, and his strong hands patted Sabo's shoulders loudly. Garp first met Sabo when Ace was 7 years old. He was on leave back home to visit his family and came to Mount Corpo to visit Ace, where he met Sabo, who became friends with Ace. Garp was also very happy about Ace making his first friend in his life. After that, Sabo's politeness also won Garp's favor. Immediately, Garp added Sabo to his devilish training package. 3 years later, Garp sent 7-year-old Luffy to Dayton. Later, Garp was very happy to learn that the three little guys got along well with each other and even became brothers of the opposite S**X. Treat Sabo as his own grandson. However, the good times did not last long. More than 2 years ago, shortly after he returned to naval headquarters, something happened to the three brothers. Celestial dragons visit the kingdom of Goa, and word spreads of a bombardment of children at sea. Garp also learned from the news that the unfortunate child who was bombarded by the celestial dragons was Sabo. Garp was so angry that he lost his mind. Non-Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Suru blocked their way. He was on the verge of breaking into the holy land of Marijoy to find the celestial dragons who had killed his adopted grandson. Chapter 234 Garp's heart aches now. I thought I would never see my adopted grandson again after we were separated by the yin and yang. He suddenly appeared in front of me, coming back alive. One can imagine Garp's excitement and surprise. With the huge surprise of Sabo's resurrection, nothing else matters. It doesn't matter whether he teaches a lesson to the unlucky revolutionary's son dragon or the unlucky pirate's grandson Luffy. He gave Sabo this face. Great. That's great. In extreme joy, tears welled up in Garp's eyes. The big hands still couldn't stop patting Sabo's shoulders. Mr. Garp, can we stop for a minute? You're hitting it really hard. Sabo reminded without changing his expression. Gaw. Garp was stunned. Only then did I finally react. Sorry, Grandpa is a little too happy. Ha 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 ha. The resounding laughter of marine hero Garp echoed across the sky. Listening to the hearty laughter, people knew. Garp is really happy today. Garp was happy. Many people in the audience were happy too. The one who felt the most relieved was of course Long, the majestic leader of the Revolutionary Army, who had been chased and beaten for a long time. Looking at his father reminiscing about the past with Sabo, Long couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I knew that I was finally free and no longer had to be beaten with slippers by this crazy old man. Otherwise, his authority as the leader of the Revolutionary Army would be completely destroyed. This time it's really all thanks to Sabo boy, hee. You truly are worthy of being the chief of staff of our Revolutionary Army. The King Ivankov was generous with his praise. The words fell. Garp's old eyes, which were originally squinting with a smile, suddenly widened again. Sabo, you're also from the Revolutionary Army? And the chief of staff? Ahem, Sabo coughed dryly. What's wrong, old man? Garp's eyes twitched, and he had a constipated expression on his face. His son is a member of the Revolutionary Army, and his two grandsons, Ace and Luffy, are both problematic pirates. Now, at last, my well-behaved and sensible grandson has come back alive. You tell me that he is the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army serving under his own son? Garp unconsciously covered his heart. I felt a dull pain in my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and everywhere else in my body. Ha ha ha, old man, take care of yourself. Sabo quickly patted Garp on the back. Sabo, you rascal, you really want to taste Grandpa's iron fist of love. Since you are still alive, why didn't you come back after all these years? Even if it's just to give a message. Or maybe it's because. Garp looked at his adopted son again with a bad look. Just think that Dragon and the Revolutionary Army restrained Sabo and prevented him from coming back. No, Mr. Garp, you misunderstood. This has nothing to do with Mr. Long. I accidentally lost my memory when Mr. Long rescued me. It wasn't long ago that I finally fully recovered my memory. Sabo wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and quickly explained the whole story to Garp in a concise manner. Otherwise, he was really afraid that this reckless old man would catch Long and do something to him again. In that case, they didn't talk about anything today. Just sit here and watch the show. With the joint intervention of Marine Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Crane, former Admiral Zephyr and other parties. The Garp family's family ethics drama has finally come to an end. What followed was a lengthy formal negotiation process. This time, the world government launched a tenfold buster call with compulsory orders. None of the senior executives on the Marine side agreed. But I had no choice but to act. However, Marine's intention on this trip was not to go to war with the most terrifying force in the ocean. The main purpose is to negotiate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have tied up all the world government's supervisors. Marine, who carries the responsibility of justice, no longer wants to be a pawn of others. I don't want to die foolishly because of the decisions made by the higher-ups. If the tide of the times cannot be stopped, then they are ready to ride this wave. Who will dominate the next new era? World government is still the emperor of the sea. They don't care. The Marine executives, led by Marshal Kuzan, were only concerned about the future direction of the new world. What they want to maintain is the peace and justice of the new era that follows. A world ruled by pirates. Just thinking about it used to be a nightmare. But if it was Liu Yu, it might be different, at this point. It has been unanimously approved at the Marines' high-level meeting. So, this time, the Marine side wanted to take a radical risk. They want to take a gamble. The new world after the transition of eras and power will be more peaceful and stable than it is now. The negotiations are progressing smoothly. Black Arm Zephyr, who has trained most of the Marines' senior management, serves as a bridge of connection. Everything is carried out in an orderly and gradual manner. There is also the Revolutionary Army. After the Revolutionary Army led by Dragon explained their revolutionary ideas to the people on Marine's side. The Marines on the Marine side finally realized that the Revolutionary Army was not as evil as the government said. They also bear their own justice and ideals. Fight for the people at the bottom of the world who are living in dire straits. He has won the favor of a large number of righteous young Marines. Even many impulsive young people wanted to join the Revolutionary Army and uphold justice for the lower classes. Regarding Long's blatant act of stealing their Marines' business, Garp was naturally dissatisfied, but he wouldn't say anything at this moment. Thinking of settling the score with this adopted son later. Above the sky, the heavy clouds gradually dissipated. The rumbling thunder gradually subsided, the sky was bright again. The negotiations lasted from morning to afternoon. Finally, it was evening and dusk. Hold head high. At the end of the sky, a loud and clear dragon roar exploded. It represents the return of the King of the Sea. Hold head high. The loud and clear dragon roar exploded in the distant sky. Facing the gorgeous sunset, a huge flying dragon swooped over, stirring up the world. At the same time, there came with it a terrifying dragon might that dominated the heavens and the earth. Feeling the breath that makes everyone's heart palpitate. Whether it is marine or pirates, everyone knows. This moon, the King of the Sea returns. Crash. A violent wind surged between heaven and earth. The pure white dragon flapped its wings and descended from the sky. Ta-ta. The first to jump off the dragon's back were the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk, and the three sword-style pirates Hunter Roronoa Zoro. Hawkeye Mahawk, what are you doing? Ha 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 ha, you really deserve to be the captain. After a moment of daze, Golden Lion Shiki understood everything and couldn't help but laugh out loud with satisfaction. Even that Hawkeye has joined? It's truly astonishing. The world's greatest swordsmen all serve under the Emperor. If the red hair pirates and others are added to the mix, the world government really won't be able to stop them this time. Yes, this is unprecedented. The power of the entire ocean is united by just one person. And the heroes of past history. The people on Marine's side were all shocked, murmured, and whispered. Zoro, Luffy, the eyes of the Straw Hat crew's top two leaders lit up. Reunion after a long separation. Straw Hat Luffy jumped up decisively and wrapped his legs around Zoro's neck. Gave Zoro a big crotch face hug. This sudden attack made Zoro stunned at first. Then his face turned red with anger, and he wanted to stab his idiot captain twice. So many people are watching. What if some gossip gets out? Stupid Luffy, let me go, a-hole, stop pushing against me. Zoro struggled violently, however, Straw Hat Luffy was completely unaware. He just grinned to himself and held his friend tightly. Tisk tisk tisk, Green Algae Head and Straw Hat Boy, tisk tisk. Perona, the little ghost princess, looked at Zoro and Luffy in surprise. A short essay of tens of thousands of words, enough to make one blush, quickly came to mind. Hey, 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 a nympho-like smile appeared on Perona's delicate little face. Master Lu Yu, what happened to Miss Perona? Shirahoshi tilted his head in innocent confusion. Don't worry about her, Shirahoshi, just stay simple. Lu Yu touched Shirahoshi's little head, when Tianlong landed on the ice surface. He jumped down, appearing in everyone's awe-inspiring sight. Captain, Captain Lu Yu, Captain, Golden Lion Shiki and the others laughed happily. On the other hand, the people on the Marine side were all very nervous. Chapter 235 Senior Undercover. Half a year ago, Lu Yu almost broke through the naval headquarters single-handedly. That incident left a lasting psychological shadow on the Marines. Even now I still feel palpitations and tremors when I think about it. Even Marshal Kuzan, Hero Garp, and former Marshal Sengoku are no exception. As for Admiral Kizaru, that's even more so, the moment I saw Lu Yu. Admiral Kizaru took a slight step. I'm ready to run away at any time. This man is stronger than he was half a year ago. Garp, the legendary Vice Admiral hero of Marine, spoke solemnly. Ah, what's going on with this guy? Former Marshal Sengoku also noticed it. It's become stronger again. Is this man's potential limitless? How powerful is he now? The Marine Vice Admirals who heard the disabled duo's whispers were all shocked and outraged. Don't be nervous, you guys aren't here to fight today. Lu Yu smiled and waved his hand, black-framed glasses with a black suit. He looks quite a gentleman, but everyone present knew it. Lu Yu is just a thug in a suit, after taking off his suit and glasses. He is an invincible humanoid dragon, enough to crush any strong person in the world. So, Lu Yu's eyes swept over the nervous Marines. Finally, it fell on Shaki, Zephyr and others in their own camp. How's the negotiation going? Lu Yu asked. It's almost there. Shaki nodded. The Marine has agreed not to intervene in our war with the world government. They will then focus on containing the other pirates on the sea. Prevent them from causing chaos and disrupting the world. Zephyr said succinctly. Lu Yu pondered and nodded. To be honest, it is unrealistic for the Marine, who was defeated by him just half a year ago, to willingly submit to him, pirates. However, it is enough for these 1 million Marines to remain neutral. Besides, Lu Yu didn't want to go to war with the world government. There are other pirates secretly stabbing you in the back. To sabotage this event that was about to be his, since a Marine is willing to be responsible for the stability of the sea during wartime. Then let them be responsible. Then I have one last request. Lu Yu looked at Marshal Kuzan. What do you want? Kuzan asked. Lu Yu's eyes fell on Admiral Kizaru, who was greasing his feet. Lend me the yellow monkey for a while. Lu Yu smiled. Admiral Kizaru. Kuzan, I have one last request. Lend me that yellow monkey for a while. Lu Yu calmly pointed at Admiral Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru. I'm at hash level, damn it, just borrow it. What the hell do you think you are, an old man? I won't accompany you till the end. Admiral Kizaru, always ready to slip away, decisively and without hesitation transformed into an element. You have to escape far away, however, just when his body had not yet completely transformed into elements. Two strong hands pressed down on his shoulders. That was the legendary disabled duo, the hero Garp and the former Marshal Sengoku. Mr. Garp, Mr. Sengoku, don't bring such things. Admiral Kizaru pouted. I felt so wrong that I almost cried. Well, don't worry, Borsellino, Sengoku grinned. Just listen to what he wants to borrow you for now. Garp chuckled. When it comes to tricking Kizaru, the two marine legends show no mercy at all. After all, these years, Sengoku had accumulated a lot of resentment towards the sneaky yellow monkey. Sir Lu Yu, what do you want to do with Borsellino? Kuzan asked solemnly. It's nothing big, I can only say that I have a connection with him. Lu Yu smiled. Admiral Kizaru. I'm at hash level, there is a big-headed ghost. Nothing good has ever happened to me since I met you. Marshal Kuzan's mouth twitched slightly. Obviously, he couldn't accept Lu Yu's statement. Mr. Lu Yu, you've seen that Borsellino seems quite excited. Even as a marshal, I can't do that. Marshal Kuzan looked troubled. Is that so? This is difficult. Lu Yu grinned, but the next second, something happened that no one expected. Admiral Kizaru, who was extremely concerned about the hostages just a second ago. At this moment, everything suddenly became quiet. Forget it, forget it. For the Marine, for justice, what does it matter if I sacrifice myself once more? Admiral Kizaru looked resigned to his fate. Borsellino? Garp and Sengoku both widened their eyes, with expressions as if they had seen a ghost on their old faces. Mr. Garp, Mr. Sengoku, why are you looking at me like that? And let me go quickly. Kizaru was dissatisfied. Borsellino, you really don't plan to run away when we let go? Sengoku said uncertainly. This is really too much, Mr. Sengoku, am I that kind of person? Admiral Kizaru rode. Garp nodded honestly. Admiral Kizaru. Okay, I really mean it this time. I've thought about it, it's all for the stability of the world. What about a small personal sacrifice on my part? Admiral Kizaru changed his usual smooth manner and spoke with great righteousness. Woo woo woo, his behavior immediately touched many Marines. What a profound and righteous act, Master Kizaru, I will follow you my whole life. Zan Taowen, the captain of the Science Corps, who was carrying a battle axe, covered his face and cried. Mr. Kizaru, Admiral Kizaru, Mr. Borsellino Admiral. We will remember your contribution, I will absolutely never forget you. The Marine officers nearby spoke one after another. Admiral Kizaru. What the hell? Lousy just went to sit opposite for a while. Why does it look like we're about to have a feast? Lousy is not going to die, this time. I did this because someone guaranteed it with their eyes. Admiral Kizaru roared in his heart. He expressed strong dissatisfaction with the Marine's mournful farewell. However, he did not dare to tell the reason openly. After all, this involves very deep secrets. Moreover, if it were to be revealed now, former Marshal Sengoku would probably beat him to death on the spot. Borsellino, it's rare for you to have such awareness. I have a new respect for you. The former Marshal Sengoku, who was unaware of the truth, patted Kizaru on the shoulder and nodded affirmatively. Pahahaha, you're a good boy too, Kizaru. Garp also laughed approvingly. Don't worry, everyone. My heart will always belong to Marine. Admiral Kizaru decided to go all out. A change from the vulgarity of the past. A sentimental cheer. You, Admiral Kizaru. Admiral is awesome. Facing the cheers of the Marines. Admiral Kizaru walked towards Lu Yu's camp with a heroic and imposing manner. Then, Your Excellency the Sea Emperor, what do you want from me? Admiral Haki faced Lu Yu fearlessly, regarding Huang Paopao's sudden change of character. Lu Yu was also filled with surprise. I couldn't help but look at him with some respect. However, he was able to read his mind and find out his true thoughts. Lu Yu's eyes twitched and he was speechless for a moment. It turns out this guy is really Monkey D. Kizaru. Chapter 236 Dragon Gods Collapse Fist Thousands of Miles of Ice. The Endless Frozen Sea. The negotiations between Marine and the Sea Emperor, which lasted for half a day, came to a successful conclusion. Then let's go back. Lu Yu waved his hand and was about to take everyone back to the Golden City. The first thing I did today was to solve the Marine problem. Secondly, they have recruited 2 high-end fighters, Hawkeye Mahawk and Admiral Kizaru, which is something to celebrate. Let's go back and call Ace to have a party together, Luffy. Sabo greeted with a laugh. The party, it's wonderful. Straw Hat Luffy's eyes lit up, and he was particularly enthusiastic about the party. Plus, today I reunited with my friend Zoro after a long time. Straw Hat Luffy's enthusiasm for the party was particularly high. Ha 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 ha, the captain's return should be celebrated. Golden Lion Shiki laughed several times, first returned to Golden City to prepare for the banquet. Let's go. Lu Yu waved his hand, he was about to turn around and leave with everyone. Wait a moment, Marine Marshal Kuzan suddenly spoke up to stop him. What's wrong? Lu Yu turned his head, do you also want to join the banquet? Lu Yu's eyes swept over the Marines, there are a little too many people. But if you're willing to join, I'd certainly welcome you. I'll host you no matter how many people come. Lu Yu grinned. No, Marshal Kuzan waved his hand quickly. Actually, I want to ask Mr. Lu Yu for a small favor. Kuzan said with an embarrassed look on his face, what's the matter? Lu Yu was puzzled. That's it. Marshal Kuzan stepped on the ice. After the addition, Lu Yu reacted. It turns out that Kuzan has betrayed his own family. The tsunami caused by Whitebeard earlier created a super tsunami that hit Marine. Kuzan naturally subconsciously activated his frozen fruit ability. Ice Age at full power. The sea within a radius of dozens of miles was directly frozen. The result is that their Marine's 50 warships are now completely trapped in the ice and unable to get out. After all, Kuzan's frozen fruit freezes hundreds of meters of thick ice. Even the most advanced icebreakers cannot break through it easily. Marine's war-class warships are powerful, it is definitely not easy to leave this frozen sea. Certainly, with their power, it will only take 10 days or half a month to get out. But in this special period, they obviously don't have time to waste here. During the time they set out, his marshal line has almost been blown up. We have received many reports of pirate attacks one after another. If the pirates on the sea knew that their main marine force was trapped, that's a good guy. The pirates on the sea are as happy as if it were New Year's Day. Speed is of the essence in war, they don't have time to waste here now. So, even if you know it's wrong, Marshal Aokiji still gritted his teeth and asked Lu Yu for help. Sir Lu Yu, please help me, Marshal Kuzan grinned. I see. Okay. Lu Yu smiled slightly and agreed readily. Marshal Kuzan's eyes lit up, but Lu Yu changed the subject. This favor, Lu Yu hinted, I am here to repay this favor. Marine hero Garp strode out. At worst, I'll sacrifice my life to help you fight the world government. What's wrong with that? Anyway, the Marines are no longer under the jurisdiction of the world government. Garp said carelessly. Lu Yu was happy, he hasn't mentioned this condition yet. The capable thug showed up at my doorstep so quickly. Well then, don't miss out on this capable thug who comes to your doorstep. I'll take this commission. Lu Yu grinned. Get all your men aboard. Lu Yu spoke calmly and majestically. Yes, everyone, board the warship. Marshal Kuzan and the vice admirals shouted orders. Just 5 minutes later, all the Marines boarded the warship. Zephyr, Rayleigh, Luffy, Sabo and others also boarded the golden ship, dragon and other means of transportation. Lu Yu was the only one left on the vast sea. Dad, is Lord Lu Yu planning to melt the ice with fire? Marco guessed. I guess so, Whitebeard nodded. Just when everyone naturally thought that Lu Yu was going to melt the ice with the purgatory level high temperature of the Flame Dragon King mode. Lu Yu once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he just calmly clenched his right fist. Eyes opening and closing. Chaotic colors flowed and appeared in his eyes. Chaos Dragon God mode, Craftsman. His fist gradually became stained with a hazy chaotic color. It exudes a terrifying aura that seems to bring the whole world to its knees. At some point, Lu Yu punch. This is Chaos Dragon God's collapse fist. Boom. Then, what exactly is that aura? It's so painful. What's going on with this oppressive atmosphere? Could it be that Sea Emperor? What the hell is wrong with him? Why all of a sudden, horrible, truly horrible. The moment Lu Yu entered the Chaos Dragon God mode, which was the fusion of the power of the 7 Dragon Kings, an incomparable aura of terror instantly enveloped the world. This made everyone involved feel infinite fear, just feeling this unrivaled aura. It is enough to make the strong men below the admiral lose all their fighting spirit. Even elite vice admirals like Doberman and Huashaoshan are no exception. That man has really gotten stronger again. On the central warship, former Grand Admiral Sengoku's teeth shattered involuntarily. He has awakened some incredible power again. If I were to fight him now, I wouldn't be able to withstand even a single punch and would be killed instantly. Garp took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Admit your defeat frankly. It may even lead to instant death. Are you serious, Mr. Garp? Marshal Kuzan, Admiral Fujitora and others were all shocked when they heard Garp's words. A legendary hero who kills Marines in one hit. What a terrifying power this is. Just as Kuzan and others were in shock, on the ice, Lu Yu finally moved, under the watchful eyes of the public. Lu Yu threw a punch surrounded by chaotic mist. This is the Chaos Dragon God's first attack. Boom. The heaven and earth trembled. Ripples like water waves appeared in the void. Click. A crackling sound was heard due to being overwhelmed. It's not the atmosphere, it's the space. A dark crack in space then appeared. Space. Space is broken. At the top of the tsunami ice wall, Marco, transformed into a phoenix, screamed in shock. What kind of power is this? Is this a weight that even space cannot bear? It's terrible. It's really terrible. Dad's shock fruit ability can only shatter the atmosphere. But now, Lord Lu Yu has shattered the space with one punch. In just 6 months, how powerful has he become? Joe's, Vista and other white group elites couldn't help but scream. Coolalalalala. What an amazing man, Whitebeard laughed and sighed. Chapter 237 Can't earn 2 salaries? The fragmentation of space is just the beginning. The real horror is just beginning now, under Lu Yu's delicate control. The chaotic mist swirling around his fist was completely submerged in the ice. Boom. The frozen sea surface stretching for dozens of miles shook violently. Rumble. A cloud of white mist rose into the sky. There were countless shattered ice dusts, under the Chaos Dragon God's world-destroying fist. The vast frozen sea surface skipped the stages of large cracks and densely packed small cracks. Shattered directly from the inside, in an instant. The ice surface that was originally connected has been shattered into tiny particles that cannot be distinguished by the naked eye. A gentle breeze blew by, it soared into the sky with countless ice crystals. In the reflection of the sunlight, it sparkles with a gorgeous luster. It was as if a beautiful rain of ice crystals and light was falling between heaven and earth. It is magnificent under the setting sun, be careful. Lu Yu's reminder brought the Marines, who were immersed in the shock and beautiful scenery, back to their senses. Without waiting for them to react, all I could hear was a series of roars. That was the sound of a suspended marine warship crashing into the turbulent sea. The ice underneath was cleared. The seawater didn't have time to emerge. The warship, having lost its support, naturally fell freely and crashed into the sea. If it were just that, it would be fine. After all, the 50 warships that came this time are all the highest specification warships of the Marine Corps. The cost of building each ship is over 500 million berry. This level of impact is naturally no problem at all. Even more deadly than the impact of free fall is the tsunami waves rushing in from afar. Ice Age. Marshal Kuzan decisively attacked again. But this time he has learned his lesson. There is no unreserved full-power use of Frozen Fruit's ultimate move. But it's a gradual process. Under his control, none of the 50 marine warships were damaged in the battle. Successfully survived the tsunami crisis, go back. Watching the Marines' people walk away, Lu Yu waved his hand and returned to Golden City first. The grand banquet then began. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Lu Yu, the center of the banquet, stood up quietly. Lu Yu walked straight to the edge corner of the banquet hall. 2 tall men were talking to each other at this moment. Oh, Monkey D. Kizaru. The sudden sound startled the 2 people who were talking in the corner. As a strong man standing at the top of this world, their perceptions are so sharp, even a flying insect cannot escape their observation and perception. However, now someone has come close to them. It wasn't until the other party spoke that they finally realized it. Looking back, after seeing that the person who came was Lu Yu, Monkey D. Admiral Kizaru and the Revolutionary Army leader Dragon were finally relieved. After all, the other party is a unique existence that is superior to the 4 emperors. It wouldn't be too surprising to have such means. Only what does Monkey D. Kizaru mean? Shock. When did I have the honor to become a member of the monkey family? Admiral Kizaru couldn't help but think. I never thought, Kizaru, that you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would defect from the Marines. Lu Yu joked. Oh my, you can't say that, Mr. Lu Yu. Can't I work 2 jobs and earn 2 salaries? Admiral Kizaru pouted and spoke confidently. Then why don't you take a 3rd job and be a long-term undercover agent for me? Lu Yu grinned. It is natural to accept anyone who comes to you as a convenient tool like Kizaru. Feeling Lu Yu's malicious smile, Admiral Kizaru felt a sudden tightness in his heart. I couldn't help but sweat all over my body. No need. Working 2 jobs at the same time is almost my limit. Admiral Kizaru shrank back. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Be decisive and take the initiative. Sir Lu Yu, you see, I am now half your own person, for the sake of long. Let's just be friendly this time and not make things difficult for each other, okay? Admiral Kizaru said. Okay, Lu Yu agreed readily. Kizaru was delighted. The next second, Lu Yu changed the subject. It's just that I have a small favor that I need your help with. Lu Yu smiled. I refuse. Admiral Kizaru spoke decisively. Without the slightest hesitation. If you don't want to help, forget it. I'm going to go find Garp and the others for a drink. If I accidentally get drunk later and say something, I won't know. Lu Yu turned his back to Kizaru, waved goodbye and was about to leave. Wait a moment, Kizaru repeatedly stopped him. If his identity as an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army is exposed, then the situation will be very bad. It would be fine if Garp was alone. That's the bad thing. I don't know what happened today. This time, even former Marshal Sengoku and Chief of Staff Suru were on board. If Sengoku knew, why not peel his skin and make leather shoes? At least for now, Marine has not completely joined forces with them. He still has to continue working as an undercover agent. Admiral Kizaru and Revolutionary long exchanged glances and nodded. Don't worry, Borsellino. If anything happens, I'll help you. The leader dragon patted Kizaru's shoulder and made a solemn promise. Then it's a deal. Kizaru shrugged timidly. Come with me. Lu Yu smiled kindly. Wave. Kizaru and Long quickly followed. Not long. Lu Yu brought the two of them to the large martial arts training ground in Golden City. Spacious lawn. One after another, there are 7 giant dragons standing quietly on the Earth's aura. It exudes an ancient and wild atmosphere. The dragon's might is terrifying. Kizaru was so frightened that his eyes widened, hugging myself in fear. Long, I have a bad feeling, Admiral Kizaru whispered. Relax, it's okay. Long consoled. Okay, this is it. Finally, Lu Yu stopped. Behind him is the mighty White Dragon King. Looking at the White Dragon King who has the same attributes as himself. Kizaru shuddered suddenly, and the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger. Don't be nervous, Huang Pao Pao. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Admiral Kizaru, you're almost sending me into the dragon's mouth, aren't you nervous? And why do you have a different name for me? Ahahaha. Lu Yu smiled. Kizaru, do you want to be a dragon rider? Lu Yu asked seriously. Admiral Kizaru was stunned. He nodded, then he suddenly shook his head. Become a dragon trainer. Riding a dragon and flying in the sky was his childhood dream. But it was only in childhood. Indeed, riding a giant dragon and sweeping across the 4 directions is a very cool and handsome posture. But Admiral Kizaru was instinctively alert at this moment. Based on so many times of dealing with Lu Yu, as soon as he saw the smile on Lu Yu's face. I knew it was no good. The so-called Dragon Knight is definitely not as simple as it seems. It would definitely not be as cool as he imagined. Just as Admiral Kizaru was thinking this, not far away, the giant dragon representing thunder, lightning, fire and poison suddenly showed some strange changes. Raging, the Flame Dragon King opened his mouth and spit out a ball of fire. Snap! The Thunder Dragon King spewed out a bolt of lightning from his nostrils. The Dragon King spat out a ball covered in venom. The horrible venom spread, causing the surrounding grass to wither. Ahem! A painful cough was heard. A figure each of flame, lightning and poison ball appeared. Chapter 238 Flashing White Dragon and Storm Dragon. Ahem! A coughing sound was heard from the flames spewed out by the Fire Dragon King. A young figure then appeared. Mr. Lu Yu, this is really too difficult. The user of the Mara Mara fruit, Firefist Ace, smiled wryly and shook his head. Tisk tisk. Thunder and lightning gathered. The figure of Thunderfruit user Enel then appeared. It's just a dragon, but I'm a god. The vein on Enel's forehead throbbed slightly. His first dragon training activity also ended in complete failure. Not to mention Magellan, who was unwilling to cooperate. Admiral Kizaru, who witnessed the entire process, said, I'm at hash level. I knew that calling me over here would be bad news. What Dragon Knight? That sounds nice, it's clearly dragon food. Whose Dragon Knight came out of the dragon's mouth? Ha ha ha. Lu Yu laughed. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Aren't Ace and the others all fine? Lu Yu comforted. And Magellan? Admiral Kizaru pursed his lips and pointed at Magellan who was lying on the ground. As for him, it's probably because he hasn't recovered from his previous injuries yet. It's definitely not because he was eaten. No, it's because of his Dragon Knight training. Lu Yu said seriously. Admiral Kizaru, Chief Dragon. By the way, Kizaru, when you have time, try to enlighten Magellan and get him to cooperate. Lu Yu said. Okay, I'll go and enlighten you now. Admiral Kizaru's eyes lit up, and he was about to take the opportunity to slip away. Don't be impatient, try it first, you'll know once you try it. Lu Yu smiled and stood in front of Kizaru. You are a genuine veteran Marine Admiral, better than those guys like Ace and Enel. I have huge expectations for you, Admiral Kizaru rolled his eyes. I thank you so much, please don't expect anything from me. Is it okay not to be a dragon rider? Admiral Kizaru rode. No, of course Lu Yu refused. Then I'll leave? Admiral Kizaru rode. You're in my territory and you still want to run away? It's too late. Lu Yu grinned and grabbed Admiral Kizaru's arm. Long, Ace boy, Enel, come over here and give me a hand. Lu Yu shouted. Here I come. Ace and Enel came forward happily. The Revolutionary Army leader Long grinned and walked forward without saying a word. Long, even you. Admiral Kizaru struggled and got angry. I'm sorry, Borsellino, please be patient for a moment. The leader dragon smiled apologetically. I'm at hash level. Even if it was light, it would not be able to escape if it was caught by so many masters at the same time. Go. Accompanied by Admiral Kizaru's cries for help. Lu Yu and others grabbed Admiral Kizaru and put him into the bloody mouth of the White Dragon King. All I heard was a swish sound. Admiral Kizaru slid into the body of the White Dragon King. About 5 minutes later, the Dragon King's lifeless eyes suddenly lit up with bright light. Crash. The White Dragon King spread his broad wings, creating a fierce airflow. Without Lu Yu's distraction to control and inject power, the White Dragon King soared into the sky, between mouths. A sacred roar of a white dragon pierced the sky. The White Dragon King landed again. A dazzling ball of light slowly flew out of its mouth. The ball of light dissipated. Admiral Kizaru was revealed. Bang! Lu Yu applauded. I really found the right person this time. Only an admiral-level expert with truly compatible attributes can become a qualified Dragon Knight so quickly. Enel's Thunder Fruit capabilities are certainly strong. However, his own strength, especially the control over the details, is far from enough, so he cannot succeed. The same goes for Ace. How's it going, Borsellino? Chief Long asked curiously. It's okay, Admiral Kizaru nodded to himself. Although the start was a little imperfect, but this Dragon Knight experiment is not too bad. The White Dragon King did not intend to absorb the source of his light. This is more like a carrier. An excellent carrier that can fully display the ability of his flash fruit. It's like it's his own exclusive, although it has just started, there is still some room for improvement in all aspects. However, Admiral Kizaru is confident that with time, he will be able to perfectly integrate with it. By then, the energy output of his flash fruit will surely reach a higher level. Destroying an island with one strike is no longer a fantasy. Listening to Admiral Kizaru describe the wonderful feelings he had before, the leader Long couldn't help but feel moved and looked fascinated. What a pity, the leader Dragon shook his head. Well, Lu Yu waved his hand, don't feel sorry. Dragon, you are the user of Logia's storm fruit, right? Lu Yu smiled. The smile on leader Long's face froze. It just so happens that I have a Sky Dragon King here, who controls the power of the sky and wind, and is very compatible with you. Lu Yu brought the dragon to the Dragon King, Wang Defa? The leader Dragon was dumbfounded, he was just expressing his feelings casually. Ha ha ha, Long, it's rare that you care so much, so why not experience it yourself? Admiral Kizaru took decisive action, just as the dragon had done to him before. This time, there is no need for Lu Yu and others to help. Admiral Kizaru alone threw the reluctant leader dragon into the mouth of the Dragon King. Brother, of course it's used to cheat people, gulp. The strong wind howled between heaven and earth. A blue whirlwind storm flew out from the Dragon King's mouth. A green figure condensed. That is Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Same with Admiral Kizaru. The dragon's first Dragon Rider experiment was also a complete success. In terms of adaptability, it is even better than Kizaru. This is also natural. After all, he is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. A dragon naturally has to be capable. Besides, his name naturally contains the word, dragon. He also has the ability of the Logia wind fruit. There's a natural affinity between him and Yelong. This is simply the most powerful biological weapon. Chief Long said excitedly. Each Logia ability contains catastrophic level power. However, it is definitely not easy to fully display it. In addition, there are corresponding restraining measures such as armament hockey and seastone. Logia users are naturally not invincible. If he were to be approached by an armed color body technique master like Garp, he would inevitably be in a very passive position. However, if it is combined with a dragon of corresponding attributes, the situation is quite different. With the help of compatible dragons, the output of their Logia abilities can reach a new peak. Also, the dragon's tough body is also their strongest defense. The dragon scales of a giant dragon cannot be damaged by ordinary armament hockey. According to the leader dragon's estimate, I'm afraid that at least a high-level armament hockey sufficient to cause internal damage would be required to cause damage to the dragon's body. Not just the alpha dragon. Admiral Kizaru, who had personally experienced the power of the White Dragon King not long ago, now also felt how delicious it was. Ha ha. As long as you like it, then I'll leave Ryu, Kizaru, Ace, and Enel to your instruction. And Magellan needs some counseling too, so he can be less stubborn. Lu Yu said. The leader dragon nodded. Just do your best. Admiral Kizaru pouted. Goodbye, then. Lu Yu waved his hand. Turn around and leave. Chapter 239 Bullet Attack. Use the power of the transformation leaf of the mythical beast Wadden to transform into a giant dragon that is strong enough to carry the power of the corresponding attributes. Lu Yu's original intention was to avoid wasting his own strength and improve output efficiency. However, after actually trying it, Lu Yu only then knew. Things were not as simple as he thought. The first is the control of the dragon. It's not as simple as a thought. I want the dragon to unleash its powerful strength. Lu Yu himself needs to put in a lot of effort to control it. The greater the quantity, the mental burden is heavier. At present, Lu Yu can only perfectly control 2 or 3 heads at the same time. The rest is still useless. It was at this time, when Impel Down was fighting Magellan, Lu Yu had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He changed his mind. It was decided to let others manipulate the transformed dragon as if it were a Gundam. The facts prove it. The feasibility of this conjecture has been confirmed. The Fire Dragon King is controlled by Ace, who has the Mera Mera fruit ability. The Thunder Dragon King was given to Enel of Thunder Fruit. The White Dragon King should naturally be ruled by Admiral Kizaru. The sky power of the Sky Dragon King is combined with the Dragon's Storm. Plus, there's Magellan, the Poisonous Dragon, although it's not Logia. Among the Great Dragon Kings, 5 of them already have qualified pilots. There are also Iron Dragons and Shadow Dragons, the words of the Iron Dragon King. Lu Yu once tried to let the Golden Emperor Tesoro take control. It's just that iron is Fey and gold is O. Even though they are both made of the same metal, their natures are vastly different. The Shadow Dragon King. The first person that came to Lu Yu's mind was naturally Moria, the user of the Shadow fruit. But during the Summer War, Moria was so anxious that he wanted to take the body of the hero Garp.
As a result, he was caught up in the ultimate boxing match between Lu Yu and Garp.
Now his life or death is uncertain, and I don't know where he is hiding. Furthermore, with Moria's current weak and fat physique. But he still has a long way to go before he can control the Shadow Dragon King. In this way, Lu Yu had no choice but to give up. The Iron Dragon King and the Shadow Dragon King are controlled by his own spirit. Everything is ready. After handing over the dragon training ground to Kizaru and others, Lu Yu returned to the banquet hall and walked around. Then he returned to his own private sphere of enjoyment. Mr. Lu Yu, Lord Lu Yu, a group of beautiful women rushed forward impatiently. Lu Yu is, take it all. The happy time that passed was enough to make any normal man in the world envious and jealous. Another week has passed in the blink of an eye. Wars broke out all over the world. The blazing flames of revolution were lit up in countries all over the world. Sounded the clarion call for counterattack against the world government. The revolution was fully launched. The flames of war and the smoke of gunpowder affected more than 170 member states of the world government. The waves are surging on the sea. Deep in the ocean, undercurrents are also surging. Countless sea kings rushed out from their nests all over the world and came to the Golden City one after another. Receives orders from Poseidon and leaves again. The sea beneath the Golden City has become the meeting place for the sea kings. So call. I don't know anything about this. The man who still took the approach of sneaking into the Golden City by submarine and causing trouble was stunned. Golden City near the sea. A submarine with a streamlined body quietly approached the Golden City. I'm at hash level. What's going on in this sea area? Sea kings are everywhere, in a submarine named Catapult. Douglas Bullet, a burly man known as the Devil's Heir, had a look of shock on his face. Even a world-class powerhouse like him was completely shocked by the scene before him. Sea kings, big and small, gathered together as if having a meeting. In and out of this sea area, I have traveled all over the country for so many years. He has seen many sea kings. In the past, I ate sea kings for every meal. However, a scene like today, I've never seen Bullet before. Even the Sea King's lair in the calm belt is far inferior to it. Shocking moment. One of the Sea Kings noticed the submarine approaching. It swung its tail and immediately opened its bloody mouth, wanting to bite. Boom. The deep sea is rippling. The invisible terrifying hockey was suddenly released from the submarine and spread out in all directions. That's Douglas Bullet's Conqueror's hockey. It's rare to have adjusted your physical condition to the best state. Bullet came here to duel with the former son Roger. And, after beating Roger, his next target is the Sea Emperor, Lu Yu, who is known as the strongest in history. He wanted to try it. Is the so-called Sea Emperor really as powerful as the legend says? So how could he be scared off by the mere Sea Kings now? The powerful Conqueror's hockey mixed with his own demonic energy shocked the entire audience. Hulala. Under the pressure of the terrifying hockey, the Sea Kings, realizing the danger, immediately scattered. Right now, the center of the Golden City, Lu Yu's private sphere. Lord Lu Yu, Lord Lu Yu. Shirahoshi's face was blank at first, and then he couldn't help but cry out anxiously. What's wrong? Lu Yu raised his hand and gently stroked Shirahoshi's smooth little face, then moved all the way down. Soothe their anxious hearts. Lord Lu Yu, everyone down there has contacted us earlier. Something. A submarine has broken in. It seems very bad, Shirahoshi said weakly. Submarine? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Master Lu Yu, what should we do? It seems that the people below can't stop him. Shirahoshi's eyes welled up with tears. Ha ha ha. Don't be afraid. Lu Yu embraced it with his big hand. He put his arms around Shirahoshi's slender waist. Hold it in your arms and play with it freely. No matter who you are, now that you're here, don't leave. The corners of Lu Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Woo woo woo. Shirahoshi whimpered. The fair face gradually turned red. Even breathing was disordered. Mr. Lu Yu, please stop bullying Shirahoshi. Come at me if you dare. Robin has big, curved eyes. Ha 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 ha. I'm Douglas Bullet, the Devil's Heir. A bunch of beasts dare to stop me? Wild laughter echoed from the blood-stained sea. Amidst the loud noise, a spindle-shaped submarine broke out of the sea. Transformed in midair, transformed into a medium-sized robot. Boom. The medium-sized Bullet, transformed from the catapult submarine, attacks. With one punch, he broke the edge wall of the Golden City. So we broke into the large training ground of Golden City. On the spacious training ground, the four dragons turned their heads and looked at Bullet at the gap in the wall. Ha ha ha. Gah. The laughter of Bullet in the medium-sized Bullet suddenly stopped. Looking at the four giant dragons in the open space not far away. Bullet couldn't help but stare. Even he couldn't help but be frightened by the scene before him. After all, it is a giant dragon in mythology and legend. And there were four of them when they appeared, when I was stunned. The four dragons in the distance took steps together. Curiously approached Bullet, feeling the danger approaching. Bullet revitalizes the spirit. Shake your head. He put all the shock and confusion behind him. All I think about is defeating the enemy in front of me. What dragon? You're all just paper tigers, watch me crush you. Just think of it as a warm-up before the battle with Captain Roger. Bullet smiled confidently. The medium-sized bullet robot clenched its fist and smashed down directly towards the strongest white dragon. Boom! The Dragon King's claws collided with Bullet's heavy fists. A terrifying shockwave was generated, causing the earth to tremble and shake. Hateful. Damn it, is this a real dragon? What a powerful force. Bullet was horrified, before he could come to his senses. The second Thunder Dragon King took action from the side. As he raised his hand, a bolt of lightning struck Bullet. This caused the current inside the medium-sized bullet robot to overload instantly. Sparks burst out from all the lines. Some areas even went black and lost control. The Dragon King then attacked. He raised his dragon claws tremblingly. With one slap, Bullet was sent flying into the sky. Chapter 240 Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Bang, bang. Golden City Training Ground. A scene rarely seen in a century is taking place. 3 stylish and majestic dragons occupy the sky and the earth, and are playing volleyball. Volleyball's true form is a medium-sized bullet robot that is a fusion of a submarine. The sounds of metal clashing rang out one after another. The medium-sized bullet sparked everywhere. Even the sturdy body blessed with the fusion fruit could not withstand the continuous attacks from the dragons. Various parts flew everywhere. It was about to turn completely into a pool of scrap metal. Enough! In the submarine robot, Bullet roared in anger. He took the initiative to cancel the ability of the fusion fruit. A large body ejected from the robot's head. Boom! The powerful Conqueror's hockey mixed with the terrifying breath of demons and gods was released. He looked like a real devil with an extremely powerful aura. Who is this guy? Inside the Dragon King, Ace's face was subconsciously shocked. When he kicked Bullet around like a ball before, he didn't feel much. Just think of it as a high-tech robot spy from the world government. Until now. When Bullet reveals his true form and aura. He then knew. This guy is not simple. In terms of the strength of his aura, he is not inferior to the Emperor of the Sea. This is a truly strong man who is capable of standing at the top of the ocean. HMPH, whoever you are, be prepared to tremble under the power of God. Enel's Chunibyo reappears in Thunder Dragon King. He raised the Thunder Dragon King's giant claws and slapped Bullet lightly. Don't underestimate Lousy. Bullet yelled. The powerful high-level armament hockey seemed to be materializing.
Merge with the spirit of ghosts and gods. Transformed into a ghostly armor.
Exuding a powerful aura, the strongest fist. Bullet yelled, delivering the punch with the unassuming name. Although the name is simple, the power of this blow is real. Boom. Rumble. Dazzling lightning exploded between the dragon claw and Bullet's fist. The surging shockwave caused cracks in the earth. The sea was even more turbulent. Hold head high, the dragon roared. Under Bullet's heavy punch, the Thunder Dragon King was repelled. The huge body flew backwards dozens or hundreds of meters. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that? This is the price of underestimating Lousy? Bullet laughed triumphantly. The devil's heir, Deadless Bullet. It's really so scary, eh? In White Dragon King, Admiral Kizaru pouts and mutters to himself with a lewd look on his face. The Dragon King's claws pointed out. A brilliant golden laser beam pierced straight through Bullet's body, leaving a small hole on his sturdy body that was transparent from front to back. Blood gushed out. You dare to launch a sneak attack? You're really courting death? Bullet was furious. This level of injury is not enough to make him lose his fighting ability. But the pain is real. You're just a nobody, kneel down before me. Bullet yelled. He stepped on the air and chased after the White Dragon King. Crash. There was a strong wind between heaven and earth. Admiral Kizaru decisively controlled the White Dragon King to fly into the sky, increasing the distance between himself and Bullet. Then he started using the dirty kite fighting tactics. Bullet, who was beaten straight, had no temper. I could only stand there in frustration and rage. Wait until Bullet is ready to change target. He took out his anger on Ace among the Fire Dragon Kings and Magellan among the Poison Dragon Kings. Admiral Kizaru decisively launched a sneak attack. With one claw, he pressed Bullet to the ground. Ah! Bullet went crazy. Bristle. His head of black hair looked like a group of demons dancing wildly. Ha 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 ha. A loud and unruly laugh came from the sky. Golden Lion Shiki fell from the sky and looked at the crazy Bullet. He couldn't help but laugh. I wonder who is so blind as to dare to come to our territory and die. It turned out to be the Bullet Kid from Roger's ship. Golden Lion Shiki crossed his arms and spoke teasingly. Golden Lion Shiki, I'm not here to chat with you this time. Hand over Captain Roger to me quickly, Bullet yelled. Finally regained some composure. After all, compared to the dragon that cannot communicate, Golden Lion Shiki can at least speak. You want to see Roger? But is this your attitude when you ask for help? Golden Lion Shiki narrowed his eyes slightly. Who asked you? I was ordering you. I'm going to destroy all the strong men on this ship. Bullet said firmly. Kulala, the little brat on Roger's ship is really arrogant. A loud and heroic laugh was heard. Then appeared Edward Newgate, the former world's strongest Whitebeard, with a conspicuous Whitebeard. Under Lu Yu's healing power of the Dragon King, all the injuries Whitebeard suffered during the Summit War have been healed. My overall mental state is better than ever. Even the old injuries in the body showed signs of healing. This is the power of the Dragon King, Brother Bullet. If you want to fight, let me play with you. Whitebeard grinned. Between fists, the atmosphere shattered. Ha 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 ha, even after being provoked to this extent, Lousy can't remain indifferent. Golden Lion Shiki also refused to give in. Boom boom boom. Under the joint attack of Golden Lion, Whitebeard, the wretched Shining White Dragon, Thunder Dragon, Dragon and other powerful ones. The powerful and invincible Bullet called GG. Bullet, wow, this is really. Rayleigh, who arrived a step late, couldn't help but shake his head. It looks like it's over. Lu Yu came over with a smile. Holding a delicate little girl in his hand. Sugar, the user of the childlike fruit. Training ground on the edge of Golden City. The broken earth is full of potholes. Douglas Bullet, the devilish successor of King K I, was now lying powerlessly in the pit, seriously injured. The body that had been tempered thousands of times was now in tatters, completely pierced and defeated. Also, to ensure that Bullet has no power to resist, Golden Lion Shiki used 100% pure Seastone chains to bind his severely injured body like a dumpling. Under the suppression of Seastone's curse, Bullet, as a person with special abilities, becomes even stronger. No matter how fast the body recovers or how much it perverts. But it couldn't cause any waves. He just opened his fierce eyes and looked at the people around him viciously. Ha 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 ha, you still dare to act so violently after all this? Isn't this the old man giving you face? Golden Lion Shiki said with a teasing look on his face. A-hole, what's the point of having a majority bullying a minority? It's just an old lion. If it's one-on-one, Lousy can knock you down with one punch. Bullet stared at Golden Lion Shiki fiercely. Cool. I'm truly being completely despised, old lion. Whitebeard laughed gleefully. Bullet imped the smile on Golden Lion Shiki's face froze, and his teeth clenched. Snort, Bullet snorted arrogantly. He had no awareness of being a prisoner at all. Chapter 241 Joint Meeting. Golden Lion Shiki was so angry that he wanted to kick him and poke a few holes in his body with his big sharp sword Sakura Tenekuki. Bullet. Pluton Rayleigh came walking quickly, looking at Bullet lying motionless in the deep pit. His old face was filled with surprise. Rayleigh. Looking at his former deputy captain, Bullet's eyes finally showed some fluctuations. Rayleigh, you must know where Captain Roger is. Call Captain Roger over quickly, I want to duel him again. Bullet had a fanatical look on his face. Rayleigh looked hesitant. If you want to see Roger, you've got the wrong guy. The crowd parted, and Shang walked slowly over, holding the hand of a delicate little loli with green hair. Who are you? Looking at Lu Yu coming, Bullet's eyes suddenly burst into amazing light. Full of fighting spirit, except Roger. Lu Yu is the second person he wants to challenge. Sorry, Bullet, I don't have the time to argue with you right now. Lu Yu grinned and refused decisively. What did you say? Are you scared? Bullet continued to provoke. A subtle arc appeared at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. It seems necessary for you to calm down. Know your current identity and situation. Bullet's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt a sense of foreboding. What do you want to do? Sugar, Lu Yu raised his head and gestured. Yes, Lord Lu Yu, little lowly Sugar responded obediently. She trotted straight forward. The delicate little hand was raised. A light tap on Bullet. Boo. A soft sound. Under the absolute control of the childlike fruit, the arrogant Bullet turned into a submarine-shaped toy. Oh. What the hell is going on? Lousy is Bullet. Looking at his own toy form, Bullet was completely shocked, panicked, and terrified. As one of the top powerful people in this sea, he is naturally arrogant. More than 20 years ago, at only 15 years old, he was already strong enough to compete with a strong player like Rayleigh. In the past 20 years and impelled down. He never relaxed for a moment. Exercise yourself persistently. The purpose is to kill all the strong men on the sea after seeing the light of day one day. Become the Pirate King who surpasses the Pirate King Roger. Imagination is beautiful, but reality gave him a hard slap in the face. It took half a year. After adjusting himself to the best condition, he is finally going to challenge the throne of the strongest. He came to the Golden City, powerfully penetrated the Sea King's defense. The result was a beating from the combined efforts of a giant dragon and a legendary being. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, even though he is a strong fighter. However, he is unable to fight against several strong men of the same level at the same time. Just a few minutes. He just typed GG. Even so, Bullet's inner pride remains. Because he was taken down by Whitebeard and others. It doesn't mean that your fighting ability is inferior to others. Just for now, looking at myself turned into a funny toy. Bullet's defense was completely broken. Just keep working like this for now. When you've reflected on this, I'll consider letting you see Roger. Lu Yu smiled and spoke. Apart from Sucrose, only Lu Yu, the exception, still remembered Bullet. Others such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kizaru and others all looked suspicious. Looking at the submarine toys rolling all over the ground, I just found it very interesting. Oh, right. After a moment, Rayleigh seemed to have thought of something. Lu Yu, Shocky asked me to tell you earlier. Intelligence gathering is almost complete. When will the combat meeting be held? Rayleigh Dao Ideographic period. Really? Then let's get started now without further ado. Lu Yu nodded immediately. Whitebeard, Kizaru, you too should come too. Golden City. It was supposed to be a paradise resort. At this moment, there was also a bit of solemnity. People coming and going in the city. They are all powerful men who are famous on the sea. Move like the wind. As Lu Yu's order was issued. The powerful people from all over the Golden City took action upon hearing the news. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The heroes gathered in the central meeting hall of the Golden City. The lineup of participants is luxurious. Lu Yu, the initiator of the combat meeting, sat in the first seat. The two butlers, Shaki and Golden Lion Shiki, who were in charge of the interior and exterior respectively, sat at the first seat. Next to Shaki is of course Rayleigh. Next to Golden Lion are the leaders of the Revolutionary Army. Now that the leader Long is personally fighting outside. The person in charge in the Golden City is Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. In addition, the 4 emperors Whitebeard and the Whitebeard captains headed by Marco are also present. There are also representatives of captains affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates. In addition to the pirates' luxurious lineup, some special guests were also invited to this war meeting. On the other side of the long conference table, sitting opposite Lu Yu was former Marine Marshal Sengoku. On both sides are the hero Garp, the Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Suru, Admiral Kizaru, the alternate Admiral Momosagi Gion, and the younger ones such as Hina and Ain. Such a camp. If you don't know, you might think this is a high-level marine meeting. Except for the people in the field. On the other side of the ocean, Red Earl Reed of Dressrosa, Flame Disaster Jin, Katakori and others also participated in the meeting through remote video Den Mushi. Ha 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 ha, unprecedented, unprecedented. Such a historic moment is worth commemorating. Reporter Morgans lowered his voice and pressed the shutter button excitedly.
I want to record everything that happened today in detail.
Because he knows. This meeting is destined to go down in history. We're almost there. At a certain moment, Lu Yu knocked on the table, breaking the silence in the meeting room. Shaki nodded slightly and stood up. First of all, thank you. After a brief opening speech, Shaki clapped his hands. The lights in the meeting hall dimmed. The videophone bug projected pieces of information. According to our intelligence network investigation, in addition to the Marines, the world government also hides another unknown powerful force. They will also be our biggest obstacle in capturing the Red Line. Shaki calmly revealed this secret. The expressions of Whitebeard and his group and the people from Dressrosa all changed slightly. Shaki's gaze then fell on the people at the other end of the long conference table. Former Marine Marshal Sengoku, you've been a marshal for so many years. You must know more about the hidden power of the world government than we do. Could you please tell us about it? Shaki asked with a smile. Former Marshal Sengoku curled his lips. No refusal. After all, he now has one foot on the pirate ship.
In addition to our Marines, who control the seas, the world government also has an army.
Sengoku said solemnly. Chapter 242 Attack on Marijoy. Army? Sabo and others from the Revolutionary Army were all awed and subconsciously sat up straight. How does the world government army compare to your Marine? Lu Yu asked. The world government has 3 armies under its jurisdiction. The Marine, the Army, and the Communist Army spread across the world. The person who commands these 3 armies is Commander-in-Chief Kong, but it's not clear now. Also, regarding the combined strength of the Army and the Marine is naturally more powerful. After all, the Marine controls the entire ocean, while the Army's area of activity is the Red Line. Sengoku spoke eloquently. Ha 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 ha, what? They're just a bunch of guys who haven't seen the world. Nothing to fear, nothing to fear. How can they, who have only been staying on the Red Line, compare with the heroes on the sea? Ha 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 ha, you're right. Golden Lion Shiki and the pirates' captains under Whitebeard laughed proudly. Bang, 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 as expected, the heads of those idiots who were arrogant before the war even started were severely hit. Even the legendary Golden Lion Shiki is no exception. Arrogance is the greatest taboo in war. Whitebeard spoke in a deep voice. 20 years ago, I was invited to the army base on the Red Line. They were definitely not simple. Zephyr spoke. Speaking of which, I also remember that, Mr. Zephyr, you led Borsellino, Kuzan, and the others to spar with the army guys. I think you won in the end.
Garp looked at Zephyr, then at Admiral Kizaru, who was trimming his nails.
Well, a narrow victory. Zephyr nodded. Borsellino Admiral and Kuzan Admiral only won by a narrow margin. Is there such a strong man in the army? After hearing this secret, Hina, Ain and others were all shocked. The 2 geniuses who faced Borsellino and Kuzan in that battle should have become army admirals by now, if nothing unexpected happens. Zephyr said. Zephyr guessed correctly. Sengoku nodded in affirmation. The army is the same as our Marine, with 1 marshal and 3 admirals. Besides, this is just the army's public deployment. I'm not entirely sure what else is hidden beneath that red line. Sengoku spread his hands. Hiss, people finally put away the playful expressions on their faces and their expressions gradually became serious. When he learned from Sengoku and others the detailed information about another powerful army under the world government that was comparable to the Marine. Even someone as arrogant as Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but look solemn at this moment. There was a rare serious look on his face. Mr. Sengoku, how many people are there? What is the enemy's combat strength? Admiral Candidate Gion asked this crucial question. Sengoku took a deep breath and uttered 4 words. No less than 1 million. Wow, the whole audience was in an uproar again. Along the vast red line, besides the holy land of Marijoy, there are over 100 large city-states scattered throughout the area. Each city-state has a garrison of around 10,000 soldiers, and the world government commands these city-states. Sengoku added. How is that possible? Our Marines have access to manpower from all over the world, and we have this strength thanks to the constant influx of passionate and righteous young men. How on earth is it that the army has always existed on the red line? The soldiers all looked in disbelief. I was completely shocked by the number Sengoku said. It's cloning technology. Liu Yu finally spoke. The reason is revealed in one word. Sengoku nodded. Clone? The same cloning technology as Germa? How many secret experiments does the world government have? So, those 100 city-states on the red line are all training grounds for the world government. The world government's cloning and human experimentation are far older than Germa, having begun hundreds of years ago. Chief of Staff Vice Admiral, he said in a deep voice. Even the establishment of the deep-sea prison impelled down, besides the ostensible humanitarian reasons, there are other reasons behind it. Has the world government been experimenting on prisoners in Impel Down? Zephyr understood what Xiaohei wanted to express. So, could it be that the monsters from Eternal Hell, the 6th floor of Impel Down, are also among the army? Thinking of this, even Garp was stunned for a moment. Sengoku pursed his lips tightly, remaining noncommittal. It was not until he became a marshal that he learned about these hidden dark secrets. Before that, he had always been a humanitarian and advocated for the imprisonment of the pirates. However, compared to being subjected to various cruel human experiments, perhaps dying directly would be much easier. Sengoku, is this all you know? Zephyr asked. No, a little more. Sengoku rode. What? Everyone pricked up their ears, their expressions solemn. After all, this is the ultimate battle that concerns life and death.
Since you are involved in it, you cannot be careless at all.
The world government's human modification experiments began hundreds of years ago, but the progress in the past few decades has far surpassed that of the previous centuries. Perhaps a true monster has emerged from within that army. Sengoku revealed. Is it because of that Vegapunk? Shocky guessed. Yes, Sengoku nodded. Vegapunk is truly a genius who transcends his time. Coupled with the endless supply of resources from the world government, I have no idea how advanced his technology is, but there's one thing everyone must keep in mind. The pacifist is just one of the latest scientific weapons developed by Vegapunk in recent years. Several others have been sent to the Red Continent and are likely already being used by the army. Sengoku warned solemnly. Wow, Vegapunk, what a tricky guy. The power of science is truly terrifying. How does our Germa compare to that? Everyone in the meeting hall shook their heads. Perhaps one day, the power of science will completely surpass swordsmanship, physical skills, and even devil fruit. Vice Admiral Crane guessed. A world dominated by science? Guion murmured in shock. Would it be ****** D Vegapunk? He actually created so many tricky things. Don't let me catch him, or I will definitely make him pay. Golden Lion Shiki waved his fist angrily. Tattoo. Liu Yu raised his hand and tapped the table in the conference room, attracting people's attention. The power of science is indeed strong. But at least now, we are still stronger, Liu Yu grinned. There is strong confidence in his words. This one sentence alone dispelled people's concerns. It ignited the morale of the people. Ha 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 ha, not bad, not bad. Captain is right, we are still stronger now, Golden Lion Shiki lol. We have Dad and His Excellency Liu Yu, the Emperor of the Sea, here with us. And there are also those legends in history. No matter what technology it is, tear it to pieces. In the meeting hall, the combat meeting continues. After understanding the general information, next, Shocky will give a detailed introduction to the Red Line's army layout and corresponding offensive and plundering methods. Time passes by little, night falls quietly. 8 o'clock in the evening. The combat meeting that lasted for 7 hours finally ended. In the name of the Emperor of the Sea, in 7 days, attack Marijoy. Liu Yu spoke calmly. Put an end to the meeting. At the same time, it also marked the beginning of the war. Chapter 243 The final battle 7 days later, a full-scale attack on Marijoy. Start the final battle against the world government. Starting from the Golden City. The announcement of the Sea Emperor Liu Yu spread throughout the world in the shortest time possible.
Then, the whole world trembled. Golden City.
Kulala, guys, get training. This time is truly the last time. Whitebeard laughed heartily. The war is about to begin. Captains such as Marco, Ace Joes, and Vista, and more ordinary team members and captains of affiliated groups responded with loud shouts in unison. High morale. The fighting spirit soars to the sky. Ha 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 ha, so passionate. Lousy is feeling boiling. I must help the captain become king. Golden Lion Shiki is also very heroic. Ha 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 ha. Shocky, when this war is over, we. Rayleigh hadn't finished speaking yet. Shocky's slender fingers fell on his mouth, stopping him from speaking any further. What's wrong? Rayleigh looked at Shocky suspiciously. Are you stupid, Lao Lei? Don't set up a death flag like this before war? Shocky rolled his eyes helplessly. Ah ha 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 ha. Sorry. Rayleigh scratched the back of his head sheepishly. It's finally about to begin. Luffy, Ace, this time the three of his brothers will fight side by side for the first time in a long time and cause some havoc. Sabo looked at the two brothers. Oh, Straw Hat Luffy responded confidently. Sabo, Luffy, just follow me during the war. I'm here to protect you. Ace patted his chest confidently. Hey, Sabo and Luffy both glanced sideways at Ace. Why are you looking at me like that? I am now much stronger than you, Sabo. Ace rode. As the Dragon Rider of the Fire Dragon King, his Mera Mera fruit abilities are fully utilized. Its strength is not inferior to Admiral. Ha 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 ha, I'll leave it to you then, Ace. Sabo smiled and agreed calmly. The pirates were excited. The other side. Garp, what are you going to do? Former Field Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Suru both looked at Garp. This is a rare opportunity, so let's go and take a look together. Garp smiled, rubbed his hands, and was eager to try. Garp has long wanted to try his hand at world government and celestial dragons.
Until I noticed the strange looks from my old friends.
Garp's expression changed. He quickly suppressed the excitement on his face. Don't get me wrong, I just wanted to protect Zephyr. That guy doesn't seem to be doing well now. Garp quickly made an excuse. Garp, who are you calling incompetent? Silently. Zephyr appeared behind Garp. Puha, ha 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 ha. Dressrosa, the entire army is mobilized. Ha 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 ha, it's finally starting, Lord Lu Yu, my brother-in-law will definitely become the king of the world. The Shamat boy Peggy Wan laughed loudly. When Captain Lu Yu becomes the king of the world, we will all be heroes of history. I never thought that we would have a day that would go down in history. Ha 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 ha, lousy can't wait. The ministers and cadres of the former Big Mom pirates are all ready to fight. Right now, they no longer felt any resentment towards Lu Yu. There is only extreme excitement. After all, overthrowing the 800-year-old world government is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is such an honor to be able to be a part of it. Everyone, aboard, following Katakori's order. All the former Big Mom pirates officers boarded the ship and set off. New world, an island. The newspaper-reading king is still reading the newspaper at this moment. Boss, the war is really about to begin. The bald monk with the number, Yi, written on his chest couldn't stop his hands from shaking slightly. Ha, 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 the former Shichibukai crocodile smiled sinisterly. I was a little too impatient, I thought the man would at least go find Pluton. But, Crocodile's eyes gradually narrowed. Mr. 1, get ready to go. Crocodile rode. Where are you going? Dasbonus asked. Of course it's Redline. Such a historic moment, how can you not go and see it? New world, the sea area ruled by the four emperors' red hair. A large three-masted sailing ship in bright red tones, Red Force, rides the wind and waves, crushing everything. Boss, where are we going? The little fat boy Lakilu asked curiously, Red Line or Golden City? Yasop carries a spear on his shoulder. Ah. Golden City first, Red Line, at the bow of Red Force, four emperors red-haired Shanks laughed. Captain Roger, we can finally fight side by side again. I will make your long-cherished wish come true this time. Time flies by in a flash. Golden City, heroes are like rain. The whole army lands. Attack Marijoy, the top of the Red Continent. Holy Land, Marijoy. The desolate wind blew across the red earth, stirring up a cloud of blood-red dust. Beep beep. The shrill sirens echoed over the red line for a long time. That was the alarm from the newly born Holy Land of Marijoy. 5 elders, they're coming, they're really coming. The King of the Sea is coming. The villains have appeared. When observing the floating Sky Island group appearing thousands of miles away, the entire holy city of Marijoy was thrown into chaos. The gate guards screamed in fear one after another. Just a moment. A spatial Uzumaki passage appeared near the Marijoy subgate. What are you panicking about? Don't make a fuss. Those bastards will show up, there's nothing surprising about that. We have made all the necessary preparations here. The voices of the 5 elders, the world's highest authority, emanated from the space channel. The 5 elders with white hair and beard in dark blue suits, the bald old star in suits, and the 5 elders with aristocratic curly hair walked out of the space channel one after another. The last curly-haired nobleman, Old Star, raised his hand and waved. Space Uzumaki slowly closed. Obviously, this is his ability. A spatial ability that is even rarer than Logia and mythical beast abilities. This time, we will definitely make sure they never come back. 5 elders in dark blue suits said murderously, good. A gaffe like last time will never happen again. Bald-headed and dressed in a black suit, 5 elders Chao Fu grinned confidently. He has the ghosts of history. We also have a heritage from past generations. The number of top experts is definitely not less than his, and we also have Lord Yimu. The curly-haired aristocratic Old Star Dai Gao smiled proudly, swore and made a promise, feeling confident. Last time, we were caught off guard by that B*****D's sneak attack, which led to such a big blunder, but this time it's different. The curly-haired noble Old Star Dai Gao continued. That's right. This time we have enough time to prepare. We can concentrate all of Marijoy's strength and make sure that guy can't escape. A cruel look flashed in the eyes of the bald Old Star Chao Fu. This time, besides the 4 of us, we also have 3 army admirals, the devilish muscle man Isaac, and other admiral-level fighters, as well as the CPO. We must absolutely stop those bastards here. We will never allow them to set foot in the flowers, let alone set foot in Mariejoy. The old star Ferdinand in the dark blue suit said in a decisive tone. Chapter 244 Total War. Ha 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 ha, 5 elders, leave it to us. I'm so curious what the blood of a hero tastes like. 3 men, each about 3 meters tall and with a long and powerful aura, arrived together. What kind of legendary hero is this? Lousy also wants to see if he's really as powerful as the rumors say. The man, with muscles like a dragon and his body wrapped in various high-tech equipment, grinned. He is the devil muscle man Isaac, the famous warden of the New World, in charge of the 7th level sky prison of Impel Down. Ha. A shrill laugh like a night owl rang out. Waking us up just to deal with a new age brat is really an overreaction, 5 elders. What hero? In my time, I've killed countless people who were called heroes. Dozens of old men with hunched bodies and a decayed air came together. Then I'll trouble you to be the vanguard later. The veteran star Ferdinand in the dark blue suit smiled and spoke without explaining in detail how difficult this opponent was. Anyway, they will understand after the war starts. 5 elders, something's happening. The island is coming. At this moment, the lookout on the city wall suddenly shouted and reported. Nani. Between shouting, a huge shadow fell over our heads. A large island. I didn't know when I arrived right above Mariejoy. Or rather, it has always been there, but before that, it had been hidden in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Until now, finally revealed its traces, it crashed down towards Mariejoy. Look at that falling from the sky, an island large enough to encompass the entire Mariejoy. The 5 elders and the nearby admiral-class fighters couldn't help but have their eyelids twitching wildly and couldn't remain calm. Don't panic. 5 elders in dark blue suits took a deep breath. The sound was transmitted through the Den Mushi to the entire Holy Land and the dozens or hundreds of war fortresses around it. At this level, there is no need for Lord Yimu to take action. Everyone, prepare, fire all the cannons, following the order from 5 elders in dark blue suits. Countless terrifying lasers shot up into the sky, converging into ultimate terrifying light cannons. The large island that fell from the sky was riddled with holes. A dazzling laser light burst out. Boom, 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 boom. Amidst the roar of ultimate, large islands were shattered before they could even reach Mariejoy. Leave it to me next. The curly-haired noble old star clapped his hands. When he raised his hand, he created an Uzumaki-like space. Absorbed all the island fragments. Release. Crash. It started to rain. It was a rain of gravel. A rain of debris from a large island. A large spiral space Uzumaki shrouds the central floating sky island. Countless large and small fragments poured down. Cool-la-la-la-la-la. 4 Emperors Whitebeard took one step at a time with a loud and heroic laugh. Boom. He clenched his fists and punched the sky. Click, click, click. The atmosphere crackled as it was overwhelmed. The rubble that fell from the sky solidified. Then, under the unparalleled vibration, it shattered further and turned into something like sand. 9 mountains and 8 seas make up one world. Gathering 1,000 worlds makes a small world. This world is multiplied by 3. There is no self and no end. The 3 swords style Luao Yi. 1 big, 3,000, a great world? After a long chant, Zoro leapt up and swung his sword wildly. It passed through a large piece of island debris that was hundreds of meters in size. The results of half a year's practice are displayed here. Next second, the green knife light exploded. That is the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk, drawing his sword. There was no chanting whatsoever, no fancy forward movement. It's just an ordinary attack. The destructive power generated is beyond the reach of 10 current Zoros. The fragment of the island that was split into 2 by Zoro was now shattered directly by Hawkeye's sword energy. I'm still far from there. Zoro took out the Wado Ichimonji from his mouth and shook his head helplessly. Ahahaha, don't get discouraged, Roronoa boy. You are still young and have endless possibilities. Roger, the pirate's king, laughed and patted Zoro's shoulder. Yes. Zoro nodded awkwardly. Facing the resurrected pirate's king, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Captain Roger, let's clean up together. Red-haired Shanks, King Rayleigh, and the people in the red group all laughed. Ha 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 ha. So how about a competition, you bastards from the Roger Pirates? The Rock's Undead Legion, led by the Sea Overlord Rocks, is a caller. Don't dilly-dally, John, Silver Axe, Golden Lion Shakipath. What did you say? Idiot Shaki, you're the one who caused this. You were the one who threw this island over there. John and other big pirates shouted one after another. This is a necessary test. At least we have figured out one of the other party's powerful abilities. Golden Lion Shaki said with a blushing face. It seems the other party has the space-type demon fruit power. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, spoke solemnly. People with spatial abilities are truly terrifying. Admiral Kizaru pouted, looking lewd. Lu Yu glanced at Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru's smile suddenly froze. He immediately became angry and didn't dare to act funny anymore. He was really afraid that Lu Yu would send him as the vanguard. Don't be nervous. Lu Yu smiled slightly. The layout of the war has already been decided. Your mission today is to eliminate the million-clone army outside Marijoy. I will conduct the frontal assault on the Holy Land Marijoy myself. Lu Yu clenched his fist and grinned. Be confident and assertive in your words and actions. Then let's get started. The final war, following Lu Yu's order. A platform suddenly appeared on Yangdong Island, under Golden Lion Shiki's Lion Fruit ability. Pirate King Roger, Sea Overlord Rocks, 4 Emperors Whitebeard, 4 Emperors Red-Haired Shanks, 4 Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Pluton Rayleigh, Red Earl Baloriclay. Defealed. Countless heroes and powerful men of the sea. Plus the 5 Dragon Kings of Sky, Fire, Thunder, Poison and Light. They attacked aggressively towards the war fortress outside Marijoy. Compared to the world government's million-strong army, the difference in numbers between the two sides is as high as 10 times. But in terms of absolute combat power, it is not weak at all. A terrifying crushing battle has begun, so, I can almost start now. Lu Yu's gaze fell on the new holy land of Marijoy in the distance. Crash. The Iron Dragon King and the Shadow Dragon King spread their wings that covered the sky and the sun. Lu Yu, who was guarding the middle, flew quickly. Accompanied by a loud bang, a cloud of dust rose into the sky in front of the main gate of Marijoy. 2 giant dragons descended from the sky, released the terrifying dragon power that shocks the mind. Ta-ta. Amidst the smoke and dust, there were faint sounds of footsteps. Crash. The wind is howling. Blow away the smoke and dust. Reveal the figure inside. World Government, 5 Elders, and I'm. Bring it on. Let the final fight begin, Lu Yu grinned. There was a chaotic color flowing back in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 245 Double Dragon Boom. The sky trembled. The earth roared. 2 giant dragons descended from the sky. Falling on the blood-stained red line, the most powerful and ferocious dragon power permeated the air. This made all the guards in the direction of Marijoy shudder. Even the strong ones at the admiral level. I can't remain calm at this moment. Everyone's face looked extremely ugly. Hey, what the hell is that? A giant dragon? I've never heard of such a thing before. An old man exuding a rotten smell screamed in surprise. Why do creatures like dragons exist? Are they mythical beasts with special abilities? An army admiral with a dull expression spoke in a deep voice. I've never heard of such an ability. Could it be that man bred the dragon? The other decayed old man's eyes opened wide. He was extremely shocked. Ooh la la, that's the Sea Emperor Lu Yu. He breaks all the impossible and is known as the strongest freak in history. The Devil Muscle Man Isaac laughed lowly. Kuhehe, what's with the most powerful Paramecia crushing fruit ability? A person with special abilities can't do anything against my Seastone combat suit. That's right. Our high-tech combat uniforms are all made of Seastone. No matter how powerful he is, he will never be able to destroy Seastone. The 2 strongest admirals in the army grinned confidently. The 3-5 elders smiled but said nothing. I feel so relieved. The look he gave the 2 dragons was full of mockery. Before. Even if it sounds easy to say. In fact, for the luxurious lineup brought by Lu Yu. But they were still scared inside. Theoretically speaking, the number of top powerhouses on both sides is almost the same. But the quality is totally incomparable. Whether it is the Pirates King Roger, 4 Emperors Whitebeard, or the Sea Overlord Rocks, 4 Emperors Red Hair, and Big Mom. The terror of these modern heroes is far beyond common sense. In comparison, their world government background. Even though the Dustborn had admiral combat power in previous eras. Even now, it has regressed seriously. His combat power level can only be considered between admiral and vice admiral. It won't be of much use in a real battle between generals and kings. However, it can be used as cannon fodder to provide some resistance. So after seeing Lu Yu divide his troops to attack, the 5 elders made a prompt decision and allocated half of their general-level combat forces to support the others. The remaining half is here, waiting for Lu Yu. What an idiot. You actually came here alone. The curly-haired nobleman Lao Xing raised the corner of his mouth. Yeah, it's really a death wish. The bald old star also looked relaxed. No need for nonsense, just defeat them directly. With me here, you can fight without any worries. The old star in the dark blue suit waved his hand. Ha ha ha, this is really reliable. The devilish muscle man, who knew the buggy ability of the old star in the dark suit, walked forward with a big laugh. Hey, Sea King over there, how about letting me test your strength? The devil muscle man Isaac grinned. Lu Yu nodded calmly. Ooh la la, come on, Isaac. The devilish muscle man with devil-like lines on his face roared. The high-tech equipment equipped on the feet suddenly spewed out a dazzling flame. The huge reaction force caused Isaac to shoot out towards Lu Yu. Squeak, squeak, squeak. While speeding, the devilish muscle equipment on his body emitted large amounts of scorching steam, forming a ghost-like shadow, which came with boundless pressure. Everywhere you go, the bleeding earth cracked open, forming deep gullies. Dragon Fist facing the challenge and fierce attack from the devil muscle man Isaac, Lu Yu's face showed no joy or sadness and remained calm. Between the right fist, it seemed as if a loud roar of a giant dragon exploded between heaven and earth. The Dragon King's collapsed fist, Lu Yu punched. The punch is like a meteor, crossing the sky with unstoppable force. Boom, 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 boom. The heaven and earth shook violently. The entire red line seemed to have experienced a magnitude 12 earthquake at this moment. Endless smoke and dust rose into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. At the same time, in front of the gate of the Holy Land of Marijoy, another person moved. That's the Celestial Dragon's strongest shield, CP0, Admiral level hand. The 6 styles of shaving were activated, and his body immediately transformed into a series of afterimages, and he rushed towards Lu Yu in the smoke and dust like a ghost. Next second, all that was heard was a dull sound of flesh colliding. A terrifying whirlwind blew up in the middle of the area filled with endless smoke and dust, dispersing the dust in the sky. So, the shocking scene of Lu Yu suppressing the 2 top strongmen, the Admiral level killer of CP0 and the Devil Muscle Man Isaac, with only his right hand was revealed. The whole audience was silent. Who do you think I am? Right above the red line, in front of the gate of the Marijoy Shrine. The shocking scene happened again. In the center of a huge pit with a radius of hundreds of meters, the Sea Emperor Lu Yu held the head of the Admiral class CP0 with one hand. Then, he used it to suppress Isaac, the Devil Muscle Man who was at the Admiral level. The head of CP0, whose hand was hit by Lu Yu's palm, had been flattened. The beautiful flowers mixed with white brain matter flowed down and landed on the head of the Devil Muscle Man Isaac below. Just one hit. With just one hand, he suppressed 2 of the Sea's top warriors at the same time. This extraordinary strength is truly awe-inspiring and makes people feel fear involuntarily. Damn it! Isaac, the devilish muscle man who was suppressed by Lu Yu with one hand, roared. With the help of the powerful defense of high-tech scientific equipment, he did not suffer a tragic headshot like CP0. But the incomparable pressure had already oppressed him to the point that he felt his head was about to explode and his spirit collapsed. What shocked and frightened the Devil Muscle Man Isaac even more was that the scientific combat suit on his body was on the verge of collapse. That was caused by Lu Yu's punch earlier. Even the combat suit that is said to be able to absorb infinite impact. Under the impact of Lu Yu's endless punching power, he was also approaching his limit. If it weren't for the CP0 Admiral Killer's arrival that diverted Lu Yu's attention. He was afraid that the powerful combat suit that he was proud of before would be blown up by Lu Yu's strength. What kind of monster are you? The Devil Muscle Man Isaac, who had a splitting headache and was on the verge of falling apart, was finally scared and no longer as arrogant as before. Who do you think I am? Lu Yu grinned. With a flick of his hand, he threw the already dead CP0's hand far away. Then he kicked the Devil Muscle Man Isaac away, and he fell on the wall of Marijoy like an arrow. Something's wrong, absolutely wrong. He ignored the devilish Muscle Man Isaac, whose life or death was unknown under the ruins of the wall. The 5 elders and others in dark blue suits fixed their eyes on Lu Yu, who was hundreds of miles away, with expressions of surprise and disbelief on their faces. Chapter 246 The Confidence of the 5 Elders. How could this be ******D be so powerful? Even stronger than a month ago. This is definitely unusual. What on earth did he do? The curly-haired noble, Lao Xing Dai Gao and others all shook their heads in fear. I can't believe that Lu Yu is now so powerful that he can knock out 1 or 2 admirals with just one punch. It was clearly half a year ago. Even if Lu Yu could crush Admiral, it wouldn't be so easy. Looking at the frightened expressions of the 5 elders, Lu Yu just laughed. Now he has integrated the power of the 7 Dragon Kings. The increase in his power from the Great Dragon King was so great that it was beyond words. Plus the Dragon God who is above the Dragon King mode. If you use your full strength, the heaven and earth will be overturned. But that was the surprise Lu Yu prepared for Yim. Deal with the dozen or so people in front of you. Of course it is useless. 5 old men of the world government, are you scared? Lu Yu grinned. What nonsense are you talking about? Today I will make sure you never come back, the one who really needs to be afraid is you. The 5 elders scolded him without showing any weakness. Haha, if that's the case, then let me enjoy it even more. This little fight isn't even a warm-up. Lu Yudao as he spoke, he stepped forward, ready to take the initiative. Seeing Lu Yu approaching, the powerful people of the world government in front of the gate of the Holy Land Marijoy all retreated unconsciously. There was a hint of panic on every face. What are you afraid of? You are so pathetic. After using such a powerful force, he still has some strength left. The 2 arrogant army admirals gritted their teeth. Everyone, charge. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Ferdinand, the old star in the dark blue suit, and he waved his hand to give an order. A group of powerful world government leaders launched the strongest offensive together. You came just in time. A rare spark of fighting spirit ignited in Lu Yu's eyes. Hold head high. The loud and clear dragon roar exploded in the sky. The Iron Dragon King and the Shadow Dragon King responded and attacked. Hold head high. A loud and resounding dragon roar exploded under the sky. Lu Yu raised his hand and waved lightly. The Iron Dragon King and the Shadow Dragon King attacked. The 2 Dragon Kings raised their dragon claws at the same time. He slapped the 2 people who were attacking him. The terrifying power of the dragon rushed towards the 2 strongest world government army admirals, sending them flying hundreds of meters. But only a moment later, the 2 army admirals returned to the battlefield again. The aura around him is still strong, under the protection of the Seastone combat suit. The Iron Dragon King and Shadow Dragon King's ordinary attacks failed to penetrate their armor. Even the strength was absorbed and dissipated by the special combat suit. It's totally useless, King of the Sea. Is this the extent of your pet? How disappointing.
The two army admirals grinned smugly. Roar. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly.
At a glance, he saw through the true nature of their combat uniforms, which they were so proud of. Lu Yu grinned and said, "It's just Seastone. I'll chop it up for you little brats to see." As Lu Yu's voice fell, the terrifying sword light spanned the sky and the earth. It created a huge hole in the dark sky. That is the Iron Dragon King's unparalleled sword. This guy, not good, feeling the ultimate sharpness and power bursting out from Lu Yu's body. The smug look on the faces of the two army admirals disappeared, and was replaced by a look of horror. Dozens of trillions of cells in the body are trembling slightly, sending out danger signals. "You two idiots, get out of the way." The army admiral, who was as dull as an iron tower, couldn't help but scold. After all, it takes time for sound to be transmitted and for people to react. Lu Yu's attack has already transcended the limitations of time and space. Puff, laugh, the glaring blood rushed up dozens of meters. The Seastone combat suit defenses on the two army admirals' bodies were completely cut through by Lu Yu's divine sword that was fused with a trace of chaos power. Their well-trained and powerful armament hockey body defenses were also broken. Two hideous wounds started from their shoulders and extended to their lower abdomen, almost cutting their bodies in half. Through the wound, you can see the white ribs, colorful intestines and various internal organs. Under the invasion and rampage of the remaining forces, their internal organs also had scars and were on the verge of collapse and explosion. Ah! A shrill scream exploded in the sky, before they hit the ground. The third army admiral, who was like an iron tower, suddenly appeared and brought them to the old star Ferdinand in the dark blue suit. The admiral of the iron tower whispered, "5 elders." The old star in the dark blue suit, Ferdinand, frowned. "2 idiots." Although I was unhappy, but his hands moved quickly. Besides, they are also our 2 major fighting forces. It would be such a pity if the loss happened before it was even realized. A huge green clock slowly emerged behind the old star in the dark blue suit. The clock runs backwards. The hideous wounds on the two army admirals that almost cut them diagonally, as well as the injuries to their internal organs, also slowly recovered. Eventually restored to its original state, as if it had never appeared. This is the ability of the dark blue suit 5 elders. This is the confidence that allows others to attack at will. The time-related ability is even more flawed than the space-related ability. It's not like the time travel in Tianyueshi. This is the power of time travel. The power to restore anything within sight to a specific time frame. Now on this battlefield, no matter how many injuries the strong men of the world government suffered, as long as they were not killed in one blow. As long as they exist within the time domain of the old star in the dark blue suit, they can be retroactively restored. Ahem. Cough cough cough. The two army admirals coughed violently twice, then suddenly opened their eyes and woke up. Damn it. Laozi almost died. How dare he let Laozi suffer such humiliation? He will never be forgiven. The two army admirals gritted their teeth viciously. You two, stop being so brave and admit it. No one can defeat that man alone. He is indeed the strongest. The dull admiral said in a deep voice. You're the one. Don't boost others' ambitions and destroy your own prestige. No matter how strong he is, what can he do? He's only human after all, and everyone will eventually run out of energy. As long as we have the 5 elders' recovery power, we can continuously maintain maximum combat power and wear him down to death. Thinking of this, the two army admirals who had almost died once showed a mocking look on their faces. Woo la 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 la. Hunting down the world's most powerful and fierce person is indeed quite interesting. Isaac, the devilish muscle man who had also recovered from a serious injury, twisted his neck and raised a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth. Little ghosts. At this moment, an anxious and hoarse shout suddenly came from the battlefield. What are you waiting for? I've caught him. Chapter 247 Two Logias. What are you guys still standing there for? Come on, I've caught him. The anxious shouts of a decayed old man rang out from the center of the battlefield. The blood-stained red earth suddenly underwent strange changes. The soil ripples like water. A pair of skinny hands full of old Madara's strength emerged from the ground and gripped Lu Yu's ankles tightly like iron clamps. Basses the dazzling light of the divine sword shines. With the sharpness of ultimate, in an instant, the pair of old hands collapsed and disintegrated. However, something strange happened. There was no blood splattering from the exploded hands. Instead, it turned into a pool of mud and fell down. Next second, more hands burst out from the ground. Like Lion Majesty, it tied up Lu Yu's body, a Logia user. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He grinned and said, "How long do you want to hide?" The words fell. Lu Yu suddenly clenched his right fist. Accompanied by a high-pitched roar of a dragon, Lu Yu's full-power Dragon King's fist crashed to the ground. Boom, kaka. Amidst a loud bang, the earth shattered into pieces under Lu Yu's fist. The terrifying force of the fist spread to more than 1,000 meters underground. Ahem. Amidst the painful coughing, an old man emitting a rotten smell was forced out of the ground by Lu Yu's fist. He coughed up a little black blood, and his face was covered in dust and looked very miserable. Also repelled by the shockwave of Lu Yu's punch were those powerful world government figures who believed his words and attacked him. Ahem, old man, what kind of catch is this? The devil muscle man Isaac coughed up blood and shouted angrily. This B******** D is truly a monster. The army admirals who had been nearly killed on the spot by Lu Yu no longer had any contempt for him. There was only deep shock and fear. Let me do it. Another old man, exuding a decayed aura, spoke quietly and stepped forward. He stood about 1 meter away from Lu Yu. The skinny, old hands slammed to the ground. Next second, amazing changes occur. The rotten old man's body suddenly glowed green. His figure also swelled up against the wind. Start with his feet. Its body suddenly turned into wood. In a short while, it turned into a towering tree with an old human face, which looked creepy. Boring, Lu Yu sneered. He took a step forward and his form suddenly vanished. In an instant, Lu Yu arrived in front of the giant tree with a human face. The right hand, surrounded by lightning and flames, pressed down casually. In an instant, only a soft bang sound was heard. The giant tree with a human face suddenly exploded. It turned into countless fragments and fell down. But the changes have just begun. The giant tree with a human face exploded under Lu Yu's fist a second ago. The next moment it rose from the ground again. This time it was not far behind Lu Yu. The fragments that were previously blasted by Lu Yu's fist took root and sprouted the moment they touched the ground. They transformed into towering trees, standing tall on the red earth. It won't take a moment. The originally bare red soil turned into lush primeval forests. The only uncomfortable thing is that every big tree in this forest has a twisted and creepy old face on its trunk. Logia again? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. While thinking, there was a rustling sound in the dense forest. It's not the powerful people of the world government who are moving. It is the forest itself that is acting. Countless old tree branches and vines with independent life consciousness crawled across the ground like snakes. They constructed a net to surround Lu Yu. However, before it could touch Lu Yu's body, it would be burned to ashes by the terrifying high temperature and lightning. It's useless. This is my infinite forest domain. An unpleasant voice, as old as a night owl, echoed over the dense forest. Is that all? It's still far from enough. A teasing arc appeared on Lu Yu's lips. A moment ago, from the opponent's forest-forming move, Lu Yu unconsciously thought of the wood-style flower tree world of Senju Hashirama in the neighboring world. However, compared to Hashirama's flower and tree world, the forest of this old man Logia is far inferior. Don't get carried away, little brat. Hearing Lu Yu's comments, the decadent old man couldn't help but get angry. The whole forest suddenly began to dance, but the next second, only 2 loud bangs were heard. The Iron Dragon King, shining with metallic luster, and the Shadow Dragon King, who devoured all shadows, fell from the sky and landed in the forest of human faces. The Iron Dragon King's roar, the roar of the Shadow Dragon King. The 2 giant dragons stood back to back, spinning and roaring in all directions. The roar of the Iron Dragon King, mixed with iron fragments, was indestructible. All the giant trees with human faces that were touched by the iron sheets fell apart in an instant. Break down into countless tiny pieces. When the Iron Dragon King's roar turned 180 degrees. The Shadow Dragon King on the other side also turned exactly 180 degrees while roaring. The 2 Dragon Kings joined forces. There is no need for Lu Yu himself to even take action. A 1,000-meter-wide forest of giant human-faced trees has been razed to the ground. GGGG. An old, unpleasant laugh, like that of a night owl, came from all directions. It's useless. My husband is immortal. No matter how many times you destroy it, it will regenerate into an immortal body. The user of the Logia Mumu fruit laughed triumphantly. Creepy giant trees with human faces began to rise from the ground again. More debris fell. It's about to be reborn. I'm curious, can you still grow in the magma? Lu Yu asked calmly. What do you mean? The expression on the giant human-faced tree froze, and a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in his heart. That's it. Lu Yu grinned. The power of the Flame Dragon King within his body boiled to the ultimate level. Scorching golden-red flames burst out from his body. The Flame Dragon King's scorching inferno. Lu Yu put one hand on the ground and spoke calmly. The red earth melted as his words fell. It turned into black and red interlaced colors. That is the color of magma. Under the fierce flames of the Fire Dragon King, the melted earth suddenly turned into a terrifying pool of magma. Ah! Extremely shrill screams suddenly rang out. The strange forest of human faces in the magma pool was instantly ignited. High-temperature flames are always the nemesis of trees. It only took a few tens of seconds. The forest of human faces turned into a sea of fire. Countless giant trees with human faces twisted and screamed under the scorching heat. Under the fierce flames of the Fire Dragon King, the entire forest was burned to ashes, without even a trace of residue left. The old man who possessed the ability of the Logia Mumu fruit died on the spot. Even his ashes were not left behind, so naturally he could no longer be brought back to life by the power of retrospection of the old star in the dark blue suit. Chapter 248 The Collapse of the Holy Land. Lu Yu walked out of the burning forest bathed in flames of heaven and earth. The devilish muscle man Isaac was still determined to steal. He flashed and came to Lu Yu's side. The muscle technology on his arm emitted a large amount of hot steam, providing his fist with huge propulsion force, attacking Lu Yu. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Lu Yu didn't even look at Isaac. He slapped him casually. The atmosphere exploded at the speed of Lu Yu's palm. Start later but arrive first. Lu Yu's palm fell on the devil muscle man Isaac first. All I heard was a loud bang. The devil muscle man Isaac fell to the ground like a cannonball. This caused the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters to collapse further. Buzz. Two sharp buzzing sounds were heard. It seemed like some kind of high-tech sonic attack. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly affected. Successful. Go to hell. The two army admirals looked delighted. The swords, emitting blue and red light in their respective hands, pierced Lu Yu's body. Idiot, that's just an afterimage. The strong man from the Iron Tower shouted a warning. Laser sword. Do you think you are Jedi? Lu Yu's sneer suddenly rang in the ears of the two army admirals. Lu Yu raised his foot and kicked each of the two army admirals. They were kicked so hard that their internal organs were ruptured. Compared to the injuries inside the body, what was even worse was the two terrifying shadows looming over them. The Iron Dragon King and the Shadow Dragon King opened their bloody mouths. A dragon held two army admirals in its mouth. Phew. Blood splattered everywhere. Two army admirals were bitten to death by the dragon in a bloody scene. A huge shadow also loomed over Lu Yu. A giant earth figure hundreds of meters tall waved his palm and slapped down towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu did not dodge or evade. Right hand points to the sky. A punch was thrown. The terrifying fist force, accompanied by thunder and flames, surged out like waves of the sea. The hundreds-meter-tall Earthman was covered with cracks and then exploded. The decayed old man hiding in the control room of the giant Gundam was also seriously injured and blown out. Lu Yu did not give him the chance to go to the old star in the dark blue suit to recover. With a wave of the hand, the Iron Dragon King's wings lit up with brilliant light. Like a heavenly sword, it spans the sky in an instant. The Iron Dragon King flew past the side of the rotten old man. The indestructible heavenly sword split it into two. Then the whole person exploded. Already dead, he cannot die again. It only took 3 minutes to relax. 4 World Government Admiral-level fighters have fallen. It took less than 3 minutes. 2 Army Admirals and 2 Logia users were defeated by Lu Yu. There is not even a chance to go back in time and recover. They were killed and beaten to pieces on the spot. The sky was stained with blood. How horrible this is. This moment, including the 3-5 elders, the Devil Muscle Man Isaac and other Admiral-level strongmen were terrified. Hateful. What kind of monster is this? Damn, what a powerful pressure this is. We possess Admiral-level combat power, yet we can't even retreat? 1 punch to each Admiral, does he think we are cabbages? Is this the strongest of this era? Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Yu. The powerful people of the world government were all filled with fear. What's worse, I even unconsciously had the thought of running away. Don't be afraid, the bald old star suppressed his trembling and comforted her. Just be careful not to get killed instantly and you'll be fine. With my ability, I can keep you safe. The veteran star Ferdinand in the dark blue suit took a deep breath. However, his words at this moment were not as confident as before. You make it sound so easy. If they hadn't been killed instantly, they wouldn't have died. Some people refuted it. You're talking without any hesitation. We're the ones fighting that monster. An old man exuding a decadent atmosphere said dissatisfiedly. We will also fight this time. The curly-haired noble old star spoke. Ready to fight? Then I'll trust you again. The old men, who exuded a decadent smell, gritted their teeth. With the assistance of the Admiral-level strongmen of the CP organization, a total of 7 Admiral-class fighters attacked together. Various strange devil fruit abilities are then activated. However, in the face of absolute power, any fancy fruit ability won't cause any waves. Puff puff puff, blood-red fireworks kept exploding in the sky. Those were World Government Admiral-level strongmen who were blown up one after another. Damn 5 elders, lousy won't be with you anymore. The Devil Muscle Man Isaac screamed in horror. He fled for his life without looking back. This is my mission. The last Army Admiral took a deep breath and punched Lu Yu. Boom! Amidst the sound of violent collision, the Army Admiral, who was as tall as an iron tower, had his arm twisted, broken, and then exploded, along with half of his shoulder. He was seriously injured and defeated. Hold head high. A loud and resounding dragon roar rang out. 2 CP Admiral-level assassins lurking in the shadows were caught and killed by the Iron Dragon King and the Shadow Dragon King. It took no more than 10 minutes. The dozen or so top combat groups formed by the world government were defeated by Lu Yu. Only 3-5 elders remained. Monster, this monster. Retreat quickly. The last 3-5 elders finally lost their composure and turned around and fled in a panic. Lu Yu stood with his hands behind his back, walking slowly and leisurely. Behind him, the Iron Dragon King and the Shadow Dragon King followed with earth-shaking steps. Fire. Fire at full power. Defeat them. The 3-5 elders, the world's highest authorities, screamed in horror. The defensive fortresses that had previously taken down large islands all launched their attacks. Countless terrifying lasers shot out to strangle the man with 2 dragons as he slowly walked into the holy land of Marijoy. Lu Yu clapped his hands. Colored balls of light spread between the palms. In a moment, the ball of light expands. Lu Yu and Xuanlong were all covered in it. Absolute defense. Fairy's light ball, activate, invulnerable to all attacks.
Those were thousands of lasers that were enough to easily destroy a large island.
It was no longer possible to cause any harm to Lu Yu. Only the holy place of Marijoy itself can be destroyed. Lu Yu walked forward with his hands behind his back. Then there was endless artillery fire and explosions. Become the background board of the Emperor of the Sea. Boom boom boom. Marijoy, an 800-year-old holy place. Today is another day of tremors. The magnificent Marijoy earth continues to crack. Deep ravines of unknown depth cut Marijoy into pieces. Boom. The Pangu city wall, which had stood for 800 years, collapsed. Rumble. The slave arena used for the celestial dragon's enjoyment has collapsed. Boom. One after another, the luxurious buildings belonging to celestial dragons are disintegrating. The magnificent metropolis of Marijoy is crumbling at a visible rate. All this happened just because Lu Yu was taking a step. The city crumbled beneath him and behind him. At the same time, the lives of the sinful celestial dragons and their minions also collapsed and perished. Even the celestial dragons who were lucky enough to be far enough away were terrified at this moment. Because of the extreme shock, he couldn't even scream. What's worse is that some people just collapsed on the ground with feces and urine flowing everywhere. Saint Thoroldus, run away quickly. The guards of the various mansions shouted. Escape? Where can we escape to now? It's all over. The glory of the world government and our celestial dragons is over. No one can escape. Chapter 249 World Reconstruction 1. Marijoy, an 800-year-old holy place. This is the second collapse this year. Compared to the Summit War period, this time the collapse is obviously more complete. Because this is the action taken by Lu Yu, the Sea Emperor who has fully evolved and sublimated. Everywhere you go, wherever his feet measure, no one person or building can exist without it. The screams and wails of the celestial dragons filled the air. The death toll continues to rise, except for the holy places. Right now, fireworks continued to explode at the military defense fortress outside Marijoy. Those were the pirates King Roger, the Sea Overlord Rox, the 4 Emperors Whitebeard, the 4 Emperors Red-Haired Shanks, the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye and other heroes of the sea taking action. Ha 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 ha, you really are worthy of being Lord Lu Yu. He actually defeated Marijoy by himself. Golden Lion Shiki laughed excitedly. History will be made today. Kulalalal. 4 Emperors Whitebeard Edward Newgate laughed. The birth of a new king of the world. I never thought I'd see this day come. I have no regrets anymore. Pirates King Roger smiled with satisfaction. That Garp B****** D over there, don't run away after the war. I'll definitely settle accounts with you. The Sea Overlord Rox looked at the marine hero Garp who was also fighting in the distance. As early as more than half a year ago during the Summit War. Rox just wanted to find Garp to settle accounts. It was just that at that time, Lu Yu was restraining him. Plus, Garp is already disabled, only then did he give up. But this time he won't give up. Well said, it's not just one B****** D Garp. That B***** D Roger over there, don't run away either. It's time to settle the score with you regarding the Valley of the Gods incident. John, Silver Axe, Ochaku and others shouted angrily. Ha 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 ha, come if you want, do you think I'm afraid of you? Garp laughed. Ah ha 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 ha, if you want to settle the score, wait until this war is over. Roger also responded with a laugh. Ha 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 ha, guys, go ahead. Kill all the world government's artificial cultivators. The Sea Overlord Rox was full of fighting spirit and laughed almost crazily. Right now, broken Marijoy. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What the hell is going on with that monster? The old star Ferdinand in the dark blue suit, the old star with the bald head, Joff, and the old star with the curly hair and aristocratic hair, Dai Gao, screamed in fear. He desperately tried to escape, trying to outrun the Shinigami. But no matter where they ran, the shadow of death is always with us. That was the chi lock from Lu Yu. Even if there are hundreds of meters between us, we still can't get rid of it. Finally, the 3-5 elders fled to the deepest part of Marijoy, before the Void Throne. It should be fine here. That B***** D, if he dares to come, he will never come back. Call. The 3-5 elders breathed a sigh of relief. However, they didn't wait long for happiness. Next second, their hearts, which had just relaxed, rose to their throats again. The unprecedented threat of death took over their bodies and minds like a tide. Dozens of meters away, a slender figure walked slowly towards them, and each step seemed to be stepping on their hearts. The faint sound of footsteps sounded like the loud sound of a huge bell in their ears, deafening. Damn it, they caught up so quickly. The bald old star Chao Fu gritted his teeth. But even if it's you, don't even think about being so presumptuous here. The curly-haired noble old star Dai Gao scolded angrily. This is. The old star in the dark blue suit, Ferdinand, hadn't finished speaking yet. Next second, a breeze suddenly blew in my face. Lu Yu, who was originally dozens of meters away, had already arrived in front of them. Puff, amidst the muffled sound. the curly-haired nobleman Lao Xing had his head pierced by a fist. There was still an expression of disbelief on his face when he died. It seems that he can't believe it and is unwilling to accept this fact. Bang! His head, filled with disbelief, exploded like a watermelon. The blood and brain matter evaporated instantly due to the high temperature. "A-hole, you!" The roar of the bald old star in a suit suddenly stopped. A huge steel dragon claw slashed down, turning him into a puddle of meat paste. You. The 5 elders in dark blue suits with long white hair and beards stepped back in fear, gasping for breath. "Don't underestimate me." At some point, Ferdinand, the old star in the dark blue suit, was so frightened that he turned his fear into anger. However, a brilliant sword light flashed. His head, twisted to the extreme by anger and fear, fell to the ground. Bite the familiar system prompt sound rang out. Kill 5 elders, 5/5, mission completed. Reward, SSS level World Reconstruction Magic Universe 1. SSS level World Reconstruction Magic Universe 1. This is the signature move of Scarlet Despair Irene, one of the 2 pillars of the Albereth Kingdom in the fairy tale world. By adding magic that can disrupt the layout of the land of the entire kingdom, any area can be recast. The size and terrain of the country can be freely controlled. You can also reshuffle any character and assign them randomly. Although it is not an offensive type of magic skill. However, it is definitely worthy of the SSS rating. After the war is over, perhaps we can take a break from this red line. Lu Yu was thinking to himself. He stepped on the corpses of the 5 elders without looking around and continued to walk forward. Boom! The void throne collapsed. Lu Yu came to the flowers. This is a new world full of birdsong and flowers. There is a hint of fresh fragrance in the air. Several rare little birds that have never appeared in the outside world are playing happily among the flowers and plants. Tattoo! A burst of unfamiliar footsteps was heard, causing the birds among the flowers and plants to jump in panic and flee in haste. Is this the center of the world? It's like a small world? Lu Yu nodded with some feeling. Stroll casually in the most central area of this world. Even in the enemy's base camp, there was no trace of tension on Lu Yu's face. Still so calm and composed, just like strolling in the garden. At some point, Lu Yu paused. He turned around and punched open a stone door. In the desolate cave, a huge straw hat, the same model as Luffy's but more than 5 times larger, lay quietly. It carries the breath of 800 years of time. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Without doing anything else, he turned and left. Right now, he was like a tourist. The secret hidden in the center of the world is glanced over without anyone noticing. Finally, the road ends. A beam of dazzling light from the sky shone down. On the steps at the end of the road, a slender figure stood calmly. The golden armor on his body sparkled with thousands of golden rays under the sunlight. It looks majestic and extraordinary. Yo, here I come again. Lu Yu looked at Yim, who looked heroic on the steps, and grinned. Chapter 250 World Reconstruction 2. You've been in this position for 800 years. Now it's my turn. Lu Yu pointed to the world throne behind Yim, court death. Yimu snorted coldly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Not a shred of nonsense. His preparation and accumulation of strength are complete. Raise your hand and move. A golden divine bow appeared in his hand. Yim bent his bow, his fingers falling on the invisible bowstring, and pulled. Next second, the silver birds chirping among the flowers and plants bloomed into brilliant yellow stalks and turned into silver magic arrows. Whoosh! A dark trail extended from the void. As I am let go, the silver arrow shot towards Lu Yu. It stopped 3 centimeters away from Lu Yu's body. Blocked by a layer of golden light. That is the absolute defense, the fairy's light ball. Burst. A light brighter than the sun suddenly shone from the arrow. Then it exploded with a loud bang. Terrifying ripples of destruction spread. It seems to want to destroy everything in the world. Boom boom boom, even the flowers could not withstand this destructive energy fluctuation at this moment. The crackling sounds caused by the heavy load continued one after another. Then it exploded with a loud bang, on the stairs. Yim's expression was grim, and the golden cloak behind him fluttered in the wind and waves of the explosion. At some point, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the smoke and dust of the explosion. A fist surrounded by the shadow of a giant dragon suddenly enlarged in Im's pupils. Then it appeared all over Lu Yu's body, good and lossless. No harm to hair. Yim was not too surprised by this result. Looking at the approaching dragon fist, Yim grabbed the golden divine bow in his hand. A colorful bird instantly blends into it. The golden color on the bow becomes more intense. It flows like molten gold. When Yim waved the golden bow and smashed Lu Yu's fist hard. The crisp sound of metal clashing shook heaven and earth. The terrifying shockwave shook the entire red line. Click, the shadow of the Dragon King on Lu Yu's fist began to show fine cracks. In the face of the weight of the world, what kind of storm can a mere one man's fist stir? Yimazui. The corners of his mouth raised in a proud arc. Even if it's the world, I'll destroy it for you to see. Lu Yu spoke calmly and firmly. The expression on his face remained unchanged, without any change. It seemed as if what was being described was just a very normal little thing. Boom, as Lu Yu's voice fell. The shadow of the Dragon King, which was about to be defeated, suddenly solidified again. A hazy glow turned into a piece of armor and attached to it. That is the color of chaos. That was the boiling of chaotic power. Kaka, the body makes an unbearable sound. A hole. Yim's expression suddenly changed, and the smug look on his face disappeared. Kai, the painful cries of the golden bird flew out from it. Bang! The golden divine bow exploded. The terrifying impact caused Lu Yu and Yim to retreat hundreds of meters. Boom! The entire holy city of Marijoy was razed to the ground by the impact. Cough! Yimu coughed, and a little blood came out from the corner of his mouth. A hole! What kind of power was that before? Yim scolded. Haha, are you scared now? Everything has just begun. Lu Yu smiled slightly. He pointed to the sky with his right hand. Hold your elbow with your left hand. The bright world suddenly dimmed. It's not that the sky is blocked by clouds. The vast blue sky is cloudless. The sun hangs high in the sky like a fireball. This should have been the brightest moment of the day. But now it was suddenly dark. Even the sunlight was dimmed. Immediately following, an even more shocking scene occurred. It's broad daylight. The full moon suddenly jumped out. The bright moonlight casts its rays on the earth and then quickly disappears. Then came the endless starlight. One after another, huge stars light up in the universe. Spread your light to the world. What on earth is going on? Is it the battle over there? Even the universe and the stars are affected. What level of battle is this? It's truly astonishing. The only one who can do this is Lord Lu Yu. Ha 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 ha, I must definitely win this time. Red Line Battlefield. All the heroes of the sea shouted in shock. This moment, people all over the world are making a fuss about it. You, an alien, actually have such a method hidden. Yimu screamed in shock and anger. Being at the center of the battlefield, he knew better than anyone how terrifying this phenomenon was. This was an attack that was truly threatening to him. Kill! Yim roared with murderous intent. He drew out the golden sword on his back. There was no time for Lu Yu to accumulate strength. Yim wields the golden sword. Conqueror's Haki ultimate winding. At the same time, it came down with the power of the world. The golden sword has not yet fallen. The earth cracked open. This cannot be simply described as big or terrifying. Before Im's sword, which he had used all his strength to strike, had already caused the entire red line to crack. The terrifying power of ultimate even separated the vast ocean. However, this ultimate terrifying attack still failed to cause any harm to Lu Yu. Just as the greatsword fell, a light golden ball suddenly appeared and wrapped around Lu Yu's whole body. It is still a ball of light that can absolutely defend against fairies. One trick is enough to make you successful. Do you think this will stop me? Break it for me. Yim shouted. Click, absolute defense is no longer absolute. Fine cracks appeared on the surface. Snort, a smug arc appeared on Yimu's lips. Oh, Lu Yu also grinned and spoke. As long as I can stop you for a while, it's enough. Yim seemed to have noticed something and looked up suddenly. I don't know when. A huge halo fell from the sky. Release a terrifying aura that is like destroying the world. That is the brilliance that condenses the sunlight, moonlight and the endless starlight of the universe. Under the shroud of that ring of glory, I only felt that his body's ability to move was greatly restricted. Whoosh! The void exploded. The fairy halo that originally existed in the sky suddenly descended and locked Im's body. The river of light that guides the fairies. Gather, illuminate, annihilate. Fairies' glory. Lu Yu sang word by word in a sonorous voice. The brilliance of the superb magic that could kill the elves exploded here. It condenses the brilliance of all the stars in the day and destroys everything. This is a merciless light that will never allow the enemy to survive. As the fairies' light shrinks, a shrill scream followed. Ah! Even the king of the world, Yim, cannot fully bear the weight of the sun, moon and stars. The most dazzling light exploded. Yim's figure gradually faded and disappeared. In an instant, it ceased to exist. There was absolute silence among the broken flowers. However, puff! A muffled sound. A piece of golden sword edge pierced through Lu Yu's body. 8 Seconds Chapter 251 World Reconstruction 3. It's really not that simple. Lu Yu whispered. Who do you think I am? I am the king of the world. Yim roared repeatedly with a ferocious look on his face. Right now, his body was covered in blood, his hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely miserable. The golden armor on his body was also tattered and on the verge of collapse. Apparently, the terrifying attack from before was not completely useless to him. Die, heterogeneous, I won this battle after all. Yimu smiled grimly. He thrust out the greatsword in his hand with all his strength. Conqueror's entanglement and world blessing both exploded. He wanted to tear Lu Yu apart from the middle, however, what shocked Im was. The big sword that pierced Lu Yu's body was now unable to move forward or backward and could not move at all. A trace of chaos helplessly spread along the golden sword. Yim's expression suddenly changed. He decisively abandoned his weapon and retreated rapidly. Base. The golden sword separated from Lu Yu's body and fell to the ground. Under the self-healing power of the Dragon King, the horrific wound on Lu Yu's chest slowly healed. Is it almost there? Lu Yu suddenly called out loudly. This made Yim stunned. He knew that Lu Yu was not talking to him. So who could it be? A moment's hesitation, Yim's expression suddenly changed. He turned around suddenly. Look at the broken stone cave. Ta-ta. Heavy footsteps were heard. A tall giant walked out of the cave. He raised his hands. He pressed down the large straw hat on his head. It really feels more reassuring wearing this straw hat. The man who came across 800 years of history, the straw hat giant Joy Boy smiled brilliantly. Joe Boy. Yim screamed, completely losing his composure. Don't get so excited, I am. You've already seen it once half a year ago, haven't you? Joy Boy nodded and smiled kindly. Hole, what on earth have you done? Finally, at this moment, I am finally realized that something was wrong. He felt that the strength in his body was rapidly draining away. Originally, I just wanted to stand on this piece of land. Just stand at the center of this world. He is absolutely invincible and absolutely immortal. Master Lu Yu, I have done everything I can, all we have to do now is get Yimu away from this place. Joy Boy smiled and nodded. The form gradually disintegrated under the power of I am and returned to the underworld. I'm finally able to help this time, Joy Boy smiled. Ah, thank you for your hard work. I'll ask you out for a drink next time, Lu Yu nodded. His right hand was raised again. I am was so scared that he shuddered. I thought Lu Yu was going to use the same trick again. In his current state, if he were to take another blow like that, it would definitely be bad. Don't be so nervous, I just want to take you out for a walk. It must be boring to be stuck here for 800 years. Lu Yu grinned. Bang, there was a crisp sound of snapping fingers. SSS level World Reconstruction Magic Universe 1 is activated. Lu Yu and Yim, who were at the center of the world, suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already on the other side of the red line. Kill, the most intense confrontation continues. The sky changed color. The sea and the earth trembled. Fairy laws. At some point, Lu Yu activated the fairy's third super magic. The divine light illuminates the world, the ultimate judgment on all enemies and darkness. Under the influence of goblin laws against spirits, Yim's body suddenly froze, although he was not killed on the spot. But his spirit and thinking were sluggish. This moment of delay is enough to decide everything. Wait until Yim came to his senses. A fist surrounded by chaos continued to grow larger in his eyes. Chaos Dragon God's collapse fist, Lu Yu shouted. Chaos Dragon God mode is at full power. Boom, one punch. Lu Yu pierced through Yim's body. A large hole was left on his abdomen, which was transparent from front to back. But Yim is not dead yet. Hateful, Yim screamed miserably. He desperately used all his strength to stab Lu Yu's heart with his claws. I want to wear it. Click, even the dragon's reverse scales were cracked at this moment. Blood gushed out from the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. However, his vision remained bright, ignored Im's attack. Lu Yu retracted his fist and then punched again, the Chaos Dragon God's collapse fist. Puff. A big hole appeared on Yim's body again. 3 punches landed in a row. Hold head high. The Chaos Dragon God roared in the sky. Merge into Lu Yu's fist. He delivered a punch that was powerful enough to pierce through the world. Boom. Boom. The Chaos Dragon God rushed towards the red line with Im's body in his mouth. As a result, red line collapsed, rushing to the sea. As a result, the sea was filled with thousands of huge waves. Ah, I am the king of the world, accompanied by Yim's terrified screams. The Chaos Dragon God rushed out of the sea and soared into the 9th heaven. Finally reaching the outside world. Boom. A brilliant chaotic firework exploded in the sky above the world. Everything is over. Yim, die. Kill the World King Yim and get a new world pass. Above the red line, Lu Yu's body swayed slightly. This battle, he was also seriously injured, but I can still hold on. Lu Yu staggered and landed on the broken red line. SSS level World Reconstruction Magic Universe 1 is activated again. Boom. Boom boom boom. A huge kingdom rises from the collapsed red line. Time passes. A month later, the war that spread throughout the world was finally over. The world government that stood on the sea for 800 years collapsed. The new king of the world has stepped onto the stage of history. 3 months later, Red Line's new giant kingdom is named. Its name is Wa. 1 year later, in the kingdom of Wa, everything is at peace. The sea entered a period of unprecedented peace. The kings and queens of the world live in seclusion. One night 3 years later, the spacious central palace. Young girls with outstanding looks and different postures fell into a deep sleep. Every face was filled with smiles of satisfaction and happiness. Lu Yu of the world stood up, look into the distance. 3 years. Follow the system's instructions, he has completely refined this world. And in his eyes, it is no longer just the world of pirates. After I leave, the time of this world will be frozen. This is the best. Lu Yu whispered to himself, if he goes to the next world. Time in this world is still passing. The girls who woke up couldn't find him. Think of their despair. Lu Yu also felt uncomfortable. But if time were to stand still, it would not flow again until he returned next time. Then there is no problem. System, prepare for world jump. Lu Yu said calmly. Yes, world pass launched. World Jump. Start, Chapter 252 New World Boom. The dazzling rainbow bridge spans the sky and the earth. A pattern was imprinted on the barren land. The light faded. A slender figure walked out slowly. Eyes opening and closing. Radiant light, the feeling has changed. It looks like we've arrived successfully. Lu Yu clenched his fist casually. Feel the pulse of a world different from pirates. He knows. The world pass was a success. This is no longer the world of pirates. Look around. Looking at the endless desert land. It's like this again. No hints at all. How am I supposed to know what's here? Lu Yu couldn't help but grin. A moment. Many options flashed through his mind. For example, the Wind Country Desert in the Hokage world, or the place where the hollows of the Shinigami world live. Besides, too many choices. I really can't understand it. Then there's the desert. It exists in every world. Forget it. Anyway, I have the ability to protect myself in any world now. There's no need to hide anymore. Lu Yu nodded. Of course, it's best not to be a world as unconventional as Dragon Ball. At the end, he added another sentence. The dragon's wings spread out from behind it. Now, after returning the transformation leaf to Padang, Lu Yu could only fly by himself. There's not much difference. Crash. The big dragon wings flapped. The wind and sand rolled up all over the sky. Lu Yu's figure suddenly soared into the sky. It didn't take long to reach an altitude of 1,000 meters. Looking down from a high position, broad vision. After about half a day of leisurely flying, a small building appeared in Lu Yu's sight. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Spread your wings. Suddenly it swooped down towards the small town. When it is approaching, Lu Yu retracted the dragon wings behind him. He walked slowly towards the town. Not long. Lu Yu walked to the entrance of the town. Two burly men were guarding the gate, watching with eager eyes. Watching Lu Yu appear, the two big men were stunned at first. Then greed flashed in his eyes, with Lu Yu's current perception. It is naturally impossible not to notice their little movements. Telepathy and mind reading are activated instantly. Look, the fearless ones are coming. How dare you come to our Tanlangshing Guild's territory? You really don't know how to live or die. Forget it, since he's here, let him stay. Brothers of the guild, get ready and start slaughtering the sheep. Although there are unified regulations to formalize it, but it is a fat sheep that comes to your door, so you should kill it if you don't. For safety regulations, let's all do it together. The two gatekeepers looked at each other, and a lot of psychological activities unfolded in their hearts. However, they didn't know that all their little tricks were already known to Lu Yu. Ganlangshing Guild? Lu Yu remained calm, decided to continue exploring. Find out exactly where this place is. With his current strength, he is naturally skilled and bold. I'm not afraid at all. Those who are not afraid of death and want to attack him can be sent to their deaths directly. Think of this. The corners of Lu Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Under the greedy gaze of two strong men, Lu Yu walked straight into the town. Until you look closely, Lu Yukai discovered it. This isn't so much a small town as it is a small town. It would be more accurate to say that it is the base of some organization. Or to be more precise, this used to be a small town. Now it has been completely occupied by a certain force. Not long. Lu Yu came to the center of the town as if he was in an empty place. A burly statue of a giant wolf stands in the center of the square. Flames flying, suddenly, accompanied by a loud shout. A swirling flame suddenly came. It swallowed up Lu Yu, who was frowning and thinking. The flames suddenly blazed. Hey, what are you doing? It's rare to find someone who's not afraid of death. Don't end it so quickly. Now, the fun is really over soon. Besides, if that guy had any money, it would have been burned by now. Are you looking for death? If the president finds out, you're done. We are now a formal guild under Ulbaras. If the higher-ups knew. The sound of people laughing and playing could be heard from all directions. One figure after another gathered from all directions. Sorry, but I really don't know. It's so easy to succeed. I thought that guy was no ordinary person. The man waved his hands and apologized repeatedly. I see. At this moment, a voice came from the burning flames. Oh, Kingdom of Ulbaras. It seems that it has been confirmed. No wonder the power in my body became abnormally high as soon as I arrived here. Lu Yu nodded to himself. He was now completely certain. This is the world where his dragon power originated, the world of fairy tale. Hey, did you hear that? Someone seems to be talking. The sound is coming from over there. A wizard from the Greedy Star Guild pointed at the blazing flames. How come? How can flames talk? Someone waved their hands in disbelief. But, a scream of horror rang out. What the hell is this? He. How on earth did he do it? When they saw Lu Yu walking out of the flames safely. The guild mages on the field were all shocked beyond words. Although the previous magic was not a very powerful magic. But not everyone can withstand the power of fire. Especially since that person had been in the flames for so long. However, the young man in white was still unharmed. Don't even mention burns. Even the clothes on his body were not damaged at all. This kind of thing. Definitely unusual. This guy is indeed not an ordinary person. He must be a wizard too. Some kind of magic must have been used to counteract the flames earlier. Since you're a wizard, I have no hesitation in killing you for trespassing into another's guild. Everyone in the Tanlangsheng guild spoke up. Besides being shocked, a ferocious look appeared on his face. You're not completely useless. Don't make me determine your location. Let me praise you for now. Lu Yu looked around and finally spoke. What did you say? Listening to Lu Yu's relaxed words, all the magicians were furious. Don't get so excited for now, gentlemen of Tanlangstar. Since you provided me with information, I'll spare you this time today. Lu Yu smiled. What a pity. The people of Tanlangsheng did not seem to appreciate it. Stop looking down on others. No matter which B********* D you are from, don't even think about leaving today. Kill. The people from the Dark Guild roared. With a loud bang, a concentrated magic attack fell towards Lu Yu. Yeah. Since you are seeking your own death, there is nothing I can do. Lu Yu grinned. The dragon's wings spread out, hold head high. The dragon's roar resounded through the sky, without holding back at all. The dragon's fist shattered the entire town. The Dark Guild Greedstar was subsequently annihilated. Chapter 253 Scarlet Despair Bite. The familiar system prompt sound rang out. Destroy a Dark Guild and receive a high-level observation hockey reward. Lu Yu. Are you G kidding me? My pirates are all over. You are now rewarding skills in the pirates world. Lu Yu couldn't help but curse in his heart. Good moment. Only then did Lu Yu laugh and shake his head. Never mind. Observation hockey can still be of some use in any world. It would be even better if we could upgrade to the top-level foresight. Lu Yu was thinking to himself. Bite. The system prompt sounded again. Destroy 10 dark guilds, and raise your observation hockey to the highest level, foresee the future. He. The corners of Lu Yu's mouth twitched. I wasn't too averse to this sudden task. After all, this time it was really a case of getting a pillow just because you dozed off. The Ilbara's Empire. Lu Yu looked up and gazed at the vast sky. The curve of his mouth gradually widened, although compared to Ishgar, the Taravana Empire is much more unfamiliar. However, Lu Yu knew the main figures of this country. The first is the Emperor, Zareth, the Lord of the Dark Wizards. The second is the 12 Holy Shields under Zareth's command. No matter which one, they are all powerful, if you can meet one. Lu Yu didn't mind having some fun with them, especially the Magic King Auguste and the Scarlet Despair Irene Belsirian, known as the Twin Pillars of Albereth. But for now, let's get the top-tier observation hockey that can foresee the future. Lu Yu nodded and made a decision. The next target is the Dark Guild of the Kingdom of Albereth. Bite destroyed the Dark Guild. 10/10, observation hockey reached the top level. Congratulations on receiving the observation hockey that foresees the future. In the ruins of a dark base in the Kingdom of Albereth. A smile of joy appeared on Lu Yu's lips. A week has passed since arriving in the fairy tale world. He successfully completed the system's Dark Guild destruction mission and gained the power to foresee the future. In addition to the system rewards, there were some unexpected surprises on this mission. Lu Yu obtained a special space magic item from an unknown Dark Guild. Its function is similar to the space storage bag that Lu Yu knows. You can store the things you carry with you in it. It is a must-have item for home and travel. Certainly, this space magic item also has a drawback. That is, the weight of the things stored in it does not change. Still maintains the original weight. How much you put in determines how much weight it will have. But this is not a problem at all for Lu Yu. With his current strength, he can easily move a mountain. There are no less than 10 tons of things in the space props now. Those are all the gold treasures obtained by destroying the Dark Guild. I don't know if it's because I can also transform into a dragon. Lu Yu could never ignore gold and wanted to take it with him when he saw it. I didn't feel much when I was in the pirates' world. If I keep going like this, I'm going to become a money grubber like Nami. Lu Yu laughed and shook his head, carrying a heavy bag. He set out again, but this time his destination was a prosperous town that he had already selected. After working so hard for so long, of course you have to treat yourself well. Right now, the capital of the Kingdom of Albereth. An emergency meeting is underway. The reason for the meeting was the successive destruction of guilds in the past week. Lady Irene, please seek justice for us. We've clearly changed our ways and are no longer a dark guild, but... Damn it. Which B***** D from somewhere actually destroyed our guild one after another. Right now, all the major guilds in the entire Ilbara's empire are in a panic. No one knows whether it will be their turn next. Lady Irene, Lady Brandish, please quickly find out the truth and eliminate that brutal criminal. I will tear him into pieces. The survivors of the Dark Guild who were unfortunately targeted by Lu Yu and suffered all screamed one after another. Everyone's eyes were red and they were furious, yet there is no way to vent. Because they still don't know who did these things. Ah, what trouble. She has emerald green bangs and a cute little cross decoration on her head. The girl with a graceful figure and hot body sighed listlessly. Master Irene, what should we do? Brandish, the green-haired girl known as the one who destroyed a country, looked at the red-haired woman beside her who was becoming more and more fiery. She wore a black cape and black high-heeled over the knee boots. He wore a black, oddly shaped hat on his head. In his hand he holds a brown-yellow antler-shaped wand with a black Madara dot. Her knee length, crimson hair was tied into 2 large braids. She is the strongest woman among the 12 holy shields of the kingdom of Albaraz. Irene Belsirian, known as Scarlet Despair. A mysterious and powerful person. This is such a long-awaited interesting event. Irene raised her head slightly, with a slight curve at the corner of her mouth. The broad justice in front of him, which was several times larger than Brandish, jumped slightly. Master Irene, do you want me to handle this? Although he was afraid of trouble, Brandish would not shirk his responsibilities. As one of the 12, she had the responsibility to maintain the stability of the country when the Emperor was away. Eradicate all threats to the kingdom, no need. Scarlet Despair. Irene smiled slightly. Let me do it myself this time. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in the Western continent. There are lush and green primitive old forests. A silent young man in white clothes, carrying a bag, strolled leisurely by the water. Appreciate the customs of this world. It's a rare opportunity to come to the world of fairy tale. Of course Lu Yu wanted to take a good look at and feel this world. Wait till you get tired of it, go find some fun again. For example, go and fight with the strong man who protects the 12 holy shields. Or you can go directly to the familiar Ishgar and meet those interesting people. Both are fine. 2 hours later, Lu Yu walked out of the forest. In front of us is a large lake. Check the time, it's almost lunchtime. Lu Yu rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fry the fish. However, just then, a tremendous pressure suddenly descended. The surface of the lake suddenly became turbulent. The sky darkened slightly, a huge eye opened in midair. Looking at Lu Yu below, it was a woman's eye, huh? Looking at this familiar scene, Lu Yu immediately remembered and understood. Know who this beautiful big eye belongs to. It was one of the people he most wanted to fight, Crimson Despair Irene Belsirian. However, next second, something unexpected happened. Chapter 254 Scumbag Lu Yu. A thunderbolt struck the clear sky. The bright sunshine was suddenly obscured by thick clouds. The sky darkened. Next second, an even more shocking scene occurred. An eye larger than the lake suddenly opened in the sky. There is a cross pattern in the giant eye. Look at the big eyes that suddenly appeared. Lu Yu was stunned at first. Memories in my mind resurface. He reacted. Know who the owner of this exploration eye is. She is the strongest woman among the 12 holy shields of the kingdom of Albaraz. Irene Belsirian, known as the Scarlet Despair, as one of the admirals under Zareth. Irene Belsirian is absolutely powerful. She is the creator of additional magic and dragon-slaying magic. Mother of the Dragon Slayer, 400 years ago. Dragons ravaged the land. Humans were treated as bait by the dragons and lived in constant fear. At that time, as the queen of the kingdom of Dragonov, Irene created dragon-slaying magic together with the near-human holy dragon Belsirian. That is, to attach the power of the dragon to the human body through additional magic. This enables humans to have the means and strength to fight against dragons. The Dragon Power Addition test was successful. Irene thus became the first dragon slayer in history. Inherit the holy dragon slayer magic from the holy dragon Belsirian. He also inherited the surname Belsirian, however, wantonly attaching dragon power to the human body. Naturally, there is no such thing as a complete absence of risk. The more you integrate the power of dragon, the human part of the magician's body will gradually disappear. Gradually becoming a dragon. At first, only dragon scales appeared on the body surface. Next comes the wings. Then his entire body completely transformed into a giant dragon. Although Irene knew this in advance from a man, and accepted this reality under the man's persuasion. However, 400 years ago, when the man who had given birth to a new life with her left without saying goodbye and suddenly disappeared. Plus the arrival of full dragonization, Irene still broke down without her beloved man. Until recent years, with the help of Zareth's black magic. Only then did Irene proudly return to her human form. However, the after-effects of dragon transformation could never be recovered. The torture almost drove her crazy. In the end, she even abandoned herself and the man's daughter. Travel far away from home alone. Finally, they arrived at the kingdom of Albareth, which was founded by Zareth. Become a member of the 12 shields, these years. Irene in the name of Scarlet Despair. Along with the other 12 shields, he helped Zareth organize the 730 guilds of the kingdom of Albareth. Connected into one, forming an unprecedented huge force. As a result, she became one of the most important figures in the country. But the so-called status could not fill the emptiness in her heart. Even Zareth's dark magic couldn't fill the emptiness in people. It was all because of the man who had taken her body away without her permission 400 years ago, had made a lifelong promise to her without her permission, and had left without saying goodbye in the end. Irene had thought she would never see the man again who had left an indelible mark on her body, her mind, and her soul. However, now, right now, the man suddenly appeared in front of her. Without a trace of defense, there wasn't a single sign of anything. Irene's original intention was to find the culprit who was causing trouble and destruction everywhere. However, I never expected it. The man she finally found was the man she had been missing for 400 years. The huge exploring eye in the sky didn't blink, staring at Lu Yu by the lake. Deep in his eyes, there were waves more violent than the sea. It's you, an angry female voice exploded in the sky. Lu Yu, Although he didn't know how powerful the other party was, since the other party came to him on his own initiative, he had no room to retreat. This is a good opportunity to test how strong one of Alvarez's two walls is. Think of this. Lu Yu was not in a hurry. Shi Shiren waited there. Not long. Boom! There was a loud gas explosion in the sky. It only took a few breaths. The figure as turbulent as the sea has already come in front of Lu Yu. Stand only 1 meter away from him. A fragrant breeze blows in my face. The broad justice formed a thrilling arc in front of Lu Yu's eyes, making it almost impossible for him to take his eyes off it. Crunch. Irene gritted her teeth. The clear sound of gnashing teeth drew Lu Yu's attention away from justice. Their eyes met. Lu Yu was stunned when he noticed Irene's murderous gaze. Although he did destroy many guilds, it was not necessary. Do you remember who I am? Irene squeezed out a word from between her teeth. Of course I know. The Ilbara's Empire, Scarlet Despair Irene Belsirian. Lu Yu said as a matter of course, is that all? Aaron asked. What else? Lu Yu spread his hands and asked back. You scumbag. Irene's eyes seemed to be blazing with anger. Huh? Lu Yu was stunned. He always confused others, but now he himself was confused. Scumbag. What's going on? This guy is here to scam people. Scumbag. This is the sudden appearance of the Ilbara's twin walls. The third sentence spoken by Irene Belsirian, known as Scarlet Despair. Yoo-hoo. Listening to Irene's call of scumbag, Lu Yu couldn't help but be stunned. I just feel like my brain is not enough, can't react. It is true that he is not a loyal and good man. There are so many wives in the pirates' world that even the combined efforts of both hands and feet are not enough to count them. The scum is the scum, but I've grown up eating at your house. Who would call a man a scumbag the first time they meet him? Did I provoke you? Damn it, is he here to scam me? Could it be that this ferocious female dragon saw that I am handsome and deliberately came to pick a fight with me? Lu Yu couldn't help but think. You be *****D, how dare you appear in front of me? Irene scolded repeatedly. The anger in her pair of narrow and beautiful eyes seemed to be about to materialize. Under the control of anger and some other emotions, her graceful body couldn't help but tremble. Powerful magical aura emanated from her body. The calm lake surface was stirred into violent waves. The broad justice in front of her also caused a huge stir. Like popping candy. Hey, big sister, did you go out today without taking your medicine, or did you take the wrong medicine? It seems like this is the first time we meet. If you're looking for a fight because of the guilds I destroyed, I'll fight you to the bitter end. Lu Yu crossed his arms and glanced at Irene, who was confused. Big sister. Listening to Lu Yu's address, Irene's anger suddenly grew even more intense. When I was pursuing her 400 years ago, I called her sweetie and my love. Now he actually calls her big sister. Irene was about to explode. The joy of reunion in my heart disappeared, indeed at the very beginning. She was looking for the criminal who was wreaking havoc. But now, she just wanted to punish this scumbag who had forgotten the important past between her and him. Noticing Irene's increasingly unfriendly expression, Lu Yu became even more confused. I thought to myself, could it be that this wasn't the first time I'd met this fierce and brainless woman? Could it be somewhere I don't know? Did something happen to it? No. Lu Yu shook his head violently. How is this possible? If she is really my woman, how could I forget her? Lu Yu thought confidently. However, Irene's abnormal attitude also made him quite curious. Lu Yu decided to find out something. The telepathic magic inherited from the fairy tale world was activated silently. He wanted to hear what Irene was thinking. After all, it is true. Or maybe this woman had some intention to disrupt his thinking. However, a telepathic reader who is invincible in the world of pirates. But it is ineffective at this moment, just before his words were about to reach Irene's heart. A huge pressure suddenly forced his thoughts back and even dealt him a head-on blow. The mental shock made Lu Yu groan involuntarily. I thought to myself, this woman is really cruel. However, Lu Yu was not too surprised by the backlash of his telepathy. After all, this is fairy tale's homeland. There are countless magics that are more advanced than telepathy. As one of the two pillars of Alvarez, it is natural for Irene to have such means. It's not surprising. You actually want to use such low-level magic to peek into my heart. If you want to know, just remember it yourself. Irene scolded coldly. She clenched the staff in her hand. Just a light touch on the ground. High-level additional magic is activated. She used her own magic power to send shockwaves to the ground. Boom. Rumble. The earth trembled. The terrifying shockwaves suddenly spread. Overturned the earth. When Lu Yu raised his hand, a violent wind blew up. Block all impacts and earth debris. He himself remained motionless and did not retreat a single step. Even Kakuzu's clothes were not messy at all. Don't be so anxious, Miss Irene. If you have anything to say, why don't you just speak it out? Maybe there's some misunderstanding. Lu Yu smiled. I have nothing to say to you. Go to hell. Irene gritted her teeth. He lightly tapped the sky with the staff in his hand. A huge fireball was formed in response. This is because she adds heat to the surrounding atmosphere. Miss Irene, Lu Yu suddenly took a step forward. If you really know me, you should know that fire has no effect on me. Lu Yu grinned. Between mouth opening. The huge fireball that set the forest on fire was swallowed up by Lu Yu in an instant. Snort. A touching arc appeared on the corner of Irene's mouth. So what if I know? I'm happy to know, Irene said as she tapped the ground with her staff again. Rumble. An even more terrifying impact than before occurred. The earth collapsed. Immediately following, the ground suddenly lit up with a magma-like color. A scene appeared as if a volcano erupted. Boom boom boom. A terrifying explosion followed. Thick volcanic smoke and dust rose straight into the sky. Ta-ta. The sound of footsteps came from the volcanic lava field. It's like the pulse of the earth. A pair of hands tore through the dark volcanic dust haze. Chapter 255. A different kind of battle. Ms. Irene, I won't show mercy from now on. You better be prepared. Lu Yu spoke lightly. HMPH, come on, I'd love to hear your voice ring. Irene scolded without showing any weakness. Hold head high. A loud and clear dragon roar exploded between heaven and earth. Irene transformed. In an instant, the Hawk Queen turned into a giant female dragon emitting a murderous aura. This is the dragon form that Irene transforms into after her dragon-slaying magic training reaches ultimate. It's just turning into a dragon, it's like no one can do it. Lu Yu smiled relaxedly. A pair of flaming dragon wings that covered the sky and the sun spread out from behind him. Raging. The scorching golden-red flames enveloped Lu Yu's entire body. In a moment. Hold head high, the loud and clear dragon roar sounded again. A huge fire dragon's head burst out of the flames. Next come the limbs, dragon tail and torso. Lu Yu displayed his fire dragon king posture without reservation. Even though he knew that there was a dragon hunter in this world, the dragon king Acnologia. He remained fearless and released his power to the fullest. Because he firmly believes it, his current strength is even stronger than the black dragon Acnologia. What if the black dragon dares to come? Then just clean it up together. You are such a man, you really make me angry. The great dragon Irene spoke, her voice rumbling like thunder. What Lu Yu showed was the true form of a giant dragon, which was even more majestic and powerful than hers. Irene was not at all surprised or shocked by this. The expression on Long's face remained as calm as ever. The words he spoke were equally baffling. To this, Lu Yu was very confused, but now is not the time to delve into the reasons. Want to figure out the cause and effect of everything. Then we must first capture this violent little dragon and then slowly interrogate her. The holy dragon's roar. Irene took the first step. Between looking up, scorching flames burst out of its mouth. This is the roar of the holy dragon, facing Irene's surprise attack. Lu Yu did not dodge or evade, he also responded with the roar of the fire dragon king. Boom. Two roars that were powerful enough to burn mountains and boil seas collided horribly. The water in the huge lake with a radius of several thousand meters evaporates at a rate visible to the naked eye. Holy dragon's claw, facing the flames of the explosion. Irene waved the dragon claw at Lu Yu. Lu Yu still did not dodge and waved his dragon claws to fight back. The scene of giant dragons fighting, which had not been seen for hundreds of years, was happening again among these 100,000 mountains. Bang bang bang. The battle between Lu Yu and Irene against the Dragon King lasted from day to night. Night falls. The bright moonlight shines on the earth. Irene, who was unable to hold on any longer, was the first to exit the dragon state. Lu Yu didn't bully her. The Fire Dragon King mode was immediately released. The fist-to-flesh fight continues, it's just a fight. The originally tense atmosphere between the two suddenly changed. Crash. The big hat on Irene's head flew off. Tear. The cloak behind Irene shattered. Raging, the only piece of clothing she was wearing was reduced to ashes in the flames. Same. Lu Yu's clothes also disappeared under Irene's corrosive magic, revealing the perfect muscular body underneath. The originally swift and fierce confrontation officially changed at this moment. Enter another more intense battle mode, it's getting worse. From dusk till dawn, the fighting between the mountains finally stopped. Crash. In a quiet lake, two figures emerged from the water hugging each other. Miss Irene, can you tell me now? Lu Yu asked with a smile. From the first sight we met yesterday, Lu Yu could feel it. Even though Irene was extremely angry, she had no intention of killing him. Snort. Irene hugged Lu Yu's neck, snorted arrogantly, turned her head away and said nothing. Yeah, it's because I'm so handsome. Miss Irene, did she fall in love with me at first sight? Lu Yu said, still as conceited as before. Erin rolled her eyes seductively. There are flaws. Lu Yu took the opportunity to use telepathy and historical peaks at the same time. However, it still failed. After all these years, you still only know this one trick. You're still far from perfect. A teasing arc appeared on the corner of Irene's mouth. She let go of Lu Yu and turned to swim towards the shore. Without waiting for Lu Yu to follow up, suddenly, a huge magic circle suddenly appeared without any warning. I don't want to see you again for now, so just go away. Irene pouted. This is really so heartless. Lu Yu shook his head. Irene wrinkled her nose. The light of the space teleportation magic circle is bright and strong. Teleport Lu Yu away. Just stay in Ishgar now. If you're lucky, maybe you can find our daughter. Irene pursed her lips. after last night's close contact. She became more and more certain that Lu Yu was the Lu Yu she met 400 years ago, her beloved man. Even if the appearance is the same, the feeling imprinted in her body will not lie. The feeling and taste are exactly the same as they were 400 years ago. It's just a fact that Lu Yu doesn't remember her. It's not as simple as forgetting her. Perhaps we can ask Jelal why this is copied, Irene thought. Kingdom of Fury. A permanently neutral country with a population of 17 million. It is opposite to the Kingdom of Ulbaras in the western continent. A large country in Ishgar on the eastern continent. Same as the Kingdom of Ulbaras on the mainland. There are also countless large and small magic guilds in Ishgar. Light or dark. Among them, the most recognized wizard guild is naturally Fairy Tail. But, Fairy Tail cannot run rampant in this continent. In this continent, there exists an organization that is superior to all other wizard guilds. That is a huge organization called the Council. This is an organization that possesses power that even the 12 guardians of the Albereth Kingdom and even the Dark Mage Zareth are wary of. If it weren't for the Council and the several terrifying weapons they control, Zareth has probably already gathered his army and attacked Ishgar. Seize the fairy heart he longs for, Meteor Starlight. Right now, the port capital of the Kingdom of Fury. A coastal town called Harujan. The calm sea surface suddenly appeared with a dazzling rose-red light. Accompanied by the sound of splashing water, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It stirred up waves on the sea. Really, what's going on with that woman? It's so inexplicable, Lu Yu grinned, and the expression on his face was still inexplicable. It started with my encounter with Aaron yesterday. There was always a fog lingering in his mind. All kinds of questions came up like a tide. However, there's no answer. No matter when. Even when he and she were fighting the most fiercely last night and reached their climax. Irene still guarded her mind and memories tightly. Don't give Lu Yu any chance to read your mind, thus. To this day, Lu Yu still doesn't know why Irene has such a contradictory attitude towards him. When the dragon goes to war, it shows no mercy, but when the two of them put aside everything and spoke honestly to each other. Yet so, passionate, and that familiar feeling, Lu Yu was very sure. This was indeed the first time he met Dragon Mother Irene. But somehow, when he hugged Irene, he actually felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and nostalgia. It was obviously the first time we met. However, he had a strange feeling that the two of them had already known each other very well. The physical compatibility between them is also very complete. It's as if it has gone through countless times of adjustment. This is definitely unusual. Hey, system, do you know the reason? Lu Yu, who really couldn't figure out the reason, had to seek help from the omnipotent system. See if the system can answer his questions. It's just a pity. His system is just a ruthless task-issuing machine. There is no intention of getting involved in the complex emotions between people at all. To this, Lu Yu had expected this and was helpless. This question can only be left to be solved in the future. Hey, guy over there, do you need any help? Just then a kind voice was heard. Following the sound, Lu Yu saw an old fisherman rowing the boat approaching. They obviously thought he was someone in trouble and were ready to help him. It's okay, husband, I'm just taking a casual swim, don't worry. Lu Yu waved casually. That's really impressive, but man, this sea isn't a good place for swimming. You never know what's hiding under the sea, so be careful. Fisherman reminded. Got it, thanks for the reminder. Lu Yu responded politely. However, what the old fisherman was worried about would never happen. Because it happened the moment Lu Yu fell into the water. No matter how ferocious the underwater monsters were, they all fled in all directions, unable to withstand the dragon power from Lu Yu. Goodbye, old man. Lu Yu landed in this port town on his own. A thought came to my mind. The moisture on his clothes evaporated instantly, and he felt refreshed. Then let's see where Irene has sent me. Lu Yu calmed down and decided to go with the flow and take a good look at the world. Not long. Harjan walking on the street, Lu Yu learned the name of this port town. I couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity, suddenly. He reacted. This town called Harjan is the starting point of everything. The origin of the fairy tale legend, just as Lu Yu was looking around with a nostalgic look on his face. Sudden. A hurried figure accidentally bumped into his arms. Very informative. Sorry, the sweet voice of a young girl apologized. Lu Yu lowered his head. I was just about to say it's okay. Before he could even utter a word, he was stunned. Because he knew the very attractive blonde girl in his arms. Isn't that the heroine Lucy Hartfilia? Haha, what a coincidence. Chapter 256 Lucis thanks the port town, Harjan. Woo woo woo. The train whistle echoed on the platform. Natsu, we're at Harjan. The cute little blue cat harpy opened his little paws and spoke in human language. Remind the red hedgehog-haired boy who fell to the ground and vomited continuously. No, I don't want to take the train anymore, the young man named Natsu muttered to himself with a haggard and weak look on his face. After saying that, his mouth suddenly puffed up. An unprecedented nausea came over me again. If the information is correct, the dragon should be in this city. Let's go. The little blue cat Habby who can speak human language got off the car first. Wait a moment. Let me rest for a while, Natsu said weakly. Woo woo woo. The train whistle sounded again, it represents the horn of departure. Cool, cool. The wheels started turning. The young boy Natsu, who failed to get off the bus in time, began his second round of painful journey. Hurry up and save me, Natsu desperately pleaded for help. Ah, the train's leaving, the little blue cat Habby looked confused. Boys and girls. A fateful encounter between goblins is about to happen. But before that, the unexpected visitor has already met the girl of destiny. Sir, I'm really sorry. Lucy Heartfilia, a girl with beautiful blonde hair and stunning features, bowed repeatedly in apology. It's okay, I've already said it, it's okay, don't worry about it. Lu Yu waved his hands with a smile, however, he still underestimated the sincerity of the little girl's apology. Have no choice. Lu Yu slammed his hands on Lucy's shoulders. Their eyes met. A blush unconsciously appeared on Lucy's fair face, and her eyes were slightly evasive. If you really want to apologize, then show me around here and introduce me. Lu Yu smiled. Alas, but I am only a traveler, to be honest, I don't know much about this city. Lucy said, it doesn't matter. Even if I don't understand, I still know more than you do. Lu Yu said modestly, then let's go for a walk together. Lucy nodded in agreement. Somehow, when she saw Lu Yu, she felt a sense of intimacy for no reason. It seemed as if the two of them were connected by something. It is very faint, but it does exist. It's this wonderful feeling. This made Lucy naturally let down her guard. Then let's go. Lu Yu greeted with a smile, yes. Lucy nodded. By the way, my name is Lucy Heartfilia. Lucy introduced herself. I'm Lu Yu responded. Introduce each other and get to know each other. There were more topics to talk about. Walking on the bustling streets, at some point, Lucy seemed to have discovered something, and she grabbed Lu Yu's big hand and walked into a special store. This is the only magic shop in Harujin town. Is this the only magic shop in this city? Lucy was secretly surprised when she heard the news from the shop owner. Yes, this has been a city where fishing has been more prevalent than magic since ancient times. Less than 10% of the people living here can use magic. Only traveling wizards patronize our shop, the owner introduced. Hi, Lucy sighed in disappointment and put her hands on her hips. She came to this city, thinking she could find some rare constellation keys here. The result was that I never expected this place to be so backward. It seems there are no surprises. Lucy shook her head and prepared to leave. Just then, shopkeeper, I want this. Lu Yu picked up an exquisite box, inside which lay an exquisite silver key. Wow, master has good taste. Thank you for your kindness, 20,000 yen. The shop owner's eyes lit up when he saw the business. Lucy's eyes also sparkled. I thought this little shop had no surprises, but I never expected there actually was a key. Here's Canis Miner's key. Lucy's beautiful eyes sparkled. But he soon calmed down again. I really want this key though. But this was found by Lu Yu first. Besides, the store owner has already received the money and the transaction is successful. Naturally, she could no longer leave on her own accord. Just as Lucy sighed inwardly, a big hand suddenly appeared in front of her lowered eyes. A small silver key lay in the palm of his hand. Mr. Lu Yu? Lucy wondered. Here, I give it to you as a thank you for introducing me along the way. Lu Yu smiled. This, Lucy suddenly looked at a loss. Mr. Lu Yu, then I'll give you the money. Lucy didn't want to accept other people's kindness in vain. However, Lu Yu said that he would never charge for anything he gave away. There was a stalemate. After Lu Yu said if you don't want it, just throw it away. Lucy then hurriedly took it and kept it carefully. Thank you so much, Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy opened her arms and gave Lu Yu a big hug. It's really interesting, Lu Yu couldn't help but praise. Tisk, young people these days are really amazing. 20,000 yen won the heart of a young girl. Incredible. The owner of the magic shop watched Lu Yu and Lucy leave and couldn't help but admire them. Mr. Lu Yu, you gave me such a good gift, then let me treat you to a simple meal. Lucy looked at Lu Yu seriously. Feeling Lucy's determination, Lu Yu had no choice but to nod. Okay then. Very good. Lucy jumped 3 feet high with joy. Holding Lu Yu's arm, he prepared to go to the most famous hotel in Harujin for a good meal. After all, Canis Miner's key cost 20,000. Lucy felt that she should spend about 2,000 yuan to treat Lu Yu to a meal. A busy street. Lucy took Lu Yu on an arch bridge. Just then. Have you heard that Lord Long has come to this city? Hey, is that the Fire Dragon Lord? Yes. A group of girls walked past Lucy and Lu Yu. Hearing their conversation, Lucy suddenly stopped, an excited look on her face. Lord Fire Dragon. Could it be the Fire Dragon Lord who controls the fire magic that is hard to buy even in magic shops? He's in this city too. Lucy's face showed a strange expression, obviously she had heard some rumors. Fire Dragon? Igel? Natsu? Lu Yu looked confused. The first thing that popped into my mind was the Fire Dragon Natsu. But it seems that this is not Natsu's characteristic that makes girls crazy. Come to think of it, Lucy and Natsu first met in this city. Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy's eyes sparkled. If you want to go and take a look first. There's no rush to eat. Lu Yu nodded casually. He also wanted to see the fire dragon. That's great. Chapter 257 Fire Dragon, not long. Lucy and Lu Yu found the location of the Fire Dragon. Far away. You can see it. Many young girls in Harjin surrounded a flamboyant man. The first time I saw the so-called Fire Dragon, Lu Yu began to recall. That's what I said, how could a girl like Natsu? Lu Yu laughed and shook his head. The man not far away who was named Fire Dragon was naturally not Natsu. Instead, he was just a supporting role in the first episode for Natsu to show off. And the reason why he can attract so many girls to gather together. It is also because of his charm magic. Lord Fire Dragon, so handsome. Countless crazy voices came one after another. A group of girls surrounded a man wearing a blue cape and short-colored hair and shouted with hearts in his eyes. Lu Yu was not paying attention and Lucy was also hit. With love in his eyes, he walked forward with stiff steps under the attraction of the enchantment magic. Bang! But just at this moment, a big hand suddenly pressed on Lucy's shoulder, causing her to freeze. Snap! The red hearts in Lucy's eyes shattered instantly, and her eyes became clear again. A moment. Lucy reacted immediately. A look of vigilance appeared on her pretty fair face. She already knew that she had been accidentally charmed. The instigator was the so-called Lord Fire Dragon, who was surrounded by a group of girls. Use the power of magic to win the hearts of girls. This despicable act instantly destroyed Lucy's good impression of the famous magician Fire Dragon. However, just then, before Lucy could speak, she revealed the true identity of the Fire Dragon. Ignil. A young man's voice, full of hope and expectation, shouted. A young man with a white scarf and hair like flames pushed aside the girls around him and came closer. Looking hopefully at the man the girls called a dragon. But only for a moment. The hope on Natsu's face turned into doubt. Who are you? The young boy Natsu, who was walking through the crowd of girls with his little blue cat Happy, stretched his head and looked suspiciously at the man in the blue cloak in front of him. The man in the blue cloak who called himself Fire Dragon was suddenly startled. The next second he covered his forehead with one hand and acted like a show-off. I am the Fire Dragon, you should have heard my name too. The man in the blue cloak spoke in a very coquettish tone. After saying that, he was just about to see Natsu's admiring eyes. However, Natsu, who was in front of him a second ago, had disappeared. Wait until he reacts. Natsu had already walked more than 10 meters with the little blue cat without even looking back. So fast. The man in the red cloak was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Stop right there, that's very rude, you are so rude. Master Fire Dragon is a famous wizard, why don't you apologize quickly? The girls, bewitched by the blue-cloaked man's charm magic, rushed forward and locked Natsu to the ground, preventing him from leaving. Forget it, let's just let him go, I don't think this guy has any ill intentions. The man in the red cloak spoke generously, once again won the cheers of the girls. After saying that, after informing the enchanted girls about tonight's party, the man in the red cloak left through the flames. What's wrong with that guy? Natsu looked confused. Hey, Natsu, it looks like we found the wrong person, this trip was in vain. The little blue cat Habit spread his hands, wrong. Natsu suddenly changed his usual expression and his face suddenly became serious. What's wrong? Natsu, the little blue cat, Happy, tilted his head in confusion. Sniff. Natsu's nostrils flared, I smell it. The smell of Ignil. Natsu spoke seriously, an expression of extreme surprise and excitement appeared on his face. Ah, the little blue cat Habibi couldn't help but scream in shock. Where is Ignil? The harpy's head turned around like a windmill, searching for the huge figure. I can't see it anywhere. Hey, Natsu, you're wrong. The little blue cat Habibi asked suspiciously, turn around and take a look. But Natsu had already disappeared into the distance. The other side. Damn it, that Fire Dragon B*******, D, what a famous wizard. Using banned charm magic to deceive girls is the lowest of lows. Lucy said angrily, putting her hands on her hips. Ahahaha. There's no need to be angry at a scumbag. Let's go and have something to eat to change our mood. Lu Yu smiled. The big hand touched Lucy's golden hair. Lucy nodded obediently, just wanted to pull Lu Yu away. Just then, a figure suddenly ran in front of the two of them. Who are you? Lucy looked at Natsu in front of her warily. However, Naz's eyes were fixed on Lu Yu without blinking. He was very sure. The familiar smell I smelled, it emanated from the man in front of him. Although I don't know what happened, but this man carried the same scent as him and Ignil. This really made Natsu curious, looked at the sky. Natsu decided to ask anyway, hey, are you Ignil? Natsu asked, hey, Natsu, what are you talking about? How could he be Ignil? The harpy finally caught up. When he heard Natsu asking a being that was obviously human, Happy quickly denied the reminder. No, young man, I am not Ignil. Lu Yu smiled. This is Mr. Lu Yu, not the Ignil you're looking for. Lucy also echoed. Well, Natsu sighed slightly in disappointment. I heard that a fire dragon would appear in this city, so I came all the way here. I didn't expect to find the wrong person, that guy doesn't look like a fire dragon at all. Happy echoed. You clearly told me about the fire dragon, I thought it must be Ignil's. Natsu said. You said it doesn't look like a dragon, but humans are just like that. Lucy complained. I'm not looking for a human. Igneel is a real dragon. Natsu said as a matter of course. Haha. Lucy hid in Lu Yu's arms in fear. How could a real dragon appear in the city? Lucy couldn't help but complain. Bayonet. The slow-witted Natsu and Happy finally realized the key point. Ha ha ha. Looking at this interesting interaction, Lu Yu stopped laughing. It's rare for us all to get together, so let's have a meal together. A restaurant in the port city of Harjin. Lu Yu, Lucy, Natsu and the little blue cat Happy sat down. The large dining table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes. Lucy, who was treating the guests, felt secretly distressed when she saw this. With the addition of Natsu and Happy, the original budget of 2,000 was not enough. In the blink of an eye, we are heading towards 4,000. But thinking back, Lu Yu had spent 20,000 J to give him the key to Canis Minor without blinking an eye. Lucy was relieved. If you round it up, you still make money. Not to mention a meal, just as Lucy was thinking this. Waiter, please give me another serving according to the previous menu. Lu Yu greeted casually. Click. Lucy petrified. I thought that Natsu, who had no manners when eating, was a big eater. However, she ignored Lu Yu beside her, although the food was very elegant. But in terms of food intake, Lu Yu is the real bottomless pit. Are all the handsome guys nowadays so good at eating? Lucy clutched her heart. What's wrong, Lucy? Lu Yu smiled. If you feel uncomfortable, I can help you. I'm a doctor after all. Lu Yu glanced at the area covered by Lucy's little hand calmly. Nothing, nothing? Lucy smiled awkwardly. Well, please eat as much as you want, it's my treat today. Lucy said proudly. You guys are such nice people. Yeah. Natsu and Happy shouted in joy. Then he ate even more unscrupulously and without restraint. The meal cost nearly 10,000 yuan. The dishes on the table were almost piled up into a mountain. Lu Yu put down his knife and fork. She wiped the corners of her mouth elegantly with a napkin. Even after eating tons of food, Lu Yu's body size did not change at all. In comparison, Natsu and the little blue cat Happy on the opposite side. At this moment, everyone's stomach is so full that it's about to burst. Comparison between the two. Lucy naturally prefers to look at the taller Lu Yu. Sure enough, Mr. Lu Yu is not an ordinary person. I wonder which guild this wizard belongs to, if it were Fairy Tail. Lucy thought to herself, then he quickly shook his head. How could there be such a coincidence? Besides, Fairy Tail is a very famous guild with many powerful wizards. Although they are in constant trouble, they are all very strong and the conditions for joining must be very difficult. I don't even know if I'm qualified to join, Lucy sighed with some melancholy. Don't worry, you can definitely join. Lu Yu raised his big hand and touched Lucy's little head with a charming smile on his face. Lucy's face turned red instantly, and her heart was beating like a deer. What's wrong? What's wrong, Lucy, your face is so red. Natsu asked curiously. Are you shy? Lucy, you really like Lu Yu? Happy covered his mouth and chuckled. How could this be? Mr. Lu Yu and I just met today. Lucy quickly denied it, avoiding his gaze. Finally, I added another sentence in my heart. Well, if Mr. Lu Yu wants to date me anyway, I can accept it. Lu Yu chuckled. He didn't dislike a blonde tsundere like Lucy who wasn't outspoken. But we can put off dating for later. The first thing to do now is to help Lucy fulfill her wish. At the same time, you can also complete the random tasks issued by the system. Quest. Join the Fairy Tail Guild, unfinished, reward unknown. Now that the meal is over, let's get down to business. Lu Yu knocked on the table and his eyes fell on Natsu and Happy. Lu Yu, just tell me what's going on, as long as we can help, we will do our best. Natsu assured, patting his belly, it's no big deal. I just want you to take Lucy and me to register at your guild, Fairy Tail. How about that?
Lu Yu asked with a smile. What, that's it, of course.
Natsu agreed on the spot, without hesitation. The girl's surprised cries suddenly rang out. Chapter 258, Genuine Fire Dragon. The girl's surprised cry echoed in the restaurant. It attracted many people's attention. To this, Lucy seemed unaware. She just widened her beautiful eyes. He looked at Lu Yu in surprise, then at Natsu and Happy. His mind was replaying their previous, ordinary conversation. Lucy was completely dazed. Lu Yu asked Naz to take him and himself to register and join the guild. Natsu nodded without hesitation. Everything happened naturally. But the problem lies in the name of the guild, Fairy Tail. It turned out to be Fairy Tail. She had been thinking about this guild for a long time and dreamed of joining it. But now it is so easy to join. This kind of thing is as unreal as a dream. Lucy raised her hand and pinched her fair and pretty face. It hurts. She screamed in pain. Lucy, what's wrong with you? The little blue cat, Habib, tilted his head in confusion. No, wait a moment. Mr. Lu Yu, what did you say before? Fairy Tail. Lucy looked at Lu Yu. Lucy, don't you want to join? In that case, forget it. Lu Yu smiled slightly. No, I want to. I dream of joining Fairy Tail. Lucy waved her hands repeatedly to clarify. What? Lucy, you like our guild so much. Natsu smiled brightly. Lucy nodded first, then seemed to react. Your guild? Natsu, are you a wizard from the Fairy Tale Guild? Lucy exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Natsu nodded as a matter of course. Wah. Lucy, who finally understood everything, held her head in her hands, already in a state of confusion. It was impossible to digest the huge amount of information at once. Ha ha ha. Lu Yu smiled and raised his hand to rest on Lucy's little head. Mr. Lu Yu. Feeling Lu Yu's touch, Lucy's turbulent thoughts finally calmed down a little. It's just joining a guild, there's no need to get so excited. Lu Yu said. But that's fairy tale. I don't know if I can pass the test. Lucy said weakly. Lucy, our guild doesn't have any assessments, okay? As long as you are willing, you are welcome to join us at any time. Said the little blue cat Habibi. Oh, really? Lucy's eyes lit up. If you don't believe me, why don't we go back to Magnolia now? Natsu said. Lucy nodded repeatedly, however. Before that, we have one more thing to do here. Lu Yu suddenly spoke. What's up? Happy and Lucy tilted their heads. That guy called Fire Dragon, he's out there fighting for the title of Fire Dragon of the Fairy Tale Guild. Lu Yu reminded with a smile. Nani? The harpy was shocked. Impersonating me? Natsu put away the playful expression on his face and his expression gradually became serious. Natsu is a fire dragon? Lucy was shocked once again. We can't just turn a blind eye to this. Natsu nodded solemnly. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The sun sets. Night falls. Time came to evening. The lights of the port city of Harjin gradually dimmed. People fell asleep one after another, at the same time. On the sea not far from Harjin, a huge ship was brightly lit and bustling with activity. The man who calls himself the Fire Dragon is holding a grand banquet. There were only Long and his group on board. There were also many Harujin girls who were attracted by his charm magic during the day. However, this is certainly not just a simple banquet. The Fire Dragon that tricked the young girls onto the ship was actually a human trafficker. He used sleeping magic to stun the girls and took them to other cities to sell them. That's what they do. Since he knew this, Lu Yu would not ignore it even if it was not a big deal. Anyway, there's a ready-made thug next to me. There's no need for Lu Yu to take action. At the same time, Lu Yu also wanted to take this opportunity to take a good look at Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Natsu, I leave it to you. Lu Yu folded his arms and chuckled as he looked at a ship with bright lights on the sea not far away. According to the information we have gathered, the fake Fire Dragon is on this ship. Yoshi, Happy, Love, Happy immediately flew behind Natsu. A pair of white wings spread out from behind, and flew towards the ship with Natsu. Although the harpy is small, it has absolutely no problem flying with one person. Is this really okay, Lu Yu? Lucy asked weakly. Don't worry, Natsu is a real fire dragon, Lu Yu smiled. Boom. Just as Lu Yu and Lucy were communicating, a loud noise suddenly came from the sea. Then the whole ship could only burst into flames. Far away, you can also see the little blue cat harpy flying around in panic. Look, something really happened, Lucy said. Well, I did overlook the fact that the Dragon Slayer was dizzy with transportation. Lu Yu nodded to himself, because I don't get sick in public transportation. Lu Yu subconsciously ignored this weakness of the Dragon Slayer mage. Until now. Then I suddenly remembered, but it's not a big deal. Lucy, go and bring that fireboat ashore. Just think of it as a test before you join Fairy Tale. Lu Yu smiled. This. I can't do it, I absolutely can't do it. I'm so weak, how could I possibly? Lucy waved her hands frantically. Have some confidence, Lucy, you can do what you say. Lu Yu raised his hand and touched Lucy's little head, encouraging her. Lucy was stunned. Feeling Lu Yu's affirmation, the panic on her little face gradually faded away. A small heart beats at an unusual rate, I see. Lucy took a deep breath and her expression became firm. I'll try my best. I am a celestial mage, and I specialize in celestial magic. As Lucy spoke, she took out a golden key from the keychain on her waist. He walked to the beach with confidence and put the key into the water. Don't look at me like this, I'm very strong too. Open, Gate of Aquarius, Akia, Lucy returns with confidence. Ding dong, accompanied by a pleasant ding dong sound. A dazzling golden light flashed by. A beautiful fish holding a bottle emerged. This is the power of the celestial mage. He can summon the celestial spirits of the celestial realm through the key. Now, Akia, use your strength to get that broken boat to shore. Lucy ordered with full force. Tisk, Aquarius Akia remained unmoved, instead glaring fiercely at Lucy. Hey, Tisk, huh? Did you just say Tisk, huh? Lucy immediately looked at Aqua with excitement. In such a situation, Lucy really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into because she didn't even have a chance to move. You're such a nagging brat. Do you dare to speak in that tone again? Aqua's face was filled with murderous intent. Lucy's body froze instantly, and she quickly bowed her head and apologized continuously. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Aqua, please wash that boat ashore, please. Lucy humbly asked for help. That's more like it. Fly for me. Boom, Akia attacks violently. She held the bottle high in her hand. Huge waves surged out madly. Rolled the burning ship on the sea over. It came towards Lucy with a huge wave. Wah! Lucy screamed in panic. Critical moment. A strong arm wrapped around her slender waist. An invisible force spread out, blocking all the wind and rain. Lucy, who survived the disaster, breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. By the way, Aqua, what were you doing just now? Are you planning to take me away with you? Lucy freaked out. I was so careless that I accidentally washed the boat over. Aqua said regretfully, so your target is me. Stinky girl. Cut. Lucy's body instinctively trembled when she suddenly heard Aqua's impatient voice. Don't summon me for now, I'm going on a trip with my boyfriend for a week, boyfriend. Aqua showed off. No need to say it twice, and you're not the only one with a boyfriend. I found an awesome boyfriend too. Lucy, who was repeatedly stimulated by the contracted star spirit Aqua, took the initiative to hold Lu Yu's arm and showed off. Aqua's face was filled with disbelief. Then he snorted and returned to the star spirit realm with an unwilling look on his face. Chapter 259 Running away watching Aquarius Aqua leave in a rare humiliation. A look of pride appeared on Lucy's pretty fair face. But only for a moment. Lucy reacted immediately. Wah. Sorry, Mr. Lu Yu, I'm so sorry, I was in a hurry, so. Thinking about how he had squeezed Aqua before. Let Lu Yu act as her boyfriend. He even buried Lu Yu's arm between the justice in front of him without authorization. This shows the close relationship between the two and makes Akia believe it. Lucy's pretty face couldn't help but turn red. He apologized repeatedly, but at the same time he was also trying to hide his shyness. Haha, don't mind it, I don't hate it, Lu Yu smiled. Real. Lucy's eyes lit up, then he quickly lowered his head. Don't dare to reveal your inner thoughts, but, even though we just met. But Mr. Lu Yu is the most perfect man I have ever met. It would be a real shame to miss it. Wow, what on earth am I thinking about? Lucy patted her little face and put away the strange thoughts in her heart. But now she doesn't have time to think about these things. Boom. The broken ship that Aqua had brought to the shore and doused the flames was once again engulfed in flames. Natsu, who was standing in the center, was naturally completely swallowed up. That was the fake fire dragon using its proud fire magic to destroy everything in a sea of fire. No, this is bad, something's going to happen to Natsu. Lucy exclaimed subconsciously. Don't panic, just watch quietly. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly. Huh. In the moment when Lucy was surprised, the flames that engulfed Natsu quickly subsided at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Natsu finally showed up, everyone immediately saw him wildly devouring all the flames. Eaten? The flame was actually eaten? Lucy opened her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief and cried out in delight. Love, this is Natsu's fire dragon slayer magic. The little blue cat Habib explained enthusiastically. It tastes terrible, really terrible, but after eating it, I feel a surge of strength. Thank you for the treat. Natsu, who was at the center of the battle here, had already eaten the flames. When he took off his clothes, he revealed the fairy emblem on his right shoulder. See? This is the real fairy tale. How dare you impersonate fairy tale and do evil things? I will never forgive you. Flames blazed all over Natsu. It was the fire of dragon-slaying magic, but also the rage within him. The anger towards those who pretended to be fairy tale and caused trouble turned into the power of fire at this moment. What? That emblem, Master Zala, I remember now. With his sakura-colored hair and dragon-scale scarf, he's the real fire dragon. A group of human traffickers shouted in panic, don't say that, idiot. The fake fire dragon, whose true identity was exposed, scolded angrily. Zala, the little blue cat, Harpy, crossed his arms and put on a pensive expression. I know him, Pola of Red Flame. He was expelled from the guild by Giant's Nose several years ago. I heard that he was exiled because he repeatedly used magic to steal. Lucy also reacted. That's amazing, Lucy. I didn't expect you knew all this. The little blue cat Harpy gave a thumbs up. That's only natural. Lucy put her hands on her hips, looking smug, at the same time. The other side. Natsu clenched his fists and slammed them together in front of him. Sparks flew. A gorgeous flame magic circle was generated. Take it, this is Fire Dragon's angry iron fist. Fire Dragon Natsu attacks in anger, bang bang bang. The dull sound never ceased. Even though the fake Fire Dragon, that is, Zala, has a large number of people and is powerful, their strength is appalling. Even Zala, the eldest brother, was chased by Natsu and jumped up and down. Others were knocked down with one punch. The battle can be considered basically over at this moment. It can devour flames and fight with them. Is this Fire Dragon Natsu's dragon-slaying magic? Lucy whispered in shock. Love, the Harpy raised his hand in response. Ha 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 ha, Habby, Lu Yu, Lucy, it's solved. Natsu stood on a burning ruin with a silly smile on his face. In the distance, there are shadowy figures with flickering torches. Those were the town guards who had rushed over after hearing the commotion. What? Everyone is so enthusiastic, are you planning to thank us? Lucy was still unconscious. Next second, she felt a warm big hand holding her waist and holding her sideways. That's Lu Yu. The wind is strong and pulling. Magic Council era. This is the highest council that coordinates all the wizard guilds in Ishgar. Early in the morning. Crawfordsham, Oge, Miguel, Ujima, Zekrane, Ultia. The members of the council gathered together. The cause of all this was naturally the report on the incident at Harjan Port. The Fairy Tale Guild gathered and caused a big commotion. Right now. Senate Center. A gorgeous blue magic circle slowly floated. Everyone in the council stood in a corner. Is this another work of those idiots from Fairy Tale? This is a chance to destroy half of the port. A council member spoke in dissatisfaction. What a bunch of idiots who do whatever they want. Another person said. Snort, the handsome young man with short blue hair snorted. I quite like the way idiots like them act. Jalal's thought entity, Zekrane, spoke. Although he's an idiot, he's also a very capable wizard. The short old congressman nodded in agreement. Just leave it alone. After all, if it weren't for those idiots, this world is really not fun anymore. An inexplicable smile appeared on Zickline's face. Right now. Magnolia. In front of a magnificent building with a huge Fairy Guild logo. 3 people and a cat arrived. Welcome to Fairy Tale. The little blue cat Habib introduced enthusiastically. Wah. The blonde girl Lucy's eyes were sparkling, and her pretty face was filled with excitement and joy. After all, this is the guild she dreams of joining. The Fairy Guild. Things are about to get interesting. Lu Yu grinned. At this moment, all I heard was a loud bang. Natsu kicked out. He kicked open the guild door forcefully and domineeringly. Everyone, I'm back. Natsu shouted happily, greeting. Welcome, welcome. Early in the morning, people drinking in the guild responded. Another grand scene. We received news about Harjan early this morning. The man with protruding buck teeth spoke. That's it, you guys, PFF'd. Before he could finish his words, Natsu suddenly jumped in front of him and kicked him away. A-hole. The news about the fire dragon is fake. I heard it from others too. Ouch. Unfortunately, before he could finish his explanation, Natsu caught up with him and pinned him to the ground and beat him up. The guild was originally peaceful and tranquil. With Natsu's return, everything became chaotic. Initiated by Natsu and the Bucktooth Man, the noisy battle instantly spread to the entire first floor of the guild. I heard Natsu is back. A shirtless black-haired young man moved his arms, full of fighting spirit. His name is Greyfour Pasta, the Fairy Tale Guild's foremost ice wizard. He is also Natsu's nemesis and rival since childhood. After all, ice and fire have never been able to tolerate each other. When he saw Natsu fighting in a ball, Grey joined the battle without hesitation, making the situation even more chaotic. Bang, 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 ding ding ding, the chaotic battle directly affected the entire guild. Countless tables, benches, wine glasses and plates were flying everywhere. There's even a pair of men's shorts belonging to Stribber Grey. This is Fairy Tale. Lucy was completely shocked by the chaotic scene in front of her. But it's great to be here at Fairy Tale. Unfortunately, before Lucy's smile could last for 3 seconds, a dark shadow enveloped her. You're making such a fuss in the middle of the day, are you kids? Seeing the strong elfman suddenly appear from behind her, Lucy's body trembled instantly. Such a big guy looks very imposing, but a man should speak with his fists. Bang. Although he looked very powerful, he was easily knocked away by Natsu and Grey with a single punch, killing him instantly. Are we still going to fight in the end? By the way, you're too weak. It doesn't suit your figure at all. Really, I can't even drink in peace anymore. That's why I say the men in this guild have no taste. Lucy was completely confused when she saw Kana holding a huge barrel of wine and pouring it into her mouth. Yeah, it's really noisy. Lucy turned around and looked when she suddenly heard these deeply touching words. Ah, he's Loki, who's ranked among the top wizards Magic Weekly wants to have as a boyfriend. But before Lucy could sigh at meeting a normal person, Loki opened his arms and hugged the 2 little girls in his arms, saying affectionately, I'll join in the fun, and joined the guild war noise. The fantasy was shattered again. Frustrated, Lucy fell into depression. She could only seek comfort in the arms of Lu Yu, who was also stunned. Just then, Allah, a sweet voice sounded. A beautiful girl with a sweet appearance and a pure aura came to Lu Yu and Lucy with a tray. Are you the new people Natsu brought back? You are, Ms. Mirajane? Chapter 260 Mirajane's Initiative, oh my. Are you the new people Natsu brought back? At this moment, a voice as gentle as jade came into Lucy's ears. Like a drop of sweet dew in the scorching summer, it made Lucy's beautiful eyes light up. Turning her head, Lucy saw Mirajane who had come to her side without her knowing. Am I? Mira? Woo, it's actually me, ahahaha. Sorry, just now, Lucy was at a loss. Because she met Mira, the most popular person in Magic Weekly, Lucy's words were completely confused in an instant. But Lucy quickly changed the subject by pointing at the guilds engaged in a brutal fight. No. Is it really okay not to stop them? This is a common thing. There's no need to worry about them, besides. A wine bottle suddenly flew out of nowhere, about to hit Mirajane's smooth forehead. Just then, bang, a big hand came out of nowhere, grabbed the bottle and stopped the tragedy. Everyone is happy, right? Mirajane added what she hadn't been able to finish earlier. Then his eyes fell on Lu Yu who was standing next to Lucy. Wow. Natsu brought back a handsome guy this time. Mira Jane covered her red lips with her small hands, her beautiful eyes slightly brightening. By the way, Lucy, is this your boyfriend? Mira suddenly asked. Boyfriend. How? Mr. Lu Yu and I haven't progressed to this point yet. Lucy covered her pretty red face, feeling extremely embarrassed. Mira Jane smiled sweetly, having seen through everything. Watching the chaos in the guild intensify. The entire fairy tale guild is on the verge of disintegration. Just then. Boom! There was only a loud bang. The huge guild was suddenly shocked. Wow, a giant. A giant has appeared. Lucy, who was originally immersed in her girlish shyness, was suddenly attracted by the huge figure that suddenly appeared. I couldn't help but scream again in shock. That's not a giant, he's the guild leader of our fairy tale. Mira Jane smiled sweetly and introduced them to Lucy and Lu Yu. What? Lucy was shocked again. This ferocious giant is actually the president of fairy tale. There should be a limit to joking. Boom! A thunderous exhalation sound came from the giant's nostrils. It represents the anger in his heart at the moment. The president is back, Natsu yelled. Then he was trampled to the ground by the giant. Seeing this, Gray, Elfman and other active members all shuddered unconsciously and fell silent, not daring to say anything more. After dealing with the source of the chaos, the giant leader Makarov's figure shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, it returned to its original size of 1 meter. He appeared in front of Lucy and Lu Yu as a funny old man in the circus. Ahem. Makarov coughed lightly and walked through the crowd that had gathered because of the commotion. When he was almost at the bar, he jumped up. Bang! A successful reversal hit the railing. Puff. Ha. The guild members burst into laughter without giving any respect. Shut up, everyone. Makarov, who was humiliated and angry, scolded angrily with a red face. What followed was the recent incident regarding Fairy Tale's outing mission. Start, scolding. Among them, those who received the most severe punishment were naturally unstable elements like Natsu and Gray. You little bastards. Because of you, I get scolded by the reviewers every day. But, Makarov, furious, suddenly changed the subject. What the council says is bullshit. Makarov lit the protest letter in his hand and threw it away. Natsu quickly leapt forward and swallowed the flames. Listen, the power beyond common sense is all born from common sense. Magic is not some miraculous power at all, it's the chi that flows within us. Only by combining with the wavelengths of chi flowing in nature can we manifest ourselves. That requires the use of mental strength and concentration. No, pouring your entire soul into it, that's true magic. At this moment, Makarov, standing at the bar, fully demonstrated the demeanor of one of the 10 holy mages. If you care about the complaints of those above, you will never be able to improve in the way of magic in your life. Don't be afraid of those idiots on the council. Move forward on the path you believe in. This is the real fairy tale wizard. Makarov concluded his presentation. Woo! All the guild members cheered loudly, and followed Makarov's lead by raising their index fingers, forming the fairy tale emblem. Even Lucy, who hadn't joined yet, was excited and cheered continuously. Fairy tale. Lu Yu laughed and shook his head. The next second, he felt a cold little hand grabbing his big hand. Lu Yu turned around and looked at Mira Jane in confusion. Mira Jane narrowed her beautiful eyes and smiled sweetly. From now on, we're all fairy tale partners, please give me your guidance. We are fairy tale. It brought back long-lost memories in Lu Yu's heart. This is exactly what fairy tale should be like, I just don't know. After I joined fairy tale, I wonder if shouting this during a battle will provide any help? Lu Yu was very curious about this. The commotion caused by Natsu's return quickly died down. Under the majestic order of Guild Master Makarov, all the guild members who participated in the fight began to deal with the aftermath diligently. Knocking in B*********, G, in full swing, the other side. Lu Yu and Lucy were brought to the bar reception desk by the sweet-looking Mira Jane. Mira Jane, once the ace of fairy tale and one of the S-class wizards, suffered a psychological disorder due to an incident and lost the ability to use magic. Now she works as a receptionist at Fairy Tale. By the way, she also served as the fashion girl of Magic Weekly. Lucy, where would you like the emblem to be printed, and what color would it be? Do you have a favorite color? Mira Jane asked with a smile, holding the magic seal. Well, then go on the back of my right hand, I prefer pink. Lucy said as she extended her right hand. Okay. Mira Jane smiled sweetly. Snap. Imprint the emblem on the back of Lucy's hand. Mira smiled gently and said, alright, this way, Lucy will also become a member of Fairy Tale. Very good. Lucy spun around happily. Mr. Lu Yu, I am already a member of Fairy Tale. Lucy hugged Lu Yu's arm and cheered happily. I know. Calm down. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly. So, Mr. Lu Yu, where do you want the coat of arms to be printed? Mira Jane looked at Lu Yu with a smile. Whatever. Anywhere. Lu Yu spoke casually. There are no special requirements for this. After all, the main reason he joined Fairy Tale now is to complete the system's tasks. Then take off your pants. Mira Jane smiled. Lu Yu. Phew. Seeing Lu Yu, who always looked calm, finally lost his composure. Mira Jane couldn't help but burst out laughing at the successful prank. Knowing that he was being teased, Lu Yu had a subtle expression on his face. Amidst Mira Jane's cries, Lu Yu's hot big hands suddenly fell on her smooth shoulders and caressed them wantonly. "Miss Mira, if you really want to see it, I'm free tonight." Lu Yu smiled. Just a few days after arriving in the fairy tale world, he was teased by a little girl. How could Lu Yu agree? Of course I have to tease her back. As expected, under Lu Yu's affectionate gaze, Mira Jane was the first to fall. A few red clouds flew up on the fair and pretty face. Lucy, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment. For no reason, I felt a little jealous. Tisk tisk tisk. This newcomer is really not simple, he is truly a role model for our generation. The Leo celestial spirit Loki sighed. I didn't expect that I hadn't even started yet. The newcomer Lucy has already been captured by Lu Yu. And Miss Mira, she is the most beautiful girl in fairy tale. Until now, there are already countless people pursuing her. But no one had ever been able to make Mira Jane look so shy. Could it be that Miss Mira will also be taken down? Hateful. The handsome man Loki looked unwilling. Stop, finally. Driven by some inner emotion, Lucy intervenes. Pulled Lu Yu and Mira Jane apart. Ahem, then do it on the back of your hand, just like Lucy. Lu Yu stretched out his left hand. Lucy is right-handed. Lu Yuan is on the left hand. Just a perfect match. Mira Jane nodded slightly. She suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and printed the fairy tale logo on the back of Lu Yu's hand. Bite successfully joined fairy tale. Congratulations on obtaining the Conqueror's Hockey Beginner. New mission. Become a fairy tale S-class wizard. Unfinished. Rewards unknown. Very good. Now, we're all fairy tale wizards. Besides, Lucy happily grabbed Lu Yu's left hand with her right hand. The two fairy tale logos are exactly symmetrical. They seem like a couple. As she spoke, a few red clouds appeared on Lucy's fair face. Then he quickly added, "No, Lu Yu, don't misunderstand me, that's not what I meant." Looking at Lucy's excuse that was like she was trying to cover up her crime. Mira Jane, who was sitting at the bar, suddenly smiled like an ant. As expected, there are big problems between the two newcomers this time. It's just that Lucy doesn't seem to be frank enough. And Lu Yu. He clearly knew what the girl felt, but he didn't set an example or take the initiative. It seems like she has to come and assist. Mira Jane, who had been bored for a long time, suddenly had many plans in her mind. Lu Yu, who quietly heard Myra's inner thoughts. Just then, a figure with bare upper body came with a hint of coldness. Of course, it's Gray, the ice wizard who doesn't like to wear clothes. Lucy, Natsu told me you're a powerful celestial mage, right? Gray raised his brow slightly. No, what? It's really too exaggerated to say it's amazing or anything like that. Lucy scratched the back of her head sheepishly. Love, I can prove it too. Lucy is really amazing, in every sense of the word. Harpy raised his hand. Ha ha ha, regarding the fact that Natsu and Happy recognized her strength and said she was amazing. Lucy was obviously delighted. He is still laughing foolishly at this moment. Lucy, what exactly is the magic of the celestial mage like? How many keys do you have now? What on earth are the star spirits? Do you really live in heaven? Everyone in fairy tale asked curiously. Everyone, come one by one. Feeling the enthusiasm of her fairy tale friends, Lucy couldn't help but feel ashamed. I had to explain them one by one. Chapter 261 Makarov's Intuition. What Lucy didn't notice in the crowded crowd was Loki, the handsome fairy tale man who likes young girls the most, quietly withdrew at this moment. Or you could say he ran away, because he was afraid that Lucy would discover his true identity. Not human, but it is the head of the zodiac, Leo. Fortunately, Lucy is now surrounded by many enthusiastic people. Even though I felt something was wrong, I didn't have the time to observe him. After fully seeing Lucy's celestial magic, Gray, Kana and others then turned their attention to another newcomer, Lu Yu. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Lu Yu take action either. By the way, Lu Yu, you are a magician, right? Natsu asked. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Natsu, did you bring him here without knowing if he's a wizard or not? This is really too hasty. How can we allow ordinary people to join the guild? Many people spoke up. Wait a moment, Fairy Tale's top drunkard, Kana, suddenly shouted. Natsu just said he hasn't seen this handsome guy use magic, it doesn't mean he's not a magician. Kana said. Yes, Mira Jane nodded in agreement. Besides, it doesn't matter if I'm not a wizard. I'm just an ordinary person who can't use magic. Mira Jane pointed at herself, looking optimistic. Elder sister. A hint of disappointment flashed across the burly elfman's face. Mr. Lu Yu, you must be a magician too. Lucy looked at Lu Yu eagerly. After a moment of silence, this is not a matter of course. Lu Yu grinned. Of course he is a wizard, and he is basically the strongest wizard in the world. He can use all kinds of powerful magic at will. The 7 major attributes of dragon-slaying magic, the chaos magic above that, the history of corpses, additional magic. No matter which kind of magic is used, it is shocking. Hey, Lu Yu, what's your signature magic? Natsu asked curiously. Yeah, let me think about it. Lu Yu made a gesture of thinking. Everyone in the room was filled with surprise. Do you still need to think about your own magic? Some of the fairy tale members who were just hanging around were about to laugh out loud. Bang. A snap of fingers. Lu Yu has already decided on the magic he wants to perform. What I'm good at is form manipulation magic. Lu Yu smiled slightly. A form magic with the same origin as that of Blance, the goddess of the destruction of the country, was activated. What I'm good at is form magic. Lu Yu smiled slightly. The sound of snapping fingers fell. Form magic is activated. Yu. Natsu screamed as he was hit by the shape magic. Lu Yu, it turns out you have the same giant magic as the president. Looking at Lu Yu, who was getting bigger and bigger in front of him, Naz couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. But it happened quickly. Natsu noticed something was wrong. Because he saw that there seemed to be more and more giants around him. Lucy, you've become a giant too, and Gray, Elfman, everyone. Even Harpy. Looking at the huge blue cat looking down at him. The natural Natsu was already shocked beyond words. No, Natsu, it's not us who have grown bigger, it's you who have grown smaller. Happy put his hands on his hips and explained seriously. Ah, Natsu looked at himself. Looking around again, I already understood what had happened. So that's how it is, this is Lu Yu's form magic. Unlike the president's own giant form, he can even control the forms of others. Mirajane analyzed seriously. By the way, Lu Yu, can you control yourself? Certainly. Lu Yu smiled and nodded. Sizzle, this magic is so powerful. To be able to manipulate the forms of others at will is truly too powerful. The fairy tale mages who came to watch could not help but exclaim in amazement. Some people have quick brains. Now an invitation to form a team has been sent to Lu Yu. If only there could be a powerful magician in the team. Whatever task you take on will undoubtedly be much easier. For a while, the entire guild was once again plunged into chaos. Lu Yu, who demonstrated his own value, has become a hot commodity. The other side, the shrunken Natsu is in a miserable state. No one noticed him after he became smaller. The result is that there is a big foot that keeps falling. Critical moment. Fortunately, Happy took off with Natsu in his arms, and finally avoided being trampled by everyone. At the same time, looking at Lu Yu, who was constantly invited to form teams. Lucy couldn't help but get anxious. After great efforts, they finally brought Lu Yu out of the encirclement. And asserted sovereignty forcefully. People then gave up in frustration. Natsu really brought back an incredible newcomer this time. Fairy Tale's president, Makarov, sighed. There was a deep light shining in his old eyes. What's wrong, President? Mirajane asked confused. Nothing, Makarov didn't say much. After all, it was just his intuition now. About the strength of newcomer Lu Yu, his intuition told him. This man's strength is unfathomable, stronger than everyone present, including him, the president. But since I have already joined Fairy Tale, then Makarov would not do anything just because Lu Yu hid his strength. After all, from now on, Lu Yu is also a member of Fairy Tale. That's enough. As for what will happen next, we'll talk about it later. The series of disturbances in the Fairy Tale Guild came to a temporary end. Natsu, who was shrunk by Lu Yu's magic, experienced the joy of riding a cat. There was no thought of changing back for a moment. I even ordered a huge piece of meat and ate it to my heart's content. The barbecue that was once only enough for one bite now looked like a small mountain in front of Natsu, and he could enjoy it to his heart's content. Many people were jealous. They all asked Lu Yu to help shrink them or enlarge their flesh. The scene was very lively, even though I've only been in Fairy Tale for less than an hour. However, Lu Yu seemed to have already integrated into it. The atmosphere in the guild is joyful. Just then, a kid about 7 years old suddenly ran in from outside and ran straight towards Makarov, who was sitting at the bar resting. Romeo, if you are also the son of a wizard, you should trust your father and stay home and wait. Makarov opened his half-closed eyes and lectured. But he clearly said he would be back in 3 days. It's already been a week, and he still hasn't come back. Romeo cried with tears in his eyes. That guy Mikao seems to have gone to work at Mount Hakobe. That's not that far, is it? There were some discussions around. Please help me find him. I'm so worried. Stop kidding. Your dad is a wizard from Fairy Tale. There's no wizard in this guild who can't even clean his own A. Just go home and drink your milk. Although Lucy didn't know anything because she had just arrived, she still felt sad. That's not the case, Lucy. Although he doesn't say it, the president is worried too. Mira, who was wiping the wine glass, sighed softly. Romeo, who was unable to get help, wiped his tears and ran away helplessly. At the same time, Lu Yu, change me back. It suddenly occurred to me that I have something to take care of. Natsu suddenly spoke. Chapter 262, The Anticipated Meeting. Shining with green magic light, Natsu's body returned to normal size. Harpy, Natsu greeted. Love is coming. The little blue cat Harpy spread his wings and quickly followed. The man and the cat left the guild gate in silence. What do you want to do? The purpose is very clear. President, is this really okay? Natsu is going to save Mikao. A wizard frowned. That's why I'm so troubled. Well, if it's Natsu, forget it. But once he makes a decision, he won't listen to anyone else. Makarov, who was wearing a circus clown hat, snorted. But doing so will only hurt Mikao's pride. Do you think Natsu would care about that kind of reason? The companions around him started to chatter about this issue. Hearing this, Makarov sighed softly, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The path forward should not be decided by others, so leave them alone. Makarov said. Ms. Mira, I feel like the expression on Natsu's face just now was a little. Gazing out the door, Lucy frowned slightly, because Natsu, like Romeo, can understand the pain of this moment. Mira Jane sighed. Huh? Lucy tilted her head in confusion. Natsu has been searching for his father. By the way, his adopted father is a dragon. Mira smiled. Dragon? Huh? How can anyone believe such a thing? That's true, but one day, the dragon suddenly disappeared. I see. Is this the Igneel that Natsu always talks about? Lucy reacted. I thought about the person Natsu often talked about during the past 2 days I had known him. He always looks forward to seeing Igneel again someday, isn't that cute? Mira Jane smiled slightly, Lucy nodded thoughtfully. According to the original plot, Lucy should have followed by now and joined Natsu on the mission. Then he was captured by Mikao, who was under the spell of receiving magic. Finally complete the task, but now, due to Lu Yu's intervention. Now Lucy's heart has fallen on Lu Yu. Lu Yu didn't move. Naturally, she would not act on her own, Igneel. Listening to the conversation between Lucy and Mira. A slight curve appeared on Lu Yu's mouth, others don't know. But he knew it very well. The adoptive father that Natsu has been thinking about and looking for has actually been living in his body. That's why. As a dragon slayer, he did not suffer the aftereffects of complete dragonization like Irene. My fire dragon slayer magic was also inherited from Ignir. I wonder what expression Natsu and the other creature inside him will have when they see this. There's also little Wendy and the celestial dragon Grandine, Gajeel and the iron dragon. Lu Yu thought with some anticipation. By the way, Mr. Lu Yu, Lucy. At the bar, Mira Jane suddenly spoke. What's up? Lu Yu asked casually. You just arrived in Magnolia. Have you found a place to stay? Mira asked. Lucy was stunned. I see, I completely forgot about that. That's exactly what happened. Miss La, do you have any good suggestions, like where the rent is the cheapest? The poor lady Lucy looked at Mira Jane with shining eyes. Yes, I understand. I will help you contact them. Mira Jane shook her head, then he looked at Lu Yu. So Lucy, are you and Mr. Lu Yu going to live together? In that case, do you want a double room or a king-size bedroom? Mira asked skillfully, like a receptionist at a hotel front desk. Lucy realized it belatedly and blushed again. It's really interesting. Mira Jane held her little face in her delicate hands. Her pretty face was filled with an ant-like smile. By the way, Mira, I should be able to post tasks too. Lu Yu suddenly spoke. Mira Jane was stunned, then he nodded subconsciously. Of course, as long as the reward is in place, even a wizard can post a mission. What task does Mr. Lu Yu want to issue? Mira Jane asked curiously. Then please help me post a task to find a vacant villa, Mira. 1 million J should be enough for the mission, right? Or I can give you a room for free. Lu Yu smiled. Alas, that should be fine. Mira Jane handed Lu Yu a hastily drafted task authorization letter for his review. Sure. I trust Miss Mira to do things for me. Lu Yu agreed without even looking at it. Being trusted by Lu Yu so much, Mira Jane couldn't help but show joy on her pretty face. But, Lu Yu, such a simple task with a reward of 1 million J or something would cause a huge sensation. Mira Jane frowned slightly. A lot? Lu Yu asked back. Of course it's a lot, Lucy and Mira Jane said in unison. Just like that. If the reward is too little, I won't be able to afford it. Lu Yu said casually. A handsome and wealthy nobleman. Lucy and Mira Jane sighed in unison. Tycoon, let's be friends. Lucy extended her slender hand. Hey, aren't we still friends? Lu Yu asked back. Pooey, Lucy tapped her head cutely. But it's such a simple and high-paying task, I want to take it myself? Mira Jane looked reluctant. Mira Jane could naturally handle tasks like helping Lu Yu find a villa, which did not require the use of magic. Then let you come, Mira, Lu Yu said casually. May I? Mira Jane's eyes lit up. It's okay, Mira, you are very familiar with this city. Lu Yu asked. Mira nodded repeatedly. That'll do. Lu Yu nodded. I want one too. Ms. Mira, please let me receive and participate in this mission as well. Lucy said. Lu Yu, what do you mean? Mira Jane looked at Lu Yu. Whatever is fine. If there are enough rooms, it's not impossible for each of you to have one. Lu Yu said. That's great. Lucy jumped 3 feet high with joy. So, this is an unprecedented simple and high reward task. It has been digested and received internally before it was released. After asking for leave from Makarov, Mira Jane immediately took Lu Yu and Lucy on a journey to find a suitable villa. Finding and buying a house is not an easy task. In particular, Lu Yu's requirements must be met. But Mira Jane has been here for so many years after all. At dusk, the mission was finally accomplished, in the area opposite the Fairy Guild. Lu Yu spent a high price to buy a Seaview villa. The lavish attitude of spending money made Sha Shi and Mi Chengjun's eyes sparkle. Wow, I'm so happy, it's great to be friends with Mr. Lu Yu. After a tiring day, Lucy jumped onto the sofa. Her fair and pretty face was full of satisfaction and happiness. Lucy, thank you for your hard work. Now you can collect your reward. 1 million J is for one room. Lu Yu asked with a smile. Room, of course it's a room. Lucy nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. 1 million J is certainly a lot of money, but once you take it, it's gone. You still have to rent a house yourself, in comparison. Of course, it is more cost-effective to choose another reward. You can live in such a great sea view villa without having to rent. If you rent a house, it will cost at least 100,000 per person. 1 million is only enough for 10 months, think of this. Lucy hurriedly carried her luggage upstairs happily. And decisively occupied the room next to the master bedroom. Haha, what an innocent child, Mira Jane smiled like an ant. What about Miss Mira, 1 millionaire? Lu Yu looked at Mira Jane with a smile. Then please save a room for me, Mr. Lu Yu, Mira Jane said openly. Good. Lu Yu agreed readily, choose your own room. Simply rinse off the sweat on your body. Lu Yu brought Lucy and Mira Jane to a high-end hotel in the city. The villa matter has been settled, the next step is of course to celebrate. At the same time, on the other side, Natsu and Happy also successfully rescued Mikao who was trapped in the snow Yamanaka. The next day, after learning that Lu Yu and Lucy had already moved into the city's most luxurious sea view villa, Natsu and Happy came to visit, decisively, carrying bags. Chapter 263 Blonde Maid Lucy. This is Magnolia, a commercial city where magic has flourished since ancient times. Walk past the Cathedral of Cardia, which stands in the heart of the city. You can see the only wizard guild in this city, Fairy Tale. And I am the wizard Lucy, now living in the most luxurious sea view villa in Magnolia. All of this is thanks to my encounter with Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy, lucky, early morning. The blonde wizard Lucy was sighing at her bright new life. Just then. Yo, Lucy, a red-haired boy wearing a scarf even on a hot day and his talking blue cat, Happy, came to the manor courtyard carrying large and small bags. Natsu, Happy, why are you here? Lucy was shocked. Why? Of course I heard that you and Lu Yu bought a big house, so I came to visit you. Natsu said as a matter of course. That's great, Natsu, look, there are so many fish in this viewing pond. The little blue cat Habib looked at the colorful koi in the pond with shining eyes. Ready to try, eager to give it a try. No, Lucy kicked the harpy who was about to destroy the viewing pool away. If you want to catch fish, there are more over there. Lucy pointed in the direction of the sea not far away. Happy, come and see quickly, this is something I've never seen before. Natsu exclaimed, this villa is so luxurious. How long do I have to work to buy it? How wonderful, Lucy is already staying in such a great place on her first day. I want to live here too, Natsu and the little blue cat Happy sang in unison. Wait a moment, what you are doing now is illegal trespassing and a crime. Lucy said seriously. Hey, that really hurts, Natsu said, crossing his arms. We're just visiting. Is it really just a visit? Why would you bring all your belongings and luggage with you for a visit? Lucy complained. No, this is the gift we brought. Harpy spoke up. By the way, this salted fish is not for you. Mr. Lu Yu and I really don't need your bedding or anything like that. Lucy stroked her forehead. Yawn, just then. As footsteps sounded, Lu Yu yawned and went downstairs. Why, Lucy, it's so lively so early in the morning. Lu Yu asked casually. I'm so sorry. Lucy, dressed in a maid outfit, quickly stepped forward and apologized to her master. By the way, Lucy, why are you dressed like that? Looking at the blonde busty maid in front of him, Lu Yu was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. I have to say, she is really worthy of being Lucy. Under the white silk maid outfit, she looks even more astringent. Hey, is it appropriate? Lucy did a cute little gesture. Got Lu Yu's nod. Lucy immediately puffed out her chest with confidence. After thinking about it all night last night, Lucy had made up her mind. I just ran errands for a day and ended up staying in such a nice room, I feel a little guilty about it. So Lucy decided to become Lu Yu's exclusive maid. On weekdays, he is responsible for taking care of Lu Yu's food, clothing and daily life, which is used as a reward for being taken in. Natsu and Happy are here too. His eyes swept over Lucy calmly, and Lu Yu turned to look at Natsu and Happy. Love, yes, Harpy raised his hand. Hey, Lu Yu, please rent that little house over there dus. Natsu pointed to the relatively small house in the courtyard and bowed 90 degrees, asking to speak. Look, it's exposed. Lucy looked as if she understood. Lu Yu looked at Naz, then at the house in the yard, his expression slightly strange. No, the harpy looked very pitiful, it's not a question of whether it works or not. If you don't mind, I'll give it to you, Lu Yu said casually. Very good. Natsu and Happy jumped 3 feet high with joy. I hurriedly carried my bags and started to check in. Mr. Lu Yu, you really? Lucy was stunned, as if she had thought of something. By the way, isn't that the room for the original owner's pets? But the pet houses of wealthy people are much bigger than those of ordinary people. Lucy's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. It's empty anyway. If they want to stay, then they can stay. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Early in the morning, Lu Yu's villa was bustling with activity. Natsu and Happy happily began to decorate the original owner's pet house. Certainly, as for the fact that this cabin used to be a pet house, Lu Yu and Lucy did not hide it. Result, it was beyond Lucy's expectations. After hearing that the residence they chose was a pet house, far from being embarrassed, Natsu and Happy were not. Instead, they looked excited and exclaimed, "They are really rich, even the pet house is bigger than their home." Seeing this, Lucy was speechless. They had no choice but to let Natsu and Happy stay. A harpy is a pet cat. As for Natsu, that lively personality is not much different from that of animals. It takes an hour. Natsu and Happy's move is complete. Officially settled in the mansion. Regarding Natsu and Happy, these two funny guys. Lu Yu naturally wouldn't be disgusted, rather say. With these two funny guys here, everyday life will become much more interesting. I'm starting. Natsu and Happy clasped their hands together. Then he started to eat with relish. Hey, Natsu, Happy, watch your eating manners. Lucy yelled in dissatisfaction. However, the man and the cat obviously didn't care. Really, Mr. Lu Yu, why don't you talk about them too? Lucy was completely helpless. Ahahaha, don't mind it. Lu Yu smiled and touched the maid Lucy's little head. After breakfast, after a simple cleaning and tidying up. Come to think of it, Harujin, the key Mr. Lu Yu gave me hasn't been contracted yet. The blonde maid suddenly reacted. It's a good opportunity to show you the process of the celestial mage signing a contract with the celestial spirit. Lucy said boastfully. Oh, it turns out that you have to press the blood mark. Habibi whispered. My butt looks like it's going to hurt. Natsu's train of thought was as distorted as ever. Woo woo woo. Mr. Lu Yu. The shocked Lucy took the opportunity to pretend to be aggrieved and seek comfort. Only after receiving a pat on the head from Lu Yu did she smile again. Mr. Lu Yu, please look at me. Lucy rallied. I am the one who connects the road to the celestial spirit realm. You, answer my call and walk through the door. Open the gate of Canis Minor, Nicola. A brilliant aqua-blue magic circle was generated. With the sound of ding-dong, a cute little snowman spirit came in response to Lucy's call. Puff, Canis Minor Nicola trembled, seeming a little scared. Ah, so cute. Lucy looked very maternal as she held Canis Minor in her arms to comfort him. Opening Nicholas' gate doesn't require much mana, making it a popular amusement for the Protoss. Lucy introduced. Natsu, I've seen the selfish side of humans. Louise is really scary. Happy and Natsu were whispering in front of Lucy again. It's Lucy. By the way, I heard everything, Lucy complained. Then his gaze returned to Canis Minor Nicola in front of him. Then let the contract begin. Puff, what about Monday? PFF'd. Canis Minor shook his head. What about Tuesday? Canis Minor nodded. Wednesday? After asking a few questions. Okay, the contract is complete, Lucy said happily. It looks so ordinary, Natsu thought. The little blue cat Habibi nodded in agreement. Even Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh, ignoring Natsu and Happy's complaints. By the way, the child hasn't been named yet, isn't your name Nicola? Happy was puzzled. That's a general term, got it. Lucy seemed to have thought of something. Come here, Prue. Lucy decided on the name Canis Minor. Prue is clearly a Canis Minor, but he can't bark. That's really strange, Habibi complained seriously. Harpy, you don't know how to bark, do you? Lucy said. It seems so. Habibi smiled innocently. Mr. Lu Yu, Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy picked up Canis Minor Prue and came to Lu Yu. This child is really cute, Lucy asked. Just as cute as you are, Lucy. Lu Yu smiled. Oh, how could that be? It all happened so suddenly, and I'm totally unprepared. Lucy immediately held her little face with a crazy look on her face. Lucy is such an idiot, Habibi complained, before Lucy could get mad. It's decided. Lucy, Lu Yu, let's team up. Chapter 264 Team Up. Lu Yu, Lucy, let's team up together. With a bright smile on his face, Natsu extended an invitation to Lu Yu and Lucy. At the same time, this was also the second purpose for him to come here early in the morning. Let's team up, Lu Yu, Lucy. Although everyone in the guild has a good relationship, those who are particularly close will gather together to form a team. Commissions that are difficult for an individual are much easier when completed as a team. Habib introduced. That sounds like fun. Hey, Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy looked at Lu Yu expectantly. All right, Lu Yu agreed. Didn't refuse Natsu's invitation to team up. After all, there will be more interesting tasks joining this team later. And the tasks carried out afterwards were not ordinary tasks. If you want to do something, do it big. The long talk with Mirajane last night. Lu Yu has also learned the necessary requirements to become a fairy tale S-class wizard. In addition to strength, you also need to pass the test. Enough to pass the trial on Sirius Island. Hard task indicators are also required. Very good. Seeing Lu Yu and Lucy agreed, Natsu's eyes suddenly lit up. Then without further ado, let's get to work now. Look, I've made up my mind. Natsu took out a mission bounty from his pocket. You're so anxious. What kind of work is this? Let me see it quickly. Lucy snatched the task sheet. Shiloh's May Town. No way. Just taking a book out of Dukabar's mansion costs 200,000 J? Lucy was surprised. Well, it's very profitable. Natsu was pleased. Notice? Lucy saw the introduction about the Duke of Alba. Pervert and a pervert, now recruiting blonde maids? Lucy has blonde hair. Pretending, no, Lucy is already a blonde maid. Natsu and Happy smirked. Ah, I've been tricked. Lucy burst into tears. Then he decisively knelt down at Lu Yu's feet. Master, I want to quit, Lucy said with a sad face. Roar. But I remember you said that, Lucy. Astral mages place the greatest emphasis on contracts, don't they? Lu Yu smiled. Ah, this. Lucy was stunned and had no choice but to agree. Mr. Lu Yu, do you want to come too? Lucy seemed to have thought of something. Certainly, aren't we a team? Lu Yu nodded as a matter of course. At the very beginning, for such a simple task, Lu Yu rejected it in his heart. I thought I could just let Natsu and Lucy handle it. But at this moment, the system's mechanical prompt sounded. Complete the Sunrise quest and receive 1 Dragon Slayer Magic Sequelae Elimination Potion Fragment. Since it is a system task, there is nothing we can do. There is absolutely no reason to refuse. There are 2 side effects of dragon slaying magic. One is traffic sickness, the other is complete dragon transformation. To be honest, this reward is of course not of much use to Lu Yu. Because the dragon slaying magic rewarded by the system does not have such side effects. But Lu Yu couldn't use it, but it can be given to others. For example, a petite sky girl. Or maybe it was that inexplicably busty young woman from the kingdom of Albaraz. With the help of Jelal, Irene has mastered the power to switch between human and dragon form at any time. But after all, it was only a change in appearance, and the sequelae of complete dragonization still could not be eliminated. Now Irene still has no feeling for human food. This was also what tormented her. For Eren, although Lu Yu didn't have much emotion. But both sides had an unforgettable night after all. Lu Yu is not a ruthless man. Since there is a way to help, we should naturally help. It's just a piece of cake anyway, then without further ado, let's go. Love, on the wide road. The 2 carriages were traveling side by side. Among them, there was a carriage that looked much more luxurious. My husband is an adult, Master Lu Yu, if you have any instructions, please feel free. Maid Lucy is always on call, anything is fine. A maid service that is enough to make more than 90% of men unable to control themselves is being performed. This is Lucy doing maid training for Operation Sunrise. So the natural person to be her master is Lu Yu, now. I don't know if it's really for practice or if it's just for practice. Lucy already looked like she had completely given up. Show your sexy side in front of Lu Yu. My husband is an adult. Don't ignore me, Lucy spoke in a coquettish voice. The slender legs wrapped in delicate white silk rubbed against Lu Yu's thighs. Even intentionally or unintentionally, regarding Lucy's proactive act of acting coquettishly. Lu Yu turned a deaf ear. Just close your eyes and rest. Having passed the test of a maid as secondary, the main reason was that Lu Yu wanted to see how bold Lucy could be. As expected, seeing that Lu Yu was indifferent to his attack, Lucy was secretly frustrated. A belief of not giving up also emerged in my heart. Lucy gritted her teeth, decided to further upgrade the maid service. Crash. Lord, just as Lucy was about to boldly launch further offensive. Hey, Lu Yu, I want to see Lucy's performance too. The voice of the little blue cat harpy came from the adjacent carriage. As for Natsu, at this moment, he is immersed in the aftereffects of the dragon-slaying magic and cannot extricate himself. I felt dizzy and vomited continuously in the carriage. Lucy, let me be the master for once, Happy spoke with anticipation. Turn down. Lucy refused without hesitation, but because of what Habibi did. Lucy's attempt to launch further offensive was also interrupted. At this time, I came to my senses and looked at my own condition. Seeing the almost negative relationship between him and Lu Yu. Ah, Lucy cried out shyly and quickly adjusted herself. Is practice over yet? Lu Yu finally opened his eyes and joked with a smile. Lucy just sat there straight, she stood motionless beside Lu Yu. The little head lowered, not daring to raise it again. Her fair and pretty face was flushed. Ha ha ha, Lu Yu smiled. Didn't say much, peaceful journey. A few hours later. We've arrived at the town of Shilosme. Lu Yu is in front. Lucy followed. Nastya, looking listless and like a wilted daylily, followed with his head down and a weak look on his face. I'll never ride in a carriage again, Natsu spoke weakly. You've always said that. Hobbit is the one who makes the most complaints. Then let's go eat first. Let's recover first. Lu Yu suggested. Have a meal? Natsu, the king of food, had his eyes lit up. Very good. The little blue cat Habib also jumped 3 feet high with joy. Restaurant in the town of Shilosme. Natsu and Happy happily devoured the food. Lucy on the side was still carrying out various training for the maid. And deeply immersed in self-indulgence. Well, it was just a joke, but Lucy seemed to take it seriously. Happy whispered. Then let's just keep making the mistake. Natsu said. Lucy, who heard the two people's frank discussion, said. Lucy wanted to lose her temper, but, think about it carefully. Her maid training was not for Happy and Natsu, nor for that BT old man Oberlu. All the maid training she is doing now is for Lu Yu. In order to better serve Lu Yu, think of this, Lucy was relieved. Regardless of the strange looks from Natsu and others. She still diligently immerses herself in the role of a maid, preparing for the future. Lunch is over. Now it's time to start the mission action. Chapter 265 Lucy's success before officially sneaking into the Alba mansion. First of all, you still need to contact the person who is responsible for the task. In a mansion in a small town, Lu Yu, two other people and a cat met with the client of this mission. The client's name is Cappy Melon. Listen to the name. The expression on Lucy's face froze slightly. Soon she remembered where she had heard the name Melon. She aspires to be a novelist and knows all the names of novelists by heart. It must be just a coincidence. Lucy thought so, but I still kept a little caution. It's not just Lucy. Natsu, who is always carefree. After entering the mansion and seeing the client, his expression couldn't help but become slightly serious. The enhanced sense of smell bestowed upon him by the dragon-slaying magic told him. The smell of the client in front of him was completely different from the smell of this mansion. Natsu knew what this meant. Compared to Naz, as a time traveler, Lu Yu naturally knows more about Lucy's first mission Sunrise. It's just that he can't say anything, so there's no need to say anything. Just let the bullets fly. He just needs to follow the storyline and receive the system's rewards. Very quickly, the client put forward more detailed requirements for this task. The mission requires only one thing. It is to destroy and burn the only remaining copy of Sunrise in the world in the hands of Duke Oberu. The reward increased tenfold from 200,000 J to 2 million J. This can almost be considered an ordinary S-level task. Lucy, overwhelmed by the sudden increase in her reward, took action immediately. Duke of Alba's residence, in front of the gate. Excuse me, I'm here to apply for the position of blonde maid. Arrive at the target location according to the combat plan. Lucy began to apply for the job disguised as an ordinary person. It's just that the disguise was a bit clumsy, and the fairy emblem on the back of his right hand was not concealed. But it doesn't matter. Excuse me, is anyone there? Lucy continued to knock on the door, but her brain cells were very active. It's that simple. Just flatter Duke Oberul and everything will be fine, right? Then I secretly searched for the book, Sunrise, and burned it after reading it. 2 million is easily obtained. When the time comes, Mr. Lu Yu and I will each have half, and we won't give any to Naz and Xiaomao, so that they will be envious to death. What should I buy? Click. There was a sudden muffled sound from the ground, and Lucy looked down. Before Lucy realized what was going on, she heard a thud and a big guy stood in front of her. Applying for a maid? A gorilla maid, twice Lucy's height, lowered her head and asked. Woo-ah. That physique, that image, made Lucy scream for a moment. Sir, it seems you're here to apply for a blonde maid in response to an advertisement. Whoosh. A cave suddenly opened and a stupid pig jumped out of it. It was Duke Oberus. Oh are you calling me? It's out. Let me see. Oberu's eyes darted back and forth between Lucy's body. Lucy forced a perfect smile. Please give me your guidance. For 2 million, I have to work harder. Lucy cheered herself up. However, next second, something happened that Lucy didn't expect. Don't want. Go back, ugly girl. This was Duke Oberu's response to her. Puff, it was like a heavy hammer hitting Lucy's chest. At that moment, Lucy suffered a heavy blow she had never suffered before. Ugly girl? Is she an ugly girl? No one has ever told her she is ugly in her life? This moment, Lucy was almost angry and cried on the spot. In his heart, he greeted all the ancestors of Duke Oberu. She would never have thought of this even if you beat her to death. The taste and aesthetics of the Duke, the target of this mission, are so unique. You are leaving such a beauty like her unappreciated. Instead, you prefer the burly guy with a gorilla-like body? That's it. Please go back, ugly girl. Holding Lucy in her hands like a chicken, the gorilla maid seemed to be planning to throw her out. Wait. Why can't I do this? Why do you say that? A great man like me. Oberu started to dance ballet, and suddenly 4 holes appeared in the ground. As the 4 sounds of dong, 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 dong were heard, 4 melons and dates were cracked and bent. A woman who looked like a gorilla jumped out. Except for pretty girls, no one is suitable, ha ha ha. Wow. I won't admit that I would lose to these ugly people. It's not that I'm ugly, it's that there's something absolutely wrong with your aesthetic sense. Lucy was furious. Then he was thrown into the bushes by the gorilla maid, Virgo Beluge. Duke Oberlu returned to his mansion in a swagger, surrounded by a group of ugly people. Woo woo woo. Lucy sat under the tree, hugging her knees and sobbing pitifully. It's really useless. Yeah. Natsu and the little blue cat Happy were making sarcastic remarks without mercy. It hurt Lucy's heart even more. Just then, a big hand suddenly fell on Lucy's little head. Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy stopped crying and looked at Lu Yu eagerly. Have more confidence in yourself. At least in my eyes, Lucy, you are cute. Lu Yu smiled. Real? Lucy's tearful face suddenly brightened up like spring flowers. Woo woo woo. Mr. Lu Yu is so nice, I want to be Mr. Lu Yu's maid for the rest of my life. Lucy excitedly opened her arms and hugged Lu Yu. Lu Yu smiled slightly. The guide for Lucy, the celestial mage, is complete. The blonde maid tactic failed. Next it's Natsu's turn to fight, T. Assault T. At Lucy's strong request, in order not to cause a huge commotion and attract the army. In the end, Natsu agreed to Lucy's suggestion to sneak in secretly. Only, for their infiltration, Duke Obaru already knew everything. Boom. There was a loud bang. The floor in front of Lu Yu and his group exploded. A group of ugly maids, led by the gorilla maid Baluj, broke out of the ground with fierce eyes. Intruder spotted. Eliminate them, the gorilla maid, Baruj, gave the order. Yes. 4 ugly maids attacked with various furniture weapons. Then he was punched away by Natsu. Seeing this, the head maid, Baluj, immediately came down like a mountain. He pressed Natsu's slender body under him. Natsu. Lucy was anxious. No problem, Habibi said confidently. Next second. But the gorilla-like head maid was suddenly shocked and then flew into the air. Natsu actually lifted him up completely. Let's go find a book and complete the task quickly. Lu Yu greeted. Yes, Mr. Lu Yu, Lucy responded obediently and hurried to catch up. Under the leadership of Lu Yu, the library was soon found. That old man has a surprisingly large collection of books. But to find that one among so many books, just when Lucy was distressed and embarrassed. Lu Yu grabbed it casually. A book with a golden cover was snatched into Lu Yu's hands. Go on, Lucy. Lu Yu threw it away casually. Lucy took it hurriedly, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Daybreak, sunrise, it's so easy to get it. Lucy was just about to admire Lu Yu's high efficiency. Next second, her attention was drawn to the author's name on the book cover. Konchario. Lucy's eyes suddenly widened. This person was very famous back then. He was not only an excellent magician, but also a novelist. I'm a huge fan of his and I love reading his books. I just don't know why he stopped writing when he was still very young. Then it was as if he had vanished from the world, but he left behind this book. This must be the only copy in the world. Lucy cried out excitedly. Aha, have you found it so quickly? This is so relaxing. After dealing with the maids, Natsu and Happy walked over quickly. Then finish reading it quickly and burn it, love. Natsu and Happy had no interest in the so-called, only one in the world, sunrise. When flames appear in your palms, you will burn the book and complete the task. Don't burn it, absolutely don't burn it. Lucy immediately hugged Sunrise tightly, but Natsu and the others' expressions changed immediately. Lucy. This is a mission. We must strictly abide by the agreement we made with the client. Happy spoke seriously. Lucy was a little overwhelmed for a moment. This is no wonder, after all, he just joined the Magic Guild. I'm not very familiar with the regulations regarding accepting missions from the Magic Guild. I see, that's how it is. So, you came here for the sunrise. There was a big hole in the floor. The short and fat Duke Obaru jumped out from among them. As expected, this once again attracted complaints from the little blue cat Happy. I never thought that the thing the wizards were desperately searching for would be such a boring book. Duke Obaru sneered. The client offered 2 million to destroy this book, and yet you called it boring. The look on Lucy's face grew increasingly confused. Suddenly, it seemed as if he thought of something. Then the book will be mine. Lucy spoke on her own. No, my things are my things, I will never give you this ugly thing. Duke Oberlu was furious. Lucy fell to the ground again, heartbroken by being called ugly. The next second he immediately cheered up. Start reading right away. A hole, it's really infuriating, how dare you attack my great book. I will never forgive you, Obaru shouted coldly. Brother Panikaeus. Bang, the bookshelf opens. With a snap of Duke Oberus's fingers, the bookshelf opened in response. The mercenary brothers Panicius, who were hiding behind them, walked out slowly. That emblem is the mercenary guild, Southern Wolf. The commentator, Habibi, spoke. You still hire this kind of guy? Natsu clenched his fist. Boyoyoyo, the Southern Wolf is always hungry, be prepared. The short and fat Duke Obaru laughed triumphantly. Sure enough, there are some secrets hidden in this book. Mr. Lu Yu, Naz, please help me buy some time, Lucy said seriously. I'm enough to take care of these 2 guys, Natsu spoke confidently. What did you say? You're just a little brat, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. The Paniche brothers were furious. Raging, Natsu was engulfed in flames. The battle is about to begin. Just then, yawn. Lu Yu yawned nonchalantly, 1 step down, despair. The huge library fell silent, next second, with Lu Yu as the center. An invisible wind suddenly swirled and rushed up. The surging force like the sea spread out towards Obaru and the other 2 in front. This is the spirit of a domineering ruler, conqueror's hockey. The first explosion in the fairy tale world, boom. An unprecedented force of pressure rushed forward. The smug smiles on the faces of the 2 brothers, Obaru, Panishu, and others, froze in an instant. They felt as if their minds were run over by a tank, causing unprecedented turmoil. Their eyes gradually rolled back and their consciousness gradually faded. It only took a short moment. The eyes of Obaru and the other two rolled back completely. Then they fell to the ground one after another. He was completely unconscious and had lost the strength to resist. This sudden scene. The two people and the cat in the field were completely dumbfounded. Well, huh? Natsu's face was glazed over. It seems that he cannot understand the current situation. He was just about to show off his Kamui skills. In the end, nothing was done, and the three people on the opposite side fell down first. What on earth is going on? Natsu screamed in shock. Could it be that Obaru and the other two suddenly fell ill and collapsed? The little blue cat Habibi said whimsically, "Why is that?" Natsu looked down with a look of disappointment. He was just thinking of making a big scene. Result: Mr. Liu Yu, Lucy, who was also in a daze, seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful eyes immediately locked onto Liu Yu. Although I don't know what exactly happened, but her intuition told her. The sudden coma of Obaru and the other two must be related to Liu Yu. Don't think too much, just read the book first. Liu Yu smiled. Yes. Lucy nodded obediently. She took out a pair of special magic props from her small bag, Feng Yang's glasses. Can read books at extraordinary speed. I didn't expect there was such a secret. Lucy looked shocked. Not long. Lucy closed the book. Well, Lucy, if you've finished reading, burn the book quickly and complete the commission. Harpy suggested. No, Lucy pushed up her glasses and smiled confidently. I am confident that I can make the client change his mind. Go back quickly. Rumble. Shortly after Liu Yu and his party left the Alba mansion. The mansion collapsed with a loud roar. Now Liu Yu is also a member of Fairy Tail. Of course, we should follow the tradition of Fairy Tail. Complete the task. How could it not destroy one or two buildings? Moreover, for a villain like Duke Obaru, it's just that being stunned by conquerors is too cheap. Liu Yu always does things according to his heart. As for what will happen next? What complaints will Fairy Tail receive? Liu Yu didn't care. That's right. Before destroying the mansion. Of course, Liu Yu would not forget the zodiac key in Obaru's hand. The key to Virgo Barugo is already in hand. 10 minutes later. Liu Yu and his team returned to the original client's residence. Chapter 266 Fairy Queen Urza. What does this mean? I did commission you to destroy this book. Carmelo looked puzzled when he saw Lucy bringing Sunrise to him intact. Destruction is a simple thing, and Mr. Carl can do it too. Lucy spoke up. Are you asking me to destroy this book myself? It's a book like this that doesn't even matter if I don't read it. Carmelo rode. I understand why you wouldn't allow this book to exist. So, in the client Carmelo's mansion, Lucy proudly told the secret of Sunrise. Although Lucy was not involved in and did not know about many things, there must have been something unknown between Muchario and Obaru, but it didn't matter. The key is the secret of Sunrise. In fact, this book is not telling a hypocritical story of a lord's charity, but a gift to his children. Yes, the client is actually Komchario's son. Just to eliminate his father's last regret, he tried every possible means to destroy Sunrise. But I didn't expect that there was such a huge secret hidden in it. Komchario wrote the worst and dirtiest book, but he also left behind the most penultimate book in his life. And this book is the best gift he gave to his son. I don't know anything about Dad. Of course, if you could understand the author's thoughts, then there would be no fun in reading. Thank you. I can't burn this book. Holding the book tightly in his arms, Carmelo burst into tears. Then it's time for us to leave. As for the reward, we didn't fulfill our promise to you to burn the book, so this mission has failed and the reward is no longer required. Natsu spoke. Huh? Lucy's body suddenly trembled. She was shocked beyond words by Natsu. 2 million. You don't want it? Wait a minute. After all, you've let me know the last secret my father left behind. We have to pay you. Carmelo wanted to say something. You're so nagging. I said no, so I don't want it. Natsu interrupted, his face determined. Mr. Liu Yu. Lucy looked at Liu Yu eagerly. Don't look at me, I'm not interested in money. Liu Yu smiled. The reason why he participated in this mission. Of course it's not for a mere 2 million in reward. What Liu Yu really cares about is of course the system's rewards. And just now, the system's rewards are already in place. The fragments of the potion that are enough to completely eliminate the aftereffects of the dragon-slaying magic have been collected. A few more will make up one. Lucy, okay. Since everyone said so, she could only follow the crowd. But as to why Natsu unusually refused the reward. Lucy naturally wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. Natsu didn't hide it either. He immediately informed the client of his perceived condition. When I learned that the Carmelo couple were not rich. Even the mansion was rented. Lucy finally understood. I also have a slightly new respect for Natsu. Never mind. Anyway, I already have a place to live now. Accept the reality that all my efforts were in vain. Besides, she didn't really get nothing this time. At least I have read the last work left by the great writer. And this is also a good experience material. I can write it in the book in the future. The return journey was uneventful. However, on the way, Liu Yu and his team encountered Gray, who was also on a mission. Because there is no chance of making a scene at the Alba mansion. Natsu and Gray, who had been holding back their anger, started fighting each other on the spot. A wonderful ice and fire show was presented to Lu Yu, Lucy, Habib and the cat. The next day. Add Gray. Lu Yu and his group of 4, along with the cat, returned to the guild. When he learned about Natsu and his crew's first mission, the atmosphere in the guild suddenly became joyful. Lucy, who failed to complete her first mission perfectly and collect the reward, has now begun planning her next mission. Lucy looked up and down in front of the taskbar but couldn't find a task that suited her, or that she wanted to do. Lucy, what kind of mission are you looking for? It is enough that there is a Nabu in the guild who wanders around the taskbar every day but never does any work. Mira doesn't want this newcomer to continue waiting because he can't find a suitable task. Just thinking about such a future is sad enough. Ah, Miss Mira. Just call me Mira, that's what everyone calls me. Because Miss Mira. Well, Mira is someone I admire, so I unconsciously added a respectful title. So, is there a quest you'd like to do? The guild leader is currently attending the guild's regular meeting, so just tell me. The taskbar has everything from divination to finding people, from taking care of children to buying groceries and cooking, from investigating phenomena to defeating demons. Just as Lucy was researching whether there was anything that could help her get rid of Natsu and Happy's double mission. Sudden. Oh no. Urza is back. Loki, a blonde young man wearing glasses, suddenly pushed the door open and rushed in, an expression of fear uncontrollably emerging on his face. Nani. Boom. Knock knock. The heavy footsteps were getting closer. The expressions of the Fairy Tale Guild members became increasingly worse. Especially Natsu and Gray, the two of them were hugging each other at this moment, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Who is Urza? Lucy asked confusedly. She is currently the strongest female wizard in Fairy Tale. Wow, so awesome. Seeing everyone's changed faces, Lucy immediately imagined a giant with great destructive power. Fairy Queen Urza. Lu Yu, who was drinking boredly at the bar, had a hint of interest on his face. He is also very interested in the Fairy Queen who can control the lawless Natsu and Gray. And, Lu Yu suddenly thought of Irene who was far away in Albaraz. Irene is Urza's biological mother, and between him and Irene. To round it off, it seems like I've become Urza's father? Think of this. Lu Yu's expression suddenly became a little serious. He realized a problem. Could it be that Urza really has something to do with him? How could that be? Just as Lu Yu was thinking this, Miragen moved lightly and came to Lu Yu's side with a gust of fragrant wind. Come to think of it, I've wanted to say this for a long time. Miragen had a slightly odd expression on her face. Say what? Lu Yu asked. Miragen paused and put her little mouth close to Lu Yu's ear. Actually, when I saw you, Lu Yu, I felt that you seemed a bit like Urza. So I think Lu Yu, you might be Urza's long-lost brother. Miragen's mind was full of ideas. Of course, she also talked to Lu Yu privately. But it will not be put on the table publicly, as for the others. Then I would be even more afraid, after all, if one is not handled properly. But it will attract Urza's greetings, ha ha ha, how come? Lu Yu forced a smile. Da. Just as Lu Yu and Miragen were talking, Urza walked into the guild with a serious face, holding a huge beast horn in her hand. Bang! I'm back. Is the president here? The armored girl with beautiful long crimson hair smashed the giant horn to the ground with great force. Welcome back. The president has gone to attend the regular meeting. Miragen smiled. I see. Elsa put her hands on her hips and swept her eyes around with full majesty. Ms. Urza, what's with this horn? Someone asked with a frightened look on his face. This is the horn of a monster I slayed. The locals made some decorations out of it and gave it to me as a gift. Did I cause you any trouble? Urza calmly gave a fierce answer. That's not true. People waved their hands quickly. You? Urza's eyes narrowed and the atmosphere changed. I've heard it all on my travels. Fairy Tale keeps getting into trouble again. Even if the president forgives you, I won't forgive you. Urza looked at everyone with dignity. Kana, why are you drinking like this? Vergita, if you want to dance, go out and dance. Wakaba, the cigarette ash fell on the table. Neb, are you still idling in front of the taskbar all day? Get to work? Macau, never mind, I won't say anything today. Say something. Macau, who was scared half to death by Urza, burst into tears instantly. What a bunch of troublesome guys, I won't say anything today. Urza rubbed her forehead helplessly. Is this Urza? Perhaps it was because Urza's appearance improved her impression of Lucy that she was able to speak calmly. Love, that's Urza, Harpy replied, raising his paw. What a beautiful person, but is she the discipline committee member? Besides, it looks a little familiar, Lucy spoke suspiciously. Yeah, they really look alike. Mira smiled and looked at Lu Yu beside her. Right now, looking at the fairy queen Urza not far away. The expression on Lu Yu's face was also frozen, although it seemed unbelievable, he had to admit it. Miragen wasn't talking nonsense. The fairy queen Urza does seem to be somewhat similar to him. No, how could it be? I've only been in this world for a few days. Lu Yu shook his head repeatedly. It was impossible to accept the fact that I already had a teenage daughter just a few days after traveling through time. No one can accept the fact that he becomes a father. But, let's just observe for a while, Chapter 267 The Strongest Team. Natsu, Gray, Urza's eyes swept across the entire place. In the end, it fell on the two good brothers, Ice and Fire. Hello. Hello, Ursa, they don't get along at all on weekdays. Natsu and Gray always fight when they meet, but at this moment, they were arm in arm, looking like good buddies. Even the tone of voice and facial expression are very different from usual. We got along very well today too, Gray said nervously. Love, Natsu, transformed into Harpy number 2, agreed. Really? Good friends will sometimes argue, right? But I still like seeing you two getting along so well. Ursa nodded seriously and with satisfaction. No, we're not close friends. Gray whispered. It's unbelievable that Natsu would do this. Lucy looked surprised. Natsu and Gray were both beaten by Ursa before, and it left a big psychological scar on them. Mirajane explained with a smile. Natsu, Gray, I have something to ask of you. Ursa suddenly spoke seriously, her expression solemn. Actually, I heard some very bad news at work. I originally wanted to hear the president's judgment, but I think it would be better to resolve it as soon as possible. I hope you two can lend me a hand. Can you come with me? Ursa's words fell. The huge fairy tale guild fell silent. What's going on? How dare Ursa invite others? This is the first time. Wait a moment, Ursa Ganaz Gray. What kind of combination is this? Simply the strongest. Is Fairy Tale's strongest team about to be formed? Mirajane and the others couldn't help but talk about it. Natsu and Gray looked at each other. Sparks flew. But it soon disappeared, although I am unwilling to team up with the other party. But if it was Urza's request, that would be a different matter. Natsu and Gray accepted Urza's invitation on the spot. The entire Fairy Tale Guild was also excited about the formation of the strongest team. For a moment, the crowd was excited and the scene was noisy. Hey, Lucy, Lu Yu, do you still want to come with us for tomorrow's mission? Although there's still no reward, the little blue cat Habibi trotted over to Lu Yu and Lucy and invited them. Why don't I just, Lucy pretended to be embarrassed. In fact, he had already made up his mind, no, definitely not going. Without the two big lights, Natsu and Happy, next she just had to find a suitable task. After that, it was just the two of them, Lu Yu and I. You can do whatever you want at that time, It seems like he has imagined some scenes that are not suitable for children. Lucy's pretty fair face turned red instantly. She raised her slender hands and covered her face to prevent others from seeing it. Lucy, what's wrong? Happy tilted his head in confusion. Mirajane, standing beside her, was holding a cup of coffee with her usual Andy smile on her face. Urza, come on, you'll know once you come over. I'm really not joking this time. On the other side, Natsu greeted enthusiastically. After seeing Urza return today, Natsu finally reacted. I know why I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and closeness the first time I saw Lu Yu. So, who is this Lu Yu you're talking about? Urza asked in confusion. As for Lu Yu, he's a newcomer who just joined the guild recently. Gray seemed to have noticed something as well. Now that Natsu mentioned that, I feel the same way. Urusa, you and Lu Yu seem to be somewhat similar. Could it be that they are long-lost siblings? Gray said. Next second. Bang, Gray was hit on the back of the head and fell to the ground. I don't remember any long-lost brother, don't say such things. Urza said seriously, however, although she was sure in her heart that there were no lost brothers. But for the people that Natsu and Gray mentioned who were similar to themselves. Urza couldn't help but feel curious. He immediately followed Natsu to the bar. Hey, Lu Yu, this is the Urza I mentioned. Natsu introduced enthusiastically. Hello, my name is Urza Scarlet. Urza said as she extended her armored right hand. Lu Yu smiled gently. Lu Yu smiled and looked at the girl with long crimson hair in front of him. Somehow, the smile on his face became unconsciously gentle. Especially when shaking hands with Urza. An inexplicable feeling suddenly arose in Lu Yu's heart. Lu Yu was so frightened that he quickly let go. The expression on his face was no longer calm. Because of his keen sense, he discovered that there might really be some unknown relationship between him and this girl. Fairy Queen Urza is really my daughter. How could that be? Impossible. Just when Lu Yu was at a loss as to what to do. Urza, who also had a strange feeling, suddenly lowered her head. Her beautiful big eyes stared at Lu Yu in front of her without blinking. How strange, just like Natsu said, we seem a bit alike. And when I saw you, Urza looked suspicious. Without waiting for detailed investigation, too close. Lucy, who was not calm, mustered up her courage and pushed Urza away a little as she was getting closer and closer, almost touching her at zero distance. Feel sorry, it's just a little bit weird, Urza apologized sincerely. Even though my heart is still full of confusion, but now is not the time to delve into it. But she couldn't help but feel extremely curious about Lu Yu. Hey, Lu Yu, do you want to join us on this mission? Urza invited again. If it were in the past, Urza would never invite a newcomer, someone she met for the first time and whose strength was unknown, to participate in such a dangerous mission. Just this time, almost without thinking. Before her brain could think deeply, her mouth made an invitation without her permission. Same. Regarding Urza's invitation. Okay, Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Without any thought or hesitation, in addition to the system's random task rewards. There are naturally some other reasons as well. Lu Yu also wanted to take this opportunity to get to know this girl better. If Lu Yu chose to join the team, and Lucy was naturally no exception. Although it was not a mission for two of her and Lu Yu, Lucy had already made up her mind. Wherever Lu Yu is, she will be there. The strongest team of Fairy Tail in the true sense was formed. The guild's celebration came to an end. The next step is to prepare for tomorrow's trip. And there is also basic information about this special temporary mission. As the one who proposed it, Urza naturally had to make it clear to everyone. Originally, the details of the mission should be discussed at Urza's house. However, when he learned that Lu Yu bought the most expensive Seaview villa in Magnolia, even Urza was not calm. There is a strong demand to visit the homes of squadmates. The 5 people in the cat immediately came to the Seaview villa. Ha ha ha. What do you think, Gray? You've never seen such a big house before. In the pet house, Natsu laughed exaggeratedly and showed off his new home to Gray. Damn it, don't get too carried away, Natsu. The place you live in is not a villa at all. I remember it was built by the original owner for his pet. Gray pouted. So what? Natsu scratched his ear nonchalantly. That's why I said pet, Gray emphasized. Then what? Natsu remained unconcerned. I lost to you. Gray stroked his forehead. Absolutely speechless, because he suddenly realized it. Natsu wasn't the type to care about such things. Besides, even if this was once a pet house. But such a luxurious house, even if I'm not envious at all. Gray thought. Natsu, Gray, come here quickly. Urza's voice called out from the pavilion in the courtyard. After visiting the mansion, Urza suppressed the urge to rent a room. Although they are a small team, this is the first time the two sides meet. Urza really couldn't say it out loud. Besides, the priority right now is still the mission. According to her guess, if they don't do something this time, the consequences will be disastrous. A large number of people will die, with Natsu and Gray in place. A mission operations meeting was subsequently held. Our opponent this time is the Dark Guild, Iron Forest. They seem to be planning to use Larrabee. About an hour later, the meeting is over. Everyone prepared themselves. The next day, Fairy Tail's strongest team's first mission begins. Chapter 268 Encounter Magnolia Station, dragging the reluctant Natsu. Lu Yu and his group of 5 people and 1 cat boarded the train to their destination station. As soon as I got on the bus, Natsu, who was still full of energy a second ago, suddenly stopped. Under the influence of the aftereffects of the Dragon Slayer's vehicle dizziness. The whole person was extremely depressed. There's really nothing I can do. Urza had an older sister expression, just when Lucy thought that Urza was going to show some care to the carsick Natsu. There was only a loud bang. Urza's armored fist struck Natsu on the head. Natsu was knocked to the ground on the spot. Physical therapy is the most deadly. That would make things a little better. The expression on Urza's face remained serious. Apparently she genuinely thought this treatment would work for Natsu. It's not an opportunity to play a prank. This person is really a bit weird. Lucy looked puzzled. Look at Lu Yu beside him. When I found that Lu Yu's eyes were always fixed on Urza. Lucy's expression immediately fell and her mouth pouted slightly. I felt a great sense of urgency in my heart, compared to the legendary fairy queen Urza. She is really far from it. In this way, it is understandable that Lu Yu chose Urza. No, something must be done. I was here first, Lucy nodded firmly. Change trains once along the way. The group arrived at Oniba's station. Are those guys from the Iron Forest still in this town? Gray asked. I don't know, I'm investigating this now. Urza replied. His gaze shifted slightly, looking at Lu Yu who had been looking at him since the beginning. Urza seemed helpless and was about to say something. Hey, where's Natsu? The little blue cat Habib suddenly spoke. Woo woo woo, the train whistle blew. Ah, it's gone. Happy waved goodbye to Natsu as he walked away. I was so busy talking that I forgot. Really? That guy has a phobia of transportation? This is all my fault. Anyway, can someone come and punch me twice? Urza said with a look of self-blame, and then, she felt a big hand fall on her head and pat it gently. Urza. Catch up quickly, Lu Yu reminded with a smile. At the same time, an empty train carriage. Natsu still slumped in his seat with a pale face. Just then. Oh, Fairy Tail, are you a wizard from a regular guild? How enviable. The man in a white windbreaker and pineapple-style hair sneered. Before Natsu could react, he raised his foot and stepped on Natsu's face. Don't be so arrogant here, Mr. Fairy. You know what we call Fairy Tail. Flies. Oh, flies. Kageyama, a member of the Iron Forest, laughed sarcastically. A hole. Natsu's eyes widened in anger, raging. 2 flames ignited from his hands, only, without waiting for Natsu to attack. Woo-ah. I felt motion sickness and the flames in my hands went out instantly. Kageyama laughed loudly, holding his belly. Ha ha ha. What kind of magic is that? So-called magic. That's how it's used. As Kageyama said this, the shadow under his feet suddenly extended forward and hit Natsu's chin like a whip. Natsu flew backwards. Ha 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 ha. Damn it. Natsu was furious. At this moment, the emergency brake signal light sounded. That was Urza at the station pulling the remote-controlled brake. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Kageyama's backpack also fell to the train floor due to the inertia of the emergency brake. A three-eyed skull flute fell out of the backpack. Stopped. What was that? Natsu glanced at the three-eyed skull flute on the ground. Look, see? Kageyama looked gloomy. Stop making so much noise, you were so active just now. Natsu finally recovered. This is a return gift. The fist surrounded by flames, with unstoppable momentum, punched Kageyama in the face. Hateful. Kageyama screamed, his body rolling on the ground, smashing the door connecting the two carriages. This is a fly punch, Natsu grinned. A hole. Ding dang dang. It has been confirmed that the emergency stop just now was due to wrong information. The bus will depart immediately. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause to all passengers. When Natsu heard this, his face changed and he quickly went to get his luggage. Don't even think about escaping. You actually attacked Iron Forest. I won't let you go like this, damn fly. Kageyama uttered harsh words. I've also remembered your face, you be *****D. You actually look down on Fairy Tail. Next time, let's fight outside, The train started to restart. Natsu jumped out of the window. Before landing, the magic four-wheeled vehicle driven by Urza had already arrived. Wah! Amidst strange cries, Natsu and Gray collided with each other. Wah! Amidst strange cries, Natsu bumped heads with his enemy Gray on the magic four-wheeled vehicle. It hurts. Idiot, Gray complained unhappily. Shut up, how dare you leave me and walk away. Natsu was even more dissatisfied. I'm sorry, but you don't seem to be hurt. That's great. Urza apologized gently. How can I be alright? I was harassed by a strange guy on the train. He seemed to be from the Iron Forest. Iron Forest, listen to this word. Urza's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Idiot. Bang. A crisp sound. Urza scolded and slapped Natsu to the ground. Iron Forest is the one we are chasing now. Why did you let him escape? Urza gets mad. How should I know? Natsu said confidently. Didn't I already say that yesterday? Please listen carefully to what I say. After saying that, Urza immediately jumped onto the magic four-wheeled vehicle and put on the spark plug. The guy from before should still be in the car. If we chase him now, we should be able to catch up. What are the characteristics of that guy? Gray asked. It doesn't have any special features. It just has a skull-shaped flute and a skull with 3 eyes. Natsu thought back. 3-eyed skull. Lucy seemed to have thought of something. A look of surprise appeared on her fair and pretty face. I know that one. That flute is Larrabee, the song of curse, the magic of death. Cursed magic, do you mean the spell song? Gray reacted. Although I've only read about it in books, isn't there a curse among the forbidden magic? Lucy said. That's right, a cursed dark magic that destroys the life of the target. Urza took over the conversation. Larrabee is even more terrifying than this. Anyone who hears the sound of that flute will be cursed and killed indiscriminately. Lucy shuddered with fear. Urza and the others were silent. Obviously, this incident is more difficult than they imagined. Let's go. Lu Yu sat first on the magic four-wheeled vehicle, looking relaxed and comfortable. Anyway, all we have to do is defeat the Iron Forest and destroy that Larrabee. Simple things. Kuroki Station. The wizards of the Iron Forest Guild, led by Shinigami Eligor, drove everyone off the train. All passengers and drivers please get off. This train belongs to the Iron Forest now. I heard you'd be coming back on this train, and I've been getting impatient waiting, Kageyama. Kageyama handed the mantra to Eligor and said, I have already broken the seal. This is it. Oh, is this the curse song? Then the last piece of the puzzle is complete? Let's begin. The battle begins. Urza disregarded the consumption of magic power and used all her strength to output the magic four-wheeled vehicle. The group arrived at Kuroki Station as quickly as possible. But it is still much slower than the train. Just arrived. Everyone discovered that the army had surrounded the place. A man with a scythe broke in with a group of people. I know, those guys are from the Dark Guild around here. Iron Forest, it's the guy from Iron Forest. Damn it, what the hell are those guys going to do? Hurry up and solve it. There was a lot of noise at Kuroki Station. Why did those people hijack the train? Lucy asked confusedly. Chapter 269. Shinigami Eligor. Why did those people hijack the train? Lucy asked with a confused look on her face. What's the point of hijacking a train? You can't sell it for money? If it were a carriage or a boat, it would be understandable, but hijacking a train can only happen on the rails. Then you will definitely be stopped at the next train station. Love, hijacking a train is worthless, Harpy the little blue cat echoed. But there is speed, Urza said. Is there some reason why those guys from the Iron Forest are so eager to finish this? Gray guessed that he was only left with a pair of shorts at some point. But now that the army has been dispatched, those guys will be caught sooner or later. Lucy said optimistically. Urza and the others all shook their heads. Don't hold much hope for this, because the military is just ordinary people after all. The difference in strength between them and the magicians, especially the magicians from the Dark Guild, is simply like heaven and earth. In front of a powerful wizard, no matter how many armies there are, they are all in vain. Only a wizard can fight a wizard. Urza said nothing and continued to drive the magic four-wheeled vehicle with all her strength in pursuit. The other side. A train hijacked by the Dark Guild Iron Forest. A cold light flashed. A whip of wind, sharper than a blade, cut through the train seat and whistled past Kageyama's ears. You mean the flies from Fairy Tail? Larabai's flute was seen, and you just let him get away, Kageyama? Eli Gore, the man known as the Shinigami, had a gloomy look on his face. The plan hasn't been exposed. Even if it was discovered, no one can stop it. Kageyama explained in panic. Cut, a massive Shinigami sickle came down between Kageyama's thighs. He almost peed his pants on the spot. We must act with extreme caution. I don't want to be bothered, understand? Flies? They can't fly around in some forests. They need to know that? Shinigami Eligor holds Lullaby in his hand and looks cruel. Osiba Town. A magical four-wheeled vehicle was speeding along the street. Even ordinary people who don't get carsick, in this case, it is enough to make you dizzy. Just like Lucy. At this moment, she was so scared that she held Lu Yu tightly and refused to let go. As for Natsu, who was already prone to transportation dizziness, he even looked like he had lost all hope in life. Aishiasha, you're driving too fast. The spark plugs are swelling. Gray on the roof reminded. If the flute of Lullaby is blown, many will be sacrificed. If you hear any sound, your life will be taken away. Urza said. What if you don't have any magic power when the time comes to need you? Gray asked. If it comes to that, I'll fight to the end even if I only have half a stick. Urza smiled. She has always been a serious child since she was young. Even if this is not a commissioned task and there is no reward. Even if this incident was just something you heard about by chance on the road. It has nothing to do with her directly, but just know this. Knowing that someone is going to die, Urza would never let it go. What a kind child. Lu Yu nodded and sighed softly. Mr. Lu Yu, what did you say? Lucy looked up and asked in confusion. Nothing, nothing. Lu Yu smiled nonchalantly. The magic four-wheeled vehicle sped at lightning speed. Rushing towards the town station. Not long. Urza drove the magic four-wheeled vehicle close to the town station. Thick black smoke was rising from the train station ahead. Please all passengers retreat quickly. It's very dangerous here. Due to a train derailment, trains cannot enter the station. The station will be temporarily blocked until internal safety is ensured. The conductor held up a loudspeaker and announced anxiously. However, the number of people crowding outside the station to watch the excitement did not decrease, but increased instead. Anxious Urza grabbed the train attendants and questioned them one by one. Anyone who didn't answer immediately would be knocked unconscious by her headbutt. The Iron Forest is inside, let's go. Having received a definitive answer, Urza took the lead. The moment you enter the train station, everyone saw many soldiers lying on the road in all directions. Completely annihilated, Lucy and Happy screamed. The enemy is an entire dark guild, in other words, all of them are mages. A small army is completely useless. Not long. The group rushed to the railway station platform in Osiba. Everyone in the Iron Forest had gathered and had been waiting for a long time. The leader carried a huge sickle with a unique shape on his shoulder and held a three-eyed magic flute in his hand. It turned out to be the leader of the Iron Forest Guild, Shinigami Eligor. As expected, you're here, Fairy Tail Flies. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Shinigami Eligor sneered. You must be Eligor, what is your purpose? What do you want to do with Larabai? Urza asked coldly. Don't you know? Eligor tapped his feet lightly and leapt into the air. Don't you understand? There's something in this station. As he said this, Eligor had already arrived at the loudspeaker. Urza's face changed and she shouted in disbelief. Are you trying to play a curse song? What? Lucy's expression changed drastically, as did Happy's. Yuahahaha, there are hundreds, no, thousands of people gathered around the curse song station. If we raise the volume, the whole town will hear this melody of death. Do you want those innocent people to listen to the sound of Larabai's flute? Urza asked loudly. Wrong. Eligor opened his arms wildly and said, this is a purge, for those fools who don't know that others' rights have been taken away, but still loudly advocate for rights to preserve their own lives. Not knowing the unfairness of this world is also a sin, so the Shinigami came to punish them. Eligor looked intoxicated. Even if you do this, your rights will never be restored. Besides, you were kicked out of the alliance because of all the bad things you did. Lucy mustered up the courage to speak. It has come to this. What I want is no longer rights but power. As long as you have power, you can erase the past and control the future. Eligor grinned. Are you an idiot? Lucy scolded. What a shame, Flies. I'm reporting on that world before I even see the Dark Ages. The wizard named Kageyama unleashes his own shadow magic. 3 dark shadows headed straight towards Lucy, just then. Lu Yu was no longer silent. You flies have been chirping since just now, you are so noisy. Lu Yu spoke softly. Take a step forward. Kageyama's shadow tentacle magic suddenly stopped. Next second, something even more terrifying happened. A sudden wind blew on the closed station platform. That is the invisible wind of hockey. Conqueror's hockey explodes for the second time in the fairy tale world. Boom. Chapter 270 Urza invites a battle boom. Conqueror's hockey surges forth again like a tide. The incomparable Kamui pressure was like a surging sea wave, hitting the people in the Iron Forest. In an instant, the noisy platform fell silent. The minions in the Iron Forest involuntarily tilted their heads back. It was like being hit by an invisible hammer. Their eyes gradually rolled back and their consciousness became blurred. When the sight in front of me is completely dark. Snap, snap, the crowd fell down one after another. In the blink of an eye, of the 100-man wizard army of the Iron Forest, only a handful could still stand. This moment, the huge platform fell into an unprecedented silence. I don't know how much time has passed. The wizard of the Iron Forest, who barely withstood the Conqueror's attack, screamed in fear. What the hell is going on? Lei Yul, the main cadre who was dressed like a pharaoh, screamed in shock. A-hole, what on earth did you do? Kageyama, who was also one of the main forces of the Iron Forest, was speechless with shock. What kind of magic was that before? Magic targeting the mind. Even Eligor, the assassin known as the Shinigami, was no longer calm. The look he gave Liu Yu was filled with fear, although it is not clear what exactly happened. But he could clearly feel a tremendous pressure impacting his spirit. It brought him great pressure. It's not just the people in the Iron Forest. Right now, Lucy, Natsu, Gray, Happy and Urza were also shocked beyond words by this sudden scene. This. What on earth is going on? Natsu yelled. Did you do this, Liu Yu? How did you do it? Gray asked questions repeatedly. Wait a minute, I remember, last time at the Alba Mansion. That inexplicable brother and Oberlu also collapsed suddenly. Lucy recalled. Love, Habib raised his hand to show that he remembered it too. Natsu finally realized what was happening. So that was also done by you, Liu Yu. Those people are obviously my opponents, Natsu said with some grievance and resentment. Is this the time to talk about this? Gray interrupted. By the way, Liu Yu, aren't you good at form magic? Why is your mental magic so powerful? Gray asked in shock. I didn't say I only knew form magic, rather, it was probably my weakest magic. Liu Yu grinned. Wow, whoa, Mr. Liu Yu is so handsome. Lucy cheered and screamed like a little fangirl. Liu Yu, you are really an incredible man. After this mission is over, please fight me. Urza invited seriously, after seeing Liu Yu show his strength. Urza's inner fighting spirit was also ignited. It's rare for someone to actively challenge others to a fight. That's so cunning, Urza, I was here first, so if you want to fight, you should fight me first. Liu Yu, let's fight too. Natsu's eyes lit up as he spoke repeatedly. Okay, but we still have to complete the task first. I still left some people for you to practice with. But if we don't hurry up, they're going to run away. Liu Yu reminded with a smile. They're running away. Yelled Harpy the little blue cat. How can we let them escape like this? Natsu clashed his fists, and flames and fighting spirits suddenly blazed. I'm on fire. After saying this iconic line, he stomped his feet on the ground and shot out like lightning. Standing in front of the pineapple-haired man Kageyama. I haven't settled the debt with you from the train yet. Natsu grinned. Don't get carried away, fairy tales flies. Knowing he had no way to escape, Kageyama jumped up. The other side. Gray was the first to stand in front of Cadre Lei Yul. The ice-shaping magic exploded. Lucy, I've saved one for you. Liu Yu looked at Lucy and nodded in agreement. I see. Lucy took a deep breath. She took a golden key from her waist. Open it. The door of cancer, Gai Sha, ding dong. A soft sound. A crab-like man with a strange hairstyle appeared. It is Cancer, one of the 12 zodiac signs. Give me a nice big FK, Gai Sha. Lucy gave a thumbs up. Love, the only thing left is Shinigami Eligor. Harpy raised his hand. How's it going, Urza? Can you do it? Liu Yu asked. Certainly, Oxaba Station platform. The battle between Fairy Tail's strongest team and the Dark Guild Iron Force begins. Don't try to escape from my elm tentacles. Lei Yul, the cadre dressed like a pharaoh, shouted confidently. He kept waving his hands, causing dark tentacles to wreak havoc. Facing the opponent's onslaught, Gray's face remained calm. Click, click, click. There was a sudden flash of magic beneath his feet. A sound like ice freezing was heard. Even the temperature in the air dropped sharply. Ice Make, shield. A gorgeous shield suddenly appeared in front of Gray, blocking all attacks. Ice Make, knuckles. Gray swung out with both fists. A fist of ice suddenly rushed out from nowhere and knocked Pharaoh's Cadre Lei Yul away. Then freeze. The other side. I'm on fire. Natsu had an excited smile on his face. Don't get carried away. Shadow of the Great Snake. Kageyama slammed his hand to the ground and unleashed his signature shadow magic. Countless shadows chased after Natsu like a lion majesty. Bang! Natsu clashed his fists. Shatter, Fire Dragon's wing attack. He soared into the air. It soared into the sky like a fire dragon. Two bright flames lit up at his sides. Like the wings of a fire dragon, it faced the dense shadows of lion majesty. Just one hit. Kageyama's offensive was completely defeated. How could this happen? My great snake shadow was defeated with just one strike. Such destructive power. How could such a wizard exist? Shadow Mountain Heart God Ju Zhen. First came Lu Yu's Conqueror's attack. Now we are facing a monster like Natsu. He was already questioning his life. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Accompanied by the light and shadow of the Fire Dragon, Yingshan fell unconscious to the ground. This makes it much more refreshing. Having avenged his blow, Natsu smiled easily. When the Zodiac Cancer guy Shaw easily solved the opponent. There is only one member of the Iron Forest left. Shinigami Eligul, and the one fighting with him now is none other than Fairy Tail's strongest female wizard. Fairy Queen. Urza Shukeleto, Chapter 271 Urza vs. Ghoul. Change clothes. Heavenly Wheel Armor. Urza activates her own dress-up magic. Even though the magic power in his body was almost gone due to speeding, Urza is still going strong. A dazzling golden light shone from Urza's body. It makes it almost impossible for ordinary people to open their eyes. But with Lu Yu's strength, he could naturally see Urza's graceful changing posture. Heavenly Wheel. Sword of Round Dance. Dozens, even hundreds of magic swords coiled behind the graceful Urza. With a wave of her slender hand, she chased after Shinigami Eligor. There is elegance and beauty in danger. This is the magic that the Fairy Queen Urza is proud of. Night. Hateful. Under Urza's relentless pursuit, Shinigami Eligor could only dodge left and right in a panic. However, compared to Urza's attack, what made Eligor even more helpless was the lock of some mysterious energy in the dark. If it weren't for that energy that was always locked, I'm afraid he has already escaped from this station using wind magic. At the same time, the demonic wind wall was activated to trap all the Fairy Tail members here. He went straight to the next town, take revenge on the guild leaders who gather there. The guild leaders were completely cursed to death with the sound of Larrabee's flute. What a pity. The situation gradually became beyond his control. This time, Fairy Tail dispatched some extremely powerful warriors. The Fairy Queen and the Fire Dragon are fine. There is even a powerful person who is far superior to them. Shinigami Eli Gore was very sure, among the Fairy Tail members in the field. Lu Yu must be the strongest among them, just being looked at by Lu Yu. Every cell in his body was sending out danger signals. Heavenly Wheel, Dazzling Sword. Urza took a deep breath and forced herself to gather all her magic power. Dozens or even hundreds of cold magic swords shot out. All of Eligor's retreat routes were blocked. Boom boom boom. There was a roar from the station platform. A large cloud of smoke and dust rose up, blocking the view. Success. Lucy was surprised. Urza removes the Skywheel armor, which consumes a lot of energy. He was about to stumble and fall to the ground. Just then, a big hand suddenly landed on her back. Are you okay? Lu Yu asked. Urza nodded. Lu Yu didn't say much. The light of the sky shines. The almost depleted magic power in Urza's body gradually recovered under the light of the Dragon King. Urza's face was filled with surprise. I was just about to ask what Lu Yu did. Sudden. Don't think you can defeat me like this. Shinigami Eligor's loud shout exploded. A terrifying gale blew away all the smoke and dust. The law of smoke without harm still applies in the world of Fairy Tail. Just when he was about to be hit by Urza's dazzling sword, Shinigami Eligor unleashed all of his magical power without hesitation. Form a storm armor on your body surface. Only then did he narrowly block Urza's fierce attack. Certainly, this is also related to Urza's own lack of magic power. If it was Urza's heyday, the attack of this chaotic sword will definitely last for a long time. By then, even if Eligor used all his magic power, he could not stop the magic swords that followed one after another. The legendary Fairy Queen is no more than this. Shinigami Eligor took a deep breath, calmed his surging magic power, and pretended to be a master. Urza said nothing. Just get up calmly, under Lu Yu's power of the Dragon King. The magic power in her body that was almost exhausted has been restored to more than half. Although Urza used this special method against Lu Yu, there was also some kind of mysterious aura that made her feel at ease, and she was very curious. But for now, we still need to deal with Shinigami Eligor first. Just as Urza was about to attack again, whoosh, bang. A figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of Urza. That's Natsu. Exchange, Urza, it's my turn next. Don't get too carried away, Fairy Tail, Shinigami Eligor shouted angrily. Stormwave. The deep purple magic circle shines. A terrible hurricane followed, spreading and sweeping in all directions. The entire platform of Oasis Station was shrouded in strong winds. In an instant, sand and rocks flew everywhere. Natsu, I can't see anything. The little blue cat Habby squinted his eyes and scratched the ground with difficulty. Wah, a tornado. A tornado is coming. Lucy hid behind Lu Yu subconsciously and instinctively like a frightened rabbit. Urza is certainly not as useless as Lucy, but at this moment, surprise appeared on her pretty face again. Following the original Conqueror's Haki and the healing power of the Dragon King, she discovered Lu Yu's strange power again. These raging storms actually avoided Lu Yu. This is definitely not a coincidence. Lu Yu, who are you? Urza pursed her lips with a complicated expression. In fact, yesterday, the first meeting of the Fairy Guild, Urza had already discovered it. Mirajane and Natsu's comment that she and Lu Yu were somewhat similar was not groundless. Even she herself had to admit it, there are indeed similarities between her and Lu Yu. There was also something else, a strange feeling that she deliberately ignored. Sometimes, Urza even really felt it. The person in front of me is my brother. This thought shocked Urza. How could that be? How could I possibly have a brother? Impossible, impossible. Urza laughed and shook her head. What's wrong? Lu Yu asked with a smile. No, nothing. Urza turned her head. His sights were fixed on Shinigami Eligor in the storm. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, why is the lock on that man still there? What kind of monster is he? Shinigami Eligor yelled in frustration. This move of his was not intended to defeat the fairy tale members. It's just a sleight of hand. He wanted to take this opportunity to break free from Lu Yu's control and escape far away. After all, his target has never been just Lu Yu and a few others. What he really wanted to curse was the guild leaders who were gathering in the next town. However, one misstep can lead to eternal regret. Leaving behind to sniper the fairy tale team was the worst decision he had ever made. Now he has no chance of escaping, he had a feeling. If I really try to escape, 1 second, the monster will appear in front of you. What are you still looking around for? A powerful roar suddenly rang in Shinigami Eligor's ears. Raging. A blazing flame suddenly appeared in a raging storm. The Fire Dragon Slayer Natsu broke through the storm and arrived in front of Shinigami Eligor. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The angry Fire Dragon smashed down with its iron fist. Shinigami Eligor subconsciously raised his hand to block it. However, even with the addition of storm defense, his arm still ached. His body flew backwards uncontrollably and hit the wall heavily. Damn it, is that really a wizard's fist? Shinigami Eligor gritted his teeth in shock and anger. I'm telling you, it must be cold with your bare chest, let me give you some warmth. Natsu said with a bright smile, are you the same? Eligor complained subconsciously. Natsu smiled brightly. Fists collide, sparks fly, next move, I'll send you flying. A crimson magic circle glowed in front of Natsu. He took a deep breath and his mouth suddenly puffed out. The roar of the fire dragon, fiery red flames burst out of Natsu's mouth. Storm barrier. Elijah met the attack with powerful wind magic. Wind and fire fought against each other and eventually they cancelled each other out. The huge station platform was damaged and on the verge of collapse under the attack of the two men. What a reckless boy this is this the wizard from Fairy Tale? Shinigami Eligor broke out in a cold sweat. It seems I underestimated your strength a little bit. Now we have to get serious. I've been asking for it, I'm so excited. Natsu's face was filled with excitement. Snort, Eligor snorted in dissatisfaction. Stormcoat. A purple magic circle swept across his body. The high-speed rotating hurricane was like a piece of clothing covering his body. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu punched out without showing any weakness. However, the fist surrounded by flames was blown away the moment it touched Eligor's body. This situation also surprised Natsu. What happened? The flames disappeared? As expected, it can't exert such destructive power unless it's wrapped in flames. It's completely useless. The wind from the stormcoat always blows outwards. Get it? Fire can't burn against the wind. Fire can't defeat the wind. Eligor said proudly. Take it, storm-shattering strike. Boom. The terrifying hurricane expanded instantly. The impact sent Natsu flying backwards, not to mention the flames, even he himself couldn't get close. What's wrong, kid? Is that all you're capable of? I thought you were a guy with a bit of backbone? But never mind, let's end it all like this. The wind-flying magic that can cut through everything, Emerald Swift. Chapter 272 Lullaby appears. This is how it ends. The wind magic that can cut everything into pieces, Emerald Swift. Shinigami Eligor uses his strongest magic. 6 magic circles flashed at the same time. A powerful aura spread. Not good, if you get hit by that move, you'll be shattered to pieces. The little blue cat Habibi said uneasily, Natsu. Urza, who has recovered a lot, wants to help, don't make any move. Natsu shouted firmly. I'll defeat this guy, there's really nothing I can do about you. Gray shook his head helplessly, but he didn't intend to take action. The person who knows Natsu best in the entire fairy tale is his opponent. You're really overestimating your abilities. Get ready to be chopped into pieces, you little cinder devil. Shinigami Eligor yelled as he delivered his strongest attack. The terrifying hurricane hit Natsu's body head on. It was knocked back 100 meters and hit the wall heavily. Natsu, hurry up. Looking at Natsu lying on the ground, the little blue cat Happy screamed in panic. It's amazing that you can still hold your body. That's pretty good for a young wizard, Eligor smirked. I was certain that Natsu would never be able to stand up. But the next second, there was a soft bang. Natsu slammed his fist to the ground. Don't be so stupid, you want to defeat me at this level? Who do you think I am? I'm a fairy tale wizard. Natsu stood up with great vigor and uttered words of victory. How is it possible? He can actually stand up. What a tenacious kid. Shinigami Eligor's eyelids twitched wildly. Next second, something even more shocking happened to him. It was the storm coat around him that was constantly disintegrating. After Natsu said that, we are fairy tale, his emotions suddenly swelled to an extreme. At the same time, Natsu's flames expanded and pierced through the roof of the station. The Fire Dragon Slayer magic can turn burning emotions into flames. The terrifyingly high temperature heats the surrounding air, turning it into rapidly rising air currents. This creates a low-pressure phenomenon, which attracts and disintegrates the storm around Eligor. "Wake up, Eligor!" Natsu roared in anger after accidentally knocking off Stormcoat. Bathed in super-hot flames, he took a step and crushed the earth. The Fire Dragon's sword horn. Boom! Eligor, who had no way to avoid it, was hit head-on by Natsu's angry attack. It smashed through the station ceiling and finally fell heavily to the ground. Still there, Dragon Slayer. As this thought flashed through his mind, Eligor's eyes rolled back and he fainted completely. Success! Why did the last attack work? Natsu, who had no idea how he won, shouted in joy. Of course it's because Natsu is awesome, said the little blue cat Habibi. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Natsu nodded in agreement. This guy is hopeless. Gray and Lucy both stroked their foreheads. Natsu, great job. Urza was as serious as ever. Then we'll go to the next town and report the incident to the guild leader and ask for instructions on how to deal with the flute. Urza said. Everyone nodded, however, just then. Dark shadows flowed along the broken earth. He rolled up the three-eyed skull magic flute that was flashing an ominous purple light. Lullaby, I took it. Kageyama, who was knocked down by Natsu's punch earlier, woke up at some point and snatched Lullaby away. But his pride only lasted for a moment. Next second, the invisible spiritual pressure came crashing down. At the same time, a terrifying pressure from a higher being descended. Kageyama's body collapsed to the ground involuntarily. I felt a great sense of unease for no reason, right now. He felt as if he was being stared at by a terrifying dragon. You're almost showing your true self, Lullaby. Lu Yu spoke calmly. Huh, Mr. Lu Yu, what do you mean? Lucy didn't finish her words. The next moment, the purple light in the three magic eyes of the fallen skeleton magic flute suddenly shone brightly. Really? They're just a bunch of useless wizards? It's unbearable. Ha 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 ha, what a bunch of spineless wizards. The three-eyed skeleton magic flute Lullaby shines with purple light. A strange purple-black gas suddenly spread. It was also accompanied by flashes of purple arcs. What's wrong? Lucy hid behind Lu Yu in panic. That flute, did he speak? Natsu yelled in surprise. Hey, is something bad going to happen again? A little cold sweat broke out on Gray's forehead. Do you know? Urza looked at Lu Yu. She did not ignore that it was Lu Yu's words that made Lullaby react and stop pretending. Something appeared. The little blue cat, Harpy, screamed, attracting everyone's attention. Snap. Deep purple arcs of electricity connected the sky and the earth. Through the big hole in the platform ceiling, you can see it. A huge purple magic circle appeared in the sky, covering the entire station. This is truly unbearable. I will come out and devour your souls myself. A devilish sound exploded and echoed in the sky. The light of the huge magic circle then became extremely bright. It seemed as if some huge monster was about to appear in the light. Boom. A big foot dropped from the sky. Half of the station collapsed. Then another one followed. The huge Oasis station was completely reduced to ruins. Appearing in front of Lu Yu and the fairy tale team was a huge demon over 100 meters tall. How can it be so big, so scary? Lucy hugged her little face and screamed in fear. What is that? Lullaby's true form. Gray's eyelids twitched. It seems that this is correct. Everyone, prepare for battle. Urza clenched the magic sword in her hand. Fortunately, the crowd that had gathered near the station had been scared away by Urza. Now there is no one within a radius of 1 kilometer. They can act freely without worrying about accidentally harming civilians. But I can't worry about the buildings or anything like that. Anyway, this is not the first time for fairy tale. Whether it's Lullaby or the devil, I will defeat them all. Natsu rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight with confidence. Hold on, a large hand suddenly blocked Natsu's way. What's the matter? Lu Yu. Natsu was puzzled. You guys made such a big fuss earlier, now it's my turn. I can't just sit there and do nothing for this mission. Lu Yu smiled. By the way, Lu Yu, you are the one who has taken down the most iron forests. The little blue cat Harpy is ruining the show. Yeah, I only got 2. Natsu said. Forget it, Naz, let's leave this to Lu Yu. We'll just watch from the sidelines for now and wait for the right opportunity to act. Urza said. Natsu looked reluctant, but Urza has spoken. Naturally, Natsu would not disobey in the slightest. After all, that's Urza. It's Aisha indeed. Lu Yu smiled. He subconsciously raised his head and touched Urza's long crimson hair. This scene caught Gray's eyes straight. Lucy pouted with a look of disdain on her face. He wanted to say something, but in the end it turned into a sigh. After all, Urza is so powerful and beautiful, in comparison. She's just a silly little girl. It is understandable that Lu Yu would choose to like Urza. Ha 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 ha. The gigantic demon Lullaby's loud laughter drew everyone's attention again. So, whose soul should we eat first? It's decided. I'm going to eat the souls of all of you wizards. Lullaby's body trembled. He raised his head and roared. A giant magic circle covers the entire town of Oxbar. Well, it's about time I stretch my body. Lu Yu shook his arms and took 2 steps forward. Next second, all I heard was a loud bang. A huge ravine appeared on the ground under Lu Yu's feet. Gray and the others hadn't even reacted yet. Lu Yu had already disappeared from their sight. Several terrifying sonic boom clouds exploded in the sky one after another. In an instant, Lu Yu has already come in front of Larrabee. Hold head high. It seemed as if a loud and clear dragon roar exploded in the darkness. That was Lu Yu punching. The fist was like a meteor passing through the sky. The sound was so loud that it shook the whole area. Boom. Rumble. The dazzling fist light exploded. Everything is invisible. Chapter 273 Visitors from the Council. The heaven and earth roared. The unparalleled fist light illuminates the world. Be the only one in people's eyes. What's wrong? What did Lu Yu do? The little blue cat Habibi screamed in shock. So strong. Is that Lu Yu's true strength? This is really too powerful. Gray's eyes widened. He was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. What kind of magic is that? Pure power amplification. No, whatever magic it is, it seems this challenge is well worth it. Ursa thought excitedly. Mr. Lu Yu is truly dazzling. For someone like me, being accepted is a blessing. People like me don't have the right to ask for more. Lucy pursed her lips tightly, her pretty face full of dejection. Natsu, what's wrong with you? The little blue cat happy noticed something was wrong with Natsu. Nothing, nothing. Natsu held the scarf tightly in his right hand, but the expression on his face was not indifferent. In that previous moment, he felt Ignir's presence again. Stronger than ever before. What surprised Natsu even more was that familiar Ignir's aura was not just one, but 2 strands. One is on Lu Yu's side. The other one seemed to be right next to him. Right now, a certain volcano inside Natsu. A mighty crimson dragon as big as a mountain raised its head. The majestic dragon had an expression of surprise and confusion on his face. Who is that person named Lu Yu? I sense a familiar aura and... Fire Dragon King Ignir whispered to himself. Just for a short while. The fist light that illuminated the heaven and earth sublimated to ultimate. Then it shrank and collapsed in an instant, then the world returned to clarity. Wow 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 wow, Larrabee. Larrabee's head is gone. The little blue cat Habby opened his eyes wide, pointed at the headless lullaby, and screamed in shock. So strong, this is really too strong, Gray's eyes widened. At this moment I just want to shout, awesome. It seems that there is no need for us to intervene. Ursa sheathed her sword. I didn't expect Lu Yu to be so powerful. I wonder who is more powerful, him or Gildarts. Natsu stopped pinching his scarf, turned to think about this problem. It's over. Lucy let out a long breath, just then. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Lullaby's angry roar filled with unwillingness rang out again. The huge headless body was still trying to move, dying struggle, disappear. Lu Yu shouted majestically. Next second, a crackling sound was heard due to being overwhelmed. Cracks crisscrossed across Larrabee's massive body. Bang. A soft sound. The remaining force of the fist exploded the remaining body of the demon Lullaby. Disappeared from the world since then. Not a trace of residue remains. Sorry for the wait. Lu Yu greeted casually. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. No, 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 not even a minute has passed. Habibi waved his cat paws and complained. Lu Yu, you are really strong. When you go back, you must fight me. Ursa said seriously. Ursa is so cunning, I was here first. Natsu said excitedly. How about this, we'll have a fight first, and whoever wins can fight Lu Yu. Ursa suggested. Just what I want. Natsu's eyes lit up. This is a good opportunity to attack Ursa and Lu Yu together. Natsu clenched his fist with full force. Idiot. Gray stroked his forehead. Ta 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 ta. A series of chaotic footsteps came from far away and gradually got closer. Those were teams of fully armed Fury Kingdom troops. It's bad, the army is coming, Harpy reminded. Everyone, pay attention, we're about to escape. Ursa had already sat on the magical 4-wheeled carriage without her knowing. No no no, I don't want to ride in the car. Natsu yelled in protest. Just stop it. Ursa raised her armored iron fist and knocked Natsu unconscious with one punch and threw him into the car. Gray and Happy quickly climbed onto the roof. What are you still thinking about? Let's go. Lu Yu smiled slightly, put his arm around Lucy's slender waist and got on the 4-wheeled vehicle. Oh! Lucy cried out. Whoosh! Ursa's magic power is fully activated. He drove the magic 4-wheeled vehicle and fled the crime scene as soon as possible. This time they are doing a good thing. Cleared the threat of the demon Lullaby in the Book of Zareth. But it is also true that the entire Oxaba station was destroyed. There was also the destruction of the previous huge Larrabee. The town buildings that were damaged by Lullaby will most likely be blamed on them in the end. According to past experience, it's not advisable to stay here for long. The wind is strong and the wind is blowing. As long as you don't get caught red-handed, you'll be fine. Magic Council era. Early in the morning. The members of the Senate have already begun their meeting. The focus of this meeting is still Fairy Tail, and the Dark Guild Iron Forest incident 2 days ago. Even if the Iron Forest is destroyed, it still doesn't solve any fundamental problems. The trees of the Dark Guild are as numerous as the stars. Then we should launch a complete annihilation operation against them. The question is how? If they use Jalal's magic again like this, it will be disastrous, said the chairman of the council, Crawford Shim, in a deep voice. Speaking of which, how could such dangerous magic be obtained so easily? The thin old councilman Yakima spoke. If we investigate the issue, the management will be involved. Humane. Even so, it seems that this time we were saved by that terrifying fairy tale. Z-Crane folded his arms. They defeated an entire guild with just 4 or 5 people, how impressive. Ursha, the beautiful young girl with a princess-cut hairstyle, chuckled. Besides, I heard that Fairy Tail has a new and incredible member. I really want to meet him. Although I know that everyone doesn't want to admit this, it is also a fact that Fairy Tail made a contribution this time. If the guild presidents were really killed by Larrabee, the situation would be terrible, Zickline continued. Some of us here right now will have our heads moved too. What nonsense. There's no need to bring up the issue of responsibility to this point. That's nonsense. Those guys are acting recklessly and have caused us so much trouble this time. Just say a few words of comfort honestly. Z-Crane raised the corner of his mouth with a subtle arc. The second day back in Magnolia, Fairy Tail Guild. The atmosphere was lively and noisy. It's all because of the 2 people in the field. The battle between Natsu and Urza. Wait, you two are really doing this. Lucy, who thought it was just a joke, was stunned. Of course I'm serious. If I'm not serious, I'm not a man. The strong man Elfman said as a matter of course. Urusa is a girl, Mirajane reminded. It's a female monster. Macau took over the conversation. Anyway, it seems like it's going to be an interesting duel. Elfman said with interest. Yeah, I predict Urza will win by landslide. Gray said. As expected, we still have to fight, Lu. Lucy instinctively wanted to ask Lu Yu for help. However, the next second he lowered his head weakly again. What's wrong? Lucy, Mira saw some clues. Could it be that there is something wrong in the relationship between Lucy and Lu Yu?
This won't do. I'm optimistic about this couple.
Mira thought seriously and decided to give Lucy some psychological counseling. It's been several years since I've had a head-on confrontation with you using magic like today. Urza said. I was just a little kid back then, but things are different now. I must defeat you today. Natsu spoke confidently. I will also show my true strength and test my power for the first time in a long time, and... Urza glanced calmly at Lu Yu who was betting outside the field. The dazzling light of the night shines. Change clothes, Flame Emperor's armor. The light converges. When Urza reappeared in front of people, she had changed into an orange-red armor. Armor of Emperor Yan. As the name suggests, this is armor with fire resistance. Enough to reduce the fire attack by half. As expected, I still bet on Urza to win. After hesitating for a long time, the little blue cat happy finally bet on Urza. Then I'll bet on a draw. Today's fight probably won't have a clear outcome. Lu Yu smiled. Hey, brother Lu Yu, is this true? Drunkard Kana's face was filled with surprise. Lu Yu didn't say much. According to his memory, soon, the frogs are coming. Raging. Flames blazed on Natsu's fist. That's exactly what it should be, Flame Emperor armor. This way I can unleash my full strength without any worries. Natsu said confidently. Start, following an order from Guildmaster Makarov who was joining in the fun. A fierce battle between Natsu and Urza begins, and... Just as Lu Yu expected. Bang! The crisp sound of slapping brought the fierce fight between Natsu and Urza to a halt. That's it. A green frog dressed in the uniform of the Senate walked out from the crowd. Chapter 274 Urza was arrested. That's it, everyone, don't move. I am the messenger of the council. A large frog dressed in the uniform of the council intervenes. Council. Messenger. Why are you here? The Rebbe trio were shocked. Why was no mention made of her appearance? Lucy couldn't help but complain. Regarding the Iron Forest incident a few days ago, arrest Urza Shukale on suspicion of damaging property and 11 other charges. The frog enforcer calmly announced the shocking news. What? Natsu, who couldn't accept this result the most, was about to explode on the spot. Grey Elfman Guild Master Makarov signaled with his eyes. Learn, Grey and Elfman both stepped forward and took the impulsive Natsu aside. Let me go. How can we let Urza be arrested like this? I will never allow such a thing. Natsu struggled violently. But Urza took 2 steps forward. Hey, Urza, don't worry about the council or anything like that. Natsu didn't finish his words. Bang! Urza slashed down with a knife. With one palm, the emotional Natsu was knocked unconscious. Let's get some sleep for now, Urza whispered, after dealing with the troublemaker Natsu. Urza walked straight up to the frog enforcer. I understand, accept arrest. Urza held out her hands obediently. Snap, the handcuffs fell. Everyone in Fairy Tail had different expressions, but no one said much. You. Everyone, President, why is this happening? Urza is going to be captured. Lucy, the newbie who didn't know the ins and outs of this, screamed in surprise. There's nothing we can do, Lucy. The other party is the council. The little blue cat Habibi shook his head. But how can we let them take Urza away like this? Ursa is a partner. Isn't it true that Fairy Tail values partners the most? Lucy looked as if she was doubting her life. Lucy. Mira Jane and the others opened their mouths, but in the end, they said nothing. After all, it's in public. It would be hard to tell Lucy this was just a formality. Urza can actually come back in a few hours. The Council of Representatives also needs to save face. This is not the first time that Fairy Tail has experienced such a thing. Gray, Elfman, etc. have all been there to some extent. Urza is an old acquaintance. Only Natsu, Makarov never let him go through the motions. After all, with Natsu's violent temper, he might throw a tantrum in court. Lucy, don't worry. I appreciate your kindness, but I'll be fine. Urza nodded. How can something like this be alright? Lucy was so anxious that tears were about to come out. Mr. Liu Yu. She looked at Liu Yu for help. Liu Yu would definitely not sit idly by when Urza was so good to him. Lucy thought so. Then he saw Liu Yu bargaining with Kana, debating whether he should win the whole match. The little blue cat Habby opened his eyes wide and begged Liu Yu to return his bet. Seeing this, Lucy was speechless. I just lowered my head and couldn't see my toes even if I tried to. Just then, a big warm hand suddenly fell on Lucy's head. Mr. Liu Yu. Lucy came back to her senses. Don't worry, Lucy, just wait for us at home. Liu Yu smiled slightly. After saying this, he walked straight forward and came in front of the frog law enforcer. Regarding this Uzi bar incident, let me go there too. Liu Yu said. Who are you? The frog enforcer looked suspicious. Liu Yu. It's you. The frog enforcer was shocked. I recalled that I had indeed heard this name from the parliamentarians. It seems that the council members are very interested in this newcomer to Fairy Tail. In that case, let's go together. The dazzling light of magical teleportation shines. It only took a moment to get from Magnolia to the Fury branch of the council. Ahead, a building full of magical atmosphere stands in the air. Under the leadership of the frog enforcer, Liu Yu and Urza landed in the council house without any hindrance. Liu Yu, you don't have to come with me. It'll only be a few hours anyway, and I'll be back. Urza pursed her lips and couldn't help but speak. Two people can at least take care of me. Besides, you said it was just a formality. I'll just treat it as a sightseeing trip. This is my first time in the council chamber. Liu Yu smiled slightly, looking at everything around with interest. Urza. Suddenly, Urza looked alert. I don't know when. Not far ahead, a young man with short blue hair and red tattoos on his face leaned against the railing, as if he had been waiting for a long time. It was none other than one of the councilors, Crane, also known as Gerald. The frog law enforcer quickly knelt on his knees and saluted. Chi Klein. Urza's pupils shrank slightly. Long time no see, Urza. Don't be so nervous. The one here is my thought body. My real body is still in Era. Those old men behind that door are all thought entities. There's no need for everyone to come in person for such a small case. The corners of Crane's mouth curled up slightly. So that's it, is this all your trick? What a boring farce. Urza asked loudly. I'm sorry, but I'm defending Fairy Tail, but the old men are afraid that the responsibility will be placed on them, so they have to find someone to take all the responsibility, the so-called scapegoat. Zickline said. Shut up, Urza scolded. Forget it. I came to see you before the trial for no other reason than that. Zickline stepped forward and extended his big hand towards Urza. Just when it was about to be touched. Bang! Another big hand reached out from the side and grabbed Zickline's wrist. Zickline's expression changed slightly. He struggled for a while but didn't move at all. Liu Yu's big hand held his right hand tightly like a vice. Who are you? Zickline's expression gradually became serious. Can you please stay away from my wizard? Liu Yu smiled and spoke. Although he was smiling on the surface, but everyone can see the coldness behind this smile. Crane felt extremely uneasy under Liu Yu's gaze. He was trembling for no reason. It was as if he was being stared at by some ferocious beast. I see, you're the new monster from Fairy Tail. Crane narrowed his eyes slightly. Liu Yu remained silent. While letting go of Zickline, he used his body to block Urza. Forget it, you won't say anything anyway, Urza. Zickline moved his sore wrist and walked away, thanks. Urza thanked him softly. Don't mind it. Liu Yu smiled slightly. The big hand gently stroked Urza's little head, returning to its usual gentleness. Corridor corner. Crane paused, looking at Liu Yu, who has a close relationship with Urza. A strange look appeared on his face, the next moment. Liu Yu's unfriendly gaze came again. Zickline's expression froze slightly. Haha, it seems that man really dislikes me, Crane sneered and turned away. It's natural that Liu Yu doesn't like Zickline, not to mention the excessive things he had done to Urza in the past. Even if there were reasons for those things, even if he repented later. But Liu Yu would not let him get close to Urza. Liu Yu couldn't tell the specific reason. Anyway, I just don't want that blue-haired boy to get close to Urza. What Liu Yu didn't realize was, at this moment, he is protecting his child. He already feels like an old father, as a qualified old father. I will never allow bad boys to get close to my cabbages. Absolute. Chapter 275 S-Class Mage Council Branch, Magic Court. The thought bodies of 10 council members, including Zickline, sat on the trial stand. Lu Yu and Urza are here. Lu Yu raised his chin slightly, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the people in the review council on the stage with curiosity. At the same time, the eyes of the members of the House of Representatives were all fixed on Lu Yu at this moment. Every face was filled with shock and solemnity. Their intuition told them. The man in front of him, the newcomer to Fairy Tail, was no ordinary person. This newcomer is really extraordinary. I'm really curious. Like Zickline, Urusha, who joined the council as a member at the young age, smiled charmingly. Urusha, be careful, it's best not to get close to that man. Even you will fail, Zikrane gave a solemn warning. Oh, Urusha raised an eyebrow. It's strange that you would be so serious. Her gaze fell on Lu Yu again. The curiosity in his eyes became even stronger. The magic trial is now officially open. Defendant Urza Shukale, please take the witness stand. The frog host read the opening speech. The formal trial begins. In order to maintain the overall order of the magical world, sometimes the Council of Representatives also has to pretend to be in charge. In this case, there is no need for Lu Yu to stir up trouble and make things more complicated. The formal trial process is proceeding smoothly. Knowing that this was the trip, Lu Yu also followed. Natsu did not cause a big commotion in the council as in the original plot. 2 hours later, all formal processes have been completed. The handcuffs on Urza's hands were released. Hey, young man, do you have time to have a drink with us? Urusha quietly came to Lu Yu's side with a seductive look. Lu Yu glanced at her casually. Not far away, Urza's voice called out. Let's forget it. Lu Yu walked away without looking back. Haha, how cold. No one has ever been able to refuse my invitation. Urusha raised the corner of his mouth in a subtle arc. Around noon, Lu Yu and Urza returned to the Fairy Tail Guild. As soon as it appeared, he was warmly welcomed by everyone in Fairy Tail. Mr. Lu Yu, Urza, you are finally back. I was so worried about you. Lucy was the first to step out of the crowd and gave Lu Yu a familiar hug. However, it stops at that point. She didn't hang on Lu Yu and rub against him like before. Very good, Urza, let's continue the duel. Natsu laughed happily. Let's skip it today. I'm too tired. Urza sat down at the bar and ordered a cup of coffee to refresh herself. However, Natsu didn't listen to her. I am coming. Natsu's right fist was wrapped in blazing flames as he charged towards Urza. Yeah, there's really nothing I can do about you. Urza stood up. Boom. Urza dodged Natsu's attack and punched him in the stomach. One hit. Who? Natsu fell to the ground. There's no other way, let's start over. Urza said calmly. Finish, Urza is the winner. The little blue cat harpy announced the end. Ha 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 ha, you're so lame, Natsu. Gray laughed and taunted without mercy. Urusa is really strong. Elfman laughed. Huh, the short guild master Makarov, who was sitting at the bar, suddenly yawned. What's wrong, President? Mirajane asked confused. Nothing, I just feel so sleepy all of a sudden. That guy is back. Makarov yawned. The words fell. Mirajane's delicate body suddenly swayed, and she fell onto the bar with a thud. Immediately following, the huge fairy guild was like a domino effect. One after another, people fell to the ground and fell asleep. Even Urza, the S-class wizard known as the Fairy Queen, is no exception. There seemed to be a strange music echoing in the dark. To the end, there are only 2 people in the entire fairy guild who are still awake. One is the sleepy Makarov. The other is Lu Yu, who is completely unaffected. Ta-ta. The sound of footsteps came from outside the door. A man in a black windbreaker, a mask, and holding a special wand walked slowly over. Miston J. Kagura plays. Bring Sleep, representing the return of Fairy Tail's most mysterious S-class wizard, Myston. The S-class wizards of Fairy Tail all have unique personalities. Urza's Hockey's appearance was just average, above him. There is also Gildarts, the strongest wizard of Fairy Tail. Because of his special super destructive magic, Magnolia even built a clear avenue just for him. The grandeur of the event is unparalleled, in comparison. The appearance of the S-class wizard is much more different. His arrival was always accompanied by sleep, due to some special reason that cannot be known to others. Every time Mistonge returns to the guild, he uses his signature sleeping magic to make everyone in the guild fall into a coma. Even strong ones like Urza and Natsu are not immune to his sleep magic. Even Makarov, the guild leader and one of the 10 great wizards, was not completely unaffected. This shows how powerful Miston's sleeping magic is. But today, an exception appears that is completely immune to sleep magic. Looking at the strangers sitting at the table, drinking wine and looking at him, Miston paused and fell into silence and self-doubt. My sleeping magic has definitely taken effect. Even Urza, who should have been the one to be most guarded against, has fallen. But who is this young man in front of me? Why is it not affected? Could it be that my sleep magic doesn't work on him? Or maybe, his strength has become so strong that he is completely immune. How is this possible? Miston J, this is Lu Yu, a new partner who just joined our guild not long ago. Lu Yu, this is Myston J, one of the S-class of Fairy Tail. Makarov yawned and introduced both parties. Hello, nice to meet you. What a unique way to make an appearance, Mr. J. Lu Yu greeted with a smile. Feel sorry, Mr. J apologized in a deep voice and pulled up his mask. But if he didn't know, in front of Lu Yu, it didn't matter whether he covered it or not. Even if he wrapped himself up like a dumpling, Lu Yu could still know all his secrets. But this face, it's better not to see each other if possible. After a simple nod, Mr. J took a deep breath and didn't delve into Lu Yu's secret. He turned and walked towards the task notice board on the side. Just made up a difficult task. I'm going, Miss Dongo said to Makarov. Hey, aren't you going to remove the sleep spell? Makarov said. Miston said nothing. Just turn around and take a step silently. Wait until you walk out of the fairy tale gate. The lifeless fairy tale guild suddenly woke up. Mirajane, Urza, Lucy, Natsu, Gray, Elfman, Happy, everyone was shocked. Wake up from a coma, is this feeling Miston J? That be ****** D, it's still such a powerful magic. Macau and others covered their heads, still feeling a little uncomfortable. Good morning, Mr. Lu Yu, Lucy opened her sleepy eyes. He greeted her in a daze. Get up, it's almost afternoon. Lu Yu smiled and pinched Lucy's smooth and pretty face. Lucy woke up instantly, her pretty face flushed red, and she quickly sat up from Lu Yu's thigh. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu Yu, I've caused you trouble again. Lucy apologized profusely. Lu Yu. I feel like Lucy is a little different lately. That's a bit too polite. Who is Miston J? Lucy changed the subject. One of Fairy Tale's strongest wizard candidates. Elfman spoke solemnly. I don't know why, but it seems like he doesn't want anyone to see him. It's always like this when I take on a job, making everyone fall asleep. Gray added. What is this? It's so weird. Lucy looked surprised. So, apart from the president, no one has ever seen Miston G's face. Gray said. Wrong? Urza suddenly shook her head solemnly. What's wrong? Gray asked. Urza's gaze fell on Lu Yu. Lu Yu, you saw Miston G's true face before, Lu Yu nodded naturally. Wow, the huge fairy tale guild was suddenly in an uproar. Amazing. Immune to Miston G's sleep magic, how did you do that? This newcomer seems to be very unusual. By the way, what does Miston J look like? People asked curiously one after another, without waiting for Lu Yu to say anything. Ha ha, suddenly, laughter came from the second floor. A blonde young man wearing a black coat and headphones was standing by the railing. I didn't expect that besides me and the old man, there would be someone else in the guild who could stay awake during Miston G's sleep. This is really interesting, the blonde young man with headphones chuckled proudly. Laxus. Chapter 276 Makarov's recognition, Laxus. So you're here too. How bizarre, Elfman and the others were filled with surprise. That's another strongest candidate, Gray said in a deep voice. Miston is a shy man. Stop talking about him. Laxus rested his chin on one hand. Listen to his voice. Natsu, who had been knocked unconscious by Urza's punch, suddenly shuddered. Laxus, fight with me. Natsu roared with full force. There's no way someone who can't even beat Urza can beat me. Laxus said confidently. What do you mean? Urza was angry. Hey, calm down, Urza. Gray was horrified. What it means is that I am the strongest. Laxus rode. Stop talking to yourself. You be ***** D. Get down here. Natsu scolded. How about you come up? Laxus teased. Just what I want. Natsu bent his knees slightly and was about to leap up to the second floor. Next second, there was only a bang. A giant fist easily pinned Natsu to the ground. You can't go up to the second floor, you're not qualified yet. Guildmaster Makarov spoke majestically. In Fairy Tale, I will never give up my position as the strongest to anyone, no matter if it's Urza or Miston. I am the strongest. Laxus raised his arms and roared with great momentum. Until long after Laxus left, the guild gradually returned to its usual liveliness and freedom. Miss Mira, we can't go up to the second floor, why is that? Lucy asked Mirajane. Although it's too early for Lucy, the quest board on the second floor has quests that are far more difficult than those on the first floor. They're S-rank quests. This is a job where a single misjudgment could cost you your life. But the rewards are quite generous, Mirajane introduced. Wah! Lucy exclaimed. Only wizards approved by the guildmaster can take on S-rank missions. There are only 5 people who are qualified, including Urza, Laxus, and Miston. But, Mirajane's eyes moved and her gaze fell on Lu Yu. If it's Lu Yu, he should be qualified to go to the second floor. Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy glanced at Lu Yu. If Lu Yu wants to go upstairs, I won't stop him. Makarov said. The huge guild was suddenly filled with exclamations. Makarov's meaning was clear. It means that he has fully recognized Lu Yu's strength. Believes that he is qualified to become an S-class wizard of Fairy Tale. A new S-class wizard is born. This is also a major event for Fairy Tale. Especially since Lu Yu is still a newcomer who has joined the guild not long ago. President Makarov, do you mean that I'm already S-rank? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, he hasn't forgotten. He also has a mission to become an S-class wizard of Fairy Tale. I never said that. Makarov folded his arms. Becoming an S-class wizard requires more than just strength. You also need to complete many difficult tasks, and finally, you must undergo the final Holy Land trial. Mirajane said. All right. Lu Yu nodded. I didn't expect to reach the top overnight. Bite the familiar system prompt sound rang out. Complete an S-level mission, unfinished, reward unknown. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze fell on Mirajane. What's wrong? Mira asked. Since I'm free anyway, Miss Mira, please go to the second floor and help me choose a mission. Lu Yu said casually. Lucis' eyes widened instantly. Glad to help. Seeing that Makarov had no intention of stopping him, Mirajane nodded in agreement. Then I'll leave the mission to you. Let's go back, Lucy. Lu Yu greeted him and immediately got up and left. Lucy, come on. Mirajane pumped her fist and cheered Lucy on. Lucy nodded heavily. It seems like he has made some kind of decision. Back at the beach house, night had already fallen. Lucy cooked a few simple dishes. Lu Yu opened a bottle of vintage red wine. Dinner passed in a quiet atmosphere. That's right. Mr. Lu Yu. At a certain moment, Lu Yu and Lucy spoke at the same time as if they had telepathy. You speak first. Lu Yu smiled. Lucy pursed her lips. She took a deep breath. Gather all your courage. Looking at Lu Yu with bright eyes. What's wrong? Lu Yu asked with a laugh. Mr. Lu Yu, why are you so nice to me? Lucy asked. When we first met, you gave me the key to Canis Minor, and then helped me fulfill my wish to join Fairy Tail. And you let me stay in such a wonderful villa, and more. Lucy listed all the little things that had happened during the past period of time. Lu Yu didn't even have any impression of some of them. But Lucy remembered everything. Isn't it normal for partners to help each other? Besides, Lucy, you are my personal maid now, so it's only natural that I treat you well. Lu Yu smiled. No, Lucy shook her head violently, her eyes reddening slightly. I smiled bitterly in my heart. That wasn't what she wanted to hear. Lucy wasn't surprised that she didn't hear what she wanted to hear. Because I am just an ordinary girl, but Lu Yu is different. Although we joined the guild on the same day, however, even President Makarov has recognized Lu Yu's strength. He is considered to have S-class strength. Of course, S-class wizards should be with S-class wizards. A weak and timid girl like her has no qualifications to compete at all. Sure enough, in the eyes of Mr. Lu Yu, I am just an insignificant maid. Lucy clenched her fists, lowered her head, and her body trembled slightly. Just then, a big warm hand suddenly fell on Lucy's shoulder. At some point, Lu Yu had already come closer. Lucy, show some more confidence. You're no worse than other girls. Lu Yu spoke seriously. Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy looked up blankly. Lu Yu nodded encouragingly. Then, like magic, a beautifully decorated box appeared. This is? Lucy was puzzled. A gift for you, Lu Yu smiled. I was planning on giving you a surprise on your birthday, but it doesn't matter now. Lucy took the box and opened it. A golden key then appeared in her sight. This is the key to the Zodiac. Lucy's eyes lit up. I looted it from Obaru. Obaru is already in jail, and this Virgo Beluge has also expressed his desire to change his contract partner. Lu Yu explained. Woo woo woo. Lucy's eyes suddenly turned red and she burst into tears. What's wrong? Don't cry. Lu Yu touched Lucy's little head. Wow, why? Why are you so nice to me? I've clearly decided to give up, but Mr. Lu Yu, if you do this, Lucy burst into tears. At the end, Lucy stood up suddenly. Nod and raise your chin slightly. She looked at Lu Yu with tearful eyes. Mr. Lu Yu, I like you. I love it very much, but I also know that girls like me don't have. Before Lucy could finish, a special touch that she had never experienced before came down. She felt a buzzing in her head and could no longer think of anything. She just opened her arms and hugged Lu Yu in front of her. Then respond with all your passion. I don't know how much time has passed. Lucy felt that she even had difficulty breathing. Lucy, are you satisfied? Lu Yu asked gently. Lucy nodded shyly, then quickly shook her head. She nodded and raised her chin slightly, her misty eyes filled with hope and expectation. Then let's change places next, Lu Yu said. Lucy nodded slightly. After responding to this, she just felt that she had no strength left in her body. She just leaned passively in Lu Yu's arms, then he was picked up horizontally. The delicate body trembled slightly, there is tension and anticipation. Even though this was what she had always dreamed of. But it really came to this point. As a pure girl, she couldn't help but feel nervous. But, at this point, she will no longer back down. Boo, bite, capture Lucy Heartfilia and receive a high-level Conqueror's reward. Chapter 277 Myra's visit night ends. The morning light is dim. The warm morning sun shines through the gap in the curtains and illuminates a corner of the room. Lu Yu opened his eyes, looking at Lucy who was curled up like a cat and sleeping beside him. The corners of Lu Yu's mouth couldn't help but curl up. I couldn't help but raise my hand and touch Lucy's smooth and pretty face. Lucy, who was originally sleeping, had her eyelashes trembling slightly, and she opened her beautiful eyes in a daze. Mr. Lu Yu, is it morning already? Lucy asked confusedly. How are you? Can you still hold on? Lu Yu asked with concern. Well, there's absolutely nothing wrong with what I said, Lucy said without hesitation, but he didn't know that the subtle changes in his body had completely exposed himself. After all, before yesterday it was still a piece of white paper without any stain. How could it be really okay? Don't act tough in front of me, Lu Yu said seriously. He raised his right hand and gently placed it up and down Lucy's lower abdomen. A soft magical light spread out from the sky. Cure everything. Lucy, who noticed the changes in her body, cried out in surprise. What's going on? My body. Mr. Lu Yu, how did you do this? Lucy's beautiful eyes shone brightly. It's just simple healing magic, Lu Yu said. Healing magic is not simple, Lucy retorted. Immediately, a look of joy appeared on her pretty face again. Mr. Lu Yu is indeed the most powerful, awesome no matter where you are. Lucy sighed. I thought to myself how great it was that I mustered up the courage to take that step last night. It's so great to be accepted by Lu Yu and become his woman. Now Lucy no longer has any regrets. I will no longer think about what happened between Lu Yu and Erza. Take a step back. Even if Lu Yu and Erza really have something going on, that doesn't matter anymore. As long as she can occupy a certain weight in Lu Yu's heart, Lucy will be satisfied. Mom, I found someone I can entrust my life to. Please don't worry about me. Lucy thought so. Just then. Dang, Lu Yu, are you up? Suddenly, a sweet female voice came from outside the door. Belongs to Mira Jane. Now the key to the main entrance of this mansion. Except Lu Yu and Lucy. Only Mira Jane had the third one. This is also natural. After all, Mira also has a room here. As for those two idiots, Natsu and Happy, Lu Yu had already made an agreement with them. If you want to come in, you must knock on the door formally and get permission. We can't be as lawless as before. The most casual thing is to break in illegally through the window. Lu Yu? There was another soft knock on the door. Wow, Mimimi. It's Miss Mira. Miss Mira is here. What should I do? Lucy was suddenly at a loss of what to do, although it was Mira Jane's credit that she took this step. But Lucy has no plans to go public yet. Don't panic, I'll take care of everything. Lu Yu smiled and touched Lucy's little head. With Lu Yu's comfort, Lucy's restless little heart miraculously calmed down. No more panic. She pulled the quilt over her head and began to rest again. Lu Yu casually pulled a towel and tied it around his waist. Get up. Open the door. Wow, Lu. Mira Jane was about to speak. Next second, her eyes and mind were suddenly attracted by the muscle lines. Almost subconsciously, Mira Jane raised her slender hands and covered her eyes. However, her beautiful eyes were still open, watching through fingers without blinking. What's wrong, Mira? What's going on so early in the morning? Lu Yu asked with a smile. Ahem. Mira coughed lightly and bowed gracefully. Last night, Lu Yu, didn't you ask me to help you choose an S-level mission? I'm already prepared. Said. Mira handed a task commission to Lu Yu. The Cursed Island, Karna Island. Lu Yu nodded in understanding. Naturally, I am not unfamiliar with this task. But I didn't expect Mira Jane to choose this mission. It seemed as if he saw through Lu Yu's doubts. Mira Jane replied, because one of the rewards for this quest is the Zodiac Key. I think Lucy, as a celestial mage, would be very interested. Mira said as she looked into the house, as expected. When she talked about the Zodiac, Lucy trembled noticeably under the quilt. Tisk tisk, Lucy is really bold, Mira exclaimed in her heart. Especially when you capture that bit of rose red on the quilt. An ant-like smile appeared on her fair and delicate face. Mira Jane had thought Lucy would just make a bold confession. But I never thought about it. Lucy unexpectedly went straight to home plate. Okay, I'll take this commission. Early morning. Magnolia Beach House Mansion Restaurant. A simple breakfast meeting is underway. Lu Yu is in the middle first. Lucy and Mira Jane were on the left and right. From beginning to end, Mira Jane's fair, beautiful face always looked at Lucy with an ant-like smile. Lucy has been keeping her head down since she sat down at the table. Her pretty face was red, and she didn't dare to look up and look at Mira Jane. Mira, please give me some information about this cursed island. Lu Yu spoke. As a time traveler, Lu Yu is very familiar with every detail of Karna Island. The reason he asked at this moment was simply because he wanted to help Lucy ease her embarrassment. Listening to Lu Yu's question, Mira Jane then withdrew her gaze from Lucy. Lu Yu, to be honest, there might be some issues with this mission. I listed it as a backup mission because of the key to the Zodiac. Immediately, Mira Jane informed him of everything she knew about the mission. Lu Yu, you should think carefully about whether you want to accept this mission. Mira Jane said solemnly. Curses and such are not a problem at all. I accept this mission. Lu Yu smiled slightly. She didn't care at all about the weird things Mira Jane said. At this moment, two straight gazes came from the yard. That's Natsu and Happy. A man and a cat pressed their heads against the window. He looked eagerly. Come in. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly. Very good, the man and the cat cheered. But still not following the usual path. Just climb into the house through the window. Then he sat down carelessly. Lucy, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red. Is he sick? The little blue cat, Happy, asked curiously. If you're sick, go to the cabin deep in the forest east of Magnolia and see Granny Pelusika. She's a great healer. Natsu suggested. No, I'm fine, Lucy stammered. Her pretty face became even redder. All right, Natsu, stop talking and give the girls some space. Mira intervenes. Natsu, what do you want from me so early in the morning? Lu Yu asked, changing the subject. Oh, this is that. We heard that you, Lu Yu, accepted an S-level mission, so. Natsu and the little blue cat Happy spoke one after another. We're a team now, so we'll be part of this mission too. Natsu said hopefully. Okay, Lu Yu agreed casually. There's Natsu, it's just right to help. Some small matters can be left to Natsu to handle. Lu Yu was also happy to have some free time, very good. Natsu cheered. Happy, we're about to embark on our first S-rank mission. Isa, Harpy raised his hand. After completing this task, even the old man will look at me with new eyes. In the next trial on Sirius Island, I must become an S-class wizard. Natsu said confidently. Love, the little blue cat Harpy raised his hand to cheer for his friend. Had a simple breakfast. Mirajane returned to the guild to formally report the acceptance of the mission to the guild leader Makarov. At the same time, the guild contacted Garna Island to convey the news that the mission had been accepted. The other side. Lu Yu took Lucy, Natsu and Happy with him and set off together. Before I could walk far, there's a street corner ahead. A black-haired young man with his upper body naked and only a pair of beach shorts on was leaning against the wall coolly. Habibi was about to greet him. Next second, naked pervert found, arrest now. Two guards appeared, one on each side holding Gray, who was trying to show off, and were about to arrest him. Wait a moment. I'm a fairy tale wizard, not a pervert. Gray yelled repeatedly and could no longer act cool. Ha 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 ha. What the hell is that idiot doing? Natsu laughed so hard that he fell forward and rolled on the ground. If an ordinary person dressed like this in an upscale residential area, they would be considered a pervert. Lucy finally recovered and couldn't help but complain. By the way, Naz, do you have to be so exaggerated? Mr. Lu Yu, should we go and rescue him? Under Lucy's explanation, the two guards left with suspicious looks. Gray, what are you doing here again? Lu Yu looked weird. I've actually been interested in that cursed island for a long time, so let's go together this time. Gray said. Being interested is just an excuse. The real reason was that Gray didn't want to fall behind Natsu. I also want to add an S level to my mission history. Well, alright then, Lu Yu remained calm and composed. Think about it carefully. This mission, there is indeed a significant connection between him and Gray. Chapter 278 Heading to the Cursed Island, the port city, Harjin. I want to go to Karna Island. First of all, we have to transfer in this port city. I miss it so much. I met Mr. Lu Yu here. Lucy raised one hand to her forehead and looked into the distance. Lucy, don't forget, we're here. Yeah, Lucy, we met here too. The little blue cat's Happy and Natsu emphasized. Yes. Lucy waved her hand perfunctorily. She was very unhappy that Natsu and Happy interrupted her memories of her first love. The time it takes to speak. 4 people and 1 cat arrived at the familiar Harjin port. What first? We need to find a ship bound for Karna Island. Lucy observed her surroundings very carefully. Since Harjin is a port city, its shipping is naturally prosperous, so it is easy to find a passenger ship. Boat? No. How can a boat be used? Of course we have to swim over there, right, Harpy? Natsu waved his fists, and a rare look of nervousness appeared on his usually carefree face. Like, what a joke. Lucy put her hand to her forehead. Still as useless as ever, Natsu. Gray crossed his arms and spoke sarcastically. What did you say? You want to fight? Natsu was angry. Fight me then, that's just what I want. Gray showed no sign of weakness. Bang. Boom. 2 fists as big as sandbags landed on the heads of the 2 prickly-headed boys at no particular order. Just one punch was enough to suppress the 2 men. It hurts so much, Natsu cried out in pain. It hurts more than Urza's fist. Gray was in so much pain that tears were about to come out. You two, be quiet. Lu Yu smiled and clenched his fist. Yes. Natsu transforms into Harpy too. Ah, someone like Urza appeared. Happy's face was filled with surprise, as expected of Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy's face beamed with pride. Next second. By the way, Gray, where are your clothes? Lucy complained. Ah, when exactly was it? Gray was also shocked. After a brief farce, Lu Yu took the lead and arrived at the port, and began to look for a ship to Karna Island. However, Karna Island? Stop kidding, I don't even want to get close to it. Please spare me, I don't even want to hear this name. No ships around here will come to that island. The cursed island, it's so scary. The fishermen or boat owners here seem to be very afraid of the so-called Karna Island. I don't know why you want to go to Garna Island, but no boatman would think of going to that island. It's an island that even pirates avoid. A Blackbeard uncle explained. Look, let's just swim over there, I just said this was a great idea. Natsu laughed, everyone ignored it. Brother, why do you want to go to that island? At this moment, Blackbeard the boatman suddenly asked. Of course it's a mission, Natsu said as a matter of course. Oh, we are going to complete a mission on Garna Island. Uncle, would you like to give us a ride? Lucy asked. Are you wizards? Are you going to Karna Island to lift the curse? Uncle Blackbeard said in surprise, a hint of brilliance in his eyes. That's right, okay then, I'll take you there. Uncle Blackbeard said this very readily. Real? Lucy's eyes lit up. Isa, Harpy cheered. Someone is going to cry. Gray glanced at Natsu calmly. Stupid, idiot, I won't cry. Natsu's voice had a slight tremor in it. Then don't just stand there, get on board. Gray smiled maliciously. Natsu, the boat is about to sail. Happy greeted. Let you guys drive ahead for a bit, I'll swim and catch up right away. Natsu finally spoke stubbornly. Stop talking nonsense. Gray jumped up, grabbed Natsu's neck and pushed him onto the boat. Natsu started to get seasick. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. Time passes, it was still sunny when we arrived. In the blink of an eye, it was dark and windy, the boundless deep ocean. A small boat is drifting aimlessly, dark night. A hint of blood-red moonlight. There seemed to be an ominous atmosphere in the air. Uncle, how long will it take? Lucy asked. Not far away. Uncle Blackbeard, who was driving the boat, continued. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bobo. I used to be a resident of Garn Island. I escaped from that cursed island. Well, Lucy's eyes widened in shock. Uncle Blackbeard glanced at everyone and continued. Disaster will befall you too. It's inevitable as long as you go to that island. Can you truly lift this curse? A demonic curse? Uncle Blackbeard named Bobo swung his cape behind him, revealing what was underneath. His entire left hand had now turned into a black devil's claw. That's the devil's minions, Uncle, your wrist. The so-called curse, could it be? Gray and Natsu were both speechless with shock. I can already see it. That's Karna Island. Devil Bobo pointed to a gloomy island not far away. In the center of the island, approximately at the top of the mountain, a strong purple light bloomed. Like a light in the dark night, dazzling. Just as everyone was looking ahead, the man named Bobo had already disappeared from the boat. Huh? Where's the uncle? Did he fall down? I don't know. By the time we noticed it, it was gone. Habibi spoke in a silly and cute way. The boat suddenly shook violently. Gray looked back, swallowed his saliva, and said, I think we are in trouble. I don't know when. Huge waves tens of meters high appeared behind them at some point. Wah! Lucy grabbed the corner of Lu Yu's clothes in fear. Ha! Happy, hurry up and take the boat flying. Gray said. How is it possible to do such a thing? Gray, hurry up and use your ice magic to find a solution, like freezing this tsunami. Said the harpy. Don't force it, Gray said, in an instant. The huge wave had already reached right above the group's heads. Let me do it. Lu Yu stood up straight. Sky magic worked on the boat. Acceleration and steering are done in one go, right now. Lu Yu seemed to have transformed into a most professional surfer. Boosted by the wind in the sky, he took the small boat and everyone on it and passed through the hole created by the tsunami in one breath. The sky is bright. In the darkness, a small boat soared into the sky. Finally, it fell straight onto the beach of the island. The little blue cat Happy, Gray and Natsu, the two and the cat were like three javelins, falling straight into the beach. Lu Yu floated down holding Lucy, just like a fairy couple in mythology. Mr. Lu Yu, once again protected and saved by the man I love. The love in Lucy's heart was like a tide, her slender hands unconsciously wrapped around Lu Yu's neck. The beautiful eyes gradually became blurred, and the tender and juicy red lips slowly approached. Just then, resurrection, the energetic roar interrupted the beauty and tranquility. As soon as he arrived on land, Natsu was revived with full health and full of energy. Compared with his previous sickly appearance, it is completely two extremes. Wah! Lucy, who was almost caught on the spot, was suddenly at a loss and struggled to get out of Lu Yu's arms. Lu Yu smiled, raised his head and gently stroked Lucy's little head. Is this Karna Island? Gray also pulled his head out of the beach. Looking at the pitch-black scene around, the expression on his face gradually became serious. Before coming, he just didn't want to fall behind Natsu. But now, after seeing the demonic arm of the boatman earlier, his mentality has completely changed. This mission must be carried out to the end. Natsu, are we going to turn into monsters too? Asked the little blue cat, Happy, anxiously. Curse or whatever, just come at me. Natsu said with full momentum. Let's go then, boys. Lu Yu waved his hand and walked towards the dark forest. Follow the route map Mirajane gave you in advance. About half an hour later, a huge village appeared in front of Lu Yu and his party. Chapter 279 Purple Moonlight Do Not Enter, we're finally here. But what does this no entry rule mean? Looking at the huge village in front of me. Natsu and Gray couldn't help but grumble. Excuse me, please open the door. Lucy exclaimed. Still no response. Just destroy it. The fairy destruction soul in Natsu's body began to cause trouble. Next second. Who? Seeing someone respond, Lucy quickly spoke again. We are from the Fairy Tale Wizards Guild. Fairy Tale? Is this really Fairy Tale? Village Chief, Fairy Tale is coming. The villagers in the city wall shouted excitedly. Early in the day, they have already received a mission acceptance notice from Fairy Tale. I waited the whole day in agony, now I finally waited. But just to be safe, are you really from Fairy Tail? Someone asked. Certainly, Lucy proudly displayed the fairy crest on the back of her hand. The same goes for Natsu, Gray, and even Happy. After seeing the Fairy Tail emblem, the people above looked at each other and said in surprise, "Oh, it's true, it's really here." The gate of the fortress opened in response. The first thing that appeared in Lu Yu and his party's sight was a group of strange people dressed in strange clothes. Except for the eyes, the rest of the body is tightly wrapped. It's like entering a monster's mouth, Happy complained. Standing in the front was a short fellow, his body trembling slightly. With a voice full of vicissitudes, he said, "I am Mocha, the village chief of this island. Although it's a bit hasty, I hope you can take a look at this." Everyone. As soon as Mocha finished speaking, everyone's cloaks were removed, revealing their original appearance. Almost everyone was transformed into a demon. Some have hands, some have legs, and some even have horns on their heads. Gray looked at everyone with a heavy expression on his face. Everyone was demonized, which meant that things were not simple. Every creature on this island, even dogs and birds, is under this curse. Excuse me, but is there any basis for saying it's a curse? Couldn't it be an infectious disease? Gray was obviously still a little skeptical. If it was an infectious disease, he and others would be powerless to do anything and might even be affected, so he had to be cautious. Dozens of doctors have come to diagnose this, but they all say they've never seen anything like this before. Furthermore, it's said that this condition is related to the magic of the moon. Moon magic? What is that? Lucy was puzzled. From the moment she entered the island, the moon in the sky was much brighter than the moon outside. Compared with the moonlight outside, the moonlight here was purple, which looked extremely strange. Originally, this place has been a gathering place for moonlight since ancient times. The entire island shone like moonlight, making it a beautiful island. However, a few years ago, the moonlight suddenly turned purple. Mocha said this with a heavy look on his face. The purple moonlight penetrated the clouds and shone here. Mocha's eyes flickered, his voice trembling as he spoke. This is a curse. This is the magic of the moon. As soon as she finished speaking, all the villagers struggled in agony, screaming in pain, looking extremely helpless. Lucy exclaimed, What happened?" The villagers at the scene were also changing rapidly at this moment. Unlike the previous demonized situation, the villagers illuminated by the moonlight were changing all over their bodies and were constantly being demonized. What's going on with these guys? Natsu and Gray looked at the change in amazement. Because opposite them stood a group of people who were like demons. So handsome. Natsu's excited voice undoubtedly broke the silent atmosphere at the moment. Except for Lu Yu, everyone else was petrified by Natsu's words. People are deeply distressed about this matter, and suddenly someone says that this is a big change, it will be difficult for them to accept it for a while. Haha, that's great, it has horns and thorns, I want that too. Bang. Lucy punched Natsu on the head and said to the petrified villagers with a wry smile, "Sorry, my friend meant no harm. Please don't mind it, this guy is an idiot." The villagers looked at each other in confusion. You actually said he was handsome. Well, that's the first time someone has said that. It seems to feel pretty good. During the time the purple moon appears, we will be transformed into this demonic appearance. If this is not a curse, then what is it? In the morning, everyone will return to their original appearance. However, there are some who cannot be transformed back and have lost their souls. We have no choice but to kill them. Village Chief Mocha's voice gradually choked. The villagers also bowed their heads in silence. Isn't there still a possibility of changing back? Natsu asked. If we leave it alone, everyone will be killed by that monster. Even if we lock them up, they will break out. So, I killed my own son too. The son whose mind has become a demon. The demon-like village chief Mocha took out a photo. The man in the photo is the Blackbeard boatman during the day. On Garna Island, the words of the demon village chief silenced everyone. Lucy was just about to explain that the village chief's son was the boatman who brought them here. The next second, he was stopped by Gray and given a look. Then Lucy's face fell. Just think they have encountered a ghost. She immediately hugged Lu Yu's arm in fear. To this, Lu Yu just smiled, touched Lucy's little head and didn't explain anything. It would be too boring to reveal all the answers in an instant. Life is all about ups and downs. Besides, Lu Yu also enjoyed the feeling of being depended on by a cute girl like Lucy. There is only one way to break the curse on us. Please, destroy the moon. The demon village chief Mocha composed himself, wiped his tears, and spoke in a decisive tone. Nani? Destroy the moon? The voices of Lucy, Gray, and the others suddenly rose an octave. Destroy the moon or something. Village chief, you really think highly of us. Do you really think wizards are gods? Even if it's Mr. Lu Yu? Lucy looked at Lu Yu subconsciously, but Lu Yu smiled and nodded. Okay. Lu Yu agreed readily. Natsu, Gray, and the little blue cat Happy were shocked. Ha 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 ha, that's exactly how it should be. Prepare for destruction, moon. Natsu, on the other hand, has a high temperament. Thank you so much. The villagers, led by the village chief, bowed in unison to express their gratitude. I'm sure you're all tired. I prepared a room for you, please follow me. The village chief tremblingly led Lu Yu and his party to a small 2-bedroom building. Lu Yu and Lucy naturally occupied the big room. Naz strongly protested against this. Of course he wasn't protesting because of the size of the room. I just don't want to live with Gray. Unfortunately, Naz's protest was dismissed. The little blue cat Habib asked a series of mature questions about Lu Yu and Lucy sharing a room. The result was that he was knocked unconscious by Lu Yu and was unable to think about anything. Gray shuddered upon seeing this. I no longer dared to imagine too much, and immediately covered my head with the blanket and began to rest. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, it was still dawn. After a simple breakfast, Lu Yu and his group of 4 people and a cat began to investigate and have fun at the same time. After walking for half a day without finding any clues, Natsu couldn't help but wonder, is it really possible to find a way to break the curse without destroying the moon? Gray shrugged helplessly and said, even if we can't find it, we can only look for it. Can you destroy the moon? Even if you can, I won't do it. Wouldn't that mean we can never see the moon again? That won't do. You have to have the limited time fairy tale special moon viewing stake. Come on, everyone, cheer up and work hard, Natsu said firmly. Lucy. But, Lucy looked at Lu Yu beside her. If it were Mr. Lu Yu, maybe he could really do it. Lucy had this thought for no reason. I have full confidence in Lu Yu. Okay, stop talking nonsense and hurry to the top of the mountain, then you can see what's going on. Lu Yu gave a hint. The 4 people and the cat continued walking towards the top of the mountain in the center of the island. As early as last night, they had already noticed something strange on the top of the mountain. No clues were found elsewhere, so naturally there is only the top of the mountain. Another 2 hours. Lu Yu and his group slowly approached the top of the mountain. Only a few hundred meters remained to the moon temple. Just then, rumble, the ground shook without warning. It seems like there is some huge monster running. What's wrong? What's wrong? The little blue cat harpy screamed in panic. Between turning heads, until I saw the huge thing behind me. The harpy's face turned green with fright. Chapter 280 Advanced Conquerors. Generally speaking, cats are the natural enemies of mice. When facing rats, there is a natural racial bloodline suppression. But if the size difference between the 2 sides reaches a certain level, then the so-called bloodline suppression naturally does not hold true. Like now, when I saw the prehistoric rat as big as a hill behind me. Harpy, who is a cat, was countered. The blue cat's face turned green on the spot. Wah, old rat, Harpy, it's you. Lucy waved her hand. Don't be silly, I'm afraid of such a big old rat too. There was a slight tremor in the harpy's voice. Tick, tick, tick. The big gray-green rat in clothes smiled triumphantly and was about to open its mouth to release poison. Next second, invisible spiritual oppression is coming. The giant rat staggered and fell to the ground. The huge body swayed uncontrollably. His forehead was covered with fine beads of cold sweat, and his huge rat eyes were filled with fear and horror. Wait a minute, that monstrous rat looked scared. Gray discovered this. Is it the racial oppression of the harpies? Natsu suddenly had an idea. How is that possible? Lucy complained. It must be Mr. Lu Yu. Gray, Natsu, and Happy subconsciously turned their eyes to Lu Yu. Roll, Lu Yu shouted softly. Advanced Conquerors leaks a bit. The giant rat's taut nerves snapped, and it quickly turned around and fled. It's really amazing. Is this also hockey's magic? Gray tutted his words in amazement. It's really reliable to do missions with Lu Yu. The little blue cat harpy flatters. Lu Yu, I also want to learn your hockey magic. Natsu's eyes were full of stars. If you want to learn, then listen carefully to Mr. Lu Yu's instructions from now on. Lucy opened her arms and stopped everyone who wanted to come forward. Ha ha ha, let's go and finish the mission on this island first. Lu Yu smiled and stepped forward first. 3 minutes later, a pyramid-shaped temple appeared in the sight of Lu Yu and his party. This is the Moon Temple. Everyone looked up at the magnificent temple. The entire hall is made up of smooth stones, which have been polished and look extremely bright. Stone steps carved with lifelike patterns of flying birds and running animals. There are fountains around, but perhaps because of the passage of time, the pool has long dried up. The stone carvings next to it could not withstand the erosion of time and have long lost their original appearance. The stone steps are very messy and there are broken stones everywhere. It's so spacious, compared to the outside, the inside is so shabby. What era are these buildings from? What are they? Gray looked at the messy hall, and in front of the hall, there was a moon emblem. This relic is really too suspicious. Lucy touched her delicate chin, trying to find some clues among the ruins. Natsu was more straightforward. He looked here and there and said, this is really broken, but can the floor here hold up? Seeing Natsu constantly stomping on the floor, Happy's face changed slightly and he was about to stop him. He didn't finish his words. Next second, boom. The ground collapsed under Natsu's foot, and Lucy and Gray, who had no time to prepare, fell down in an instant. Lu Yu, who was well prepared for this, decisively hugged Lucy and landed smoothly. As for the 2 rough guys, Natsu and Gray, they were naturally. Thank you, Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy was saved by Lu Yu again, and her love for Lu Yu deepened even more. Keep going at this pace. Soon you will be able to unlock any posture. For example, take a walk on Pirates World Day and the back door that Robin loves to take. Bang! Just as Lu Yu and Lucy were about to show their love again, they were interrupted by a loud noise. That was Natsu emerging from the rubble. Hey, is everyone okay? Natsu asked. How can it be okay, you idiot? Why do you always do things without considering the consequences? Gray angrily lifted the stone that was pressing on him. Woo woo woo, Lu Yu, next time you rescue someone, please be sure to take me with you. Habibi begged and cried. Next time for sure, Lu Yu responded with a smile. Harpy, how about you carry everyone and fly up? Lucy looked up at the hole above her and looked at the innocent-looking harpy. How is that possible? Habibi complained feebly. It's such a shame to leave like this. Natsu rubbed his hands excitedly and cheered. It's rare to find a secret cave. This is the taste of adventure. Let's go explore together? Hey, stop messing around, Gray said angrily. However, Natsu, who was naturally disobedient, had already taken action. Only an active back was left for him. Okay, Gray, let's go too. Let's go take a look. Lu Yu greeted with a smile and followed first. Gray looked up at the hole in the sky and nodded helplessly. Lucy followed behind Lu Yu cautiously. Soon, a fork in the road appeared ahead, with a hint of light. What's this? When the group reached the turning point, the road ahead suddenly became clear. In the spacious cave space stands a huge ice block tens of meters high. A faint glow emanated from the surface of the ice. Lights up the cave. At the same time, it also illuminates the huge creature sealed in the ice. That's a demon. In terms of hideousness and terror, he is no less than Lullaby. The pressure is even greater than that of Larrabee. Look at the huge ice block and the demon in the ice. Gray couldn't help but scream in fear. Deliora. How is this possible? Why is Deliora here? Gray looked a little confused, and he unconsciously walked towards the huge ice block, saying over and over again. Impossible, it can't be in a place like this. Do you know where this guy came from? Natsu asked curiously. That's, Gray trembled all over as he looked at the monster trapped in the ice. There was fear and hatred in his eyes. Gray, Lucy and Happy looked worriedly at Gray, who suddenly put his head in his hands and trembled uncontrollably. They had never seen Gray lose his composure like this before. Deliora, one of the monsters created by the dark mage Zareth hundreds of years ago. Rumor has it that it's immortal and incredibly powerful. It's said to be able to destroy an entire town in less than a day. My hometown, and my master Uluya. Gray held his head in pain. Memories of the past gradually resurface in my mind. 10 years ago, the town where he came from was completely destroyed by Deliora. He survived by chance and was accepted as a disciple by the great ice magician Uru, who taught him the ice-shaping magic. However, one day, when I heard that Deliora appeared in the northern town, unable to suppress his anger, Gray betrayed his master on the spot. Wanting revenge at all costs. As a result, teacher Ulu and senior brother Leon also followed. The last of all, in order to completely solve the problem of Deliora, Uru sacrificed himself, cast the ultimate secret of ice-shaping magic. He turned his body, soul and everything into ice, freezing Deliora in eternal and absolute ice. Zerf, the book demon? Deliora, Gray's master? Lucy sorted out the fragmentary information she heard from Gray with a confused look on her face. Could it be that the curse on the island is also caused by this demon? Lucy guessed. Gray knew very well what kind of monster Deliora was. At the same time, he also understood that even if this monster was frozen, it was very likely to be alive. Gray nodded. That's very likely. Very good, in that case, let's try to defeat this monster. Natsu waved his fists, eager to try. A surge of blood and passion emanated from Natsu. But before Natsu could get close enough to attack, he was knocked down by Gray's punch. What do you want to do all of a sudden, you guy? Natsu looked at Gray in dissatisfaction, but when he saw Gray's eyes, he was slightly stunned. Gray gritted his teeth and said, Fire Wizard, don't get close to it. If the ice melts and Deliora regains her freedom, no one will be able to stop her. What? Can this thing be melted so easily? Natsu retorted. Gray was stunned. No, he remembered. The ice of absolute freezing magic naturally cannot be melted by ordinary fire. He had consulted the guild master Makarov before. At that time, Makarov only said that there was a method but did not elaborate. Hey, didn't I just get punched in vain? What a violent fellow. Natsu protested in dissatisfaction. Natsu can say that? Habibi always makes the final move at the best time. My master, Uru, cast a spell called Absolute Freeze on this guy. It's ice that can't be melted. No matter how powerful the explosive fire magic is, it can't melt the ice. But if you know it can't be melted, why did you bring it here from the northern continent? Gray bit his thumb tightly with a ferocious look on his face. Mr. Lu Yu, what are you going to do? Lucy suddenly spoke. Don't mind me, I'm just taking a look. Lu Yu waved his hand and placed his right hand on the ice. Chapter 281 Gray and Leon. Lu Yu stood in front of the huge ice sculpture that sealed the disaster demon. His right hand landed smoothly on the ice. Absolute Freeze is a magician's body, soul, and magic power. Everything is like magic that turns into ice that never melts. In this case, this ice cube may trigger some unexpected changes. Lu Yu is trying to stimulate it. A copy of Irene's high-level attachment, separation attachment magic activation. Lu Yu was trying to separate and extract Uru's magic and soul from the ice. A faint and clear light falls. The huge underground cave returned to silence. Hey, what on earth is Lu Yu doing? The little blue cat, Habib, tilted his head in confusion. Who knows? I don't know either. Natsu and Lucy also tilted their heads. At this point, all we can do is wait, Gray said. Not just waiting for Lu Yu to finish what he is doing and explain it to them. At the same time, we are also waiting for the night ceremony to resume. Are you kidding me? I'll be bored to death if I just wait like this? Natsu said excitedly. Stupid Natsu, just wait like I told you to. Lucy knocked Natsu on the head without any hesitation. Knowing he had no say, Natsu had no choice but to accept it. 3 seconds later, whoosh, Natsu had already fallen to the ground and began to sleep soundly. Lucy. If you're so bored, then let's sing together. Lucy suggested. As he said this, he took off the key from his waist. Open, the door of Lyra, ding dong, a soft sound. The cute and petite Lyra girl's spirit appears, after complaining to Lucy. The Lyra girl began to play the lyre and sing, in this way. The waiting time in the cave is not too lonely or boring. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, night falls. At some point, rumble. The crowd who were originally in a daze heard a sound similar to that of a bell. The cave was also shaking continuously, with broken rocks falling. What's wrong? What's going on? Lucy, who was tired of singing, shuddered and immediately came to her senses. Hey, look, there's light pouring down from the cave. Natsu reminded. Purple light. Moonlight. The purple moonlight shining on Deliora. This is definitely not a coincidence. Gray looked up at the purple magic circle above. The purple light shone on the ice. Deliora inside looked a little weird under the purple moonlight. After a few minutes, the moonlight condensed into a vertical beam of light, like a laser. Under the purple beam of light, the ice that was said to be eternal was slowly melting. Look, the ice is melting. Lucy was the first to discover this phenomenon, that the melting speed was very slow. If you don't pay attention, it's really hard to find. Lyra Lila, who was standing behind Lucy, suddenly looked surprised. This is the moon drop. What is a moon drop? Lucy asked. Legend has it that the moon drop is a beam of light formed by the magic of the moon, and it has the power to dispel any magic. Lyra Lila explained solemnly. So that's how it is. Someone wants to use the moon drop to revive the demons underground. Not good. If this continues, Deliora will be resurrected. Gray, who witnessed Deliora's terrifying destructive power with his own eyes, looked visibly pale. When the time comes, I, the Dragon Slayer, will defeat it once again. Natsu clenched his fist with full force. Don't worry, Gray. No matter if it's a demon or something else, it can't cause any trouble in front of Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy said confidently. At this moment, Lu Yu, who had been silent for several hours, finally moved. Mr. Lu Yu, what were you doing just now? I was so worried. Lucy hurried forward and spoke coquettishly. Let's go up and meet the mastermind behind this first. Lu Yu touched Lucy's little head without explaining anything too much. The previous hours of hard work were not in vain. Gray's Master Uru's magic power and spirit have been successfully separated. Next, all you have to do is wait quietly. As for the disaster demon Deliora in the ice, it has long been a mere decoration, if the ice melts. In less than 3 seconds, dust will return to dust. Such a useless demon is not worthy of Lu Yu's attack at all. Let's go. Lu Yu waved his hand and took Lucy and others out of the cave. 3 minutes later, they reached the top of the pyramid. A group of purple-robed people wearing special masks are performing the moon drop ceremony. Not long, several more people showed up, the pinnacle of the Pyramid Moon Temple. The mysterious moon drop ritual is still ongoing. The masterminds behind the scenes also appeared, 3 men and 1 woman. A man who looks like a puppy. A young man with a hedgehog head wearing sportswear. There is also a beautiful girl with pink twintails. The last man wearing a blue cloak and a mask on his face was obviously the leader of the 4. There seemed to be intruders during the day, but they finally escaped. I can't talk about love when I'm like this. Surely, the girl with pink twintails bit her lip, looking unwilling. Intruders. Zero Emperor Leon frowned slightly, and after a moment of silence, he said, how long will it take for Deliora to be resurrected? Shirley glanced at Lingdi and said, at this rate, it should be done today or tomorrow. It's about time. Regarding the intruders, I don't want them getting in my way here. Yes, there should only be people in the villages outside this island. Destroy the village. Yes, I understand. Natsu, who had been patiently listening, flew into a rage after hearing their conversation. This matter obviously has nothing to do with the villagers. The impulsive and irritable Natsu took the initiative to show up, standing on the wall, facing Leon and the other 3. I can't stand this sneaking around anymore. We're the ones who are going to get in the way. Natsu opened his mouth and roared a fiery dragon, announcing his presence. That emblem is Fairy Tail. Shirley, the girl with pink twintails, recognized the Fairy Tail logo. I see. The villagers asked the guild for help. Yuka, the young man in tracksuit, nodded. What are you still hesitating about? Go and destroy the village for me. Leon, wearing a mask with devil horns, urged. A-hole. Gray, whose face had been filled with shock and disbelief ever since Zero Emperor Leon appeared, suddenly jumped up. Hurry up and stop that boring ceremony. Gray clasped his hands together. Ice-shaping magic is activated. Endless ice spikes rushed up from the ground, opposite. The man known as Zero Emperor shouted softly, "Support the ground with one hand." Next second, the powerful ice-shaping magic that is not inferior to Gray is activated. The two terrifying ice spikes collided and were both annihilated. "Leon, do you know what you are doing?" Gray snapped. "Leon?" Lucy was stunned when she heard Gray say the name of the other leader. "Does Gray know the other party?" Happy said in confusion. The next second, their doubts were confirmed. "I hope you are well, Jie Shui." Leon laughed. "I didn't expect that the wizard the villagers invited would be you. Whether I knew it all along or it was just a coincidence, it's the same anyway. Leave this to me, and go and destroy the village." Leon ordered. "Yes, surely," Yuka and Toby responded. However, next second, despair, suddenly, without warning, footsteps sounded behind the three of them. They were so frightened that all the hairs on their bodies stood on end. It was as if he was being stared at by some prehistoric beast. Unprecedented fear and sense of crisis took over their hearts and minds. Almost without hesitation, the three of them took off into the air decisively. At the same time, he turned around and looked back to his original position. "It's really troublesome running around, so let's just solve it here and then." Lu Yu smiled slightly. "Hey, Gray, can you handle that Leon guy alone?" Lu Yu asked. "Certainly," Gray clenched his fist confidently. "Well then, Natsu, I'll leave those two men over there to you." The last woman, Lucy, Lu Yu continued to distribute. "Hey, that's the way it should be." Natsu clashed his fists together, eager to fight. "Your opponent is me. I will definitely not let Mr. Lu Yu down." Lucy stood in front of Shirley with confidence. "Haha, you're such an ignorant little girl. I don't have much confidence in what that man says, but you're far from being my opponent." Shirley scoffed. "Who are you calling a little girl? You are obviously the little girl." Lucy retorted. "I thought to myself that I am no longer a naive little girl. Now after being baptized, she is already a mature woman." Shirley was stunned when she saw Lucy, who was full of superiority. "For a moment, I didn't know where her sense of superiority came from. But that doesn't matter. Let's get started." War broke out on three fronts simultaneously. Chapter 282 Wave Magic Roar. The fire dragon Natsu puffed up his mouth, and when he opened it, a beam of hot flame shot out, attacking the two opponents assigned to him by Lu Yu. Facing Natsu's fierce attack, the blue hedgehog-haired youth Yuka just waved his hand casually. A blue light curtain then spread out, easily offsetting Natsu's flames. "What a violent flame! Are you the fairy tale wizard nicknamed Fire Dragon?" Yuka casually put his hands behind his back. "So what?" Natsu raised his chin. "We were once mages from a prestigious guild. We can't be dealt with so easily." Yuka spoke confidently. "The scale of the Snake Princess of the Mage Guild, yes, that's where the Rock Iron Jura is." Raging flames followed. Yuka, the young man with thick eyebrows and hedgehog hair, was so frightened that his expression changed drastically, and he quickly used his own magic to block it. "You guy, listen to what others say," Yuka said angrily. "I don't care about this kind of thing. It's none of my business who your partners are. It's just that now you are our mission and the enemy of Fairy Tale. Just knowing this is enough." Natsu said as a matter of course. "Tisk, you bragging fellow, Toby, just stand aside and watch while I take care of this guy by myself." The young man with thick eyebrows, Yuka, raised his hand and sparked a blue light. The force of fluctuations spreads. Natsu was about to confront him head-on. The next second he realized something was wrong and quickly dodged. "Oh, did you notice that? The vibrations from my hands can neutralize all magic? Simply put, it's magic that restrains magic. When I was in Snake Princess's scale, I specialized in dealing with mages. I think you understand why I said that." Thick-browed Yuka smiled smugly. "How can you possibly know if you haven't fought like this?" Natsu swung his fist in response with full force. However, the flames gradually went out when they touched the wave light curtain. "The magic will be eliminated, so we can just stop using it, it's no big deal," Natsu said as he punched directly into the opponent's wave field. Next second. Natsu was sweating profusely from the pain. "Uzumaki, using your body to directly invade the magic power is too foolish." Thick eyebrow Yuka shook his head helplessly. However, Natsu was far more reckless than he had imagined. After the fist, Natsu put half of his body in it and approached madly. For Yuka, who possesses wave magic, this was the first time he encountered such an unconventional opponent, and he couldn't help but open his eyes wide in shock. Next second, without waiting for him to make any move, a raging flame suddenly erupted from the elbow of Natsu's left arm. Fire Dragon's flaming elbow, by the power of flame jets. Natsu broke through Yuka's wave defense wall in one fell swoop. He knocked one of them out with a powerful elbow strike. He fell to the ground unconscious. Compared to Natsu, who has the physique of a dragon, the physical body of an ordinary wizard is always a shortcoming. You're amazing, Toby, the little dog with animal ears, praised. "Next, I'll let you taste something even more powerful." Natsu said. "You can't taste it, I'm stronger than him." Toby the puppy has green nails growing suddenly on his index fingers. Poisonous nail. A jellyfish 100 times more poisonous. Is there some secret hidden in this nail? Poison. Natsu said. How did you know that? You're such an incredible wizard. The silly and cute puppy Toby was shocked. This guy is an idiot. Natsu was speechless. I'm not stupid. If I'm scratched by this poisonous nail, I'll be paralyzed and die in agony. Toby the puppy explains while attacking. Wait a moment, there seems to be something on your forehead. Natsu. A serious reminder. Ah, the puppy Toby scratched his forehead with a silly and cute look on his face. So, Toby the puppy fell to the street, fallen under his own paralyzing poison. You're an idiot indeed. Then the main course is next. Icemake, Eagle, Icemake, Barrier, Gray and Leon, fellow brothers, begin their ice-shaping magic duel. Gray, who was still hesitant in his heart, was at a disadvantage from the very beginning. You are good at shaping matter, quiet, Icemake. My design is a living creature, an animated Icemake. Stillness is always inferior to movement, have you forgotten? Leon said confidently. Icemake, hammer. In the face of Leon's contempt, Gray simply responded with practical actions. The huge ice hammer smashed down. You even need to use two-handed shaping magic. What a useless junior brother. Leon easily broke Gray's move with one hand. Isn't this Uru's teaching? The one-handed form is incomplete and the balance is poor. Gray said. I am special. I surpassed Ulu long ago. Leon said. Gray. Don't be so cocky. Leon. I'll return this sentence to you exactly as it was. Did your attack ever hit me? Don't think I'm still the same as before, Ice Spring. Gray shouted. A series of ice spikes rose from the ground and submerged Leon. Next second, there was only a bang. All the ice cubes shattered. It's still the same as before. I'm your senior brother and I'm better than you. I can perform shaping magic with just one hand, but you can't do it, nothing changes. Even though our paths are different, our time is still frozen as it was back then. Leon pointed to the sky with one hand. A huge magic circle of ice and snow emerged. Icemake, Dragon. A huge ice dragon appeared out of nowhere and knocked Gray away. It's time to end this, Gray. After I deal with you, I will surpass Uru. As long as I can defeat Deliora, who even Ulu can't do anything to, it will be the best proof that I have surpassed Ulu. The expression on Leon's face gradually became sick. Stop. Are you resurrecting Deliora just for this reason? You should know clearly that Deliora is. Gray didn't finish his words. This time, 5 ice dragons appeared out of thin air. Surround Gray. Raging, the blazing flames suddenly flared up. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu swung a fist filled with scorching flames, shattering all the ice dragons attacking Gray. You've been rambling on and on since just now, it's really annoying. Natsu. If you're not determined to defeat the enemy before you, then I'll do it. You're a member of Fairy Tail, Gray, don't bring disgrace upon the guild. Natsu said solemnly. Yeah, Gray struggled to his feet. I never thought that I would have to be taught a lesson by you. I'm far from mature enough. But Natsu, please leave it to me this time. Gray rarely used the word please to Natsu. Can you do it? Natsu said. Thanks to you, I'm no longer confused. Gray said seriously. Then I'll leave it to you. Lu Yu, I'm going to check on Lucy and Happy, Natsu said. Go. Lu Yu held a cup of hot tea and waved casually. Watching Natsu go away, Gray's gaze returned to Leon. It was definitely my fault back then, it was all my immaturity that ultimately led to that outcome. But Uru is still alive, living in that ice, so I will never let your plan succeed. Let's take the punishment together, Leon. Gray spoke calmly, his hands suddenly crossing in front of him. Looking at the familiar starting posture that Gray made. Leon was also shocked, his eyes wide open. This posture is absolutely freezing. Gray, are you crazy? Leon gritted his teeth. Rest the island's inhabitants right now, and get out with your friends. This is my last chance, Gray said calmly. I see. Is this magic used to threaten? Leon regained his composure. Crash! A terrifying ice and snowstorm rushed up from around Gray. Just a wisp of light that escaped destroyed Leon's appearance and knocked him away. No matter how much time passes, the fact that Ulu's death is my responsibility will not change. Sooner or later, I will have to shoulder this responsibility, and now is the time. I was prepared to die 10 years ago. Are you serious? Answer me, Leon, live together or die together. Haha, you don't have the courage to die. Leon just doesn't believe in evil. It's a pity. The ice and snow magic in Gray's body suddenly boiled to the extreme. Sorry, Lu Yu, I'll have to ask you to explain it to everyone for me from now on. Gray's gaze gradually became firm. Really? They're all willful brats. Finally, the situation has developed to this point, and even Lu Yu can no longer sit back and watch. It's time for Ulu to come out and meet her 2 good disciples. Chapter 283. Manifestation of Uru. Lu Yu, please help me say goodbye to everyone in the guild. The magic power in Gray's body gradually boiled. He was prepared to die. What a willful boy. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly. If I just watch Gray die like this and do nothing, I'm afraid Lu Yu will have no choice but to leave Fairy Tail. I have no face to stay in the guild anymore, since people are brought out by themselves. Then you should bring it back safely by yourself. However, Lu Yu did not intend to intervene directly. This is the problem of this pair of willful brothers. Just let their master handle it. Bang! the sound of snapping fingers is crisp. Silently, a graceful figure appeared behind Gray. Gray, immersed in absolute freezing, didn't notice. But Leon in front of him saw it for sure, immediately. Leon's eyes widened like bells. It was as if I had seen the most incredible scene in the world. His body trembled slightly due to extreme shock and disbelief. "What's wrong, Leon? It's too late to be scared now," Gray said. Uru. Leon's mouth opened and closed unconsciously. His eyes were red and he was actually crying. Gray was bewildered upon seeing this. We've known each other for so many years. He had never seen Leon show this expression before. You wouldn't be really scared to tears, right? Just as Gray was thinking this. Suddenly, footsteps were heard behind me. Gray was stunned and was about to turn back. "Gray, you stupid disciple, what on earth are you thinking about?" A majestic female voice exploded from behind Gray. Immediately following, a delicate fist hit Gray in the face. "Knock it into the sky and turn it 720 degrees in the air." Finally it fell heavily to the ground. "Damn it, who is that person?" Gray yelled in dissatisfaction after his ultimate move was interrupted. But the next second, when I saw the familiar face appearing in front of me, Gray was stunned. "Gray, why are you always such a worry?" The great ice mage Uru, who returned from history and infused his own magic and soul, opened his arms and hugged his disciple Gray tightly. Ulu, right now. Gray finally understood the reason why his senior brother Leon suddenly changed his expression. It turns out that a miracle really happened. Their master, Ulu, is actually still alive. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Gray's eyes. "Uru, is that really you? Master, are you really back?" Gray's eyes were hazy and he hugged the master in front of him tightly. "I am afraid that what I see is all a dream, a bubble of illusion." "It's me, Gray, I'm back." Ulu patted his disciple's back and comforted him softly. "So stop blaming yourself, Gray. What happened 10 years ago is no one's fault." Uru. Listening to his master's comfort, Gray finally couldn't help but burst into tears. No, impossible." Leon shook his head repeatedly. "Uru, you were clearly dead. When you completed the absolute freezing, your existence also disappeared. There's absolutely no way he's still alive. I get it, I understand." Leon showed an expression of seeing through everything. "You're the one behind all this, fairy tale guy. This is your illusion magic. That's your trick, Gray's partner. This Uru is fake. It's a fake created by your magic." Leon pointed at Lu Yu with an expression that seemed to see through everything. Hearing this, Gray's expression froze. He also reacted. He knew as much about absolute freeze as Leon did. He always believed that Uru was still alive, but it was just his own wishful thinking. It is impossible for the person who casts absolute freeze to still be alive. Even if there is, it is only the remaining soul and magic power. It is absolutely impossible for the body to be perfectly resurrected like it is now. Besides him and Leon, the only one here is Lu Yu. About Lu Yu's magic, Gray only knows the tip of the iceberg. Not fully understood. The only thing we know is that Lu Yu is very strong, stronger than we can imagine. So no matter how powerful and shocking the magic Lu Yu uses, it is possible. For example, creating the illusion of Uru in front of you. Think of this. Gray couldn't help but feel nervous. "Uru, are you real?" Gray asked hopefully. "Yes and no." Uru smiled gently. "But being able to meet my lovely disciples again like this, I no longer have any regrets." "Shut up, you fake Ulu, don't say such things to Ulu's face." Leon shouted angrily in excitement. "Ice make, dragon." Leon raised his hand and created an ice dragon that bit towards Uru. "Ice make, shield." Uru's two-handed shape. Use a powerful ice shield to block the ice dragon's attack. At the same time, his figure flashed. When he reappeared, he was in front of Leon. The speed was so fast that even Leon was unable to react. "Looks like it's not just Gray, your stupid disciple needs some repairs too." Ulu smiled kindly. A delicate fist hit Leon's face. "Knock it into the sky and turn 720 degrees in the air." Finally, he fell to the ground in the same posture as Gray before. "Leon, I'm sorry." Ulu, who was a majestic master the previous second, turned into a kind mother the next moment. She hugged Leon and apologized softly. Uru. Feeling the familiar warm embrace and familiar fragrance from Uruna, Leon felt a loud bang in his head, as if struck by thunder. "Even if it's an illusion, I can feel the master's presence once again." It was enough to make him happy for a long time. This time it was Leon's turn to hold back his tears. Gray stopped crying and turned his gaze to Lu Yu, who was sitting calmly watching the show. "Lu Yu, what is going on? Did you really do this? Is this related to those few hours you spent during the day?" "Uru, what's the state of my master now? Can Uru really come back to life?" Gray looked at Lu Yu nervously and expectantly, hoping to get the exact answer from Lu Yu. Faced with Gray's series of questions, Lu Yu just smiled slightly and said nothing. But just a smile was enough to make Gray excited and cheered up. "Great, Lu Yu, you are just like a god. From now on, you will be my big brother, and I will be your little brother. Whatever it is, please just tell me," Gray patted his chest and assured. Hey, Gray boy, I didn't say anything. Lu Yu said. That's enough, and don't worry, I will never tell anyone else about this. Gray assured. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction at Gray's sensible words. If possible, Lu Yu doesn't want to be too ostentatious now. Enjoy the life of the fairy tale guild in a low-key manner. It's nice to enjoy the peaceful days with Lucy and Urza. Gray, come here too. You and Leon need to explain everything that happened earlier, Uru greeted. Yes. Gray happily stepped forward. Just then, something strange happened suddenly. The huge pyramid temple suddenly shook violently without warning. Next second. Aho! The earth-shaking demonic roar came from underground. It shook the heavens and the earth. Listen to the sudden demonic roar. Ulu, Gray, and Leon all looked terrified. Deliora. 9 Deci-seconds Chapter 284 Ulu's daughter. Aho ho! The devil's roar shook the earth. The island of Karna trembled. There was a strong wind between heaven and earth. The forest was shaken to and fro by the wind. This is the vision of the devil appearing in the world. After Lu Yu extracted Uru's magic and soul, the freezing power of absolute freezing is not so absolute. Deliora originally needed another day to thaw. At this moment, break the seal and come out. Announce your return to the world with a roar. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. I don't know what happened, but my goal has been achieved. Deliora, be our strength. The short man, wearing a special mask and calling himself Saludi, laughed triumphantly. Zero Emperor Leon is only the apparent mastermind behind the scenes. He is the one who is truly controlling everything behind the scenes and treating Leon and his crew as tools. As for why Deliora should be resurrected, except wanting to transform it into one's own strength. The little man, who calls himself Saludi, actually has another secret. Ta ta ta, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the cave corridor. Deliora, Gray roared and appeared first. Leon followed closely behind. Ha ha ha, well done, Leon. This way, our goal can be achieved. Sarudi laughed. Leon said nothing, he just calmly stepped forward and stood in front of his junior brother Gray. All of this started because of me, and I will end it all. Gray, just shut up and watch, Leon said calmly. Why are you still acting like a senior brother at this point? Gray pouted in dissatisfaction. Oh my, what the hell is going on, Leon? Is there a deep bond between brothers? Saludi raised his eyebrows in surprise. Leon still didn't answer. His eyes just stared at the huge demon roaring at the sky in front of him without blinking. Ice Make, Lancer, the cold air suddenly accumulated in the air. It transformed into one spear after another and stabbed at Saludi. The sudden attack shocked Saludi. He quickly jumped into the air to dodge. Gray and Leon, the two ice wizards, did not move. So where did this attack come from? Next second. Sarudi's question was answered. Is that you? The one who deceived Leon behind the scenes? Uru walked slowly and appeared in Saludi's sight. Who are you? When seeing the resurrected Ulu appear, Saludi's eyes widened in shock. The whole person's emotions were stirred to the ultimate level in an instant, and he couldn't control himself. In the face of the miracle of Uru's resurrection, even the demon Deliora is no longer important, because... feeling Saludi's violent emotional fluctuations. A hint of doubt appeared on Ulu's fair and pretty face. Uru also felt a sense of familiarity from him. Who are you? Ulu shouted. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Sarudi suddenly smiled. Laugh out loud and wildly. I didn't expect a woman like you to appear in front of me. It's really disgusting. Forget it, I'll just give Deliora to you. After saying that, Saludi unfolded the cape behind him. It disappeared in an instant. Ulu shook his head to dispel the strange emotions in his heart. She took a step forward. The figure rushed out quickly. He came behind two disciples who were in the same posture, ready to cast absolute freezing. The two fists landed without any order of precedence. Stupid disciples, don't use absolute freeze all the time. Ulu scolded. It hurts, Uru, what are you doing? How can you defeat Deliora without absolute freezing? Gray held his head, tears streaming down his face in pain. Ulu said nothing, but just walked straight forward. No. Don't do that, Uru, this is my responsibility, it should be me. Leon screamed in panic. Ulu put his hands on his hips helplessly. She just moved her fingers slightly. A huge hammer of ice then appeared right above Deliora's head. Ice Make, hammer, the sledgehammer came crashing down. Bang. Deliora's roar stopped abruptly, then there were a series of crackling sounds. Cracks crisscrossed across Deliora's body, finally it exploded. Gray and Leon both widened their eyes in shock. I thought, could it be that my master is already powerful enough to defeat the devil at any time? What are you thinking about? Ulu flicked his disciples' foreheads lightly, sending two of them to the ground. Deliora was already dead, that was just a final burst of life. Uru shook his head. What, has he already died? Gray and Leon stood back to back, scratching their heads in confusion. Next, you two brothers should have a good chat about the past and the future. Master still has some things to do. After Ulu finished speaking, he turned and left. Ulu. Master, Leon and Gray seemed to have sensed something and spoke at the same time. What's up? Uru asked. Can we meet again in the future? Gray asked nervously. Certainly, Ulu smiled, then he quickly disappeared from the cave entrance. Right now. Karna Island, a dense forest. Why? Why did that woman show up again? She's obviously dead. I also want to put an end to the past once and for all this time, so. But why? Seeing that she's still alive, I actually feel a little happy. A short masked man squatted on a branch. There were tears in the big eyes under the mask. That's really not straightforward at all. Suddenly, a magnetic voice sounded from the adjacent tree trunk. Who? Saludi suddenly realized, suddenly turned around. I saw Lu Yu leaning against a tree trunk not far away. It's you? Saludi's pupils suddenly shrank as he recognized Lu Yu. Oh, you know me? Have we met before? Lu Yu asked with a smile. No, I just recognized the emblem on the back of your hand. Sarudi regained his composure. Oink oink, in the dark forest. A beautiful figure ran at high speed. It didn't take long before they arrived at the area where Lu Yu and Saludi were. Who are you? Uru, who arrived under Lu Yu's guidance, clenched his fists nervously. Her intuition told her. The person wearing the mask is someone very important to her. At this point, does it matter who I am? Sarudi sneered. It would be pointless to keeping it a secret at this point. Lu Yu smiled. Haha, then it's as you wish, Sarudi sneered. She took off the transformation mask on her face. No mask to cover up, her original figure then appeared. Her originally short frame gradually grew taller. Her black hair flowed down like a waterfall. The justice before him gradually became more magnificent. The clothes on the body also changed. It all happened in a short moment. A graceful and beautiful girl appeared in front of Lu Yu and Wu Lu. It was Arusha, one of the members of the council. She is also Ulu's daughter, Wu, looking at the girl not far away who looks exactly like him. Ulu's eyes suddenly turned red. She covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from screaming. However, the figure that had never wavered in the face of the disaster demon Deliora was now shaking uncontrollably. The moment she saw Arusha, she knew it. That's her daughter. The daughter I once thought was dead and I would never see her again. Tia, is that you? You're still alive. Ulu burst into tears. Arusha possessed considerable magical power from birth, but her young body could not withstand it. Worried about Arusha, Uru sends her to a research institute in order to treat her. But not long after, Ulu learned of his daughter's death. However, what Ulu didn't know was that his daughter was not dead. It was just occupied by the 6 demon generals and used as a research subject. Arusha sneered. Put aside your hypocrisy, Ulu. You abandoned me when I was little, and now you're still pretending to be a mother. You are not qualified to be my mother, Arusha spoke coldly. The look he gave Uru was filled with hatred. No, Tia, I didn't. Uru wanted to explain. However, Arusha did not give her a chance to explain. Then, young Arusha, who was used as a test subject for magic research, finally escaped from the research institute. Along the way, after going through untold hardships, he finally found his mother. However, she did not wait for her to be reunited with her mother. What Arusha saw was the smile of his mother and his apprentice. That moment, Arusha felt as if her world was collapsing. She believed deep down that she had been ruthlessly abandoned by her mother. This has led to an unprecedented strong hatred towards him. Now, this hatred resurfaced with the appearance of Uru. I don't have a mother like you, chapter 285 Shoot Down the Moon? I don't have a mother like you, go to hell, Arusha clasped his hands together. Ice make, rose garden, in an instant. Countless ice thorns and roses appeared out of thin air. With a powerful wave of magic, it attacked the defenseless Uru. At the critical moment, Lu Yu flashed and stood in front of Ulu. Why bother? Lu Yu shook his head, with a wave of the hand. Ultir's strongest ice-shaping magic shattered and collapsed. Snort, Arusha groaned, his expression grim, although it was only a momentary confrontation. But she already knew. With her strength, she is probably no match for Lu Yu. Next time we meet, I won't let it go like this. He left behind a final harsh remark. Arusha left again without looking back. Tia Ulu stretched out his slender hand, trying to grab something. But there is nothing we can do. Staggering, in the end, she just fell powerlessly into Lu Yu's arms. This situation. Even Lu Yu didn't know how to comfort the mother who was hated by her daughter. All he could do was lend his shoulder to Ulu and cry as much as he wanted. I don't know how long it has been. Ulu's crying gradually stopped. Lord Lu Yu. Wu Lu still didn't look up, but just leaned on Lu Yu's shoulder. What's up? Lu Yu asked casually. Uru took a deep breath, as if he had made some huge decision. About my current situation. Of course she knows it best. She can't even be considered a living person now. It was just a dream materialized by Lu Yu's magic. This time I can see my 2 disciples Gray and Leon again. Ease the relationship between disciples. She was already satisfied enough. There is no regret in my heart anymore, but, the last of all. She actually saw her daughter again. The daughter who should have died 20 years ago is still alive. This is great news for Uru. It doesn't matter even if my daughter Arusha hates me. As long as Arusha is still alive, that would be the best thing. Only, Ulu's mother's intuition told her, these years. Without her by his side, Arusha must have suffered a lot. There is even a high possibility of going astray. If we let her go on like this, maybe we will encounter some cruel things in the future. So, as a mother, Ulu wanted to do something for her daughter in the end. She was willing to pay any price for this. Russell. Ulu unbuttoned his shirt. Mustering up the courage, he looked up at Lu Yu. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows, inquiring with eyes. I know that everything I have was given by you, Lord Lu Yu. Even this body, if Lord Lu Yu wants it, he can have it anytime. But there is always a difference between voluntary and involuntary. Ulu spoke solemnly. That's not necessary. Lu Yu shook his head. You'll still have a chance to appear in the future. Lu Yu said. No, Uru shook his head firmly. This is different. My power is limited. Only you, Lord Lu Yu, can save that child. As for Urutia, if I encounter it again, I will not stand idly by. Lu Yu said. Does Lord Lu Yu dislike me? Ulu's expression darkened slightly. Lu Yu. While he was stunned, Uru suddenly attacked. She stood on tiptoe. Blocked Lu Yu with her red lips. Lu Yu subconsciously hugged Ulu with his backhand. Everything is implied. That's good. Lord Lu Yu is a man who values friendship. In this case, that child, Tia, and Lord Lu Yu are also somewhat implicated. Uru thought with a satisfied look on his face. At the same time, in a place unknown to Uru, what a shameless mother. Urusha's voice was cold. Early morning, the sun is rising. The first hint of dawn appeared in the eastern sky, illuminating the darkness. Somewhere on the cliffs of the coast, Lu Yu leaned back casually. In arms, a beautiful young woman with neat short black hair snuggled up quietly. Uru, your magic power and soul are not stable yet, you should rest for a while. I'll find a way to truly revive you later, Lu Yu said casually. Yes, Lord Lu Yu, Uru nodded. I'm so glad for the decision I made last night. A woman like her, after experiencing many misfortunes in his life. To experience such happiness after death, there is nothing more to ask for. In the morning glow, Ulu's figure turned into dots of light and dissipated. A small part of it remained and entered Lu Yu's body. Then go back. Lu Yu clapped his hands and stood up. Right now. Karna Island. Demon Village. Natsu, Gray, Lucy, Happy and their cat returned early. Leon, Yuka, Toby and Shirley were also placed somewhere in the village. Although it all started with them, but for some reason, Leon and his 3 companions had no direct conflicts with the villagers these days. In addition, Leon and others have now given up their plan and apologized sincerely. The villagers, who were simple-minded by nature, did not hold them accountable. I have already accepted their apology. Are you not back yet, Mr. Lu Yu? Early in the morning, Lucy looked listless. To be precise, since defeating Shirley last night. Lucy hadn't slept since then. Lucy, don't worry, that's Lu Yu. Said the little blue cat Habibi. Yeah, Natsu agreed. Gray, what's up? Who is your partner, that Lu Yu? Leon asked. I don't know either. Lu Yu just joined not long ago. Gray shrugged. He also has Uru, before Leon could finish. Gray quickly covered his brother's mouth. Shush, this is a secret between the 3 of us. If you still want to see Uru, don't say anything now. Gray said alertly. Leon nodded heavily, already intimidated by his junior fellow apprentice. I'm back. At this moment, the demon villager who was on guard at the entrance of the village suddenly stood up and shouted excitedly. Is Mr. Lu Yu back? Lucy's eyes lit up. She was listless a second ago. This moment is instantly reborn. Rush out at the fastest speed at the first moment. Until I saw the familiar figure coming, Lucy couldn't help but feel great joy in her heart. Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy jumped up. She threw herself straight into Lu Yu's arms. Without waiting for Lu Yu to say anything. Lucy had already closed her beautiful eyes peacefully. She fell asleep peacefully in Lu Yu's arms. Lu Yu laughed and raised his hand to gently touch Lucy's little head. Lu Yu, Natsu, Gray, Leon and the others hurried forward. Lu Yu said nothing, but just made a gesture to keep quiet. Then he took Lucy back to the room to rest. One day passed in the blink of an eye. When the tired Lucy woke up, it was already dusk. Night gradually falls. When the moon appears. As expected, the villagers transformed into demons again. But this does not affect the joyful atmosphere. Celebratory bonfires were lit all over the village. Natsu, Gray, and the others were already celebrating enthusiastically with the villagers. Lu Yu, Lucy, you finally came out. When they saw Lu Yu and Lucy leaving, everyone's eyes lit up. Come on, this is a celebration party, Natsu greeted happily. Hey, Natsu, is this the time to celebrate? Lu Yu asked back with a smile. Huh? Everyone was puzzled. Our commission hasn't been completed yet? Lu Yu reminded. Yes. Gray reacted. The moon drop ceremony has clearly ended, so why haven't the villagers recovered yet? Mr. Lu Yu, do you know the reason? Lucy asked subconsciously. Let's just call it that, Lu Yu grinned. Boys, let's get ready and shoot down the moon. Chapter 286 The Devil's Truth The Cursed Island, Karna. The time is night. A purple full moon hangs high in the sky. There is no aesthetic, instead, it carries a hint of ominous and evil spirit. Murakami's devil village. The villagers who transformed into demons gathered together. Hey, Lu Yu, are you really going to destroy the moon? Asked the little blue cat, Harpy. Whatever you say, this is too messy. Gray's face was filled with disbelief. Aha, go ahead, go ahead. Natsu cheered excitedly. Natsu, shut up first and listen to Mr. Lu Yu quietly. Lucy lightly punched the noisy Natsu on the head. Well, first of all, let's confirm one thing. You became like this after the purple moon appeared, right? Lu Yu looked at the demon villagers. To be precise, it is only when that moon appears that we become what we are now. Village Chief Mocha said, based on the intelligence we've gathered, we can conclude that this started 3 years ago. But this island has been performing the moondrop ritual every night for 3 years. That light in the ruins should be visible every night. Doesn't that mean it's the most suspicious place on the island? Why didn't you investigate? Lu Yu asked back. That's because of the village legend. Those ruins are absolutely forbidden to approach. Village Chief Mocha said, but now isn't the time to be shy about that kind of thing. Lucy was puzzled. Village Chief Mocha looked embarrassed. Honestly, we don't know why. We've tried to investigate the ruins many times, but we can't get close. Even though we are moving towards the ruins, every time we find ourselves back at the village gate, we can't get close to the ruins, said the village chief Mocha. Can't get close? What's going on? Lucy was completely confused. We went in right away. Natsu said. We kept it a secret because we were afraid you wouldn't believe it. The villagers lowered their heads as if feeling guilty. Mr. Lu Yu, what is going on? Lucy looked at Lu Yu. When in doubt, ask Lu Yu. This has become a habit for Lucy. Never mind. Lu Yu spread his hands. Then let's destroy the moon first. Lu Yu spoke lightly. By the way, Lu Yu, what exactly are you planning to do? Asked Happy. Lu Yu didn't answer, a quick glance. He bent down and picked up an ordinary pebble from the ground. He held it in his hand and weighed it. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. I don't know what Lu Yu wants to do. Wait a moment, brother, are you going to use that rock to shoot down the moon? Gray's face was filled with surprise. Brother? Lucy, Happy, and Natsu also looked surprised. But Gray had no intention of explaining. It's not like we're really going to shoot down the moon. One rock is enough. Lu Yu smiled. Although the stone does not have the attribute bonus of Urza's evil-breaking spear. But Lu Yu is confident that great efforts can always make miracles happen. The words fell, without waiting for Habibi and the others to complain. Lu Yu struck a pose like a baseball pitcher. Next second. Whoosh. Bang. Rumble. A booming sound like a cannonball and thunder exploded in people's ears. 3 sonic booms exploded in the sky one after another. The bright night is like a shooting star. That's blazing cobblestone at ultimate speeds. In an instant, the meteor, emitted from the ground, touched the invisible dome. Click, 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 the moon shattered. Amazing, absolutely amazing. The little blue cat Harpy screamed. The moon is broken. Natsu also laughed in disbelief. You're truly worthy of being my big brother. Gray exclaimed. This is my line, Lucy complained. A sense of amazement enveloped the entire village. But the next second, people discovered something was wrong. Following the shattering of the purple moon, the sky also cracked because of it. Accompanied by a soft bang, the sky shattered like a mirror. The cold moonlight shone down. The moon still exists. But the moonlight was no longer the ominous purple. It was not the moon that was shattered, but the sky. Lucy was the first to react. What on earth is going on? Natsu was puzzled. This island is covered in a membrane of evil. Lu Yu continued to explain. It's something similar to exhaust gas produced by the moondrops. The exhaust gas crystallizes and forms a thin film in the sky, which is why the moon looks purple. Ah, it hasn't recovered. We still look like demons. The demon villagers said in panic. How could that be? The moon has clearly returned to normal. Happy was puzzled. This is their original attitude. Lu Yu said. The evil membrane didn't change their appearance, but it tampered with their memories. At night, it turns into a demon, this false memory. Wow, that means, could it be? Lucy reacted. It's just what you think, they're demons. Lu Yu smiled. Ah, really, really? Gray had a dazed expression on his face. Well, after hearing what he said, although my memory is still a little confused, it seems to be true. A demon villager said. They possess the ability to transform into humans, and therefore mistake their transformed human selves for their original selves. This is the memory impairment caused by the moondrop. Lu Yu said. But why are Leon and the others okay? Lucy asked. Because they're human. The moondrop's memory-damaging side effect only affects demons. As long as the villagers can't get close to the ruins, it's for this reason. The ruins that store the divine light cannot be approached by the dwellers of darkness. Lu Yu said. As expected of fairy tale, it's right to leave it to you. A bearded demon walks into the village. That's a ghost. Lucy and Happy screamed in surprise when they recognized the bearded demon. Are you the ferryman? Gray was also surprised. Popo. The demon village chief Mocha was stunned by extreme shock and excitement. That's Bobo. What's going on? You're not. The villagers also looked as if they had seen a ghost. It's just a puncture in the chest, how can we demons die? Ha 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 ha. The devil Bobo said nonchalantly, but didn't you disappear while you were on the ship? Gray asked. Swish, the devil Bobo suddenly disappeared from people's sight. When he reappeared, he was already in midair, pitch black demonic membrane wings spread out behind him. I'm really sorry that I couldn't tell the truth at that time. I recovered my memory and left the island on my own. Because I'm terrified of the villagers who insist on treating me as human. Demon Bobo laughed. Popo, Popo. The demon village chief Mocha burst into tears, spread his demon wings and hugged his son tightly. The other villagers looked at each other, then simultaneously spread their wings, cheering and shouting excitedly. This is Devil's Island. Lucis' face was filled with emotion. However, looking at everyone's expressions, they looked more like angels than demons. Natsu smiled brightly. Party, tonight is the devil's party. A night of partying. The next morning, after receiving the reward, the $level Garna Island mission officially ended. Great. The key to the Zodiac, here we go. Lucy jumped 3 feet high with joy. 7 million J, how many fish can you buy with that? The harpy's mouth was watering. Great, we are rich now. Natsu laughed happily. Lu Yu looked at Lucy and others with a smile. Compared to the reward I deserved for this mission, Lu Yu's biggest gain came from the system rewards for S-level tasks. Complete an S-rank mission and receive armament hockey, basic, and shock fruit abilities as rewards. Chapter 287. Promise with Mirajane. The trip to Karna Island ended perfectly. This trip was quite fruitful for Lu Yu. The last color in Conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, is also obtained. Although Lu Yu doesn't care about the power of armament color. However, the lack of 3 colors is still somewhat imperfect. Lu Yu still has a little obsessive-compulsive disorder. Compared to the armed color, what made Lu Yu even happier was the addition of the shock fruit ability. This is the second biggest gain of this trip, as for the first major gain. Of course it is. Uru, farewell to the friendly demon villagers of Karna Island. Lu Yu and his party returned to the port town of Harujin under the escort of the boatman Bobo. Very good. Resurrection with full health. As soon as he landed, Natsu, who was sick a second ago, suddenly revived with full health. Happy, let's go have a feast together, Natsu suggested. Isa, Harpy echoed. The man and the cat immediately started running away. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared at the end of the street. Yeah, there's really nothing we can do about them. Lucy shook her head. Let's go too, Lu Yu said. Yes, Lucy responded happily and naturally took Lu Yu's arm. It was the same restaurant where we first met. The 4 people and the cat ate nearly 100,000 worth of delicious food. Natsu and the little blue cat Happy were lying on their backs, their stomachs were round, they could no longer eat. While Natsu and Happy are resting and digesting their food. After stopping Gray, Lucy took Lu Yu and started shopping happily. It's not Lu Yu's money, instead, he used the reward given to her for this mission. Because of the key to the Zodiac, this time Lucy only got 500,000 J. But Lucy was already satisfied enough. Buy a lot of things for yourself and Lu Yu. To this, Lu Yu did not refuse. After all, lovers still have to give to each other. Certainly when buying a gift for Lucy, Lu Yu also did not forget to bring one for Urza. For Urza, there was always a strange emotion in Lu Yu's heart. He didn't dare to make the final confirmation, but on the other hand, he couldn't help but want to get close to Urza. Eat well, drink well, play well, and shop well. The trip to the port town of Harjin also came to an end. A group of 4 people and a cat boarded the train. In the evening, Lu Yu and his party returned to Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guild. Welcome back, how's the island? Mirajane, the beautiful receptionist in a bright red dress, came forward with a smile. Ha ha ha, an S-rank mission is nothing more than this. Natsu laughed complacently. Although there were many problems along the way, it went smoothly overall. Everything is thanks to Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy gave a thumbs up. Brother Lu Yu, he is simply the strongest. Gray said. Mira couldn't stop nodding. Next second, brother, she noticed Gray's address. Man, Elfman, who was not far away, suddenly shouted. Hey, what's going on, that Gray? What on earth happened on this mission? Gray actually calls Lu Yu, big brother. Fairy tale mages such as Kana, Macau, and Loki all had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. To this, Gray remained unconcerned. As for Lu Yu, now he sat down next to Urza, who looked calm and elegant. Urza acted as if she didn't even notice the return of Lu Yu and others from beginning to end. Although she appeared calm on the surface, anyone could tell that Urza was angry. What's wrong, Urza? You look depressed, Lu Yu greeted with a smile. I'm not moping. Urza turned her head away. Sorry, I'll definitely take you with me on the next mission. Lu Yu said. Stupid, idiot, I don't need you to lead me. Urza refused. That's true, Urza is very strong after all. Lu Yu nodded. Urza suddenly turned her head. He said no, but the expression on his face said something completely different. The only thing missing was that he wanted to write down that he also wanted to join everyone, or to be more precise, he wanted to complete the mission with Lu Yu. Just like Lu Yu's closeness to Urza. Urza also feels an inexplicable closeness to Lu Yu. Lu Yu smiled. Flip your right hand. A beautiful little gift appeared in front of Urza. Then flip it again. Another one. Again, it won't take long. There was a pile of gifts in front of Urza. From clothes to cute little toys, there's everything. Are all these for me? A smile of joy appeared on Urza's tense face. Certainly, Lu Yu smiled and nodded. Mr. Lu Yu and Urza, really? Lucy took a deep breath and said nothing. Ah la la. Mira Jane narrowed her beautiful eyes and held her little face in her slender hands. After conquering Lucy, is Urza next? Does the perfect Lu Yu still have flaws? But being fickle doesn't seem to be a disadvantage. If that's the case, then maybe I will. Mira Jane thought seriously, then he quickly shook his head. What on earth was I thinking? S-level mission, Garna Island, successfully completed. The following days returned to a peaceful daily routine. In my spare time, Lu Yu was entrusted by Mira Jane to come to the guild's library to help organize it. I'm just sitting around anyway, Lu Yu did not refuse. Besides, Mira Jane had helped him a lot since he joined the guild. Oh my, I found something good. Lu Yu found an exquisite painting from the pile of books. The painting shows the fairy tale members when they were young. Mira, can you tell me in detail? What was Urza like as a child? Lu Yu asked. Oh, what's that? Lu Yu, you promised to help me sort it out, so it's for this. Mira Jane puffed up her face a little angrily, which was adorable. Lu Yu, you really are a playboy. Are you planning to capture all the beauties in the guild? Mira raised her slender white hand and drew a circle on Lu Yu's heart. Ah ha ha, how could that be? Mira, you're overthinking it. Lu Yu grinned and grabbed Mira's delicate wrist. Wow. Suddenly Lu Yu grabbed her hand. Mira Jane's fair and pretty face couldn't help but turn red. She quickly retracted her hand in panic, her eyes slightly avoiding. I only joined the guild 6 years ago, so I don't know much about Urza's past. The president and Granny Polysica should know more. Mira Jane took a deep breath, calming her emotions. No problem, no problem. I'm just asking. Lu Yu waved his hand. Oh well. Mira Jane nodded in agreement. He immediately told Lu Yu everything about his knowledge of Urza and his past conflicts with her. Hey, Mira, you used to be a rebellious girl. Lu Yu pretended to be suppressed. Really? Don't laugh at me, Lu Yu. Mira puffed up her face cutely again. Ahahaha, I don't mean to laugh at you, I just think the rebellious Mira in the past is really funny. Lu Yu said. So, are you not interested in me now, Lu Yu? Mira Jane suppressed her inner shyness and moved closer. Gentle Mila is also very good now. Lu Yu nodded seriously. By the way, he gave Mira Jane a pat on the head. Mira Jane hummed twice in pleasure. Just don't dwell on the past. Lu Yu suddenly changed the subject and spoke with emotion. Mira Jane's expression darkened slightly. When introducing everyone in the past, she inevitably mentioned her deceased sister, Lisana. That was a hurdle in her heart that she couldn't get over. It is also the root cause of her transformation from the feared fairy tale S-class wizard, Demon Mira Jane, to the gentle and amiable Miss Mira today. Lu Yu flicked his fingers, accompanied by a soft ding sound. A gold coin fell into Mira Jane's fair little hand. This is... Mira's face was full of confusion. This is a lucky gold coin that will make your wishes come true. Whatever you desire will come true. I can even help you meet Lisana. Lu Yu spoke seriously and solemnly. Oh, Lu Yu, are you teasing me? If Lucy and Urza knew. Mira narrowed her eyes slightly. What did you say? Lu Yu was serious. HMPH, then I'll take it without hesitation. If I ever get to meet Lisana, I'll satisfy any requests you may have. Mira smiled. Lu Yu. Only, Mira Jane changed the subject. If you can't see it, Lu Yu, you'd better be prepared to be blackmailed by me. Mira Jane rarely showed her previous devilish nature. Ah, it's settled then. Lu Yu agreed readily. Chapter 288 Fairy Tale Attack. Late at night. Lord Lu Yu, my Lord Lu Yu, please, more love. Lu Yu frowned slightly and his body movements suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy put her arms around Lu Yu's neck. The pretty face with a rosy complexion was filled with desire and hope. Nothing. Go on. The next morning, Lu Yu, Naz. Urza's voice suddenly exploded. What's wrong? Urza, are you going to work so early in the morning? Natsu rubbed his eyes and pushed the door open with a still hazy happy. Urza's expression was serious and solemn. Walk straight towards the gate of the mansion. Hey, Urza, Lu Yu said that no one can break into the door without permission. Natsu reminded, however, Urza still didn't care. The door of the mansion was opened directly by violent means. What's wrong, Urza? Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Yu smiled and went downstairs. Lu Yu, this wasn't destroyed by us, it was Urza who did it. The little blue cat Habibi spoke decisively to distance himself from the matter. It's okay, Lu Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. Natsu and Happy were both surprised. Why can Urza do it but we can't? Natsu protested. Lu Yu gave him a look. Natsu and Happy immediately trembled and sat quietly at the table, not daring to speak. Now is not the time to argue, Naz, Lu Yu, something's wrong with the guild. Urza spoke solemnly. Mr. Lu Yu, I seem to notice something was wrong with the guild upstairs earlier. Lucy's anxious voice came from the stairs. Then let's go and have a look. Lu Yu said. Where's breakfast? Asked Happy. We'll talk about it later. The four people in the cat immediately walked towards the guild. The closer you get, the expression on Natsu's face was solemn. When you get close to the guild, looking at the guild that was pierced by dozens of iron rods and was on the verge of collapse. Our guild. The veins on Natsu's forehead bulged. He was beyond angry. Lucy and Happy also looked panicked. Ghost, Myra's gentle voice sounded. You mean a ghost? Natsu snorted. We'll talk about the details later. Now everyone is in the basement warehouse. I'll take you there. Mira Jane spoke. He immediately took Lu Yu and his party to the basement of Fairy Tail. It is usually a warehouse, but it's a temporary tavern now. The relationship between Phantom and us has always been bad. Sarusuk, the #1 extra in the lane engine team, sighed. Go kill them. The second extra, Doler, talks casually. Don't be like this, the other party is that ghost. Libby, a sleek girl with short blue hair, spoke. Lucy listened silently to the discussions of her companions around her, and followed Lu Yu to President Makarov. Hey, good morning. Makarov raised his glass and greeted optimistically. Old man, why are you still leisurely? Natsu was overcome with emotion. President, do you understand what the situation is? Urza couldn't calm down either. The guild has been destroyed. Gray appeared at some point. All right, calm down. It's not yet time to panic, Makarov said nonchalantly. For those idiots, this is the limit. What's the joy in attacking a guild with no one in it? There's no need to worry too much about those guys who only attack when people are least prepared. Just let them be. Makarov waved his hand. I absolutely cannot accept this. I won't be able to calm down until I defeat those guys. Natsu smashed the pillar next to him with his punch. That's enough about this topic. Until the restoration above is completed, I'll accept the commission here. Makarov said. Now is not the time to work, Natsu yelled. Stop it now. Makarov knocked Natsu to the ground with a punch and trotted off to go to the bathroom. Hateful. Even though he was facing the ground, Natsu still roared in frustration. Natsu, the president is equally unwilling. However, armed conflict between guilds is prohibited by the guild council. Mira Jane spoke with a dejected look on her face. Weren't they the ones who started it first? Natsu was furious. That's not the question. Mira Jane shook her head. There's nothing I can do about the president thinking this way. Urza said. Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy looked at Lu Yu subconsciously. Let the bullets fly for a while. Lu Yu smiled slightly. If he used all his strength, he would be able to easily destroy the ghost. If the council dares to cause trouble, it can suppress it and ensure that Fairy Tail is not affected. But that was only superficial indifference. If he really did that, then the whole country will probably regard Fairy Tail as a thorn in its side. By then, this joyful guild would probably have completely lost its former glory. If it were in the past, Lu Yu could certainly just pat his butt and leave. At worst, after causing chaos, I can go back to the pirates' world. Only, now Lu Yu has some concerns in this world. It's not just Lucy, and Irene and Ulu, and most importantly, Urza. Mr. Lu Yu, what are you thinking about? Lucy asked curiously. Nothing, Lu Yu shook his head. I was just wondering if I should change my mood at this time. How do I convert? Mira Jane asked confused. Would you all like to come to my house tonight and have a barbecue party or something? Lu Yu suggested. In the pirates' world, influenced by the atmosphere there. Lu Yu was either attending a banquet or on his way to a banquet. After coming to the Fairy Tail world, I have never driven a car properly. Lu Yu also felt a little itchy. Banquet? Great. The little blue cat Harpy was the first to cheer. Big Brother's party, I'm really looking forward to it. Gray's shirt disappeared at some point. That's a good suggestion. Now that the Phantom has come to this city, I'm afraid he'll investigate everyone's homes. It's actually safer to get together at this time. Urza thought seriously. Next second. Lu Yu. Urza suddenly looked up and looked at Lu Yu with anticipation. What's up? Lu Yu smiled. I heard that Lucy and Mira each have a room in your mansion, so give me one too. I'll pay the rent. Urza said seriously. Okay, Lu Yu agreed readily. Then I want one too. Gray quickly raised his hand. Gray, you should just go live with Natsu and the others. Lu Yu waved his hand. Hey, Gray looked disgusted. What are you looking at? I don't even want you to come. Natsu crossed his arms. Then I'll come. Gray refused to give in. What, Lu-chan, I seem to hear you guys talking about some interesting topic earlier. The petite and cute girl with short blue hair, Libby, came forward curiously and took Lucy's arm affectionately. Because of the novel, Lebby, who loves words and novels, and Lucy, who writes novels, soon become good friends. Lebby, we were actually planning to have a party together tonight to change the mood. Lucy said. Party, that's great, can I join in too? Lebby asked expectantly. Of course, right, Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy agreed readily. Anyone who wants to come can come. Lu Yu nodded. Hey, Lu Yu, can I have some wine? Kana, dressed boldly with only a bra on her upper body, sat on the table with her arms on Lu Yu's shoulders. Drink as much as you want, Lu Yu said. It's free, right? The middle-aged man Macau's ears twitched. Real? A free party? I've never been to Lu Yu's mansion. I heard the dog kennels there are bigger than my house. There is also a huge outdoor swimming pool, don't miss it. The guild, which had been lifeless, suddenly came alive and was reborn. What, a banquet? Lu Yu treats us, then I won't be polite either. Makarov, who had just finished using the toilet, also felt refreshed. Everyone, hurry up and get ready. Oh, Chapter 289 Iron Dragon Gajeel. In the afternoon, Fairy Tail is in full swing. After learning that the wealthy Lu Yu was going to hold a banquet in his mansion, Fairy Tail, which had been in low spirits due to the Phantom's attack, suddenly became more excited. Under Makarov's assignment, several purchasing teams were formed. Go explore Romagnolia's fine wines, delicacies, barbecue ingredients and delicious sea fish. Lucy, Mira, Levi, Urza, Kana, the wood-shaped wizard Lucky and other girls returned to the mansion with Lu Yu and began to decorate the venue. Among them, Lucky, who possesses the wood style. No, 3-bedroom and 1 living room technique. No, the wood styling magic is the main force. Not long after, we arrived at Lu Yu's residence. As soon as he arrived at the mansion, Urza couldn't wait to pick a room for herself, put her luggage in it and occupy it completely. Then she got a key from Lu Yu, which meant that Urza became a member of this mansion. To this, although girls like Levi were envious, they couldn't ask for it directly like Urza did. Because they see it every day, Urza and Lu Yu have a good relationship. We had carried out several missions together, so we were accepted. There is not much interaction between them and Lu Yu at present. It's naturally difficult to speak up. That's great. Levi followed Lucy to her room. Lu Chan's room, you can see the sea and the sunrise as soon as you come in. Lei Bai said with some envy. Hearing this, Lucy just forced a smile. There was tension on her little face, because she suddenly remembered. I was too rushed this morning because of guild matters. She actually forgot to clean the room. What a coincidence. I was in her room last night. There are still some traces left in some places now. Hey, Lu Chan, can I sleep with you tonight? Rebbe asked hopefully. This. Lucy suddenly became more nervous. Sorry, I was too abrupt. Seeing Lucy's embarrassment, Levi quickly apologized. No, Lucy waved her hands quickly. Of course, I'd love to have a night talk with Levi. Real? Of course it's true. Very good, Rebbe cheered. Rolling around in the quilt happily. At some point, Lei Bai's delicate body suddenly paused. Sniff, she seemed to smell something. Lucy exclaimed several times. By the way, Levi, don't waste time here. The venue layout is not yet complete. Lucy pulled her best friend Levi up and went downstairs. Then he returned to his room on the pretext of forgetting something. Open the gate of the Virgin Palace, Beluge. Ding dong. The star spirit Beluge appears. Princess, please let me know if you have any requests. In Obaru, there is still Beluge, the big and strong gorilla. Now, after signing a contract with Lucy, she has transformed into a petite and cute maid wearing white silk stockings. Beluge, please help me clean the room while we are away. Lucy whispered. Yes, Princess, Beluge agreed readily. Lu Chan, are you still not feeling well? Levi, who went downstairs first, asked. Coming right up. Lucy quickly responded and went downstairs. Beluge turned around stupidly. His eyes fell on the quilt. Sniff, the princess tastes so good in the evening. Fairy Tail's food purchasing teams returned with full loads one after another. Large pool courtyard. The banquet hall has also been set up. Very good, let's get started. Banquet, Uu. Fairy Tail's first grand party begins. Ubu Town. This is a historic town located in the northeastern part of the Kingdom of Fury. It is adjacent to Magnolia, and the distance between the two is less than half a day. Originally, this was also the mission area managed by the Fairy Tail Guild. However, in recent years, the ruler of the Phantom has been expanding its territory. Now this town has also fallen into the hands of the Phantom. It's not just Ubu Town. There are several small towns around Magnolia, all of which are controlled by the Phantom. It clamps Magnolia and the Fairy Tail Guild in the middle. Among the numerous guilds in the Kingdom of Fury, the Phantom's ruler has always been the strongest. But in recent years, as the younger generation of the Fairy Tail Guild grows up, S-class wizards such as Laxus, Maiston, Urza, and the demon Mirajane were born one after another. Natsu, Grey, Elfman and others also became famous. The Fairy Tail Guild is showing signs of becoming the strongest guild. For the ruler of the Phantom who has always claimed to be the strongest. This is intolerable, plus the guild presidents gathering 6 years ago. After the Phantom's guild leader Joseph and Makarov got drunk, they both said that their guild was the best and strongest. As a result, the two sides started fighting and Makarov won in the end. From then on, the Phantom Guild president Joseph also bore a grudge against Fairy Tail. Also, there are even deeper historical connections between Phantom Flame and Fairy Tail. That was a feud that started with Mavis, the president of the first generation. When Fairy Tail was founded, he had a conflict with the leader of the Blue Skull Guild. Mavis and others worked together to destroy the Blue Skull Guild. Later, when Fairy Tail was founded, the president of the Blue Skull Guild said that he wanted to establish a guild to compete with Fairy Tail. This is the ruler of the Phantoms, right now. In Ogu Town, Phantom Branch, Gajeel was sitting in the corner as usual. They nibbled on the dark iron body with gusto, and the atmosphere in the guild was unusually lively. Haha, it feels so good, the fairy's butt is blown to pieces. That's right, those cowards who are the goblins' butts don't dare to complain. They're really useless. What do you mean they're two of the same guilds as us, Phantom? How dare the fairies A** compared to our Phantom? The Phantom wizards cheered and celebrated. One of the ghost wizards came to Gajeel and laughed wildly. Gajeel, you attacked Fairy Tail, that's amazing, ahaha. I believe those guys must be very angry. However, what greeted him was Gajeel's iron fist. Instead of worrying about the injured comrade, his companions around him burst into laughter. The iron fist broke through the air with a sharp sound. The magician who had just laughed wildly looked at the infinitely magnified iron fist, his face showing fear, and he fell to the ground. Rumble. Gajeel's iron fist slammed hard into the solid wall. Spider web-like cracks spread out in all directions with the iron fist as the center. Gajeel's face turned pale, and he looked at the guy on the ground coldly and said, "I've told you many times not to talk to me while I'm eating? Trash." "Well done, Gajeel," said Joseph, the Ghost Guild president. "You're too naive, President. If that's the case, the garbage won't take action, so I have to give you another super gift." "That's incredible, but be careful not to kill those guys." Joseph stood on the platform with an evil smile on his face. Fairy Tail's reaction was also what he expected. Joseph was very familiar with the old guy Makarov. If it were just this, he would certainly not be able to attack, because it did not touch Makarov's vital points. Of course, Joseph understood what Gajeel was talking about as a great gift. The reason for reminding Gajeel is that if Gajeel really takes the lives of the Fairy Tail members, they will definitely suffer a catastrophic disaster. How could Joseph not know Makarov's attitude towards his companions? An angry Makarov is the most terrifying. As one of the 10 holy wizards, Joseph knows this best. If Joseph really fights Makarov head-on, he may not be Makarov's opponent. Joseph was well aware of this. Let's go to Fairy Tail again tonight. The Iron Dragon Gajeel grinned. Chapter 290 Passionate Dance. In the evening, the sun sets. At Magnolia Beach House, the atmosphere was joyful. Fairy Tail's first grand banquet opens. Very good, everyone. The party has begun. I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. Makarov, the short and kind old man and the Fairy Tail Guild president, stood at the campfire, raising his hand and toasting. Oh, in the audience. The Fairy Tail wizards also cheered in unison, raising their hands in Fairy Tail's signature pose. A noisy banquet ensued, although the wizards are not as good as the pirates at throwing banquets. But the variety at the banquet was much greater than that of the pirates. For example, now, Gray is using his proud ice-shaping magic to create an ice paradise for children to play in. Natsu happily ate in Spitfire, having a great time. The other wizards also displayed their skills. It emitted pieces of magical light that were more brilliant than fireworks, illuminating the night sky. Open the door of Lila, with the sound of ding-dong. Lucy uses celestial magic to summon Lyra from Lyra. Play the piano and sing. Add some joy to the party. Luchan. Libby happily took Lucy away from Lu Yu. Next second, there was someone filling in for Lu Yu. Mirajane, a beautiful girl in a bright red long dress, stretched out her little hand to Lu Yu. Let's dance together, Lu Yu. Mirajane smiled and invited warmly. Lu Yu was stunned. Just about to refuse. After all, his hands can only kill enemies. But I don't know how to dance at all, but before he could speak. Mirajane had already boldly taken the A. It's okay, I'll take you with me. Mirajane winked playfully. The right hand interlocked with Lu Yu's fingers. His left hand was on Lu Yu's shoulder. It has come to this. Lu Yu had no choice but to go ahead with it. His big hands gently rested on Mirajane's slender waist. Well, let's begin. Mirajane smiled slightly. Like a butterfly, it begins to dance. Very quickly, the lively banquet stage became Lu Yu and Mirajane's home turf. Watching the passionate yet beautiful duet, the whole audience cheered in an instant. Ms. Mira is really great. The middle-aged man Wakaba's face turned red. Wakaba, you're blushing like a bubble teapot. No matter how great Miss Mira is, she's not someone you can get. Don't forget, you still have a tigress waiting for you at home. My bad friend Uncle Macau joked, can't I just talk nonsense? Wakaba curled his lips. Oh, damn it, I'm so unwilling. That's Miss Mira. No one has ever been able to get Miss Mira to ask to dance. That guy Lu Yu clearly already has Lucis' story, but now he's going to attack our Miss Mira? The fairy tale extras who admired the goddess Mirajane were all jealous, and the aroma of lemon spread. That's what a man should be, the drunk elfman shouted. Hey, elfman, that's your sister, don't you have any feelings at all? Loki reminded. Letting my sister find her own happiness and not interfering is what a man should do. Elfman said carelessly. Loki stroked his forehead. The song ends. Lu Yu and Mirajane's passionate duet also ended. Mirajane exhaled orchid-like breath, her breathing slightly rapid. The sweet breath entered Lu Yu's mouth and nose. It's refreshing. What? Lu Yu, aren't you a good dancer? You were so modest before. Mira Jane rolled her eyes seductively. I'm just following your lead, Mira. Lu Yu smiled. It's great that you can match my rhythm. Mira said. I'll be next. At some point, Urza, wearing a bright red strapless evening gown, walked out from the backstage and intervened between Lu Yu and Mira Jane. Lu Yu, it's my turn next, Urza said with anticipation. Uh-huh. Mira Jane smiled slightly and naturally released her slender hands from Lu Yu. Then it's your turn now, Mira Jane said as she jumped off the stage. The other side. Lu Yu would naturally not refuse Urza's invitation. Lu Yu, who is just a beginner, meets Urza, who can't dance at all. The picture gradually becomes beautiful, just a few minutes of dancing. Lu Yu's feet were stepped on by Urza's high heels no less than dozens of times. Such a scene made the atmosphere in the venue even more lively. I'm so sorry, the gazebo swing at the edge of the banquet hall. Urza, dressed in a bright red evening gown, lowered her head, her fair face flushed red, filled with embarrassment and apology. She had previously forced Lu Yu to dance, but ended up completely messing it up. Not only did he fail to jump well, but he stepped on Lu Yu dozens of times. Even the shoes were damaged. It's okay, Urza, don't worry about it. There's a first time for everything, Lu Yu smiled and comforted. The big hand gently touched Urza's long crimson hair. Urza nodded slightly. By the way, Lu Yu, is your foot really okay? Urza's eyes fell on Lu Yu's feet. Urza bent down and checked Lu Yu's feet personally. I have no problem with what I said, but Urza. Lu Yu stopped Urza. The guest becomes the host. He was the first to catch Urza's slender feet. Take off your red high heels. Lu Yu placed Urza's little feet wrapped in delicate silk on his thighs. Oh! Urza exclaimed adorably. Her pretty face was covered with red clouds. Subconsciously wanting to shrink back, however, Lu Yu's hot big hands were as firm as a vice. Firmly grasped her silk jade feet, as expected. Lu Yu's big hand brushed across Urza's ankle, feeling the swelling under the hips. At the end of the previous dance, Urza accidentally sprained her ankle when she stepped on Lu Yu. A sprain of this magnitude is not a problem at all. Urza said. No, Lu Yu shook his head forcefully. Tear. A cut was torn on Urza's little foot. Lu Yu reached his big hand into it. While using the excuse of promoting blood circulation and massaging, the healing power of the Dragon King quietly radiated out. It only took a few breaths. The swelling on Urza's ankle completely disappeared. Alas, Urza looked surprised. Her nimble toes twitched and her ankle twisted. It's really healed. What kind of technique is this? Urza asked in surprise. Secret, Lu Yu smiled slightly. Only then did he let go of Urza's jade feet. Urza put on her shoes sheepishly. I'll get some water for you to wash your hands. Urza said. Don't bother. Lu Yu waved his hand. How can this be, Lu Yu, you just touched my feet. Urza said shyly. Hey, Urza, didn't you wash your feet properly? Lu Yu asked back. How come? I wash it well every night. It definitely won't have any smell, Urza said seriously. That'll do. Lu Yu didn't care at all. Naturally, he would not have the slightest aversion to the beautiful girl's feet. Not to mention Urza's. Just as Lu Yu was talking to Urza. Ta-ta. The sound of hurried footsteps was heard. Lucy walked over quickly, holding up the hem of her dress. What's wrong, Lucy? Lu Yu asked. Mr. Lu Yu, Urza, have you seen Levi? Lucy asked anxiously. No, what's wrong? Urza asked. Lebby said she was going home to get me a novel, but it's been almost an hour and she still hasn't come back. Lucy was anxious. What did you say? Urza was not calm. Mr. Lu Yu, I hope Leibai is okay. Lucy looked at Lu Yu for help. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Observation hockey radiated out. The expression on his face gradually became cold. Everyone, something terrible has happened, just then. A fairy tale wizard's panicked cry was heard from the mansion's gate. Rebby and the others were attacked. What did you say? Chapter 291 Angry Fairy Tale Magnolia Hospital. This place is equipped with inpatient facilities exclusively for wizards. Team Lebby, who were seriously injured in the attack, is currently receiving treatment. The street outside the hospital. The wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild gathered together. The joy of the previous banquet was gone from everyone's faces. There is only anger and unwillingness. Mira, how are Rebby and the others doing? Gray asked with concern. Thankfully, Libby and the others are out of danger, but we don't know when they'll wake up. Mira Jane shook her head dejectedly. Damn it. Was it those phantom guys who did this again? That's really too much. Natsu punched and broke the hospital wall. Calm down. Never mind, I can't calm down anymore. Urza clenched her fists. President, everyone in Fairy Tale looked at President Makarov. Boom. A flash of golden light. Astonishing momentum surged from Makarov's body like a tide. This made everyone in Fairy Tale, except Lu Yu, look stern. Bang. The crutch in Makarov's hand shattered into countless wood chips. If it was just the tavern that was destroyed, I could still tolerate it. But no parent can watch their child bleed and remain indifferent. Makarov spoke quietly. The war between unions is not that simple. Given Makarov's character, he would not go to war with Phantom Assassin even if it meant destroying the guild again. War means death. Spectre and Fairy Tail are equally powerful. The 4 elements of Phantom are extremely powerful. There is also the Iron Dragon Gajeel, an Iron Dragon Slayer wizard like Natsu. Above him is Joseph, one of the top 10 holy mages with the same name as Makarov. If a fight really breaks out, both sides will undoubtedly suffer losses. Even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. No matter what the result is, it is not what Makarov wants. This is the reason why Makarov has been holding back. Although the Council of Justice has a lot of control over Makarov, given Makarov's personality, he doesn't pay much attention to the Council of Justice. The reason why he didn't start a war before was simply because Phantom hadn't touched his bottom line. But now, this bottom line has been trampled underfoot. There was only one thing left to do. That is, let's start the war. Makarov made up his mind. War, revenge for Levi and the guild. If the Phantom wants to fight, then let's fight. They started this war. We must make sure those Phantom guys understand how foolish it is to provoke us. Fairy Tail. The Fairy Tail wizards were all filled with righteous indignation and high morale. The ruler of ghosts, Lu Yu, smiled coldly. The expression on his face was no longer as calm and kind as usual. This banquet tonight. Libby was also his guest. I thought I was under my protection. Lebby will no longer suffer harm in the plot. However, there is always a loophole. What was supposed to happen still happened, regarding the bad behavior of Phantom. Lu Yu was also a little angry. However, Lu Yu, you stay. Makarov suddenly spoke. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. What are you talking about, old man? Lu Yu is very strong. Natsu said. Yes, if brother Lu Yu comes, he will definitely be able to defeat the Phantom quickly. Gray echoed. President, why? Urza was also puzzled. Needless to say, Lu Yu will stay this time. Magnolia cannot be left without protection. If the Phantom's men become desperate, this place will need a strong force to protect it. Makarov spoke firmly, but other than that, there is another reason. Makarov said nothing. That was his previous whim. Intuition tells me that if Lu Yu joins the battle, this war may develop to a point of no return. It will have an impact on both Lu Yu and them. That's why Makarov suddenly decided to let Lu Yu stay behind to protect Mirajane, Lucy and the seriously injured Levi. As for the Phantom, it is enough to have him leading the team personally, plus Urza, Natsu and others. Lu Yu didn't say much about Makarov's decision. That night, under the leadership of President Makarov, Fairy Tail, attack. Quiet ward. The girl with short blue hair is still unconscious. Aside, the blonde girl covered her face with her hands. Tears kept flowing onto the blood-stained novel on his knees. I'm so sorry, Rebby, it's all my fault. You helped me get the book, so. Lucy burst into tears, blaming herself. Suddenly, a familiar warm big hand fell on her head. Lucy's body trembled, and she turned her head with tears in her eyes. Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy hugged Lu Yu and buried her head in his waist. Don't cry, it will be bad if you disturb Libby. Lu Yu touched Lucy's little head and comforted her gently. Hearing this, Lucy quickly bit her red lips, stubbornly trying not to let herself cry out. Let me wait with you until Libby wakes up, Lu Yu comforted. It's late at night and everyone is asleep, experiencing the joy of a banquet and the sorrow of having a companion attacked. Lucy finally gave up. His head tilted. Before she knew it, she fell asleep in Lu Yu's arms. Get some rest, and you'll be fine tomorrow, Lu Yu whispered to himself. The healing light of the misty sky radiates from his palms, enveloping the two girls. The wounds on Libby's body, who was originally seriously injured and unconscious, healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Breathing also becomes steady. It won't take long to fully recover. Just take a good sleep and you will wake up tomorrow. Night ends. Early morning. A gentle breeze rustled the curtains. Lucy's eyelashes fluttered. Open your sleepy eyes. Ah, how did I fall asleep? What if Rebby wakes up in the middle of the night and wants to drink water? Lucy cried out nervously. Puff, the cute laugh caught Lucy's attention. Lucy turned her head mechanically. Wait until you see Libby has woken up. Lucy's beautiful eyes widened. Lebby, you're awake. How are you? Are you feeling okay? Is there any pain? Lucy quickly left Lu Yu's arms and came to Libby. All right, don't worry, Lu-chan. I don't know what happened, but I'm completely fine now. Libby clenched her fists with full energy. That's great, it's really great. Lucy let out a long breath. Next second. Gu, the two girls' stomachs growled at the same time. After a moment of silence. Puff, ha ha ha. Silver bell-like laughter echoed in the ward. Lebby, wait a minute, I'll go buy you something delicious. Just tell me what you want to eat. Lucy patted the justice in front of her. Suddenly, the situation became chaotic. Then I'll go too. Libby was about to get up. No, Lucy refused forcefully. Lay by, you still need to rest. I'll be there. Mr. Lu Yu, I'll ask you to look after Lay Bai from now on. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Yu and Lay Bai to say anything, Lucy went out happily. The ward became quiet again. I don't know how much time has passed. Libby scratched her head as if embarrassed. Lu Yu, What's up? I seemed to feel a very comfortable power last night, and then my wound healed. Did you heal me? Lebby asked, following her intuition. Lu Yu remained silent. Where are Troy and Jade? Rebby asked nervously. Don't worry. Libby breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much. Don't worry, we are now partners in a guild. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Lei Bai was stunned by what she saw. The next second, Lei Bai realized that she had lost her composure and her pretty face turned slightly red. She quickly lowered her head. What on earth was I thinking? Lu Yu is Lu Chan's. Libby patted her little face. Snap, the ward door opened. But it wasn't Lucy who came. Lebby, you're awake. Mira Jane entered carrying a sumptuous breakfast. Ms. Mira, thank you for your trouble. Rebby thanked her. Don't worry, we are partners. Mira Jane smiled slightly. By the way, where's Lucy? Mira asked. The girl is out looking for food. Since you are here, Mira, please take care of the rest. Having said that, Lu Yu stood up and left. Everything is fine here, Lebby. Lucy won't be fine. Last night, Lebby was attacked while trying to bring a book to Lucy. Now that Lucy was attacked for bringing food to Libby, Lu Yu would never let it happen again. Chapter 292 Demon Tail vs. Ghost Northeast of Fury, Ogu Town, Phantom Branch. Haha. That's awesome. The fairy's butt is blown to pieces. That guy Gajeel killed 3 people. Compared to the angry fairy tale, the Phantom Guild was unusually cheerful at this moment. The atmosphere was high, and some wizards kept bragging about how they defeated Fairy Tale. Rumble. With a loud bang and accompanied by thick flames, the guild's door exploded. The ghost wizard who was struggling with the gate screamed and flew backwards. The other Phantom wizards became alert and stared at the thick smoke in surprise. When they saw Natsu taking the lead in the eye-catching Fairy Tale emblem, the ghost wizards exclaimed. It's Fairy Tale. Kill. The Phantom wizards, like a tide, swept towards Fairy Tale madly. Countless brilliant magic spells attacked Fairy Tale like an overwhelming force. Anyone can do it, just come over here, Natsu shouted loudly with full of momentum. There was no greeting, new grudges and old grudges. 2 guilds with a long-standing grudge meet, there was only one thing left to do. That is to fight with all your strength. The morale of all the members of Fairy Tale is high. With the long-suppressed frustration and anger in his heart, he was like a tiger descending from the mountain. Partially received. Beast arm, Black Bull, Elfman shouted, and his right hand transformed into a beast claw. Like a wild beast from ancient times, it attacked the ghost wizards savagely. Purple flame magic, Bubble Network, a purple magic circle appeared in front of Macau. Countless purple flames emerged from the magic circle, forming a dense network that bound the enemy. After restraining the enemy, Macau turned back and shouted to Walba, who was ready to attack. Wakaba. Understood. Smoke attack. Countless puffs of smoke came out of the pipe in Walba's mouth. Countless fists formed, like a storm, madly attacking the bound enemy. Gun bullet magic flash rapid fire, target locked, tracking shooting. Al and Biska fired bullets continuously, knocked down swarms of enemies. Painting magic, beasts rampage. Wooden shape magic, wooden shy love dam. Boom. The earth shook violently. Guildmaster Makarov, who was surrounded by ghost wizards, shouted. Ha! Makarov was surrounded by golden light. The short body swelled up against the wind. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and powerful magic power spread in all directions like a storm. The floor beneath his feet, however, could not withstand Makarov's huge body and cracked. The magician who was originally rushing over was crushed without any reaction. Strange. Monster. You bastards, how dare you attack a monster like me? Don't think human laws can protect you. Makarov's voice boomed like thunder as he looked down at the wizard below him. So impressive. The subordinates he brought with him are also extraordinary. These guys are incredibly strong. Is this the wizard from Fairy Tale? The ghost wizards screamed in fear. Joseph, get out here. Makarov roared to the sky. Where are Gajeel and the 4 elements? Wearing the armor of the Flame Emperor, the Fairy Queen Urza wields a flaming greatsword and shuttles among the Phantom Wizards. Every time a knife fell, dozens of people danced, making them invincible. Right now, on top of the beams of the guild building, the Iron Dragon Gajeel folded his arms, looking down at the melee below. Is that the Fairy Queen Urza? Didn't Laxus and Myston participate in the battle? How dare you underestimate us? However, everything has been carried out according to the President's plan so far. So make as much noise as you want, you bastards. While you fight to the death, we will unceremoniously take over your companions behind you. The Iron Dragon Gajeel grinned. Magnolia Shopping Street Alley. Lebby has recovered, that's great, all we have to do now is wait for everyone to come back, and then we can continue the party. Lucy returned to the hospital happily, carrying a pile of delicious food. Just then. Crash. The sun was shining brightly just a second ago, but suddenly it started to rain without any warning. Immediately following. A beautiful girl with unique blue curly hair, a dark blue hat and a sunny doll hanging on her chest came towards me. Drip, 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 drip. Juvia of the Sea, one of the 4 elements that rule over the phantoms, spoke expressionlessly. What kind of woman are you? Juvia asked. Who are you? Lucy asked confusedly. Drip drip drip, so happy, then please take care. Juvia opened a Lolita umbrella and passed by Lucy casually. So, what does it mean? Lucy looked puzzled. No. No, special, another voice sounded without warning. Under Lucy's panicked gaze, the bluestone floor suddenly bulged and took the shape of a person. A moment later, a man with green hair and a mustache, wearing a brown suit and monocles, appeared out of nowhere in front of Lucy. Say hello using the 337 form of No. Thor, the earth element and one of the 4 elements that rule over the phantom, appears. Another strange guy appeared, Lucy complained. I still don't have a clear understanding of my own situation. Juvia-sama, you can't just give up your work. Thor, the earth elemental, shook his head. My glasses are whispering to me that this little girl is the perfect target. Really, it's this girl. The 3 rain girls. Juvia still had no expression on her face, and there was no emotion in her words. Target. Lucy's expression changed, and she finally realized the seriousness of the problem. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Thor, one of the 4 elements, known as Thor of the Earth. Please call me Mr. Thor. The 4 elements. Thor took a sideways pose and politely introduced himself. 4 elements? Ghosts? Lucy's voice rose an octave. Exactly. We too were sent by the ruler of the phantoms to greet you. This person is the Rain Girl, one of the 4 elements, known as Juchua of the Sea. Thor of the Earth was introduced like a chatterbox. You guys are the ones who gave Rebi, and you still dare to come. Lucy grabbed the celestial key at her waist. He didn't finish his words. A blue water ball appeared out of nowhere without warning and enveloped her body. No. I want to clear up the misunderstanding with 3 no's. It was Gajeel-sama who destroyed the guild and hurt Levi. But it's true that it was our guild that issued the order. Thor Road of the Earth. What is this? Let me go. Surrounded by the water ball, Lucy felt like she was about to breathe. Juvia's water restraint is absolutely unbreakable. But it's okay, Juvia won't kill you, because it's Juvia's job to take you back. Miss Lucy Heartfilia, the 3 no rain girl Rongbia spoke calmly. My consciousness is blurring. Lucy in the water ball soon reached her limit. I can't even hold the key. Mr. Lu Yu, save me. This was the last thought in Lucy's mind, in a trance of consciousness. Lucy felt her vision blur. Next second, the water ball that was restraining her shattered. She fell backwards, exhausted, and fell into a familiar warm embrace. Mr. Lu Yu, feeling the warmth behind her, a smile of relief appeared on Lucy's pale face. It's okay now, Lucy. Chapter 293. Juvia falls in love at first sight. Sorry, Lucy, I'm late. Lu Yu held the weak Lucy in his arms and apologized softly. The healing light of the sky soothes the pain of drowning. No, Lucy shook her head slightly. I always believed that Mr. Lu Yu would come to save me. Lucy's pretty fair face had a satisfied smile. Dripping, handsome guy discovered. Rongbia's fair and pretty face, which had always been expressionless, finally showed a ripple when Lu Yu appeared. But it is not a warning against the enemy, but it is the appreciation and love for handsome guys. But the next second, Juvia's expression darkened. Because she saw the intimate interaction between Lucy and Lu Yu. He knew that the handsome guy he had his eyes on had been snatched away by Lucy. In an instant, Juvia's gaze towards Lucy suddenly turned cold, filled with undisguised hostility. It's really infuriating, but the other party is the enemy. That's all I can do. Goodbye, little love flower. After going through a lot of psychological activities in her heart, Juvia finally made up her mind. With a wave of her slender hand, rainwater gathered from all directions. The water ball that previously trapped Lucy reappears. It enveloped Lu Yu and Lucy, but before he got close, the huge water ball exploded with a loud bang. To be more precise, it was blown away by an invisible gale. Has it recovered yet? Lu Yu didn't even look at Juvia, but just looked at Lucy with concern. Lucy nodded slightly. I've fully recovered. Lucy clenched her fist. He bent down and picked up the keys that had fallen on the ground. Lord Lu Yu, please let me join this battle, Lucy spoke firmly. She didn't want to be Lu Yu's vase forever and always hold her partner back. She wanted to fight too. Go ahead, Lucy. Lu Yu nodded encouragingly. Lucy nodded heavily. Ding dong, open, the gate of Taurus, Talos. Moo, Talos, the Minotaur carrying a huge axe, appears. Miss Lucy's beautiful figure, I will protect it today. The Minotaur Talos said a customary line. Next second, Talos's tall body suddenly stiffened. Without any warning, I broke out in a cold sweat on my back. His intuition told him. Behind him seemed to be a huge ancient dragon, staring at him. A huge invisible pressure loomed over him, making him want to escape on the spot. What's wrong, Talos? Lucy asked confusedly. Talos turned his head mechanically, looking at Lu Yu beside Lucy. Miss Lucy, please ask this gentleman to stop staring at me. The Minotaur Talos almost cried out. Mr. Lu Yu? Lucy tilted her head in confusion. Taros, are you mistaken? Mr. Lu Yu is not an enemy, he is our comrade. No, he is my beloved. Lucy's lips curled up in a pleased arc. Moo, Talos finally understood the reason. I'm so sorry, from now on you will be the one protecting Miss Luce's beautiful figure. Talos bowed and apologized like a schoolboy. Lu Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. I won't really bother with Luce's contracted spirit. I felt that the mysterious oppressive force disappeared. The Minotaur Talos finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my. Luce's eyes flickered, and she finally reacted. Could it be that Mr. Lu Yu was jealous before? Luce's eyes curved, and she affectionately put Lu Yu's arm between the justice in front of her. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Yu glanced at Lucy. Let's focus on the battle now. Lucy giggled happily. Stand on tiptoe. The red lips lightly touched Lu Yu's cheek. Taros, go. Lucy ordered a fight. Moo, Taurus Talos swung his axe and charged at Juvia and Thor. Leave this cow to me. Thor. The earth elemental Earth Thor flashed in front of Juvia. Moo, the Minotaur's roar shook the rain curtain. Rock concerto. The earth element Thor waved his hand, and countless stones shot out, forcing Taros back. Lucy, just take care of that mustache, leave this to me. Lu Yu nodded. Yes, Mr. Lu Yu, Lucy nodded heavily. He trotted quickly to support Talos. Hello, let me introduce myself. Juvia is Juvia of the Sea, one of the 4 elements. Juvia suppressed the strange emotions in her heart and introduced herself. Lu Yu smiled and spoke. A long period of eye contact. Juvia's fair cheeks suddenly turned red. Juvia lost, please take care. Juvia held up her small umbrella and turned to leave. I'm sorry, but Magnolia isn't a place where you can just come and go as you please. Lu Yu grinned. In a flash, Lu Yu came behind Juvia. A large hand reached out and grabbed Juvia's wrist. Regarding Lu Yu's actions, Juvia didn't resist or dodge at all from beginning to end. Because she is Juvia of the water element, the entire body can be transformed into water element. There was no one to hold onto the water. This has always been Juvia's experience, however. What Juvia didn't know was, in other worlds, there is also the power of armed color that specializes in capturing elemental bodies. Bang! Lu Yu's big hand with armament hockey attached grabbed Juvia's right hand squarely. The powerful force half lifted Juvia up. Only the toes still touched the ground. The sudden pulling sensation made Juvia's face change and she could no longer remain calm. You are already my prisoner. Lu Yu pulled Juvia closer and smiled slightly. Feeling the masculine scent so close to me. Juvia felt as if her heart had been struck hard. My little heart was beating fast. How overbearing. Juvia has been caught for the first time in her life. Juvia is Lord Lu Yu's prisoner. Juvia is Lord Lu Yu's woman. Juvia has been captured by Lord Lu Yu, finally found Juvia's prince. Juvia muttered something, and the expression on her fair and pretty face gradually changed. Lu Yu. As expected, Juvia's nympho attributes are extraordinary. But it seems that this attribute will no longer fall on Gray. The next person Juvia will follow will be herself. Lu Yu's eyes twitched. It seems there is still something worth looking forward to. Just then, Juvia suddenly dropped the umbrella in her left hand. The white jade hand fell on Lu Yu's chest. Sorry and goodbye. There's no future for Juvia and Lord Lu Yu. Juvia looked miserable. Water cuts through. A powerful high-pressure water blade shot out from Juvia's slender hand. This is a powerful attack that can even cut through steel. Now it starts at 0 distance. It is enough to seriously injure an S-class wizard. However, Lu Yu was not included in the list of seriously injured people. The water blade, which was powerful enough to cut through steel, exploded the moment it touched Lu Yu's body. Not even the slightest trace can be left. How come? Juvia was completely shocked. Are you still going to resist? Lu Yu smiled slightly. He raised his right hand higher and higher, lifting Juvia off the ground. Ah, it hurts. Juvia let out a warm and charming moan that could be misinterpreted. How powerful this is. Juvia has done her best. But the destined prince has completely locked Juvia up. So, there's nothing we can do. Juvia said so. Her left hand and long legs leaned forward at the same time, hugging Lu Yu who was close to her. Lu Yu. Lucy. You thieving cat over there, don't touch Mr. Lu Yu in front of me. Chapter 294. Akiyuya also wants to snatch Lu Yu. Woo woo woo, that rain girl actually touched Mr. Lu Yu in front of me. Are you pretending I don't exist? Lucy's aura suddenly changed due to the stimulation. Talos, go back. Lucy closed the door on Taurus. Although there is a psychological shadow about summoning the Master. But now she holds the Star Spirit. Only the Master has the power to defeat Earth Thor, the Earth Element. Oh, are you planning to give up already? The mustachioed Earth Element remained unaware of the impending danger. The real battle has just begun. Lucy bit her teeth lightly. Can't wait to end this battle. Then he pulled the thieving cat off Lu Yu. Turn it on. Lucy's magic power was boiling. The door of Aquarius, Akia. With the drizzling rain, Lucy opened the door to Aquarius. With the sound of ding-dong, a gorgeous blue magic circle appeared. Immediately following, a beautiful mermaid with waist-length blue hair and holding a vase appeared. It's Akia of the zodiac sign Aquarius, only, the mermaid Agua has a beautiful face. However, the expression on his face now was one of anger. You be asterisk 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 D-girl, I'm on vacation, how dare you summon me at this time? You know the consequences of disturbing my vacation mood. Akia said ferociously. Sorry, but Aqua, I can only rely on you here. Lucy huddled her head in her hands, when facing Aqua. She couldn't be strong no matter what. The positions of the Star Spirit and the Star Spirit Master seemed to be reversed at this moment. Huh? Aqua's expression became more and more ferocious. It's useless no matter who you summon, Rock Concerto. Thor, the Earth Elemental, stroked his mustache. Attack Aqua mercilessly to attract hatred. Crash. A barrier of water rose up, block all the stones. Is that you? The culprit who caused me to be disturbed? Aqua turned around and stared at Thor with a ferocious look. Under Aqua's death gaze, Thor with the mustache couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He started to panic. That's him, Aqua, go ahead, kill him. Lucy waved and cheered. Are you ordering me around? Aqua turned her head. Lucy was so scared that she turned into a quail and dared not move. Damn it, don't get too carried away. Thor the mustache took a deep breath. Plaster Concerto. Rumble, the bluestone floor shook violently. The mustache elemental Thor launches his most powerful move. A huge fist shot up from the ground and hit Aqua and Lucy. You should not get carried away, Aqua shouted angrily. She held the vase in her hands high above her head. The terrifying water flow rushed out like a mighty river. Wash everything away. Boom. Thor the bearded's giant rock fist collapsed in an instant. Ah! Screaming. The earth elemental, Thor, was swept from one end of the street to the other by the turbulent water. Then it turned into a shooting star and disappeared into the distant sky. Don't set foot in Magnolia again. Lucy trotted over and Hockey said something. Akia glanced down at Lucy condescendingly. Lucy suddenly became depressed again. But this time, Aqua had no intention of scolding her. Lucy was puzzled. But Akia swung her beautiful fishtail and came to Lu Yu's side with a nimble figure. The graceful mermaid tail wrapped around Lu Yu's body. Hey, bro, what's so good about that little girl Lucy? Dump her quickly and be with me. I will definitely give you an ultimate experience you've never had before, okay? Akia said. Lu Yu, Lucy, Juvia, rival. S-T-O-P. Looking at Aqua who suddenly opened her mouth and wanted to snatch her man away. Lucy was completely stunned. The first moment I came to my senses. Lucy took a quick step forward. For the first time in his life, he touched Akia. He pulled and untied her mermaid tail from Lu Yu. He opened his arms to separate Lu Yu and Akia, his little face puffed up in anger. He stared at the most frightened Aqua without showing any weakness. Cut. It's boring, let's go back. Aqua, sensing Lucy's determination, snorted and vanished into countless points of light. Aqua had no real intention of anything happening between her and Lu Yu. From the beginning to the end, he just wanted to provoke Lucy. This was her unique way of caring for Lucy. Tisk tisk. Looking at the disappearing Akia, Lu Yu couldn't help but click his tongue twice. My mind unconsciously recalled the daily life with Shirahoshi in the pirate's world. Mermaids are indeed wonderful creatures in a sense. Stop. Stop. When she came to her senses, Lucy cried out anxiously, waving her slender hands in front of Lu Yu. What's wrong? Lu Yu asked back with a smile. Mr. Lu Yu, you were not thinking about something extremely bad before. Lucy said with a sour look on her face. Ahaha, how come? Lu Yu raised his big hand and touched Lucy's wet little head. I don't know when. The drizzling rain has stopped. The sky gradually cleared up. Then let's go back. Lu Yu said. Lucy nodded happily. However, when Lu Yu turned around and showed her his back, the smile on Lucy's face disappeared, and she lost her composure again. Send away the blatant Aqua, but Lucy had forgotten. There's another sneaky cat here. Wow, Phantom's 4 elements, how long are you going to lie on Mr. Lu Yu's back? This is my exclusive spot, Lucy said as she started. He wanted to pull Juvia off Lu Yu's back. Juvia seemed oblivious to Lucy's outburst. She just lay firmly on Lu Yu's back like a koala. Her fair and pretty face was filled with excitement and joy. Mr. Lu Yu, Lucy, who was really at her wit's end, had looked to Lu Yu for help. Ahahaha, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. This guy is a prisoner. If she is willing to be honest, it will save us some energy. Let's go back to the mansion and change clothes first. Lu Yu took the lead. Woo woo woo, Lucy pursed her lips and whimpered. In the end, he just sighed lightly and hurried to catch up. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yu, Lucy and Juvia returned to the seaside mansion. Regarding taking a bath with Lu Yu, Juvia said she was happy to do so. But Lu Yu did not do as she wished. After all, if that is true. Lucy on the side was really furious. Final. Lu Yu placed Juvia casually in the living room. Join an elated Lucy in a hot shower, a full hour later. Just after Juvia mistook the sunny doll for Lucy and pierced it with holes. Lu Yu and Lucy then walked out of the bathroom one after another. Feeling refreshed. Seeing this, Juvia was so envious that she went crazy. The look he gave Lucy became increasingly terrifying. Lu Yu knocked on the table. This drew Juvia's attention back to him. So, Miss Phantom Water Elemental, can you tell me why you wanted to capture Lucy? Lu Yu asked with a smile. As for the reasons, of course Lu Yu knew. But let's just go through the process. Mainly, I want to tell Lucy. If it is possible, Lord Lu Yu, please call Juvia Juvia. Juvia held her cheek with her slender hands, her face full of anticipation and hope. Well, Juvia, can you tell me why? Lu Yu said, very happy to. Juvia responded with a smile on her face. The reason we came to Fairy Tale this time is actually because we were asked by the head of the Heartfilia family, the leading tycoon in the Kingdom of Fury, to bring back the runaway daughter Lucy Heartfilia. Juvia said. What did you say? Lucy's expression suddenly changed. Phantom attacked Fairy Tale, attacked Levi, and the war between the two sides was all because of me. It was Dad who sent the request. Chapter 295 Fire Dragon vs Iron Dragon. Oaktown. Ghost Branch. The ruler of Fairy Tale Inspector. The all-out war between the two top guilds of the Kingdom of Fury is still ongoing. A battlefield filled with magical flames. Natsu opened his mouth and sucked. All the flames in the sky disappeared into his mouth. Ha ha ha, once you're full, you'll have lots of energy. This move will send you flying. A fiery magic circle emerged in front of Natsu. The roar of the fire dragon. Boom, ice make, assault rifle. Gray opened fire with full force, and the ice spear sent the ghost wizard flying in all directions. Wood. The distance between the two is forever. The beautiful girl with long purple hair, the wood-shaped wizard Lucky, waved her hand and launched an inexplicable wood-shaped attack. Even the naming is so different that it is completely confusing. Gun bullet magic. Shoot like crazy. Change clothes, magical shotgun, wide area shooting. The Fairy Tale shooting couple continued to fire in rapid succession. Elsa, I leave this to you. Guildmaster Makarov's voice came from the second floor. I'm afraid Joseph is on the top floor. I'm going up there to take care of him. Makarov went upstairs with murderous intent. President, please be careful. Urza whispered. Boom. The door leading to the top floor exploded in front of Makarov. Witnessed Makarov's departure. The Phantom's second in command, Iron Dragon Gajeel, who was hiding on the beam, finally smiled. Now that the most troublesome guy is gone, I'll also make some trouble. Gajeel smiled sinisterly, jumped down from the beam and joined the melee. That guy is. The appearance of the Iron Dragon Gajeel immediately attracted the attention of everyone in Fairy Tale. Iron Dragon Slayer, Iron Dragon Gajeel, Urza spoke solemnly. It's you who compares Lay to them. The Fairy Tale wizard Nabu, dressed in a rainforest outfit, jumped up. The fist hasn't landed yet. A thick iron rod suddenly flew into the air and hit him hard and flew away. Come on, losers, let's fight the Iron Dragon Slayer Master Gajeel. Gajeel spoke arrogantly. Man, Elfman yelled and charged. The moment his right arm passed through the magic circle, it transformed into the strong arm of a ferocious beast. Elfman? Oh, that's pretty good. Gajeel easily blocked Elfman's charge. A man should live strong, Elfman said in a deep voice. How about this? Gajeel grinned. Suddenly, dozens of small iron rods extended from the thick iron dragon rod, knocking Elfman away heavily. Gajeel. A roar filled with anger exploded. Natsu attacked furiously. A powerful punch swirling with flames sent Gajeel flying, collapsing the bar counter. I'm the Dragon Slayer of Fairy Tale. Natsu shouted in a deep voice. Hey, Iron Dragon Stick. Gajeel scrambled to his feet. The steel-like right arm suddenly struck out, pushing Natsu back more than 10 meters, however, with the power of anger. Natsu resisted Gajeel's force. Once again, he knocked Gajeel back hard, gouging a hole in the wall. As expected of Natsu, Urza chuckled. Elfman. Natsu, the outcome of this manly battle is in your hands, but in return. I know, I will definitely beat him away, Natsu said confidently. Gajeel's sneer could be heard from the ruins of the wall. It's totally ineffective. Gajeel reappeared almost unscathed. A charge. In a moment, he came in front of Natsu and knocked him back more than 10 meters. Hey, hurry up, are you okay? Gajeel tilted his head arrogantly. Raging. A raging flame broke out in the ruins, you really understand. Natsu stood up. What a hot, uncomfortable fellow. Gajeel's right hand blazed with brilliant magical light. What a long-winded, hard-boiled fellow. Natsu's right fist also burst into a scorching flame magic pattern. Go to hell. Boom. This is the clash between Natsu and Gajeel, the fire dragon and the iron dragon. Rumble. This is a vibration originating from the top layer. Boom. The entire ghost branch suddenly shook violently without any warning. This is bad. This is the wrath of Guildmaster Makarov. The giant's reverse scale. No one can stop it. That's what a man is. Guildmaster Makarov, Gray, Kana, Loki, Elfman and others spoke one after another. Wake up. As long as the president is here, we won't lose to anyone. Urza swung her sword confidently, but he was completely unaware. Without realizing it, he had already set a flag for President Makarov. Boom. Boom boom boom. Dense spider web-like cracks covered the entire phantom branch. All the way to the top, under the explosion of Makarov's angry magic. The door on the top floor also exploded, on the chair at the end. Joseph, one of the 10 holy wizards and the leader of the Phantom Guild, was leisurely crossing his legs. It seems like he has been waiting for a long time. Joseph, what do you want to do? Makarov shouted. It's been a long time since we last met, Mr. Makarov, since our regular meeting 6 years ago. I lost at that time because I had a few drinks. There was an inexplicable curve on Joseph's face. I didn't come here to chat with you, Makarov shouted angrily. Boom. The giant's huge fist blasted out. It punched through the wall behind Joseph. But it did not cause any harm to Joseph. Thought body? Makarov reacted. See through the fact that Joseph here is just a phantom. Did you escape from this guild? Knowing that the other party was just a thought entity, Makarov did not waste any more efforts. A war between the 10 holy mages would cause a catastrophe. I just prefer a relatively cost-effective victory. Joseph said calmly. Where are you hiding? Fight me fair and square. Makarov gritted his teeth. Although there were some minor mistakes on the Magnolia side, it's just as well to take this side first. A slightly unhappy smile appeared on Joseph's face. What do you mean? Makarov also had an ominous premonition in his heart. You're careless, Makarov, Joseph smiled teasingly. Oh, so sad. I don't know when. A tall figure appeared behind Makarov. Tears kept spilling out of his eyes covered with white cloth. It was none other than Aliyah of the sky, the ruler of the 4 elements and the ruler of the phantoms. Bite. The dazzling magical light shone in the sky. Caught off guard. Even Makarov, one of the 10 saints, was not easily affected. Screaming and falling from the top floor. What's wrong? Something seems to have fallen. The fairy tale and phantom mages who were in battle were both shocked. It's so sad. Why is it so sad? Dezora Aliyah was still crying bitterly. Are you sad because the great wizard is disappearing? The smoke and dust dissipated, in a hole in the ground. Makarov lay on his back in pain. The skin all over the body is green. Old man, grandfather, president, Natsu, Gray, Urza and the rest of the fairy tale members screamed in shock and immediately came to Makarov's side. Magic. Magic, my magic. Under the influence of Dakong's magic, the magic power around Makarov has been completely stripped away and dissipated. President, cheer up. Urza's face was filled with worry. How could this be? I can't sense any magic power from the old man. Grandpa, cheer up. Gray and Natsu yelled, compared to the worries of everyone in fairy tale. The other side, the other party's president was defeated? Is this true? Hey, it seems real, you heard me? There's no need to be afraid? This way, their combat power will be reduced by half. Kill them now. After learning that the most terrifying Makarov was really defeated, the morale of the phantom wizards instantly reached its peak. Everyone roared and shouted as they attacked the fairy tale group. The situation on the battlefield was completely reversed in an instant. Not good. Urza gritted her teeth and made a quick decision. Knowing I can't go on. Retreat. Everyone return to the guild for now. Chapter 296 Self-Blame and Guild. A treehouse in the forest east of Magnolia. There lived Makarov's former best friend, healing wizard Polysika. Fairy Tale's president, Makarov, whose magic power was stripped away by Daiko's magic, is currently receiving treatment here. The other side. In the basement of the Fairy Tale Guild, there is a temporary tavern. Ah, damn it. I never thought we would be faced with the dilemma of retreating. I couldn't avenge the guild and Ribi and the others. I really can't accept this. Wakaba, Macau and the others all looked unwilling. But there is no discouragement, after determining the location of the enemy's headquarters. They have already begun planning their next attack. A corner of the pub. Lucy hugged her knees. Her usually sunny face was now filled with disappointment. Just now, Lucy has confessed to everyone the fundamental reason why Phantom targeted Fairy Tale this time. However, no one expressed any dissatisfaction with this. This made Lucy feel even more guilty. Sure enough, it was the right decision for the president to let Lu Yu stay in Magnolia. It's all right now, Lucy. Don't worry anymore. As a friend, I won't let you get captured by the ghost. Urza spoke firmly. No, Urza, I'm sorry. Lucy pursed her lips, but ultimately couldn't say anything. Why are you still saying sorry at this point? We're partners in the same guild. Happy patted Lucy's shoulder. It can't be helped. It's fate for a young lady from a wealthy family to be targeted. Then he who can protect you is a real man. Elfman folded his arms. Is this the time to talk about this? Gray complained. But it's a real surprise to us, Lucy. Why keep it secret? Asked the little blue cat, Harpy. I didn't mean to hide it. I'm already a runaway now. But he clearly hadn't cared about his daughter who had run away from home for a whole year, yet he suddenly wanted to take me back. A dad who did something like this to bring me back is the worst. At this point, tears welled up in Lucy's eyes again. I'm really sorry for causing so much trouble to everyone because of my unauthorized actions. Everything will be resolved if I go home. Is that so? Natsu suddenly asked back. Come to think of it, the title of Miss really doesn't suit you at all. Compared to being the eldest daughter of the Heartfilia family, you are first and foremost a member of Fairy Tale. You said you wanted to stay here, so why go back to a place you don't want to go back to? This is where you belong. Natsu, Gray, and Urza spoke one after another. Besides, Lucy, are you really willing to leave Lu Yu? There is a hint of evil in the innocent expression of the little blue cat Habi. Even though it's just a cat, but as for the relationship between Lu Yu and Lucy, Happy knows more profoundly than any of Natsu, Gray, and Urza. Everyone, Lucy's eyes couldn't help but become red again. The other side. Temporary bar. Hey, Lu Yu, Lucy is yours. Is it really okay for you to drink here by yourself? There was an inexplicable curve on Myra's fair and pretty face. I've said what I need to say. Let Lucy decide whether to stay or go. Lu Yu shrugged. He believed in Lucy. At the same time, I also believe in this guild. At the foot of the bar, Kana tossed the cards in her hand and shook her head helplessly. I can't find where Mr. J is. Really, what a pity. Mira Jane pursed her lips. If Lucy is their target, those guys will attack again. We have a lot of casualties, things are a little bad. Kana said. Should we contact Laxus? Someone suggested. Mira shook her head. It's not that I don't want to contact you. Instead, I have already contacted them, but was rejected sternly by the other party. At this point, there is only one person I can rely on. Mira held her cheek with her slender hands and looked at Lu Yu in front of her. Rumble. The ground shook without warning. Boom. The ground in Magnolia trembles. The vast lake surface was rippling with waves from a distance. On the lake near the Fairy Tale Guild, a huge monster is approaching in big strides. It was a huge piece of land that looked like a crab. A towering castle guild fortress stands on it. 8 crab-like steel legs moved, stirring up huge waves. A terrifying oppressive force followed. This made all the fairy tale wizards in front of the Fairy Tale Guild look horrified. What on earth is that? Natsu yelled in shock. The guild is on the move. Is it a ghost? There will be no other than Phantom? What should I do next? Even the battle-hardened goblins. At this moment, I couldn't help but be frightened by this scene. I never expected that they would attack in this way. Urza's slender hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Knock knock. The huge mobile ghost fortress stopped 200 meters away from the Fairy Tale Guild. Immediately following, under the horrified gazes of Urza and the others, a hole opened at the top of the guild fortress. A huge gun barrel extended out. Magic cluster cannon. Jupiter, prepare to fire. Joseph, the leader of the Phantom Guild, gave the order coldly. The magic ball of the Jupiter launcher shines brightly in the fog. The front section of the huge steel gun barrel, the terrifying magical airflow swirled and gathered. Transformed into a pitch-black magic ball, releases a devastating aura. If that really hits, Fairy Tale will become history. Not good, everyone get down, as Urza shouted loudly, she suddenly dived out. A brilliant light bloomed from all around her. That's a costume change. Kana realized what Urza was trying to do. Hey, Urza, don't be impulsive, Loki was anxious. Don't even think about touching the guild. Urza finished changing her clothes. The most powerful one is standing on the top with heroic spirit. That's the diamond armor. Even if that armor has high defense, it's still too much. Stop it, Urza, you'll die, everyone in Fairy Tale yelled nervously. Get down. Urza had a determined look on her face. The armor on both arms suddenly merged into one. The blue defensive magic circle expanded to its limit in an instant. At the same time, 200 meters away, the charge of the magic cluster cannon Jupiter has also reached its limit. A terrifying stream of magical power pierced through the void. Cover and attack Fairy Tale. Urza clenched her teeth. Prepare for the violent impact, but I waited for a long time. The expected impact has yet to occur. Urza opened her arms. The armor in front of him opened. So, Urza finally discovered the reason why the impact was delayed. Because there was a figure standing in front of her at this moment. Shielded her from all the storms. Land. Urza's mouth opened wide. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tension and fear. So much so that I couldn't even utter a word. The Fairy Tale people behind were also deeply shocked. Mr. Lu Yu. Where is Mr. Lu Yu? Seeing Lu Yu suddenly disappear, Lucy couldn't help but scream in anxiety. Lu Yu is missing. Mira Jane widened her beautiful eyes and thought of a possibility. Hey, look over there, what happened to Urza? The defensive magic circle of the diamond armor has dissipated. But the opponent's attack didn't fall. What on earth is going on? Macau, Wakaba, Lucky, Kana and the others all screamed in shock. That's Big Brother, Grays suddenly screamed in excitement. It's Lu Yu. Lu Yu is standing in front of Urza. Yelled Harpy the little blue cat. Lu Yu. This kind of thing is really messed up. Did he use his own body to block that terrifying magic cannon? Everyone was shocked, but the next second, click. Without warning, a sound like a shattering mirror resounded through the sky. The sky that was as clear as a mirror, now shattered like a mirror. At the same time, the fiercely approaching pitch-black magic cannon, Jupiter, also shattered. Chapter 297 Urza's touch click. The sky made a crackling sound as if it could not bear the weight. Under the ghostly gazes of everyone on both Fairy Tale and Phantom. The sky, as clear as a mirror, shattered here. Large, irregular cracks extend to the end of the sky. This scene cannot be described simply as shocking. Hey, is this true? The sky is shattered? The middle-aged man Macau screamed. No, it's not the sky that's shattered, it's the atmosphere. Kana saw through the clue. Why did the atmosphere suddenly shatter? The wooden wizard Lucky whispered softly, this scene. It's like that time on Karn Island. Happy, Gray, and Natsu, the team members who participated in the mission on Karn Island, all exclaimed in amazement. No, it's even more incredible than what happened on Karn Island. Because what shattered on that island was a solid membrane, but what's left now is a fluid atmosphere. Lucy analyzed seriously. Wait a moment, Natsu, Gray, you don't want to say that Lu Yu did it? Someone asked. Who else could it be besides brother Lu Yu? Gray said confidently. But isn't Lu Yu's magic morphological magic? Kana asked confused. Mr. Lu Yu never said he only knew one kind of magic. The corners of Lucy's mouth rose slightly. Love, morph magic is just a small trick of Lu Yu. Harpy put his hands on his hips. Nani, is that heaven-defying magic just a trick? How powerful is Lu Yu? Everyone in Fairy Tail was shocked beyond words. The time it takes to speak. The fragmentation of the atmosphere became more and more frequent. Finally, the limit is reached. Click, the entire sky exploded. The brilliant light shines, occupying people's vision. Splendor is only a moment. Next second, peace returned to the world. The shattered sky and atmosphere are restored. The terrifying magic cluster cannon also disappeared. It's as if nothing had ever happened. All was silent. What's wrong, Urza? Lu Yu maintained the posture of shattering the sky with one hand. His free left hand gently stroked Urza's dazed crimson head. You. Lu Yu, why? Why did you? Urza was still in shock and couldn't even utter a complete sentence at this moment. I'm also a member of Fairy Tail. How can you be allowed to come out, but not me? Lu Yu smiled slightly. Immediately, Lu Yu changed the subject. Besides, I will never let go of the ghost who attacked Lucy, the guild, and you. The expression on Lu Yu's face gradually became cold. Lu Yu. Urza took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and a hint of emotion appeared in her beautiful eyes. Right now, Lu Yu in front of her brought her infinite sense of security. Just like Grandpa Rob in the Tower of Paradise 10 years ago. Urza knew. From now on, she now has one more person to rely on. Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy cried out softly, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Lucy tapped the ground with her jade feet and jumped into Lu Yu's arms. Don't make me worry, Mr. Lu Yu, Lucy said coquettishly. Lu Yu, please tell me before you take action next time. Mira Jane rolled her eyes seductively. Lord Lu Yu is simply the strongest. Gray yelled like a little fanboy. Hey, is this true? Lu Yu, did you really block that magic cannon before? How did you do that? Is this something humans can do? How strong are you? Kana, Lucky, Albic, Biska and the others were all shocked and asked questions one after another. The whole audience cheered and made noise, in comparison. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the Phantom Mobile Fortress, 200 meters away, was stagnant. He, that's him, President, that's the man. The man who prevented us from capturing Lucy Heartfilia and even captured Lady Juvia. Thor, the Earth Element, one of the 4 elements of Phantom, shouted excitedly. Shut up, sitting on the chairman's throne, Joseph waved his hand impatiently. A purple-black force pulled Thor of the earth away. Hit the wall heavily. The Iron Dragon Gajeel clashed his fists. The sound of metal exploding, except Urza, Myston, and Laxus. Fairy Tail actually has an S-class wizard? Gajeel grinned, a fighting spirit radiating from him. To be able to withstand the bombardment of Jupiter's magical cluster cannon, that man is indeed a very powerful person. Fire Elemental Bunnymaru spoke solemnly. Sad, so sad. Aaliyah of the sky covered her face and cried. Another beautiful magical flower is about to wither. How sad. Alia, that's my prey, Iron Dragon Gajeel rode. Brother Gajeel. One of the followers nodded and gestured to President Joseph on the throne. Gajeel turned his head. Aaliyah of the sky also stopped crying. The atmosphere in the Jupiter launch room was heavier than ever before. That is the oppressive force of the 10 holy mages. Surprisingly, unexpectedly, we got another powerful newcomer. Unforgivable. It's truly unforgivable, Fairy Tail. President Joseph covered his face with his right hand. There was an astonishing gleam of hatred in his eyes. Magic Cluster Cannon. Jupiter's maximum output power, charging now. The next move must definitely send them flying. Joseph ordered coldly. He could no longer sit idly by and watch Fairy Tail continue to grow stronger. If it is allowed to develop, I'm afraid it won't be long. The position of the strongest guild in Fury is really going to change hands. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. So even if there is a risk of being severely punished by the House of Review, Joseph also wants to do his best to wipe out Fairy Tail. At the same time, because there was no magic loudspeaker used to make the announcement this time. The Fairy Tail members, who were still immersed in shock and joy, didn't know this. The fact that Phantom is currently charging up an even more powerful magic cluster cannon. Time passes by little, looking at the Phantom Fortress which was still motionless. Natsu and the others all tilted their heads in confusion. What on earth are those Phantom guys thinking? If they're scared, just run away now. Gray said. Sure enough, they were also frightened by Lu Yu's method of blocking the magic cannon. Macau nodded. Hey, you Phantom B******D, Either fight like a man or get out of here now. Elfman yelled, regarding the provocation of the fairy tale people. There was no response from the Phantom side. The most impulsive and irritable Iron Dragon Gajeel was now restrained by Joseph's personal orders and was not allowed to go out and cause trouble. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of stupid goblins, the Ghost Guild president Joseph sneered repeatedly. Sad, so sad, it's really sad that you don't even know that death is approaching. Aliyah of the Sky burst into tears again in pain. Usagimaru, how much time do we have left before charging is complete? Joseph asked. Yes, President, it's already been 14 minutes, we'll be done in another minute. Magic Cluster Cannon, Jupiter, maximum output power. Fire Elemental Rabbit Pill said, then let's get started. President Joseph grinned. Next, please enjoy the final performance of the fairies. Chapter 298. Everyone is united. Really? What on earth do those Phantom guys want to do? Fight if you want, run if you want. What's the point of just being stuck like this? As expected, we should take the initiative and defeat them. Natsu clashed his fists together, eager to fight. Even if the other side has Joseph, the president of the Holy Ten, we still have the strongest brother Lu Yu on our side. Gray said confidently. If you're a man, you should fight honestly and decide the outcome. Elfman is full of momentum. Urza, what should we do? The other fairy tale members all looked at Urza, now that President Makarov is not around. Urza, who holds great prestige in the guild, is the one in charge. Have the power to make important decisions. Even Lu Yu is far behind in this regard. His strength is indeed strong, but after all, he was just a newcomer who had joined the guild for only 2 months. It's naturally incomparable to Urza, who has been in the guild for 10 years. However, Lu Yu had no intention of competing with Urza. He guarded her silently, preventing her from getting hurt in the slightest. This is Lu Yu's approach towards Urza. We have many wounded now. If we rashly start a full-scale war like we did yesterday, the situation will be disadvantageous to us. But just sitting there doing nothing isn't an option. Urza seemed to have made a decision. Here, Natsu, Gray, and a few others will form a strike team to see what Phantom is planning. If there is any problem, we will retreat immediately. Urza said. That's great, Natsu cheered. Urza then turned her gaze to Lu Yu. That cluster turret is always a threat. Just in case, can the guild hand it over to you? Lu Yu? Urza asked. Certainly, Lu Yu nodded calmly in response. Okay, then. Urza was about to order an attack. Next second. Mutation and regeneration. Look, the ghost is moving again. Hey, no way, this is a familiar feeling. Are they planning to launch a second cluster artillery attack? Not good. This feeling, it seems to be a big one this time. This time the cluster artillery is more than twice as big as before. Damn it. Could it be that they have been secretly accumulating strength all this time? When everyone in Fairy Tale figured out the reason behind Phantom's silence, they all screamed in shock and anger. But right now, they're facing the greatest crisis in their history. 200 meters away, in front of Jupiter's cannon barrel. A magic ball that is several times more powerful than the previous one is spinning rapidly. Damn Phantom, you actually planned this. I'm sorry, it's my fault for making a wrong decision. I missed the best opportunity to attack. Urza gritted her teeth, her face full of self-blame. It doesn't matter. Lu Yu smiled slightly and walked straight forward. Look up. Urza. Urza looked up obediently. We agreed before, right? You guys will be in charge of the assault, and I'll protect the guild and everyone else. Lu Yu grinned. Lu Yu. Urza was stunned. Wait until you come to your senses. Lu Yu walked forward calmly again. Urza quickly followed. The diamond armor reappears. This cluster artillery is even more terrifying than before. Let's defend together. Urza said solemnly, and us, everyone together. We can't let Lu Yu bear everything alone. Natsu, Gray, Kana and the rest of the fairy tale team stepped forward. Those who can cast defensive magic will use it. Those who can't do that will use their favorite attack magic. Attack instead of defend. Even if it's just a small amount of power. We must also weaken the power of the magic cannon as much as possible. The enthusiasm of the people in Fairy Tale. Lu Yu did not refuse. Everyone, line up behind me. Lu Yu raised his arms and shouted. Ha 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 ha, disappear, you annoying goblins. Joseph, the Ghost Guild leader, yelled. Magical Cluster Cannon Jupiter, maximum output power, launch. Boom. Drink it. The earth-shaking roar echoed in the sky. The wizards of Fairy Tale are united, the brilliant magical light blooms. Heading towards the oncoming Jupiter Cluster Cannon to intercept. Well, now it's time for my performance, Lu Yu grinned. His waist sank slightly and his fist, as big as a casserole, slowly clenched. Then it was swung out at a seemingly slow speed and landed above the atmosphere. Boom. The heaven and earth shook violently at this moment. This seemingly ordinary punch produced a terrifying scene like a natural disaster. Click, 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 a crisp cracking sound was heard. Following the one not long ago, the atmosphere shattered again. White cracks visible to the naked eye are densely packed and spread out like a spider web. Everywhere you go, heaven collapse, the sea cracks. The water is flowing back. The lake surface cracked under the terrifying shockwaves of Ultimate, breaking into huge water masses. The Phantom Mobile Fortress, which originally stood firmly in the middle of the lake, was now surrounded by several layers of seawater. As if it would collapse at any time, and this is just the aftermath of Lu Yu's attack. That most powerful and terrifying shock force. At this moment, it was resisting the maximum power Jupiter cannon that had been charging for 15 minutes. This is the ability that ranks among the strongest Paramecia devil fruits in the pirate's world. This is the power of Paramecia shock fruit, now. The shock fruit ability from the pirate's world exploded for the first time in this fairy tale world. Go ahead. Defeat them. Everyone in Fairy Tale was united and shouted in unison, accompanied by people's powerful roars. The strongest shock force powerfully destroyed the maximum power Jupiter cannon. Boom. Rumble. The sky and the earth trembled at this moment. The terrifying Jupiter cluster cannon was broken up. Powerful shock waves spread out at high altitudes. It caused the white clouds in the sky to collapse and disperse. That's not all. After defeating the Jupiter cluster artillery head-on, the terrifying aftermath of the shockwaves continued to charge towards the Phantom's mobile fortress. Boom boom boom. Amidst a violent roar, half of the towering Phantom Guild castle exploded. The remaining half is also crumbling. The violent vibration caused the ghost wizards to scream in horror. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, what kind of magic is that? Vibration magic? I've never heard of it before. Joseph, the Ghost Guild leader, screamed in frustration. How powerful this is. It can even defeat the Jupiter cannon at full power. What level is that man? Fire Elemental Bunnymaru was horrified. Is that man's strength above S rank? The same Saint 10 level as the president? Thor, the Earth Elemental, whispered in shock. Stop joking. Iron Dragon Gajil's body couldn't stop shaking slightly. Sad. Sad. I can't even express my sadness. Arya of the Sky could no longer be sad and complacent at this moment. Shut up everyone. Boom. An aura as powerful as that of an evil spirit swept over. Joseph, the leader of the Ghost Guild, stood up, looking at Fairy Tale celebrating wildly in the crystal ball. He couldn't help but tremble with anger. You little brats, don't get carried away. Next, let's wake up the giant. Joseph ordered. Right now, in front of the Fairy Tale Guild. At this moment, the members of Fairy Tale were immersed in the joy of defeating the opponent's attack once again. Well done, everyone, thanks for all your hard work. I was able to block that attack, Lu Yu said loudly. Oh, Macau, Wakaba and others all shouted excitedly. I'm glad to have defeated the enemy's attack, but were our previous attacks really effective? Kana couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. No matter how you look at it, Lu Yu defeated them all by himself. Don't worry about these details now. Kana and Lu Yu have already said so. Mirajane blinked her beautiful eyes playfully. Natsu, Gray, everyone, now is not the time to celebrate. We must not allow the other side to have a third launch opportunity. Urza spoke firmly. Oh, Natsu and the others roared in response. Superior. Urza put on the Skywheel armor, spread her wings, and rushed out first. Chapter 299 Natsu vs. Rabbitpill. Fix it quick, Thor. That's all you're good for, trash. We must try to restore the Titan to a state where he can wake up in the shortest possible time. The Iron Dragon Gajil ordered coldly. I'm so sorry. The Earth Element, Thor, shuddered with fear. He quickly used his proud Earth Element magic to repair the key parts of the castle that were broken by Lu Yu's vibration. The other Earth Elemental mages of the Phantom Ruler also took action. The broken castle recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sure enough, what else are you planning to do? A dazzling light shone across the sky. Urza, wearing the heavenly wheel armor, stood in the air. Dozens of magic swords formed a circular sword formation behind him. The sun shines down, flashing with a sharp cold light. That's the Fairy Queen. Everyone on alert. Fire Elemental Rabbitpill shouted loudly. Have those annoying goblins finally arrived? The Iron Dragon Gajil sneered repeatedly. He looked past Urza. Falling a little further behind. Urusa, wait for me. Harpy, speed up, Natsu yelled with full force. Isa, the little blue cat harpy spread his white wings behind him. Taking Natsu, he swooped down towards the Phantom's mobile fortress. Natsu, they're so anxious to repair the castle, they must have some ulterior motive. Use your strengths here and wreak havoc. Urza saw through the intentions of the Phantoms. Conveyed the order of destruction to Natsu. Unbridled destruction? This is truly thrilling, I'm fired up. Natsu shouted excitedly. Boom, there was a loud bang. Natsu crashed onto the ruined mobile fortress, stirring up clouds of flying dust. Natsu, come on, cheerleader Habi cheered. Let's get started. Natsu clashed his fists together. A scorching flame magic circle appears. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu leapt into the air. The fist wrapped in scorching flames was about to destroy the newly repaired castle. But the next second, unexpected changes occurred. Natsu's flaming fist failed to land where he wanted to damage. Suddenly, I was pulled by some force along the way. The powerful Fire Dragon's Iron Fist hit Natsu directly in the face. I hit upon myself a peculiar picture taking place. Natsu, what's wrong with you? Happy stepped forward anxiously and asked. It hurts so much. Natsu grimaced and covered his face. What on earth is going on? Happy yelled in confusion. Natsu glanced around. Soon, he locked onto a man not far away who had a long sword on his waist and mixed black and white hair. Is it you, AB*****D, who did this? Natsu yelled angrily, attack with blazing flames. But the next moment, just like the previous changes, it happened again. The flames emanating from Natsu's body suddenly went out of control. The man with black and white hair also took action. He kicked the out-of-control Natsu away, hateful. Natsu wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth. I am Usagimaru, who controls the element of fire. The black and white-haired man crossed his arms and introduced himself in a cool manner. All flames are under my control. Whether facing enemies or nature, the flames are mine. Fire Elemental Usagimaru spoke confidently. What did you say? My flame is mine. Natsu retorted. It seems we don't get along, Fire Mage-kun. Take it, Blue Flame. Fire Elemental Usagimaru waved. Sheets of blue flames burst out from the magic circle and enveloped Natsu. Call. The sound of deep breathing could be heard from within the blue flames. Immediately following, the blazing blue flames turned into a torrent and completely sank into Natsu's mouth and nose. It's so cold, Natsu shuddered. So, you are the legendary Fire Dragon Slayer. Speaking of bad fate, it should be like this for us. Each other's flames are useless. Fire Elemental Usagimaru continued to cross his arms. Don't make your own decisions, I haven't hit you yet. Natsu was dissatisfied. I've already told you that fire is useless to me. Fire Elemental Usagimaru said confidently. Really? How about trying this, my special move? Natsu smiled a subtle smile. Fire Dragon Spit. Natsu activated his special move. The release of the Fire Dragon magic circle is just a deception. Since the fire doesn't work, then use water, puff puff puff. Natsu transforms into a pea shooter. He immediately sprayed saliva all over the face of the Fire Elemental Rabbit Pill. For this unexpected situation, the Fire Element Bunny Pill was also unexpected. There was no defense at all. He was drenched in a bloody spray on the spot. Ha ha ha, you've been fooled, Natsu scoffed mercilessly. Hateful. Fire Elemental Bunnymaru wiped the disgusting saliva from his face carelessly. The veins on his forehead bulged out. You dare to play tricks on me? Then give me a taste of this trick. Orange Flame. An orange flame magic circle appeared above the Fire Elemental Usagimaru's head. Raging orange flames surrounded Natsu. It's useless. You should have seen it before. Fire is my food. Natsu didn't dodge. He opened his mouth and swallowed the special orange flame. However, it stinks, my nose. Natsu rolled on the ground when he was stung by the flames for the first time. Ha 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 ha, having avenged the previous saliva attack, the Fire Elemental Rabbit Pill laughed triumphantly. This is a flame that tastes like a rag soaked in milk. What a low-class guy, Natsu said. Weren't you the one who cheated first? Fire Elemental Bunnymaru squinted. Natsu gritted his teeth. Launch the attack again, but this time he didn't try to attach flames. Instead, they engaged in direct close combat. Oh my, are you giving up magic and preparing for hand-to-hand combat? This way, it will be more advantageous for me who holds a knife. Fire Elemental Usagimaru unsheathed his sword. A close combat so fast that it is invisible to the naked eye begins. That guy Natsu, has he met an opponent with whom he has a bad compatibility? Urza, standing in midair, noticed Natsu's predicament. Assistance was requested immediately. Your opponent is me, the Fairy Queen. A powerful and heavy iron dragon stick suddenly appeared across the sky. Urza's heart trembled. The iron wings behind him spread out. Dodge with lightning speed. At the same time, Urza waved her hand lightly and launched a counterattack. Dozens of magic circles shot towards the Iron Dragon Gajeel not far away. The Iron Dragon Gajeel grinned, facing Urza's fierce attack. He didn't dodge or evade, he used his iron body to resist Urza's dazzling sword. He even grabbed a few magic swords along the way and stuffed them into his mouth without any care. A teeth-grinding crunching sound was heard. Fragments of the magic sword flew out of its mouth. As expected of the Fairy Queen's magic circle, its quality is incomparable to ordinary iron. It's truly delicious. Eat it, and strength will surge forth. The Iron Dragon Gajeel laughed wildly. Urza's expression darkened slightly. Natsu encountered the Fire Elemental Rabbitmaru, who was able to restrain fire magic. Her compatibility with the Iron Dragon Gajeel wasn't much better. For Gajeel, who has a body of steel, ordinary attacks have no effect at all. Instead, his sword and armor will be eaten away by the opponent and become his strength. This is also an unprecedented crisis for Urza, but... However, Urza was not discouraged at all by this. Because she is the queen of fairy tale. Change clothes, Flame Emperor armor. The fiery red Yan Emperor armor was put on. Urza intends to fight Gajeel with additional flames. It's useless. Facing my Iron Dragon Slayer magic, an armored wizard like you has no chance of winning. Gajeel grinned confidently. He bent his knees slightly. He was about to launch a fierce attack on Urza like a storm. Sudden. Without any warning. Boom. The ruined Phantom Mobile Fortress suddenly trembled. The key parts needed to awaken the giant have been reshaped. The Phantom Giant awakens. The reason is the movement of the giant. triggered the fruit servants of the two dragons above. Iron Dragon Gajeel and Fire Dragon Natsu both fell to the ground at the same time. Chapter 300 Forbidden Magic. Elemental stability, magicians in the danger zone quickly retreat. Pillar open. Bone and joint stability, standing up. The mechanical prompt sound echoed in the Phantom's mobile fortress. Look, now, my mission is accomplished. The Earth Elemental Thor twisted his waist and laughed triumphantly. Boom. The huge Phantom mobile fortress trembled. The surrounding pillars leaned to the sides. The guild body in the middle also separated to the left and right. A giant head like a Gundam slowly rose up. Ha 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 ha, the giant has awakened. You're done, goblins. The fire elemental, Usagimaru, laughed triumphantly. He looked towards his opponent Natsu, who was not far away. I don't know when. Natsu, who was full of energy before, is now completely defeated. He looked painful, as if he wanted to vomit but couldn't. Natsu, cheer up, happy and courage. I understand, Fire Dragon Slayer, you're clueless about transportation. Fire Elemental Bunnymaru reacted, because there is also a Dragon Slayer in their guild. Right now. On the other side is the battlefield between Gajeel and Urza. The Iron Dragon Gajeel crushed the ground and was about to charge forward. At this moment, he fell to the ground due to the violent shaking of the vehicle. He supported himself on the ground with his left hand and covered his mouth tightly with his right hand. His expression was ferocious and painful. Brother Gajeel. The ghost wizards on all sides screamed. Damn it, what did that guy, the president, do all of a sudden? Gajeel was extremely angry. I see. Looks like Natsu isn't the only one who suffers from transportation sickness. As an Iron Dragon Slayer, you're also dizzy. Urza nodded in understanding. For her, now is the best time to deal with Gajeel. But Urza did nothing. Just like that, she solved the problem of the Iron Dragon Gajeel, who had no power to resist, being at odds with her night magic. The knights want to defeat their opponents head on. Urza didn't say anything more, he just turned around and headed towards the giant's control center. Wait. Damn it. Gajeel wanted to give chase. Yet the giant's shaking continued. Urza was very martial and did not take advantage of Gajeel's misfortune. The other side, the fire element rabbit pill is not so particular. Looking at Natsu, who was powerless to resist, fire elemental Usagimaru smiled. You can't even eat flames now. In that case, I will use my most powerful magic to turn you into dust. Fire elemental Bunnymaru showed no mercy. A huge flame magic circle was generated. Blow you away, Dragon Slayer, yelled the fire elemental Bunnymaru. However, without waiting for him to make a move, the bear-eating flames were suddenly frozen by the extreme cold air. The next thing to be frozen was his body. Oh, what's going on? This. If you're a real man, you look up at the sky and turn into a shooting star. Elfman swung his ferocious beast fist and knocked the fire elemental Bunnymaru, who was frozen by Gray, into the sky. That's so cool, Gray, Elfman. The harpy laughed happily. How shameful, Mr. Natsu, Gray said. If you're a man, you'll make the vehicle faint. Elfman spoke. Natsu, at the same time. Give up and beg for mercy, you stinky brats from Fairy Tale. Recognize your own weight and enjoy your last moments in despair. The voice of Joseph, the leader of the Ghost Guild, boomed and echoed in the sky. The magical giant walked towards them with earth-shaking steps. In addition, there are countless dark ghosts like ghosts. It continuously emerged from the giant's head. What on earth is that? Macau and the others widened their eyes in shock. That's Joseph's magic shadow. Those things are not human, they are ghost soldiers created by Joseph. Kana explained. Hey, look, the giant stopped, but is moving again. Someone screamed. Is that text? No, that's a magic circle. The wood-shaped wizard Laki said. That magic circle is forbidden magic, purgatory shattering. Mira recognized the magic circle and covered her mouth with her hands in horror. What? Forbidden magic? Lucy was horrified. That size, it's terrible, the entire Magnolia will be wiped out. Loki screamed. Mira, can you tell me how much time it will take for that magic circle to activate? Kana asked. About 15 minutes, Myra's face was solemn. 10 minutes. I hope Urza, Natsu and the others can find and destroy the power source. We'll defend the guild right here. Kana spoke firmly, as if she was going to give it a try. Mr. Lu Yu, what should we do? This time it's forbidden magic. Lucy subconsciously asked Lu Yu for help. Lu Yu raised his hand and touched Lucy's little head. Then he stroked Mirajane's head as well. There's nothing to worry about. As for me, I can still withstand 1 or 2 rounds of forbidden magic. Lu Yu grinned confidently. Real? Lucy's eyes lit up. My restless heart suddenly relaxed. Really? Mirajane glanced at Lu Yu resentfully, previously in a hurry. But she had forgotten about Lu Yu. Until now, they still don't know the limit of Lu Yu's power. Since Lu Yu said so, that means he does have the means to fight against forbidden magic. For example, the exaggerated vibration magic from before. Think of this. Mirajane's anxious heart was also relieved. Her beautiful eyes swept around, looking for my younger brother. However, it was nowhere to be seen. Kana, do you know where Elfman is? Mirajane asked. Elfman, he went inside the Titan with Gray earlier. Kana replied. Why? No, Elfman can't fight. You know that, Kana. Myra's emotions suddenly became excited. He's capable of fighting. He was very active in yesterday's melee. Kana said affirmatively. If the opponent is the army, it's fine, but if we encounter the main force, Elfman now. Mira Jane's fair face was filled with worry and panic. No, it's too dangerous for Elfman to act alone in the enemy's base. If he goes berserk again. Mira clenched her fists. Lu Yu, please, take me there. Mira Jane looked at Lu Yu pleadingly. Mira-chan, what are you talking about? You can't do that now, Wakaba and others nearby screamed in shock. Lu Yu, I know that if you use all your strength, you will be able to end the battle in the shortest possible time. Mira Jane spoke with certainty. You understand very well, Mira. Lu Yu remained silent. Then let's end it all together. Mira looked at Lu Yu without blinking, her eyes full of hope and pleading. Mr. Lu Yu, I'm going too. Everything today happened because of me, so I have to fight too. Lucy was also aroused to fight. Please, Lucy and Mila stepped forward together. He raised his head and looked at Lu Yu pleadingly. Okay. A double request for the lovely Lucy and Mira. Lu Yu naturally couldn't refuse at all. Well, get ready and go. Snap. Lu Yu snapped his fingers lightly. Crash. The raging wind howled. An invisible wind carried Lu Yu, Lucy and Mira Jane soaring into the sky. Rushing towards the magical giant not far away. Is even wind magic that powerful, Grandmaster? Kana, Loki and the others were all stunned. Powerful, handsome and rich. Lu Yu is simply the most perfect man in the world. I'm so jealous of Lucy. The fairy tale girls including Levi, the wood-style wizard Lucky, and others all had faces full of envy. Chapter 301 Whole Body Reception Soul of the Beast King. Yu. If you're a man, you'll protect fairy tale even at the risk of your life. Elfman, a rugged-looking young man, shouted with great force. Look for enemy cadres. Sudden. The ground beneath Elfman's feet opened an eye. A man with green hair slowly rose from the ground. My name is Thor, please call me Mr. Thor. Thor, one of the 4 elements of the Phantom, spoke. The 4 elements that Lucy defeated yesterday. Perfect, I can ask you how to stop the Titans. Beast Arm. Black Bull, Elfman shouted with great momentum. A gorgeous magic circle passed through his arm. Wait until the light fades. Elfman's right arm has surprisingly turned into Black Bull's arm. Oh, so just using your right arm will do? It seems that the rumor is true. The earth shook defiantly from Thor like a piece of seaweed. You're so long-winded and noisy, Elfman gritted his teeth and attacked first. Black Bull punched the ground, breaking it into pieces. Thor of the earth dodged flexibly, at the same time, launch a counterattack. Not just with magic, but with words as well. By the way, you've had that experience of accepting failure and going berserk, right? Daichi Zaisel asked with a look of evil amusement on his face. It touched the pain that Elfman least wanted to recall. It's so noisy, Beast Arm, Iron Ox, Elfman roared angrily. However, the fist still failed to land in the end. Because a statue appeared in front of Earth Thor. Statue of a young girl. A statue of a girl named Lisanna. Excuse me for being so presumptuous, but when you stepped on me just now, I read a fragment of your memory. What a lovely sister. Where is she now? Oh, I'm so sorry, you're already in the dark, cold earth. How pitiful. Thor of the earth provokes to his heart's content. Uncover the scars in Elfman's heart, a bloody scene. Elfman raised his head and yelled. Magical power surges all over the body. Although I told myself in my heart not to be fooled. But under the despicable psychological warfare skills of Thor of the earth. Elfman finally fell to his knees helplessly. If you're a man, fight honestly. Elfman said. A man? Do you, a scumbag like you who killed your sister with your own hands, really have the right to say these 3 words? Thor of the earth scoffed. The ground spun as his magic power was released. Plaster Sonata, Thor of the earth takes action. The huge fist sent Elfman flying dozens of meters. As a gentleman, I absolutely cannot tolerate trash like you living. Sealing magic. Merci la vie. A golden sealing magic circle appeared around Thor of the earth, covering Elfman's entire body. You will become a part of the earth, forever wandering in that ominous memory. As Thor's voice fell, Elfman's body was gradually covered by rocks. My eyes gradually became confused. All the painful memories of the past came flooding back to my mind. It brought him to the brink of ruin. Elfman just then. A familiar shout rang out. Wake up the unconscious Elfman. Sister. Sister, looking at Mira Jane who appeared not far away, Elfman's face showed a struggle. Sister, run. Elfman struggled to speak. Elfman, cheer up, if you lose yourself too. Looking at her suffering brother, Mira Jane's eyes turned red and tears flowed unconsciously. Isn't this the former S-class wizard from Fairy Tale? How pitiful, he's fallen into this state. Let me, a gentleman, free you and your brother. Thor of the earth grinned maliciously. Why? Stimulated by her sister Mira Jane's tears. Elfman's lost fighting spirit was rekindled. Powerful magical fluctuations erupted from Elfman's body. How come? Thor of the earth turned around in shock. I've already sworn that I won't make my sister cry again. But why is my sister still crying? Elfman shouted. The whole body was shining brightly. Who made my sister cry? Driven by anger, Elfman overcame his fear. Once again, used the whole body reception magic. Receive the soul of the Beast King throughout the body. In the flying dust, a pair of deep purple eyes of the Beast King suddenly opened wide. Roar. The beast's roar shook the earth. This is. Lucy turned and looked back. Mr. Lu Yu, is it really okay to let Miss Mira go there alone? Lucy asked worriedly. That's totally fine, trust Mira and the others. Let's go too, quickly resolve everything and then continue the unfinished party. Lu Yu smiled. Lucy nodded heavily. The expression on his face gradually became firm. All of this, it's all because of her. She should face and solve everything by herself. But she was too weak to shoulder everything. Fortunately, there are people she can rely on by her side now. As long as Lu Yu is around, whether it is the Four Elements or the Holy 10 Josephs, there is nothing to be afraid of anymore. Lucy held Lu Yu's arm with a happy look on her face, walking towards the core brain of the magic giant. Just then, bang, suddenly, there was a loud bang from the right wall. The iron fist, more than 10 meters long, broke through the wall. A ferocious aura like a dragon emanated from the wall. Isn't this our goal this time, Miss Lucy Hartfilia? There's a road to heaven but you don't take it, there's no door to hell but you go there anyway. That's good too, it saves us the time of catching you. Iron Dragon Slayer Gajeel grinned and slowly walked out from the gap in the wall. You are. Iron Dragon Gajeel, you are the one who made Levi. Lucy clenched her fists. I felt a rare feeling of anger in my heart. But it was only for a moment. Gajeel turned his gaze away from her. His eyes were fixed on Lu Yu without blinking. Iron Dragon Gajeel. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. As a time traveler, he naturally knows a lot about Gajeel. To be honest, he is not a born bad person, it was just because I joined the wrong guild. Influenced by Joseph. That's why he has become so arrogant and domineering now. In the original plot, he will also become an indispensable and important member of Fairy Tail. In order to protect Fairy Tail, he is willing to sacrifice his own life. But these are things that have not happened yet, at the moment. Gajeel is also an enemy to Fairy Tail and Lu Yu. The account of damaging the guild and the revenge of injuring Libby need to be settled. As for what happens next, then just let it be. Lu Yu would not deliberately promote it, nor would he deliberately prevent it. Just when Lu Yu was about to deal with Gajeel. Mr. Lu Yu, please let me do my part. Lucy pleaded earnestly. Oh well, Lu Yu did not refuse. Lucy took a deep breath and unhooked the zodiac key from her waist. Open, Taurus, the gatekeeper of Taurus, ding dong. The gate of the zodiac sign Taurus opens. A black and white cow carrying a giant axe appeared. Moo, Lucy is still the same today. The Minotaur Talos was just about to continue his usual sweet talk. Next second, when I saw Lu Yu next to Lucy, the Minotaur Talos immediately shut up. Talos, go. Lucy pointed at Gajeel. Moo, leave it to me. The Minotaur Talos swings his great axe, launches a leaping slash at Gajeel. For the raid on Talos, Gajeel didn't even look at it. He threw his fist casually, blocked Talos's axe with his own iron fist. The right leg kicked out suddenly, the Minotaur Talos was knocked away heavily. Sniff, Gajeel's nose twitched sharply, the expression on his face became more and more incredible. It's the smell of Madalakana. Gajeel looked at Lu Yu with shock and disbelief on his face. Who are you? Why do you smell like Madalakana? Gajeel demanded sharply. Chapter 302 Educating Gajeel. Talos, are you okay? Lucy looked anxiously in the direction where the Minotaur was flying backwards. No, it's okay. The Minotaur rose from the ruins of the wall. He was about to launch another swift attack on Gajeel. But at this moment, who are you? Why do you smell like Madalakana? Gajeel shouted loudly, his emotions seemingly out of control. Well, huh? Lucy was stunned. Look at Gajeel, then look at Lu Yu. His face was full of cuteness and confusion. Mr. Lu Yu, who is Madalakana? Is this someone you know, Mr. Lu Yu? Lucy asked. Madalakana is my father who raised me and taught me dragon-slaying magic. Who are you? Why does it smell like Madalakana? What did you do to him? Gajeel clenched his fists and shouted angrily, compared to Naz. Gajeel's reaction was much more normal. Unlike the crazy Natsu, he didn't call me dad right away. Regarding the smell of Iron Dragon on Lu Yu, the first thing Gajeel thought of was that Lu Yu was very likely contaminated with the dragon blood of the Iron Dragon. In other words, slay the dragon, think of this. The anger in Gajeel's heart suddenly erupted like a volcano. Ah, how is this possible? How is this possible? Madalakana is a powerful Iron Dragon, how could he be killed by a human? Gajeel yelled in anger and pain. Mr. Lu Yu, what is going on? I'm totally confused. Is the Madalakana he mentioned also a dragon, just like the Ignil Natsu is looking for? Lucy was in a state of confusion. Calm down, Lucy. Lu Yu patted Lucy's shoulder lightly with his big hand. The whole thing is a little complicated to explain, you will understand later. Let's focus on dealing with the enemy in front of us. Lu Yu smiled. Lucy nodded blankly. A hole, stop ignoring me. Looking at Lu Yu, who was interacting with Lucy, Gajil's inner rage was completely unleashed. Iron Dragon's steel fist, the Iron Dragon, which had been accumulating strength for a long time, exploded completely with one punch. Rushed straight towards Lu Yu's face. Ah! Lucy screamed in fright and buried her head in Lu Yu's arms like a quail. Lu Yu touched Lucy's little head soothingly with his left hand. The right hand stretched out calmly. All I heard was a slight snap. Lu Yu caught Gajil's angry attack. Understatement. Without any effort. How? Gajil's eyes widened, his pupils trembling slightly. It's not just because Lu Yu took his attack with ease. At the same time, it was also because of Lu Yu's right hand. It was pitch black at this moment, just like his Iron Dragon arm. Don't get me wrong, this is not the Iron Dragon transformation, you know. It's just ordinary armament hockey. Lu Yu smiled slightly and gave a friendly reminder. Armament hockey? Hockey? Sense carefully. It was discovered that the pitch black color on Lu Yu's hand was indeed fundamentally different from his Iron Dragon power. But the Iron Dragon aura on Lu Yu's body could not be faked, it was so strong. The look on Gajil's face grew increasingly confused. Without waiting for him to think deeply, next second, a terrifying force came, pushing his body backward uncontrollably. That was Lu Yu stepping forward. Gajil's expression suddenly changed. Want to retract your fist? However, he found that Lu Yu's palm was like an iron clamp, holding his fist tightly. Now let's settle the score for the damage you did Dark Guild and the injuries you inflicted on Libby and the others. Lu Yu smiled slightly. An unprecedented look of horror crossed Gajil's face. This was also the first time in his life that he felt the emotion called fear in another person. How could it be so easy? Gajil tried to fight back. Next second, he only felt his body suddenly float in the air. Lu Yu grabbed his arm and swung him around like a windmill. Pung 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 pung. It's like a replica of the famous scene between Hulk and Loki in the Avengers. Lu Yu swung Gajil's body up and down, left and right, and everywhere. At first, Gajil was still able to rely on his Iron Dragon body to withstand the powerful impact. But as time goes by, under Lu Yu's absolutely overwhelming power, even a body of iron cannot withstand it. Gajil involuntarily spat out blood. His eyes suddenly rolled back. It turned out that he had fallen into a coma. Even so, Lu Yu still had no intention of letting him go. Until half of the magic giant's body was destroyed. Only then did Lu Yu throw Gajil, who had already lost consciousness, aside like a dead dog. It's really amazing. The Minotaur Talos clapped his hands in fear, and his body turned into photons and dissipated. Mr. Lu Yu, don't worry, I've still left him with a breath. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Keep going, the last Joseph is next. What's wrong? The magic giant approached the upper area of the headquarters. Natsu and Happy stopped unconsciously. Looking at the tremors around them, everyone's face was filled with fear. Could it be Urza taking action? Happy guessed. No, even for Urza, this is too much. If this continues, this giant will be demolished. Natsu waved his hand. Let's not talk about this anymore. I suddenly thought of a good thing. What good news? Asked Happy. If we kill Joseph, won't this battle be over? Natsu said as a matter of course. What nonsense are you talking about? Joseph has the same power as our president. How can you possibly win against him, Natsu? Said the harpy. But the old man is not here. Urusa is here too. Happy quickly took over the conversation. Besides, if this vibration wasn't caused by Urza, then I think I know who is coming. Habib looked excited. Who? Natsu asked confused. Anyway, Natsu, you don't have to worry about Joseph. We just need to focus on solving the problem with the magic circle. Said the harpy. Oh, Natsu tentatively accepted it. Continue running along the passage. Not long. A magnificent palace appeared before a man and a cat. At the same time, an invisible large air current also hit. How sad. So sad. The wings of fire are about to decay and fall off. What remains there is the dragon's corpse. Along with the surging wind appeared a tall man in a green robe. The first of the 4 elements of Phantom. She is also the strongest of the 4 elements, Aliyah of the sky. Natsu, this guy has 4 elements, Habib said solemnly. My name is Aliyah. I am at the pinnacle of the 4 elements and was chosen to destroy the dragon. Dezora Aliyah said this while shedding tears. Wind mage, I've gotten used to it. Natsu showed no sign of weakness. Come on then. Aliyah of the sky waved provocatively. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu shouted with full momentum. Launch a violent attack on Aliyah of the sky. Airspace. Absolute. Aliyah of the sky simply extended her right hand. A large number of magic circles were created under his hands. Knocked Natsu away heavily. Come again. Natsu clashed his fists together. The flames are burning fiercely, just like his fighting spirit. However, in front of the sky magic of Aliyah of the sky, the so-called momentum couldn't help Natsu break through his defense. Attack again and again. All I got in return were scars all over my body. On the other hand, look at Aliyah of the sky. From beginning to end, he didn't even move a step. This is the leader of the 4 elements, it's so powerful. The little blue cat, Harpy, looked worried, hateful. Natsu gasped for breath. That's what they call there are always people who are better than you. Do you understand, young dragon? Aaliyah of the Great Sky said proudly. Don't get carried away, fire dragons roar. Natsu spit out sheets of fire. However, Arya of the Sky suddenly disappeared from his sight. It's over, fire dragon, let me give you the same pain as Makarov. I don't know when. Aaliyah of the Great Sky appeared behind Natsu. The tall figure cast a terrifying shadow. Airspace, destroy. A dazzling light exploded. How sad. No matter what kind of wizard you are, you will lose your magic power in this airspace. Aaliyah of the Great Sky cried loudly. My power has been drained away, damn it. Natsu yelled in pain. At the critical moment, a red figure suddenly appeared. He kicked Aaliyah of the Sky away with a kick in the air. Ice make, prison. The extremely cold air condensed and turned into a huge ice cage, trapping Arya of the Sky. Urusa, Gray, the little blue cat harpy screamed excitedly. Really? This is the nth time today. It's really ugly, Mr. Natsu? Gray shook his head helplessly. What did you say? Natsu was furious and confronted Gray. Bang! Two delicate fists smashed down. Knocked both Natsu and Gray to the ground. Urusa is angry. Harpy's face was filled with fear. Chapter 303. Instant kill of the four elements. Urza is angry, but it wasn't because of Natsu and Gray's daily bickering. Her sharp gaze was fixed on Aaliyah of the Sky without blinking. It was this guy who made the president. Urza clenched her fists. How pathetic. Not only the fire dragon, but even the fairy queen's head will become my prey. Aaliyah of the Sky spoke easily. Don't ignore me, a-hole. Gray was furious. You're the one who attacked our old man, you be *************. Urza asked loudly. As expected of the fairy queen, this oppressive power is truly extraordinary. If that's the case, I have no choice but to take real action. Dezora Aaliyah grinned. He raised his hand and pulled off the blindfold. Special rose-red pupils then appeared, immediately following. The rest of the changes happened. The rose-red pupil that had shrunk into a point suddenly grew, blooming like a flower. At the same time, the aura around him also increased rapidly. The breath that was released naturally shattered Gray's ice prison. Do you know why I keep my eyes closed? Dezora Aaliyah grinned smugly. It's all to suppress my own overpowering magic power. Regret not defeating me before I opened my eyes. You don't have a chance anymore. Aaliyah of the Great Sky laughed triumphantly. Come on, Fairy Queen, Death Space, 0, activate. An invisible gale was surging. It was so strong that it was almost impossible to open your eyes. This airspace will devour all life within it. Wake up. Aaliyah of the Sky smiled grimly. Life-consuming magic? Urza's voice was low. He casually took out a magic sword from the space. Why? How can you bastards take people's lives so easily? Urza cried softly. Come on, let me have some fun. Can you tolerate this airspace? Aaliyah of the Great Sky spoke coldly. Further enhance the power of the airspace. Face the death realm of Aaliyah of the Great Sky. Urza advances instead of retreating, under strong emotional stimulation. The magic power around Urza boiled to the extreme. The magic sword shines brightly, one sword after another. Under Urza's full strength attack, the death space of Aaliyah of the Great Sky was brutally cut off. How could this happen? The airspace was actually split open. Aaliyah of the Great Sky was shocked, on his usual calm face. At this moment, a look of horror unconsciously appeared on his face. Before he could recover from the shock, Urza had already arrived close. Accompanied by a flash of dazzling light, Urza finished changing her clothes. Heavenly wheel, dazzling sword, countless cold sword lights flashed by. The first of the four elements of Phantom, Aaliyah of the Sky, defeated. He was knocked down in one move, yelled Harpy the little blue cat. As expected, Urza is dangerous. Natsu was shocked. Gray wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and couldn't utter a word. With the defeat of the last of the four elements, the forbidden magic purgatory based on the magic power of the four elements was shattered and broken. But the battle is far from over. Really? They're all useless pieces of shit. Now I have no choice but to take care of everything myself. Joseph, the leader of the Phantom Guild and one of the 10 holy wizards, sneered repeatedly. At the same time, Makarov, who was in the hut far east of Magnolia, slowly opened his eyes. Makarov, how are you feeling? You'd better rest for a while. The celestial dragon, Poluchikadao from another world. Do you think I will be obedient? Makarov rolled out of bed. Despite his age, he's recovered just as quickly as ever. Your words are superfluous. Are you going to die? I'm just fulfilling my duties as a parent. Makarov calmly pushed the door open and walked out. Thank you for your care this time, magic giant, throat part. Let's go, Natsu, Gray, there's no time to dawdle here. The only one left is Joseph. Let's take him down in one fell swoop. Urza shouted with full vigor. Oh, Natsu and Gray responded in unison. By the way, Urza, were you the one causing the commotion earlier? Gray suddenly asked. Vibration? No, Urza shook her head blankly. I thought it was you guys making a scene. Look, I told you, even if it was Urza, it's unlikely that she would cause such a big commotion. Natsu said. Forget it, let's not do this kind of thing for now. Urza didn't finish her words. Urusa, Natsu, Gray. The girl's sweet cries came from the passage not far away. Mira Jane and Elfman came jogging. Elfman, and Mira, why are you here? Gray asked in surprise. I asked Mr. Lu Yu to bring me here. Mira replied. Lu Yu? Then could it be that the source of the previous vibration? Urza reacted. It should be Lu Yu. He said earlier that he was going up there with Lucy. Haven't you encountered it? Mira Jane asked. Urza, Natsu and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. But since it's Lu Yu, there must be no problem. Because Lawrence Luz is like a monster, said the little blue cat Habibi. That's true. That's brother Lu Yu, a monster who looks just like the old man. Gray nodded. By the way, it's amazing that you guys managed to defeat the strongest of the four elements. Elfman looked at Aliyah of the sky who was lying on the ground. Urusa defeated this all by herself. I can only say that she is truly worthy of being Urza. Gray said. Very good. Mira Jane breathed a sigh of relief. After Lu Yu takes care of Joseph, we will all. Mira Jane's words suddenly stopped before she could finish them. What? This is breath of death. Natsu, Gray, Elfman, Mira Jane and even Urza. Everyone in the room felt something and their expressions suddenly changed. Under the oppression of the terrifying aura of death in the dark. No one could remain calm. What on earth is this feeling? Gray screamed. As a man, I shouldn't be cold, but... Elfman shuddered suddenly. Evil spirit is everywhere. Mira Jane hugged her arms in horror. Visible to the naked eye, wisps of black evil energy spread throughout the room. Bang bang bang. Without any warning, crisp applause rang out. Wow, well done, fairy tale wizards. I didn't expect you to be able to play with me this far. To be honest, I really didn't expect you to play with me this far. Joseph Zala, the president of the Phantom Guild and one of the 10 holy mages, spoke in a deep voice. Not only has he blocked Jupiter's attacks one after another, but now he's even defeated the four elements, bringing my magic giant to his knees. President Joseph. This guy is the Phantom's Guild Master? Gray and the others all looked discolored. What an evil magic. Just looking at it makes me sick. Mira Jane subconsciously covered her mouth. Joseph, why are you here? Gray shouted. Why? Joseph tilted his head as if confused. Lu Yu has clearly already. Could it be that? Mira Jane seemed to have thought of something. She couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in fear. This is really inexplicable. You don't really think anyone can defeat me? Joseph said sarcastically. Hole, how could Boss Lu Yu lose to you? Gray scolded. Ha ha ha, forget it. Joseph shook his head. Well, since you've been playing with me for so long, you have to give me something in return. Enjoy yourself. A cruel smile appeared on Joseph Zala's face. Natsu, Elfman, Gray growled. Take it, Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu had already rushed forward. Beast Arm, Iron Bull. Ice Make, Hammer, Gray and Elfman followed closely behind. Etc. Urza wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Joseph sneered, facing the fierce attack from Natsu and the other two. He didn't dodge or evade, he just calmly stretched out a big hand. In an instant, countless dark air currents spread out. It penetrated the bodies of Natsu, Gray, and Elfman. Knocked them back dozens of meters. President Joseph waved again. A horrific explosion occurred. Natsu and the other two were blown away by the explosion again and couldn't help but scream. Elfman, Gray, Natsu, Mira Jane yelled worriedly. Sister, be careful, Elfman warned loudly. It was too late to rescue them. All she could do was watch helplessly as the raging darkness descended upon Mira Jane. Urza rushed out quickly, but before she arrived. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the chaotic room stagnated. All the chaos was smoothed out under the influence of some force. Silently, a tall figure appeared in front of Mira Jane. Lu Yu. Mr. Lu Yu, Brother Lu Yu. Chapter 304 The True Power of the 10 Holy Mages. In the dark, an invisible force descends. Calm all the waves in the world. The series of dark explosions caused by the Ghost Guild President Joseph subsided. You are Lu Yu? Looking at the tall figure standing in front of him, blocking all the storms. Mira Jane's beautiful eyes widened, a strange brilliance flickering uncontrollably. The anxious heart and all the worries disappeared at this moment. Looking at Lu Yu in front of her, her heart felt calmer than ever before. Even Joseph's disgustingly powerful dark magic no longer seemed to be a problem. Lu Yu, Brother Lu Yu, Natsu and Gray also looked happy. Lu Yu, are you safe? That's great. Urza breathed a sigh of relief. What can I do? Lu Yu smiled slightly. Lu Yu still wants Lucy. What are you guys? Ms. Mira, we went to the top earlier, but Joseph came to your side instead. Lucy spread her hands and explained it briefly. So that's how it is. Lu Yu was not defeated by Joseph, but just missed him. The little blue cat Habib suddenly realized. I told you, how could Brother Lu Yu lose? Wake up, Joseph. Gray scolded. Joseph, the Ghost Guild president, sneered several times. Just two goblin bastards coming here, is that worth you being so happy? But it just so happens. Joseph's eyes fell on Lucy. A look of greed appeared on his face. I should thank you for bringing the eldest daughter of the Harphelia family to me. Under Joseph's gaze, Lucy's delicate body trembled in fear unconsciously. Don't be afraid, Lucy Harphelia. I will take responsibility and seize and squeeze out all of your and your Harphelia family's wealth. Joseph laughed triumphantly. State your original purpose. UB******D. Lucy will never give it to you. Urza was furious. He was about to step forward with his sword drawn. Lu Yu took a step ahead of Urza. My woman was threatened by others like this. How could Lu Yu remain indifferent? One step down. Everything is turned upside down. Advanced Conqueror's hockey from the world of pirates. Plus the might of the Chaos Dragon God, joint explosion. Boom. Rumble. The wind and clouds of heaven and earth are moving. The huge magical giant trembled violently. Red and black hockey lightning raged. The ground and walls were cracked with large horizontal and vertical cracks. Thousands of waves appeared on the lake, crashing against the shore. Under this incomparable and magnificent hockey, the ghost mages still standing inside the magic giant fell one after another. The shadows created by Joseph that attacked the Fairy Tale Guild were shattered one after another. What's wrong? What the hell is going on? What's going on with this momentum? The mages of the Fairy Tale Guild screamed in shock. It's the magic giant's side, Loki said. This aura isn't from Urza, nor is it from Natsu and Gray, so there's only one answer left. Kana took a deep breath. This aura is not inferior to Saint Ten. No, it's even superior to Saint Ten. It turns out that only you can possess it. Lu Yu, who are you? Magnolia, Eastern Forest. Fairy Tale Guild President Makarov looked more serious than ever. Not a human scent. Fairy Tale's doctor, Porsica, frowned slightly and murmured softly. Magic Giant Battlefield. Ah. Joseph, who was facing the pressure from the high-level conquerors and Dragon Kamui, couldn't help but scream in horror. Under Lu Yu's materialized spiritual impact, his body unconsciously retreated repeatedly. The clothes on his body were torn into pieces. What shocked and frightened him even more was the absolute dominance that came from the spiritual level. A wave of stormy waves surged in his mind, this moment. In his perception, the Lu Yu in front of him seemed to be no longer just a person. Instead, it is perched above the 9 heavens, the almighty dragon god. Wow, that's amazing. Natsu's cheer broke the silence. What kind of move is this? It's so powerful, it's simply too powerful. Elfman, who saw Lu Yu take action for the first time, also screamed. Just his aura alone forced Joseph to retreat. He really deserves to be called Big Brother Lu Yu. Gray's face was filled with excitement. Is this your true strength, Lu Yu? Urza's face was filled with amazement. Lu Yu, Mr. Lu Yu. Mirajane and Lucy's faces were filled with longing and admiration. Different from the excitement of the fairy tale people. A-hole, who the hell are you? Joseph, the leader of the Ghost Guild, had a ferocious expression on his face and roared at the top of his lungs. Right now, after feeling Lu Yu's power, he finally lost his previous calmness and composure. You ask who I am? Lu Yu chuckled. Now I am also a fairy. It's just a fairy. Lousy comes from Joseph, one of the 10 holy mages. How could I be frightened by a little goblin like you? Joseph, the leader of the Ghost Guild, roared loudly. The pride that came from being one of the 10 holy mages helped him overcome his fear. Dark combo. Joseph spread his fingers wide. A dark light blossomed at his fingertips. Next second, countless darkness turned into sharp arrows, shooting towards Lu Yu and the fairy tale members. Lu Yu also raised his right hand calmly. The 5 fingers are shining with brilliant light. White Dragon Slayer magic. Holy light. Countless sacred light arrows shot out from Lu Yu's fingertips. Accurately shot down all of Joseph's arrows of darkness. Is this the magic of light? Myra's mouth opened into an O shape. If it's Mr. Lu Yu, I wouldn't be surprised no matter what magic he uses. Miss Mira, you should also adapt to it sooner rather than later. Lucy giggled. Ah, what am I adapting to? Mirajane's face turned slightly red. Sister, what's wrong with you? Elfman came running over and asked worriedly. If you're not feeling well, let Elfman take you away first. Urza said seriously. No, I'm fine, Mirajane said awkwardly. The fire dragon, Ice Mate, Natsu and Gray attacked Joseph from the left and right at the same time. However, before their attacks landed, Joseph waved his hand. Dark magic comes later but arrives first. The terrifying dark red explosion wave knocked Gray and Natsu dozens of meters away. Natsu, Gray, the little blue cat Habibi screamed in worry. Those 2 idiots. Urza's expression changed slightly. The light blooms. Urza finished changing her clothes. Possessed by the speed-type black feather armor, without waiting for Urza to attack. Urza, what's the matter? Urza looked at Lu Yu in confusion. I'm sorry, can you leave this battle to me? Lu Yu said. Lu Yu, you. I can't pretend I didn't hear what he said to threaten Lucy earlier. Lu Yu said quietly. He knew that Lu Yu was fighting for him and that was why he wanted to have a decisive battle with Joseph. Lucy's eyes suddenly turned red. Tears called emotion continued to accumulate. Don't cry, Lucy. I will eliminate all those who threaten you. Lu Yu smiled slightly and touched Lucy's head lovingly with his big hand. That's great, Lucy. Mirajane took Lucy's hand. Lucy nodded heavily with a look of deep emotion on her face. You be ******D goblins, all of you will die today. Being ignored once again, the anger in the heart of Phantom Leader Joseph erupted like a volcano. The magic power around him was boiling. The whites of his eyes were gradually swallowed up and replaced by darkness. It was pitch black, and it seemed even deeper and darker. Boom boom boom. The powerful aura of the 10 holy wizards bursts out. The aura he released alone was enough to blow Natsu and Gray away again. The only pure land in the field is where Lu Yu is. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. See? This is the power of the 10 holy wizards? Feeling the power flowing through his body, Joseph couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction. You arrogant goblin bastards, disappear, as Joseph's words fell. Countless dark air currents burst out from his body. There are also several hideous ghosts hidden among them. Release a terrifying suction force. This is not ordinary gravity. But it is a devouring force specifically aimed at the soul. Facing the countless shadowy figures, Lu Yu just raised his fist. Boom. Between fists, the heaven and earth trembled. The atmosphere crackled as it was overwhelmed, then it shattered with a loud bang. At the same time, the endless darkness emanating from Joseph's body also shattered. Under Lu Yu's absolutely unparalleled shock force. The darkness also shattered. Ahem, under the terrifying force of the earthquake that followed. Joseph was devastated. He staggered backward. The ferocious old face was filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't believe it, don't want to believe it. I don't want to accept it even more, after he demonstrated the power of the 10 holy wizards. Surprisingly, he was still easily suppressed by an unknown goblin. No, 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 this kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Absolutely not allowed, Joseph screamed madly. Go to hell. Death Storm, Chapter 305, Instant Killing of St. Joseph. Go to hell. Death Storm, Joseph opened his arms wide. Endless darkness gathered between his hands. The terrifying magical fluctuations spread out, causing the magical giants to gradually disintegrate. This is the true strength of Joseph, one of the 10 holy mages. This aura is 10 times that of Jupiter. Urza's expression suddenly changed. Even forbidden magic cannot compare to this. This is the true power of the Holy 10. Mirajane's face was also filled with horror. Don't worry. Lu Yu smiled slightly. He walked forward fearlessly. What a stupid goblin. Then please die, Joseph grinned grimly. He unleashed a dark death storm that condensed all his strength. Looking at the menacing and terrifying darkness, Lu Yu still just calmly stretched out his right hand. Just grab it at will. Lu Yu grabbed the terrifying energy ball. The powerful energy fluctuations converged instantly. How could this happen? The smug look on Joseph's face froze. What arose instead was a deep sense of horror and disbelief. Explode for me, Joseph shouted, trying to detonate. However, the dark death storm ball did not move at all. It was as if I was trapped in some kind of terrifying place. Next second, an even more horrifying scene occurred to Joseph. As Lu Yu closed his palm, his dark death storm ball further compressed and shrank. Finally, Lu Yu grabbed it in his palm. In silence, it disappears into nothingness. I'm going to do it. This is incredible. He's truly a man among men. Elfman screamed. Wow, Lu Yu is so awesome, the little blue cat harpy screamed. Brother Lu Yu is indeed the strongest, Gray cheered without hesitation. The level of the Holy 10, or perhaps a power above the Holy 10. Sure enough, there is still a long way to go between me and Lu Yu now. Urza took a deep breath, her face serious. Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy and Mirajane's beautiful eyes shone brightly. No, 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 how? How is this possible? It's absolutely impossible. Joseph, who was in deep self-doubt, shook his head like a rattle. Hole, who the hell are you? What about the magic from before? Answer me. Joseph shouted fiercely. If you hadn't said those words to my daughter before, I might have spared your life today. But now, Lu Yu walked calmly in front of Joseph. The tall figure cast an endless shadow. Lu Yu smiled kindly. The smile is as warm as the spring breeze. However, in Joseph's eyes, it looked like the devil's smile. It brings the deadly chill of December. Lu Yu slowly clenched his fist. It seemed as if golden red magma was flowing on the fist. Hole, you. Joseph was like a duck with a blockage in its throat. Endless fear arose in my heart. He wanted to escape. However, the body was not under any control at all. In the dark, it was as if an invisible giant hand was holding him completely. Go to hell and reflect on your actions. Remember to be smart in your next life. Lu Yu spoke indifferently. The fist surrounded by golden red magma continued to grow larger in Joseph's pupils. Directly, hit it, the Flame Dragon King's collapsed fist. Boom. The heaven and earth shook violently. The hundreds-meter-long magical giant exploded at this moment. Joseph, one of the 10 holy magicians, flew uncontrollably into the sky. All the way up to the sky. Finally, it disintegrated with a loud bang at an unknown height of several meters. The blood rain was evaporated by the subsequent high temperature before it could spread. 1 minute later, the roar of heaven and earth gradually subsided. Everything returned to calm, looking at the collapsed magical giant. Kana, Loki and other fairy tale mages on the shore were stunned at first. Immediately following, "We won! We won! This battle is our victory. Although I didn't do anything, we defeated the powerful phantom." Fairy tale, Saigo. The fairy tale mages' excited and energized cheers reached the sky. Was the one who was knocked away earlier Joseph? Was it really Lu Yu who did it? He is really too powerful. Loki shook his head and murmured, "What on earth happened? I must ask Mira and the others later." Kana nodded solemnly. At the same time, a broken magical giant. Mirajane, Urza, Elfman, Gray and the others were all shocked beyond measure by Lu Yu's earth-shattering punch. However, it was Natsu who had the biggest reaction to Lu Yu's punch. The previous aura, there is no mistake, that is Ignir. Ignir. Lu Yu, you are indeed related to Ignir. Please tell me, where is Ignir now? Naz held one of Lu Yu's arms. Start pestering me. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly. I never thought Natsu's perception was so sharp. He has already disguised his moves, but Natsu found out anyway. Natsu, Ignil's words are right here. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Yu pointed at Naz's heart. At the same time, Ignil, who was hiding in Natsu's body, froze. Who is this human with the same power as me? Why does he know? Ignil is here. Natsu touched his heart, confusion written all over his face. Just as he was about to ask further questions, but then I saw warm holy light descending from the sky. He healed the injuries of Natsu and the others. This aura is the old man. Urza was the first to react and quickly looked up. In the dazzling fairy light, the small figure of Fairy Tale's president, Makarov, gradually became clear. President, Old Man, Elfman, Gray and the others hurried forward to greet them. Old Man, are you feeling all right now? Natsu also temporarily put Ignil's question aside and hurriedly stepped forward to ask with concern. I'm fine now, by the way, here. Makarov looked around. Thanks to Lu Yu, the war is over. Urza immediately told everyone in a concise manner what had happened not long ago. After learning that Lu Yu easily blocked the magic cluster cannon Jupiter and saved the Fairy Tale Guild. Even Makarov couldn't help but be moved. Makarov walked straight forward and came in front of Lu Yu. Lu Yu, this time it's really thanks to you, Makarov thanked him. That's not right, President. I'm still a member of the guild now, so it's only natural. Besides, this incident was caused by my Lucy, it's only right that I contribute. Lu Yu smiled. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Lucy's pretty face turned red, and endless sweetness surged in her heart. Makarov nodded repeatedly. Everyone, let's go back and continue the party. Makarov returned to his usual image of a kind old man. Oh, Gray, Natsu, Elfman, and the others all responded in unison. Return to the guild under Urza's leadership. In the end, only Lu Yu and Makarov were left on the ruins. I'm sorry, Guildmaster, I went a little too far this time and caused trouble for you in the guild. Lu Yu apologized softly. No, it's not your responsibility. Makarov shook his head. That guy Joseph deserves it all. Don't worry, I'll take care of the council. You can just take a good rest from now on. Fairy Tale will never abandon any of its partners. Makarov said solemnly. Lu Yu was stunned. Defeating one of the 10 holy wizards is certainly no small matter. It is bound to cause a huge uproar. Originally, Lu Yu was ready to leave Fairy Tale and take on everything alone. But Makarov seemed to see through his intentions. Anyway, these words indeed made Lu Yu feel a little warm. Then I'll trouble you, President. Lu Yu smiled slightly. He has made his decision. If the House of Review insists on holding on to this point this time, then he could only update Fiore's council in advance. Magnolia. East Forest Lodge. The wind has stopped. Polyusica whispered softly. Crash. A strong wind blew, bringing with it the flags of the Phantom Assassin branch all over the ground. It's you, Mist and Jay. It's you who collected Makarov's magic power again, so he can recover so quickly. Polusika spoke calmly. On the tree trunk. Fairy Tale S-class wizard Miston took a bite of an apple and looked up at the sky. The guild's new partner is a little too powerful. But the old man can definitely handle Chapter 306 Ishgar 4 Uranus. Fairy Tale and Phantom Ruler. A war between two of Fiore's top guilds. In the end, Fairy Tale won. The headquarters was completely defeated and the pillar of the organization, President Joseph, was killed. The ruler of Fiore's former premier guild, Phantom, is now a mere figurehead. It won't be long before it completely disappears from the world and becomes a thing of the past. 3 days after the Fairy Tale and Phantom incident, the entire kingdom of Fury was in uproar. All the major wizard guilds, Blue Pegasus, Mermaid Heel, Snake Princess Scale, were all shocked. Serves as a council to constrain the Wizards Guild. At this moment, the Uzumaki was already in chaos. The Crescent Knights rushed to Magnolia as soon as possible. Start a thorough investigation into this entire incident. Inside the council chamber, the council members standing at the top of the wizards are also in a tense and fierce meeting. How's things going at Fairy Tale? Hasn't that old guy Makarov given in yet? Well, no matter what, there's no doubt that Phantom himself started this war. Fairy Tale was just defending itself. We're not at fault at all. Is this kind of thing still important at this point? The real issue right now is the death of one of the 10 holy mages. It's been so many years since we last saw this, the defeat of the Holy Ten. I know that old guy Makarov. Even if he wins, he will never kill Joseph. It was someone else who defeated and killed Joseph this time. There's no mistake, it must be the man from last time. Who on earth is that man named Lu Yu? He actually possesses power that rivals the 10 saints. No, it's not just a match, that man's power is even greater than that of the Holy Ten. Zickline, what's your basis for saying that? If you want to know, why not send all your forces to test it? Don't be ridiculous, Urusha, this is no small matter. In short, the sudden appearance of a man with such terrifying power in Ishgar must not be left unchecked. I wonder if that man could have come from the west? A member of parliament put forward his own guess. The huge conference room fell silent in an instant. West. Western continent, Ulbara's empire. Or maybe he's a member of that organization, the 12 Holy Shields. If that's the case, this is not a problem we can solve. We can't act rashly. Contact the 4 Uranus now. Magnolia. The Crescent Knights who came to investigate retreated quietly. Fairy Tale is still Fairy Tale, not affected at all. Everything is calm, as if nothing had happened, certainly. The damage caused by Phantom Flame to the Fairy Tale Guild buildings still exists. Take this opportunity. Demon Tail up and down, everyone is united. It was decided to carry out a comprehensive transformation of the guild. At the same time, Magnolia's South Beach house, Lucy stood up full of energy. She didn't wear her usual pleated JK skirt. Today Lucy is wearing a white sweater with a dark-colored skirt. The slender legs are wrapped in delicate high silk. She was wearing a pair of white high heels. The whole person exudes a unique mature charm from the inside out. She is very different from the cute girl she usually is. Mr. Lu Yu, I'm ready. You can come in, Lucy greeted. Lu Yu pushed the door open and walked in. Looking at Lucy's outfit, his eyes lit up slightly. How is it? Is it weird? Lucy asked nervously. It suits you very well. Lu Yu smiled. Really? That's great. Lucy's beautiful eyes lit up and she jumped into Lu Yu's arms. Then let's go, Lu Yu said. Lucy nodded heavily. She had made up her mind, to prevent similar things from happening again. She had to go home. Talk it over with your father. Lu Yu will accompany me on this trip. She didn't feel any confusion in her heart. Lucy affectionately held Lu Yu's arm and went downstairs with Lu Yu. Corner of the lobby on the first floor. The beautiful girl with long aqua blue hair bit her napkin, tears streaming down her face as she tried to speak. Juvia, please look after the house while Lucy and I are out for a few days. Lu Yu said. Yes, Lord Lu Yu, Juvia agreed obediently. But I couldn't stop envying her to the point of crying. Woohoo, Juvia is so envious. Depart from Magnolia Station. Journey by train. Change to a horse-drawn carriage. Through the jungle and across the grassland, 3 days later. A huge mansion that was no less magnificent than Lu Yu's seaside villa appeared in front of Lu Yu and Lucy. This is the Heartphilia Tycoon's villa. It is also the hometown of the eldest daughter Lucy. The wind blows my hair. Lucy raised her hand and brushed her hair away from her ear. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu Yu, I've been hiding this from you. Originally, I should have told you everything about me much earlier. Lucy apologized. Don't worry about it, everyone has secrets that cannot be told. Lu Yu smiled nonchalantly. The big hand touched Lucy's head lovingly. Lucy squinted her eyes, enjoying the pat on the head from her beloved. Let's go, Lu Yu said. Yes, Lucy nodded happily. Well, Mr. Lu Yu, my dad is really hard to get along with, so if later. Yes, I know, besides Dad, everyone in the family is very nice to me. I wonder what their expressions will be when they see Mr. Lu Yu. In cheerful conversation, Lu Yu and Lucy walked into the Heartphilia mansion together. The aunt who was sweeping the yard was the first to notice the return of Miss Lucy. Immediately, tears of excitement welled up in the old eyes. Immediately following, the other servants in the courtyard in the mansion also discovered Lucy's return. Miss Lucy, I'm so glad you came back safely, Miss Lucy, I brought new reference books from the East. People shouted and cheered excitedly. I'm really sorry for making everyone worried. Lucy bowed gracefully. Miss Lucy, the person next to you is. Could it be that this gentleman is? People noticed Lu Yu walking with Lucy. Yes, the young lady is also in her prime. It's normal for a girl of this age to elope. The older people nodded in understanding, in response to everyone's questions. Lucy didn't blush, she just put her arm around Lu Yu openly. Yes, everyone, let me introduce you to Mr. Lu Yu, my soulmate whom I finally found. Lucy said with a happy face, after a moment of silence. The huge courtyard suddenly erupted in deafening noise. It's actually true, I was just saying it casually, but I didn't expect. Miss Lucy has really grown up, besides, my son-in-law looks so outstanding. Look at the expression on Miss Lucy's face, that's a happy expression. Looks like we don't need to worry too much, Miss Lucy has really found someone she can rely on. The old people who watched Lucy grow up all cried with joy. Miss Lucy, when will you and Uncle Lu Yu hold your wedding? Have you prepared for the young master's affairs? The topic gradually went off track, even if you have made sufficient mental preparation. At this moment, Lucy's face was still red from everyone's straightforward teasing. The joyful atmosphere suddenly froze as an order was delivered. Miss, the master wants you to go to the study in this house to meet him. A maid reported weakly. My runaway daughter has returned, and her first words are to come see me as soon as possible. She hasn't changed at all. Lucy thought bitterly. Very quickly, the expression on Lucy's face returned to normal. Feeling the warmth of Lu Yu's big hands, there was no longer any confusion in her heart. I see. Lucy took a deep breath and nodded. Chapter 307 Lucy's Determination. In a huge room comparable to the fairy tale guild, Lucy changed her clothes under the care of two maids. She changed into a young lady's dress which she hadn't worn for a long time. I almost forgot I was wearing beautiful clothes like this when I was here. I wonder if Mr. Lu Yu will like it, Lucy thought to herself as she looked at herself in the mirror. Will it be too tight? It looks a bit small, doesn't it? The two maids asked caringly. Lucy subconsciously looked in front of her. Ever since being with Lu Yu, here too, Miss Lucy, what's wrong? The maid asked. No, it's okay, then I'll go first. Lucy stepped out. 3 minutes later, Lucy arrived at the door of the mansion's study and took a deep breath. I'm Lucy, I'm back, father, Lucy said. Come in. Jude Hartfilia, a middle-aged man wearing a sophisticated brown suit and with a slicked back blonde hair, turned around. Are you finally back, Lucy? Father, Lucy's expression darkened slightly. It was wrong of me to run away from home without saying a word. I'm very sorry, I'm reflecting on this. I didn't expect you to make such a rational decision. If you continue to stay in that guild, I will have to use money and power to destroy it. You've finally grown up, Lucy. Now you've experienced firsthand the impact your unauthorized actions will have on those around you. Jude Hartfilia said with a look of relief. You are the daughter of the Hartfilia family. You are different from ordinary people and live in a different world. You should feel lucky to know this, Lucy. And I brought you back not for anything else, but because of another fortunate event. Your marriage to the eldest son of the Julinel family has been arranged. A marriage with the Jurunel family will lay the foundation for the Hartfilia Railway's expansion southward. This will determine the future and fortune of our family. Then you must give birth to a boy, who must inherit the Hartfilia family business. That's all I have to say. Go back to your room. Jude Hartfilia spoke to herself. Father, finally, Lucy stopped being silent. Please don't misunderstand me. The reason I came back this time is just to tell you my determination. Indeed, it was wrong of me to run away from home without saying a word. That's no different from running away. So, this time I'm going to tell you my thoughts before I leave. Lucy's voice gradually became firmer. Luck is not determined by others. Real luck must be earned by oneself. I want to walk my own path. And as for the marriage issue, you should have seen that I've already found it on this trip. The man who is worthy of my lifelong trust, the one I will marry, will only be Mr. Lu Yu, no one else. Finally, I advise father not to attack Fairy Tale again. If something like this happens again, I and everyone in the guild will become your enemy. Lucy Hockey's scolding. If you hadn't done that, maybe I could have had a few words with you, but it's too late now. You've hurt my companions too deeply. What I want is not money, nor a beautiful dress, nor the luck set by others. I am no longer just Lucy from the lucky Hartfilia family, but a place that recognizes Lucy as a true member. Fairy Tale and Mr. Lu Yu are my home. It's a home 100 times warmer than this place. Although it wasn't long, it was still sad to leave this home where I once lived with my mother. Others include Aunt Chabette, Grandpa Bello, Mr. Libo, and Mr. Ed. I'll be sad to say goodbye to everyone. But if my mother were still alive, she would definitely tell me to go and do what I love. Goodbye, Dad. Lucy poured out all the words that had been pent up in her heart for a long time, and then pushed the door open and walked out without any regrets. Are you done? Lu Yu smiled and spoke. Well, Mr. Lu Yu, let's go back. Lucy nodded happily. Wait a moment, I also have a few words to say to your father. Lu Yu smiled slightly and walked straight into the study. Snap. The study door is closed. It's like two worlds separated. Lu Yu hummed a tune and walked forward. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Jude Hartfilia, who had just been scolded by his daughter, frowned in dissatisfaction. She felt inexplicably angry at Lu Yu, who had kidnapped her daughter. He was waiting for Lu Yu to speak first. However, Lu Yu remained silent. The silence lasted for a long moment. Finally, Jude Hartfilia took a deep breath. Who are you? What's your occupation? And what did you do to Lucy? Jude Hartfilia questioned. As you can see, he's just a wizard. Lu Yu smiled slightly. A magician? Humph, you're just a low-class person after all. Do you think someone like you is worthy of the eldest daughter of the Hartfilia family? Hurry up and leave now, or you'll get into trouble on the road later. Jude Hartfilia threatened. Lu Yu smiled without saying anything. Just looked at Jude calmly, even if all the energy is restrained. However, Lu Yu's kingly aura that once dominated the world could never be completely concealed. Under Lu Yu's calm gaze, Jude Hartfilia only felt that every cell in her body was trembling slightly. If you want money, name your price now, he gritted his teeth and spoke again. Lu Yu shifted his gaze away from him. Looking through the floor-to-ceiling windows, I look at the two big mountains in the distance. On the way here, I found that transportation here is not very convenient because of those two mountains. Lu Yu suddenly spoke. Huh? What do you mean? Jude Heartfilia frowned. I don't know why Lu Yu suddenly mentioned those two mountains. Next second. But Lu Yu calmly raised his right hand. Under Jude Heartfilia's shocked gaze, a huge magic circle formed above the distant mountains. As a greeting gift, let me help you remove those two obstructing mountains. Lu Yu grinned. The World Reconstruction Magic Universe 1 is activated. The dazzling light shines across the sky and earth. Silently, the two mountains disappeared from people's sight. There was a long period of dead silence. Lu Yu clapped his hands. Break the silence in the study. What on earth are you? Beads of sweat appeared on Jude Heartfilia's forehead. Remember this, if you want to take Lucy away from me, at least invite all four Uranus of Ishgar. Lu Yu grinned. Goodbye. Lu Yu waved his hand and walked out through the door. Snap. The door is closed. Jude Heartfilia slumped down on a chair. The whole person fell into deep shock from the inside out. I couldn't help myself for a long time, at the same time. The disappearance of the mountain was soon noticed. Heartfilia Mansion was a sensation during the fog. Miss Lucy. The mountain disappeared. What on earth is going on? I saw it earlier. Suddenly a burst of light fell, and then boom. This way and that, the mountain disappears. The servants in the mansion were talking excitedly. Lucy came to her senses and immediately pulled Lu Yu, who had nothing to do with her, back to her boudoir. Mr. Lu Yu, was that you who did that earlier? Lucy asked with a look of shock on her face. Lucy, it's inconvenient for you not to mention those two mountains when you came. Lu Yu smiled and said nothing. Wow, Mr. Lu Yu, you are so amazing. Lucy hung on Lu Yu excitedly. Mr. Lu Yu, are you a god? Lu Yu smiled without saying anything. Hey, god. What's up? Do you want to do it? Lucy nodded and raised her head slightly, her eyes filled with a pool of autumn water. A request for such a cute girl. There is no way Lu Yu would refuse. Chapter 308. Fairy Tale Founder. The original plan was to leave that day. Postponed due to sudden interest. Lucy also had the opportunity to have dinner with her father after a long absence. Such words were spoken during the day. Lucy's expression at the dinner table was always a little reserved. However, compared to Lucy, as a father, Jude Heartfilia was much more nervous. Witness the great power displayed by Lu Yu with his own eyes during the day. He already knew enough. This is the man my daughter found. This man named Lu Yu stood at the pinnacle of magicians. It is no longer possible to infer using common sense. Even though their Heartfilia family is the most powerful Chable in Fury. But in front of the magician standing at the top of the pyramid, he is still vulnerable. Even the noble Zhu Lunale, with whom he originally needed to marry, was not even 1/10 as good as Lu Yu. Thinking about how he had once threatened Lu Yu without knowing his own limitations, Jude Heartfilia couldn't help but feel a little scared. The dinner ended in a relatively tense atmosphere. After dinner. Wow, seriously, Mr. Lu Yu, how can you be so calm? Lucy puffed up her cheeks adorably. Why should you be nervous? Lu Yu asked back with a smile. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to take a shower first. Lucy said as she walked towards the bathroom. Want to join us? Lu Yu asked casually. Lucy paused. Turn around. Nodded seriously. Please be sure, I'm telling you. Lu Yu said. Why is it like this? Lucy's face was filled with frustration. Immediately without saying anything, he came forward with fangs bared. Forced Lu Yu to take a bath together. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, after saying goodbye to everyone in the mansion, Lucy ended up in a corner of the courtyard. There stands a tombstone here. The grave of Lucy's mother, Layla Heartfilia, 777. Obey the family teachings of our ancestors. Layla opened the eclipse portal, leading the ancestors from 400 years ago and children such as Natsu to this era. Because of the lack of a zodiac key, Layla fills the missing pieces with her own life. Successfully completed the opening of the eclipse gate. As a result, Layla paid with her life. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a flash of inspiration at the fingertips. If he wants, it can be materialized right now through the history of the corpse. Layla, Lucy's mother, Lu Yu whispered softly. The mothers in the pirate's world unconsciously emerged in my mind. Hiyori's mother, Toki Amatsuki, Robin's mother, Nicole Orovia. Because of some coincidences, some things happened between them. And after coming to the fairy tale world, the world of Karna Island not long ago, he met a mother again. Now she is Lucy's mother again. Could it be that I am really the reincarnation of Boss Sao? Lu Yu couldn't help but think, no. Lu Yu shook his head repeatedly. What's wrong, Mr. Lu Yu? Lucy asked confusedly. Nothing. Lu Yu waved his hand. Let's go back. There are still a lot of things to deal with at the guild. Lucy nodded happily and naturally took Lu Yu's big hand. 3 days later, Lucy and Lu Yu returned to Magnolia's home. Bang. Bang bang bang. Countless fireworks were set off in the courtyard. Lu Yu, Lucy, Mr. Lu Yu, Lu-chan, brother Lu Yu. Welcome back, Urza, Mirajane, Natsu, Gray, Happy, Levy, Elfman. All the fairy tale members who had been waiting there shouted in welcome. Everyone, Lucy was so moved that her eyes turned red. Lu Yu was not too surprised, because this was originally planned. Lu-chan, come on, the book I promised you last time can finally be delivered this time. Levi happily stepped forward and took Lucy's arm. Levi-chan. Lucy was moved and hugged Levi. Hey, Lu Yu. Mira Jane quietly poked Lu Yu's arm. What's up? Did going home with Lucy to meet the parents go smoothly this time? Mira Jane asked from 8 trigrams. It's okay. Lu Yu smiled and nodded. Lu Yu, let's celebrate together. Natsu was so happy that he breathed fire into the sky. Stupid Natsu. Urza's iron fist knocked Natsu to the ground. Lu Yu, come over here, the president is waiting. Urza said. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, through the noisy crowd. Lu Yu and Urza came to a secluded pavilion in the corner of the courtyard. The garden is full of green vines, greenery is coming. It makes people feel relaxed and happy unconsciously. Lu Yu took a deep breath and felt the vitality in the air. President, Lu Yu is back, Urza said. Well, Urza, you go back first. Makarov nodded. Lu Yu walked straight into the pavilion. Except Makarov, there is also a tree man sitting in the pavilion. One of the 4 Uranus of Ishgar, ranked 4th among the 10 holy wizards. He is also one of the founding members of Fairy Tail's first generation. Lu Yu is back, come and sit down. No, this is your home. Makarov slapped his head in a funny way. Lu Yu smiled nonchalantly. His gaze fell on the amiable tree man across from him. Let me introduce you, Lu Yu. This is Mr. Volod, he used to. Makarov introduced. As a time traveler, Lu Yu was naturally aware of the identity of the tree man in front of him. The tree man's name is Volodsinkin, one of the 4 Uranus of Ishgar. Ranked 4th among the 10 holy wizards, he is also one of the founders of Fairy Tail. Together with the first-generation leader Mavis Viviamilio, Makarov's grandfather Yuri, and the defected second-generation leader Prosciutto, he founded the Fairy Tail Guild. Ever since Mavis and Yuri died one after another, Volodsinkin and second-generation Prosciutto have different philosophies. Finally chose to leave Fairy Tail. It has been decades since then. Except Makarov knew his existence and origin, almost all other Fairy Tail members were already unaware of it. Volod, one of the 4 Uranus of Ishgar, is their predecessor. Decades have passed. Volodsinkin once again returns to Fairy Tail. Of course, it is not just to reminisce about the past. This must be related to the recent battle between Fairy Tail and Phantom Flame. To be precise, it was related to the incident in which Lu Yu beat Saint Joseph to death. The other 3 Uranus were unwilling to pay attention to such small matters. In the end, the task fell on Volod. After all, it's our own guild. Are you the Lu Yu that Xiao Ma mentioned? You are truly a young man to be feared? At such a young age, you possess power that surpasses the Holy 10. I'm afraid even I'm no match for you. Volodymyr Sinkin smiled kindly. Mr. Volod, thank you for the compliment, Lu Yu responded calmly. To be honest, Lu Yu, I was really annoyed by those guys in the council this time, so I had no choice but to come here. Volodymyr Sinkin spoke directly. I've heard about you from Pony. Then I just have one question. Volodymyr Sinkin's behavior gradually became serious. Excuse me, Lu Yu said, are you a fairy tale wizard? Volod Sinkin asked. Ask the obvious question in the most serious tone. Certainly, Lu Yu replied. Answer Volod's question with an unquestionable tone. That's no problem, fairy tale wizards, we are all good kids. Volodymyr Sinkin smiled happily. That's what I said. Makarov also smiled happily. Master Volod, are you going to meet the other guys in the guild next? You are all good and interesting kids, Makarov suggested. Please spare me, little pony. I, an old man, will not participate in the young people's party. Volodymyr Sinkin waved his hand. I have to go back to the council chamber to reply to those annoying guys, and then I'll go back to the desert. Then let's go together. It just so happens that they should have wanted to see me for a long time. Makarov said. President, do you need me to go with you? Lu Yu asked. No. Let's forget it. Makarov waved his hands quickly. Lu Yu, your next task is to ensure the smooth completion of the banquet. After saying that, Makarov and Volodymyr Sinkin left quietly. Beach House Residence. The lively banquet lasted all day long. Peaceful days continue. In the guild that has been initially renovated and repaired. The fairy tale wizards happily gathered in front of the taskbar and chose the task that suited them. Everything remains the same, except Loki, Chapter 309 Juvia's Night Attack. Magnolia's most popular hot spring town, Wangxianhua Village. After the Phantom incident, completed several commissions in succession. Lucy, who made a lot of money, suddenly had an idea and planned to treat Lu Yu to a hot spring bath. The original intention was to have an unforgettable honeymoon trip with Lu Yu. However, because of various coincidences. The news leaked. The originally planned honeymoon trip for 2. In the end, it turned into a collective team-building trip. The participants were Lu Yu and Lucy. There are also Urza, Natsu, Gray, and the little blue cat Happy. In addition, there was Juvia who was supposed to stay at the mansion. The unique Shenmufeng hot spring pool, what a beautiful moon. The hot water is good too. Urza, wearing diamond armor, rose from the hot spring pool. Why are you wearing armor? Lucy couldn't help but complain. It makes people feel safer, Urza said as a matter of course. But this will be uncomfortable, Lucy said. Urza was stunned. To be honest, it's a bit uncomfortable. If you come to the hot springs, you should really relax. Urza said. The knight's dress-up magic is activated. The armor on his body was automatically removed. The perfect ivory body appeared in front of Lucy. Lucy was stunned for a moment. As expected, Urza is amazing in every way. Lucy exclaimed. Urza smiled slightly. Lucy looked away from Urza. Look around. The huge swimming pool was empty except for them. Where's Juvia? Have you returned yet? Lucy looked suspicious. The men's hot spring pool is separated by a wall. Brother Lu Yu, we're going out first. Do you want to continue? Gray asked. Lu Yu waved his hand casually. His eyes narrowed comfortably, enjoying the rare hot springs. Then we'll be leaving first. We'll have to prepare for a new game. The little blue cat Happy and Natsu also stood up and left. The huge hot spring pool was instantly reserved by Lu Yu alone. Suddenly, bubbles were bubbling out near the connected wall pipes. Drip drip drip, Juvia is the rain girl. Water is Juvia's home turf. Now this place belongs only to Juvia and Master Lu Yu. Juvia, whose body was completely transformed into water element, giggled secretly underwater. Lu Yu approached the pool quietly, regarding Juvia's night attack. Lu Yu naturally knew this, in order to see what she wanted to do. Lu Yu simply pretended to know nothing. Continue to close your eyes and pretend to sleep. Suddenly, hiss, Lu Yu felt that he was completely enveloped by a stream of water that was even hotter than a hot spring. Especially, a full half-hour later. Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The water surface returned to calm. You've actually gone this far. You're quite courageous, Juvia. Lu Yu smiled, accompanied by the sound of splashing water. A fair-skinned girl with long aqua blue hair emerged from the water in front of Lu Yu. A hint of blush and panic flashed across the fair and pretty face. Lord Lu Yu, I'm sorry. Juvia pursed her lips and apologized softly. No need to apologize, I'm not annoying. Lu Yu waved his hand casually. Real. Juvia's eyes lit up. The body turns into water element again. Come again. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. Because Juvia wants to know more about Master Lu Yu's taste? Juvia smiled slyly. Lu Yu didn't say anything more. Let Juvia do whatever she wants. Hot springs, hotels. Finally, of course, there's the traditional pillow fight. But compared to the inhuman Urza, Natsu and Gray, Lucy, who was just an ordinary human, couldn't participate in their pillow fight at all. In no time, it was a grand exit. Devastated, Lucy immediately prepared to go find Lu Yu for comfort. Just then, hey, beautiful lady. We came from Aussie Bar, let's try something new. Two non-mainstream rappers appeared in front of Lucy and tried to strike up a conversation with her. There are so many things to complain about, Lucy complained subconsciously. Sorry, I already have a partner, Lucy refused with a polite smirk. It's no big deal to play around a bit. Two non-mainstream rappers stepped forward. Lucy subconsciously wanted to dodge, however, his body suddenly stopped and he couldn't move. He. The non-mainstream rap duo gave a triumphant smile. However, before their claws fell, boom, in the dark. The invisible ultimate hockey descends. The two non-mainstream rappers suddenly stopped. I felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on me. The sudden and terrifying pressure caused the veins all over their bodies to bulge. His face turned the color of liver and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Bang! Their knees buckled and smashed into the ground. He knelt before Lucy as if confessing his sins. Finally, their bodies crawling on the ground uncontrollably. As a result, the ground sank more than 1 meter. Blood mixed with internal organs gushed out of their mouths. Their bones made crackling sounds under the heavy load. The arms were twisted at odd angles. The hand bones were completely shattered. Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy woke up from the shock. A look of joy appeared on his face. I have already guessed the truth. Next second, Lucy felt her vision blur. A familiar tall figure appeared before her. At the same time, there is a strong familiar smell. Lu Yu didn't even look at the 2 piles of mud on the ground. He casually adjusted Lucy's bathrobe. Girls should always be on their guard when they're out alone. Lu Yu warned earnestly. But I came here to look for you, Mr. Lu Yu. I don't know where you have been since just now, Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy pursed her lips. Suddenly, sniff. Lucy moved closer and sniffed carefully. It seemed that he noticed something strange about Lu Yu. Without waiting for Lucy to distinguish carefully. Come out, Loki. Lu Yu spoke calmly, decisively changed the subject. Loki? As expected, hearing Lu Yu say this name, Lucy's attention was instantly diverted, except because they are partners in the same guild. Loki also impressed Lucy more than once, the guild's top playboy. Loki who wants to strike up a conversation with any beautiful woman he sees. But I keep my distance from her, at the beginning. For a time, Lucy couldn't help but doubt herself. And then, Lucy just thought it was because of Lu Yu. Even a playboy like Loki didn't dare to act rashly in front of Lu Yu. But later on, Lucy found that this did not seem to be the case. From Urza and others, Lucy learns the real reason why Loki keeps his distance from her. Just because I am a celestial wizard, this truth shocked Lucy for a while. However, the more she wanted to get closer, the more she understood why Loki was afraid of the celestial mage. The more Loki kept his distance from her, when in the guild. There are still dozens of meters between them. Loki turned around and ran away. But now, Lu Yu greeted him, plus because of the mission. Loki also had to emerge from the bamboo forest. Good evening, Lu Yu, Lucy. Loki hid behind the stone statue and greeted weakly. These two are rogue wizards who specifically target girls traveling alone, and I'm on a mission to capture them. Loki explained. Oh, that's it, Lucy nodded. Originally, this should have been my mission, but it seems that Lu Yu has already caught it. As for the reward, Loki scratched his head. Don't worry about it, let's get rid of these two annoying guys first. Lu Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. That's really helpful, I'll take my leave now. Loki dragged the two seriously injured gangsters and ran away. Why is Loki so afraid of the celestial mage? It's really concerning. Lucy sighed softly. Do you really care that much? Lu Yu smiled. Mr. Lu Yu. Lucy's eyes lit up. I know that every time Lu Yu shows this expression, her wish will come true. Chapter 310. The Star Spirit King appears. The next day. Fairy Tale, Guild, Blue Pegasus, Colin Lalika. Lucy, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Mira Jane asked in confusion as she wiped the cup. I don't know either. Lucy shook her head. Colin Lalika. This was the name she learned from Lu Yu. Later, Lucy also learned about it from the Southern Cross celestial spirit Karukas in her collection. The celestial mage who once had a conflict with Loki was Colin Lalika of the Blue Pegasus. But when asked for detailed information, Southern Cross Karukas said that it involves the celestial privacy law. Lu Yu smiled without saying anything, indicating that she should find out the truth herself. That's why Lucy came to the guild now and asked for help from Miss Mira, who knew everything. Ms. Mira, please tell me about Colin, Lucy spoke sincerely. Yes, Lucy, don't worry. As for Colin, I've actually met and known her before. Wait, I'll go look for her. Mira agreed readily. An hour later, Mira Jane returned with the information she had gathered. Here are all the details about Colin's accidental death 3 years ago. Mira Jane smiled. Thank you so much, Miss Mira. Lucy happily gave Mira Jane a big hug, then he began to look through the information about Colin. How could Leo, the head of the Zodiac, could it be? Looking at the information Mira Jane had collected, Lucy's beautiful eyes widened involuntarily. An expression of disbelief appeared on her pretty face. Suddenly, Lucy shuddered. She seemed to have thought of something. Ms. Mira, do you know where Loki is now? Lucy asked anxiously. I really don't know about that, Mira spread her hands. But earlier, many girls in town came to my house, saying that Rocky had broken up with them and wanted to know the reason. At 2H a carat at plus Mira Jane shrugged. Is that so? Lucy sighed softly. Don't be disappointed, Lucy, go back and rest first. I will notify you as soon as Loki returns to the guild. Mira Jane blinked. Oh well, Lucy pursed her lips and had to agree. That night, it's late at night and everyone is asleep. Brother Lu Yu, Aishiasha, Lu Yu, Lucy, something terrible has happened. Gray and Natsu's shouts broke the silence of the night. What's wrong? Urza quickly changed her clothes and went out. Oh no, Loki. Loki left a letter and left, saying he's quitting Fairy Tale. The little blue cat Happy said in panic. What did you say? Lucy's voice rose an octave. Could it be that we have reached our limit? What should I do, Mr. Lu Yu? Loki is going to disappear. Lucy was so anxious that she was about to cry. It's not just because of the guild mates. It is also out of a Protoss magician's sympathy for the Protoss. Don't cry. Lu Yu wiped away the tears from the corners of Lucy's eyes. Let's go, let the star that can't return to the sky go back. In the Kingdom of Fury, a super waterfall with a unique shape. Loki stumbled forward. He stumbled to the tombstone on the edge of the cliff. The 5 big words, Karen Lalika, were engraved on the tombstone. It's been 3 years, Colin, I've reached my limit. The pain I've endured over the past 3 years should be enough to pay me back. I'll be down with you in a minute. Loki knelt before Colin's grave, muttering softly to himself. Loki, the girl's cry woke Loki from his memories. Loki turned his head. Lucy, that's Colin's grave. Lucy said. Celestial Mage Colin, that's your celestial master, Celestial Loki. No, your real name is Leo. As expected, you finally noticed the fact that I am a star spirit. Loki smiled in relief. After all, I am also a celestial mage who has made contracts with many celestial spirits. Lucy said with some complacency. But it should have been discovered earlier. Originally, when the key's celestial spirit dies, the contract with the celestial spirit is terminated. Before the next star spirit master contract, the star spirit will be forcibly sent back to the star spirit realm. Because of Colin's death, the contract should have been dissolved, but you stayed in the human world. Is there any special reason that prevents you from returning to the celestial realm? Just as humans cannot survive in the celestial spirit world, celestial spirits cannot survive in the human world. Their lives will be taken away bit by bit until they die. Lucy's expression gradually darkened. Well, as you said, I've reached my limit, and my strength has almost completely disappeared. Loki smiled bitterly and shook his head. I might be able to help you, please tell me why I can't come back. Lucy said seriously. I don't need help. The reason I can't go back is simple. I broke the taboo between the Star-Lord and the Star Spirits. The result is that I was permanently exiled from the celestial realm. This is my sin. Even if it means death, I can accept it. I am a traitorous celestial spirit. I killed the celestial master, Colin, with these hands. Ares and I are both Colin's celestial spirits, but... Loki tells Lucy everything about his past with Colin. The words fell. Loki was suddenly struck hard, falling to the ground uncontrollably. The body gradually becomes illusory. Loki, what's wrong with you? Lucy stepped forward anxiously. It's almost time for me to disappear. Loki whispered weakly. What nonsense are you talking about? Lucy shook her head in disbelief. From that day on, I can no longer go back to the Star Spirit realm. This is the rule of the Star Spirit realm, an iron rule. It's something that can't be changed no matter what. I have lived till this moment just to wait for the moment to come when I will disappear in front of Colin's grave. Loki spoke haltingly. The figure became increasingly blurred and illusory. Wait a moment, I will definitely save you, don't give up. Lucy said repeatedly. Give my regards to everyone at Fairy Tale. I'm really sorry for leaving without saying goodbye. Loki said. No, I don't want that. Go tell everyone that yourself. As long as you can return to the Star Spirit realm, your vitality will be restored immediately. I will definitely let you go back, Lucy spoke firmly. That kind of thing is impossible. Rules are rules. Loki shook his head. But isn't this strange? You can't be considered the one who killed Colin. It was just an unfortunate accident. Tears rolled down Lucy's eyes. Open the gate of Leo Palace and let Loki return to the celestial realm. Open it, please. Open it, open, Leo's door. Lucy raised her head and shouted. All the magic power in the body poured out in an instant. Lucy, you can't use so much magic power at once. Loki screamed in panic. I told you, I will definitely save you. It's just the door to the Star Spirit realm. I will definitely open it for you to see. Lucy looked determined and refused to give up. Open the door to the Palace of Lions. Open it, open it. Lucy tried her best. He wanted to forcibly open the gate between the Star Spirit world and the human world. What a stubborn little girl. Lu Yu stretched out his right hand. The light of the Dragon King spread. It fell on Lucy. Provide it with a constant supply of magic power. Under the supply of Lu Yu's magic power that is as vast as the ocean. A terrifying magical storm even arose around Lucy. I won't let you die, I absolutely won't let you die. If this is the rule of the Star Spirit realm, let me break it. Lucy's determined shout echoed in the sky, at some point. Bang! The magical storm surrounding Lucy dissipated. The starry night sky suddenly spun violently. There's a little cross star shining among them. From somewhere, a breath as vast as the universe came. Next second, a bearded armored giant several hundred meters tall appeared in front of Lucy and Lu Yu. The cloak behind him is dotted with stars, as if encompassing the entire starry sky. Could it be? How is it possible? The Star Spirit King. Loki's eyes suddenly widened to their limit. Why are you here? King? Does that mean he's the most powerful star spirit? Looking at the Celestial King standing hundreds of meters tall in front of her, Lucy was shocked beyond words. Old friend, according to the covenant with humans, we are forbidden to kill those who hold the key. Even if he didn't kill the Star Spirit Lord directly, Leo of the Lion Palace who indirectly caused his death cannot be allowed to return to the Star Spirit realm. The Star Spirit King spoke calmly. The sound is as loud as a huge bell. It echoes under the sky, lasting forever. Wait a minute, isn't this too much? Even when facing the Supreme King of the Celestial Spirits, Lucy still did not retreat at all. Fight with all your might for your partner's life. Old friend, this is the only law that cannot be changed. The Celestial Spirit King showed no dissatisfaction at all with Lucy's questioning. Could it be that the king came in person to answer Lucy's doubts? Such a thing? Loki couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. 3 years. Loki has suffered for 3 years. For my comrades, for Ares, isn't there anything else we can do? Lucy still didn't give up. I'm also worried about your wish, my old friend. I feel very sad. The Star Spirit King said in a deep voice, without waiting to finish. What are you talking about? It's not an old friend, it's the friend in front of you right now. Listen carefully, bearded old man. Lucy said bluntly. Beard? For the first time in his life, a look of surprise appeared on the Star Spirit King's face. Chapter 311 Give me face, beard? Listen to Lucy address herself. Even the Supreme Star Spirit King was stunned for a moment. Because of some special reasons in the past, the Celestial King has some connection with the Celestial Mages of the Harphelia family. That's why he responded to Lucy's question and showed up here. For Lucy's transgression, he didn't have any dissatisfaction at all. He even affectionately called Lucy an old friend. It was just an unfortunate accident. What crime did Loki commit? I admit nothing but innocence, Lucy spoke firmly. With strong belief in the endless magical power from Lu Yu. A powerful storm of magical power erupted around Lucy again. Ding dong. Ding dong. The crisp and pleasant sounds of doors opening came one after another. Aquarius Aquarius, Beluge of Virgo, Talos of Taurus, Cancer's Gaia Shaw, Saki Sagittarius of Sagittarius. There are also Lyra, Canis Minor, and the Southern Cross. Under Lucis' strong will, all the star spirits she contracted open the door and show up at the same time. So many Protoss. At the same time, even Colin couldn't do this. The shock in Loki's heart was as continuous as the waves of the sea. That's not a sin. Thinking about your friends isn't a sin. If you disappear here, then it will be my turn and everyone else's turn to suffer. This is not atonement. The look on Lucis' face was more resolute than ever before. Suddenly, Lucis' delicate body staggered, even with Lu Yu's magical support. Her body could not bear the load of all the star spirits opening the door for a long time. Just then, silently, a tall figure appeared like the breeze and embraced Lucy in his arms. Mr. Lu Yu, you've worked hard enough, leave the rest to me. Lu Yu touched Lucis' little head, his gaze immediately fell on the Star Spirit King. Big beard, my Lucis' request is indeed a bit willful, but no matter how willful she is still my Lucy. So please give me a favor and let Loki go back. Lu Yu spoke calmly. Lu Yu, you. Hearing Lu Yu's words, the expression on Loki's face became more dull and ridiculous. Lucis' earlier rudeness could be attributed to her fearlessness. I don't know what kind of existence the Star Spirit King in front of me is. But now, listening to Lu Yu's words, Loki knew. Lu Yu is now negotiating with the Star Spirit King on an equal footing. What shocked Loki even more was, regarding Lu Yu's words, who is not a star magician. The Star Spirit King still had no dissatisfaction. It's you, old friend. The Star Spirit King's gaze fell on Lu Yu. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. I wonder if this bearded man calls everyone old friends? In his memory, he has never had any interaction with the Star Spirit King. Could it be the same situation as Irene? Lu Yu thought to himself. If my old friends have said this, maybe this is really the wrong rule. For the sake of our old friends, Leo, I'll make an exception this time and allow you to return to the Star Spirit realm. The Star Spirit King spoke calmly, gave face to Lu Yu, this, old friend. You are also a reasonable and good person. Good Star Spirit, bearded old man. Lucy grinned happily. He, the Star Spirit King, also grinned happily. Goodbye, old friends. After saying this, the Star Spirit King's body transformed into a dazzling cross-starlight. Please wait a moment, Loki wanted to say something else. If you still wish to atone for your sins, then I command you to become the strength that saved your old friend at the cost of his life, and continue to live. She must be a friend of such value, so protect her with your life. After giving some final advice, the Star Spirit King left. Lucy, thank you so much. Loki wiped his tears. He extended his right hand and held Lucis' right hand. The stars are twinkling. Loki's figure disappeared. Only a golden key appeared in Lucis' hand. That is the key to Leo, the head of the Zodiac. Contract, done? That's great, Lucy. Lu Yu smiled. Lucy nodded heavily. Then let's go home next. We must celebrate tonight. The next morning, the turbulent guild returned to normal. Star Spirit? Loki is a Star Spirit? When he learned of Loki's true identity. Natsu, Gray, Happy and the others all looked shocked. Well, that's about it. Loki scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I didn't notice it at all. Gray tutted his words in amazement. But you are neither a cow nor a horse, Natsu said in surprise. Loki is the celestial spirit of Leo, Lucy said. Lion. Natsu and Happy were both shocked. But Loki, are you alright now? Gray asked worriedly. Although I haven't fully recovered yet, I wanted to say hello to everyone. Also, I'm really sorry for bothering you all this time. Here, this is a small thank you gift, not a token of respect. Loki pulled out a stack of luxury hotel vouchers from his pocket. Let's enjoy it together. After saying that, Loki waved. It turned into a burst of golden light and disappeared. Natsu and Happy were still immersed in their atavistic cheers. At this moment, what are you still hesitating about? Do you want to stay? Urza, wearing a swimsuit, a swimming ring, and pulling a pile of luggage, passed by. So fast, Lucy, Happy, and the others all complained in unison. Arcane Resort, the most popular seaside resort in the country. There is a large theme park and adjacent luxury hotels. There are also beaches that make you linger once you visit. And the vast and beautiful sea, with a vacation voucher generously funded by Rocky. Fairy Tail's strongest team goes on a team-building outing again. Certainly, this time Juvia still followed, after spending so many days together day and night. Whether it is Lucy, Urza and others, they have completely accepted Juvia's existence. Or rather, from the beginning, they never minded Juvia's original identity as a ghost with 4 elements. The happy time of the day passed quietly. Dusk falls. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminates the earth. The highest level hotel. Lu Yu leaned against the fence of the open-air balcony, quietly watching the sunset in the distance, or more precisely, it is a tower located deep in the sea. Behind him, Urza, wearing only a black bikini, lay quietly on the recliner, enjoying a quiet sunset bath. The long crimson hair looks even more radiant and charming under the setting sun. Are you having a good day today, Urza? Lu Yu asked. Oh, I'm very happy, Urza answered with a satisfied look on her face. Lu Yu didn't say anything else. The view into the distance becomes increasingly profound. He secretly made up his mind. This girl's smile and happiness at this moment must be protected. Mr. Lu Yu. Lord Lu Yu. Two girls in a red and a blue strapless evening gown cried out in unison. One held Lu Yu's hands on the left and the other on the right. The one in the red evening dress is Lucy. As for the one in the blue evening gown, it was naturally Juvia. Ever since that day at the hot spring town, Juvia's desire for Lu Yu is no longer secretive. Many days of getting along, Lucy also recognized Juvia as her opponent. She was determined to defeat Juvia in this battle of charm. Mr. Lu Yu, Urza, let's go play underground together. Natsu and the others have already gone there. They said they were going to win all the games. Lucy suggested. Okay, Lu Yu agreed readily. Oh well. Urza also nodded in agreement. The light flickers. Urza's sexy bikini outfit is gone. He changed into his usual armor set. Urza, we're not going to fight, Lucy giggled. Yes, I almost forgot. Urza slapped her head. The magic of the knight's costume change shines again. A well-fitting gorgeous evening dress then appeared on Urza. A pair of pure white dress gloves complement each other perfectly. How is it, Lu Yu? Does it look good? Urza blinked her eyes. Yeah, it fits perfectly, Lu Yu smiled and nodded. Very good, Urza smiled. Let's go, Lu Yu took the lead. Go solve all the problems. Chapter 312, Former Partners. Underground of Arcane Resort, as the premier resort in the Kingdom of Fury. The underground amusement facilities here are still as good as those on land. In addition to various children's amusement facilities such as roller coasters. There is also a huge casino here. It can be used for adults to have fun and enjoy. Right now. 17, come on, 17, please. Natsu and the little blue cat Happy were standing in front of a giant digital machine. Keep tapping the button representing number 17, under Natsu's strong expectations. Number 17 did show up. Then in an instant it became 16 again. Natsu yelled in anger. At the same time, the casino manager also had to wipe his sweat and comfort people. Stop, boy,